Introduction. 6 years ago, she was forced into a desperate situation and reluctantly married a man in a coma. She thought that having a child would allow her to live in peace, but a DNA test plunged her into hell. One child lost, and the lives of two others hanging by a thread. 6 years later, she returned with a new name and her child, only to be cornered by someone who sternly warned her. "If you want to be my child's mother, there's no way." "Is that so?" The eldest child, with a serious expression, said, "If you don't want a mommy, I'll divorce you." Thus, the CEO lost a child, and while being pursued, he discovered one child after another. That person angrily exclaimed, "Qin Muyan, how many of my children did you abduct? You care about me?" From then on, the three children, along with their miraculous mother, soared to success, battling a vicious mother-in-law, tearing apart a green tea rival, blowing up daddy's company, and becoming the highest valued female CEO and dean in the industry, while being pursued by countless admirers, including an overbearing CEO, a younger puppy, and a wolf dog. "Move aside, move aside." The third child reminded someone, "You're blocking mommy's love prospects." Zhan Sichen once again cornered her against the wall, trying to please her. "Darling, it seems we haven't divorced yet." Chapter 001. Who is the father of the children? Open your legs a little wider, wider. The pain inside made Qin Muyan tremble uncontrollably. Seeing the beads of sweat on her forehead and her pained expression, the doctor kindly reassured her, "The egg retrieval process will be painful, just bear with it." "Okay." Qin Muyan nodded, enduring the pain. Yes, she had to endure. 1 year ago, the Qin family went bankrupt. Her father committed suicide by jumping off a building, and her fiancé disappeared without a trace. Overnight, she went from a young lady to a detritus fallen heiress. When she was cornered by creditors, Madame Xia appeared like a savior. 2 years ago, my son fell into a coma due to serious injuries and hasn't woken up since. I can pay off all the debts of the Qin family. This was the condition Madame Xia offered her, and what right did she have to refuse? After that, she successfully became pregnant, and to her surprise, she was expecting triplets. Madame Xia was overjoyed and arranged the best environment for her pregnancy, with a nanny, nutritionist, and doctor on standby, 247. After forcing herself to eat a bowl of bird's nest despite feeling nauseous, Madame Xia nodded in satisfaction. "You must eat the supplements on the menu. Even if they make you feel sick, it's good for the children." "I know, Mom." Qin Muyan felt grateful to Madame Xia. "Mom, I've been married for some time now, and now that I have children, I still haven't met my husband. The morning sickness period is over, and since I study medicine, I can take care of him." Madame Xia was good to her, but it was strange that she never allowed her to see her husband or mentioned him at all. She knew nothing about that man. "No need," Madame Xia said. "When he wakes up, I'll naturally let you see him for now. Just focus on your pregnancy." Qin Muyan couldn't understand why she was never allowed to meet him. Was it because his injuries looked terrifying? Was she too unattractive? Did she fear that she would run away? Maybe. 9 months later, her belly was so large it felt like it would burst. Since she was having triplets, a cesarean was necessary. Madame Xia had already made arrangements for a 3 p.m. surgery, but as the time approached and she still hadn't arrived, Qin Muyan felt uneasy and sensed a dull pain in her belly. After a while, bang! Suddenly, the door to the ward was kicked open, and Madame Xia stormed in with a fierce expression. "Mom, you finally came." Before she could finish her sentence, she was met with a slap. "You shameless woman. I didn't expect you to be so insidious." "Mom, what are you talking about?" Qin Muyan was completely confused. What did she mean? "How dare you ask me?" Madame Xia was furious and directly threw a DNA test report at her. "Look for yourself." This was a paternity test comparing the DNA of the child in her womb to her comatose son. The words "no blood relation" were glaringly clear in her eyes, and she felt as if struck by lightning. "This is impossible," Qin Muyan said firmly. "I didn't have any relations with anyone else. How could this child not be his? There must be some mistake. The DNA results are clear, and you're still here arguing." Madame Xia was truly furious, stepping forward to grab her collar and scolding. "Qin Muyan, you actually lied to me. May you have a bad end." At that moment, a wave of pain hit her, causing Qin Muyan to kneel on the ground. And with the intense pain, a liquid flowed out her water broke. She was about to give birth. "Mom, save me. This really is your grandson. Help me." Qin Muyan clutched Madame Xia's clothes, pleading desperately. But Madame Xia pushed her away. You shameless woman, you deceived me so badly. And now you expect me to save you and the bastard in your belly? Mom, please. Qin Muyan was in so much pain she couldn't speak. The mother is about to give birth. At this moment, the doctor hurriedly said to Madame Xia, Madame Xia, we need to perform a cesarean immediately. What cesarean? Let this shameless woman suffer to death. No one is allowed to perform a cesarean on her. Madame Xia wished she could peel off her skin. With Madame Xia saying this, the doctor had no choice but to take her into the delivery room for a natural birth. An hour later, the doctor came out holding a crying baby boy. Madame Xia, the mother bled heavily. There were 3 children in her womb, but we only managed to save one. We did our best. Dead? That shameless woman is dead. Madame Xia glanced at the baby boy with disgust, but before she could speak, the butler rushed over excitedly, shouting, Old madam. Good news, great news. Young master has woken up. Young master has woken up. What did you say? Hearing this, Madame Xia couldn't believe her ears. You mean Sichen has woken up? Yes, old madam. Young master Sichen, who's been in a coma for 3 years, has woken up. Really? Madame Xia, what about this child? Seeing Madame Xia about to leave, the doctor hurriedly asked. Madame Xia glanced at the child again, frowned in thought, and said, Forget it. This child was born when my son woke up. He is a blessing for the Zhan family. So let's keep him. The butler then took the baby boy from the doctor's hands, got into the car with Madame Xia, and returned to the Zhan family. Chapter 002. 6 years later, she mistook her son upon returning home 6 years later. The plane from M Country to Nan City slowly descended. A woman wearing a baseball cap and dressed in all-black casual attire got off the plane. Although her face was not clearly visible, in terms of figure and temperament, she appeared even more outstanding than a celebrity. What drew attention were the 2 little cuties beside her. The boy, wearing sunglasses and looking cool, was pushing a large suitcase forward, on top of which sat a cute little girl. The girl was focused on counting her change, earned from charging 5 yuan for photos and 10 yuan for interactions on the plane, a total of 260 yuan. After counting, the girl carefully put the money into her little bag and then looked up, saying, Dubai, we can treat Shijia and Grandma Wu to a big dinner tonight. The minimum per capita dining cost in Nan City is 320 yuan, with the 2 of us half price. The total for 4 people would be 960 yuan. With this little money, sigh? No chance. Dubai said calmly. The originally happy expression on her face immediately turned sour, and she pouted, mumbling, When can I get rich? I want to eat big dinners every day. As they spoke, they had already reached the exit, where they saw someone outside the fence holding up a photo high, with the large characters Chu, Shi on it. Xiaobai squinted at the name in the photo and then scrutinized it carefully, furrowing her brows and looking at the woman. Shijia, this person in the photo is you, right? Chu Shi glanced at the photo and replied indifferently, Yes. Yes, her current name is Chu Shi. Qin Muyan had already died in the delivery room 6 years ago. The person who came to pick her up quickly said, You are Dr. Chu Shi? Hello. I am here to pick you up from foreign hospital. Hello. Chu Shi nodded. Xiaobai's attention was still on the photo, and her brows were knitting tighter. Shijia, you don't photograph well. You look so malnourished in this picture. Your beauty is not fully reflected. Chu Shi didn't care. Ever since the Qin family went bankrupt, she had not liked taking photos. This was a picture taken shortly after she gave birth abroad for her medical records, and her condition was naturally not good. However, she was too lazy to take another one, so she had been using this photo. This is called a sickly beauty. Our Shijia is naturally beautiful. Looking good no matter what, Dubai patted Xiaobai on the back of her head, correcting her. The person picking them up looked at the 2 little ones, and, hearing that title, smiled and said, Dr. Chu, your younger siblings are really cute. Chu Shi smiled happily, too lazy to explain their relationship, and politely said, Please wait a moment. I will take them out and come back right away. Sure, Dr. Chu, please. Grandma Wu, who came to pick up the 2 little ones, had been waiting outside the airport for a long time. Grandma Wu was like her wet nurse. She had worked as an aunt in the Qin family when she was young, and after the Qin family went bankrupt, even her fiancé ran away. But Grandma Wu stayed loyal. Thankfully, during her delivery, Grandma Wu arrived just in time to plead with the doctor for a cesarean section. Otherwise, the 3 of them would have met Yama long ago. It's just a pity for her first child, who was taken away before she could even see him. Madame Xia hated her so much that she definitely wouldn't adopt him. Was that child already? Thinking of this, her heart ached as if crushed by something. 6 years later, she had finally healed her body and returned, with many things to do, but finding her child was the most important. Grandma Wu. Dubai and Xiaobai's clear voices interrupted her thoughts. Chu Shi came back to her senses and looked at Grandma Wu, whose hair had turned gray. Grandma Wu, thank you for your hard work during this time. For this trip back home, Grandma Wu had specially returned a month in advance to prepare and was quite busy. Not hard at all. Grandma Wu affectionately hugged the two little ones and smiled. How could it be hard with such understanding and cute little treasures? All right, Xiaoyan, you hurry and get busy. I will take good care of Dabai and Xiaobai. Wishing Shijia a smooth start at work. We'll wait for you to come back for good food tonight. Xiaobai smiled adorably with her eyes curved. After watching the two little ones and Grandma Wu get into the car and leave, she turned back to the person who came to pick her up and smiled faintly. Sorry to keep you waiting. No problem, Dr. Chu, please. Chu Shi got into the car with the person who picked her up. As the car started moving, her gaze was fixed outside the window. It had been 6 years. Now, this city felt both familiar and strange. After half an hour of driving, the car arrived at Foreign Hospital. When she entered the office of Director Gao, he was looking at her resume. Seeing her come in, he quickly put it down and stood up. Seeing the resume was impressive, and seeing the person in person is indeed better than hearing about it. Director Gao is overpraising. She replied modestly. Where's the overpraise? You gave up a high-paying job at the M Country Medical Research Institute and resolutely decided to return to contribute to the medical cause of your hometown. How many people can achieve such a level? Director Gao's words made her feel embarrassed. She didn't have such high aspirations. She chose to come to Foreign Hospital simply because it was the hospital where she gave birth, the place where she could find clues about her lost son. Come. I will take you to meet your new colleagues in the neurosurgery department. Next was the usual greeting process with new colleagues, which was not complicated. Director Gao was considerate and arranged a single office for her. He originally wanted to treat her to a welcome dinner tonight, but she politely declined, saying she had many things to sort out after just returning to the country. Next week, when I officially start working, I will treat everyone to dinner. After saying that, Chu Shi walked out. Today she was just here to report and would officially start working next week. After leaving the neurosurgery department, she specifically went to the obstetrics department, pausing outside the delivery room for a few seconds before turning to leave. After changing her clothes, she went to the restroom. Just as she turned the corner, she bumped into a little boy rushing past her. Little friend, are you okay? Chu Shi hurried to help the boy up. But before she could finish her sentence, her expression changed dramatically upon seeing his face. Qin Dabai, didn't I tell you to go home with Grandma Wu? Who allowed you to sneak into the hospital? Looking at his current outfit, a little suit and a baseball cap. Was this the new outfit Grandma Wu just bought for him? The boy who had been bumped into also widened his eyes in confusion. Qin Dabai? Is that what he was being called? How could he possibly have such a childish name? His name is Zhan Junlin. I'm talking to you. If you keep staring at me like that, I will really get angry, Shijia. She reprimanded him sternly. Shijia? Is that another name for mommy? Just as Zhan Junlin was about to say something, an anxious voice came from outside. Young master, stop messing around. Hurry up and come out. Hearing that voice, Zhan Junlin immediately dove into Chu Shi's arms, admitting his mistake. I'm sorry, Shijia, I won't do it again. Please take me out of the hospital. This kid admitted his mistake so quickly this time. Chapter 003. Daddy, I want her to be my mommy. Watching International Conference Room. After receiving the call, Zhan Sichen's aura was frighteningly low, his cold gaze like ice beneath layers, terrifyingly tense. What do you mean the young master is missing? Although it wasn't face-to-face, the murderous tone made Lin Wei, the assistant on the other end of the phone, shiver. I accompanied the young master for a checkup, and he said he wanted to go to the bathroom, and then he disappeared. Today's meeting was extremely important, and Zhan Sichen couldn't leave. So he had Lin Wei take Junlin for the checkup. Who would have thought? Useless. Zhan Sichen scolded. Pull up all the surveillance footage from Foreign Hospital. I'm going there right now. Yes, Mr. Zhan. Zhan Sichen rushed to Foreign Hospital as fast as he could. After Lin Wei hurriedly finished reviewing the footage, he finally spotted the young master. Mr. Zhan, I found it. Lin Wei reported in a panic as Zhan Sichen walked in. The young master was taken away by a woman from the bathroom. I've already called the police. Zhan Sichen's eyes were icy as he stared at Chu Shi on the surveillance footage, a hint of ruthlessness surging in his gaze. How dare she touch his son? Seeking death. On the other side, Junlin, who followed Chu Shi out of the hospital, felt relieved after confirming that Lin Wei didn't follow them. He was also afraid of being exposed, so he immediately grabbed Chu Shi's hand and said, Sister Shi, I'm hungry. Hungry? This little guy ran out without eating? What do you want to eat? This question stumped Junlin because his meals were all controlled by Zhan Sichen, with a dietitian specifically listing the recipes. He had no choice in what to eat. Whatever Sister Shi takes me to eat, I'll eat. Although it was the first time meeting Chu Shi, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and security. All right then, there's a wonton shop in Nanchang that's really delicious. Want to go eat? She loved it as a child, and after leaving Nanjing for so long, she craved it. Okay, I'll follow Sister Shi. Shi took him to a small wonton shop that wasn't very big. It was Junlin's first time eating there, and after one bite, he thought it was so delicious. Much better than the delicacies his dad fed him. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. She said kindly, then couldn't help but scold. Even if you're smart, you're still just a child. It's dangerous to run out alone in Nanjing where you don't know anyone. I'll call Wuma. She'll be worried sick when she finds out you're missing. Seeing Shi about to make a call, Junlin hurriedly pressed her hand down and said, She knows, Sister Shi. Don't blame anyone. It's my fault. Don't be angry. This kid's attitude in admitting his mistake is so good today. I'm not angry. Shi put her phone down. Good. Eat more if you like it. Once I learn how to make it, I'll make it for you and Xiaobai at home. Thank you, Sister Shi. As Junlin ate, he looked at Shi, filled with confusion. Has she not discovered that he is a fake son after all this time? Is it because he looks too much like her son, or does she, like him, have a personality disorder and occasionally have hallucinations? No matter which, she is so gentle. He likes this kind of mommy. After finishing his meal, Shi wiped his little mouth and held his hand as they walked out of the shop. Suddenly, a group of uniformed people rushed in. Without saying a word, they twisted her hands behind her back, rendering her completely unable to move. We suspect you of child trafficking. Come with us. Hearing this, Shi's mind buzzed. Child trafficking? Is eating a meal with her son considered child trafficking? Officer, are you mistaken? He is my son. We'll talk at the police station. The police unceremoniously pushed Shi into the police car. Junlin was startled and hurriedly ran to the front of the car, shouting, Let her go, she is my mommy. But no one heard him, and as a Rolls-Royce approached, the police car quickly drove away. Junlin didn't have time to say anything more when a tall shadow already loomed over him. Zhan Sichen took Junlin into the car, not letting him speak before scolding. Junlin, what did Daddy tell you? How could you walk away with a stranger? In the surveillance footage, Junlin obediently held the woman's hand and left the hospital, which shocked him. He initially thought that the woman had used some kind of drug on him, but now he could see that he didn't seem to be in a daze. Speak. Seeing Junlin silent, Zhan Sichen grew angrier. Because I don't want to see that woman. Junlin mumbled, lowering his head. Today, Uru is coming back. After the checkup at the hospital, he would see her at home, and he didn't want to. She is your mommy. Zhan Sichen emphasized. She is not. She is. I said she is not. Junlin's emotions gradually became agitated. If she really is my mommy, why is she afraid of me? Why does she avoid me like I'm a plague? She doesn't love me at all. Her kindness to me is just to please you. You and Grandma both like her, but I just don't like her. Junlin's words left Zhan Sichen speechless. He feared that being too hard on him would trigger Junlin's condition. So he had to yield. He took out his phone and dialed Uyuru's number, coldly saying, Junlin is in a bad mood today. You don't need to come back. After hanging up, Zhan Sichen looked at Junlin, his gaze softening. Is this okay now? Junlin remained silent, his eyes innocent as he looked at him. Even if you really don't like her, you can't walk away with a stranger. Do you know how worried Daddy was when you went missing? Zhan Sichen held Junlin's hand, soothing his emotions. Because she looks like mommy. Junlin looked at Zhan Sichen, his gaze growing more innocent, carrying a plea. Daddy, she really isn't a trafficker. Let the police release her, don't hurt her. Junlin's few short sentences shocked him greatly. Throughout his life, apart from him, he had never been close to anyone else. Not even his grandma or Uyuru. How could this happen? Go back home with Daddy. Take your medicine obediently, and Daddy will let her go, okay? Junlin nodded. Adults must keep their promises. Definitely. Shi, taken back to the police station, was filled with endless resentment, feeling utterly helpless against the police's stern questioning. He is Dabai. He really is my son. I have evidence. Shi opened the photos on her phone to show the police. There are many photos of her with Dabai and Xiaobai, and when the police saw these photos, they were momentarily stunned. You can do a technical appraisal on these photos. They are genuine. If you don't believe me, you can do a DNA test. I really am not a trafficker. Shi explained so much that her voice was getting hoarse. What more do they want to believe that they are mother and son? After the technical appraisal of the photos, the police were once again puzzled, looking up and down at Shi. It is well known that Zhan Deshao has a son, but the identity of the child's mother is a mystery. There are rumors that Zhan Sichen and Uyuru have been secretly married, but due to their identities, they haven't made it official. What? The child's mother isn't the big star Uyuru? The wealthy play truly is real. Chapter 004. Take off your shirt and lie on the bed. Just as the police were unsure of how to judge the situation, the phone rang. It was a call from young Master Zhan, saying she was not a human trafficker and to release her immediately. After she was released, the two female police officers exchanged glances and couldn't help but sigh. Rich people are really willful. A little couple's quarrel has actually stirred up the police. She felt utterly unfortunate as she left the police station. On her first day back in the country, she ended up at the police station. It was all that brat's fault. Just as she was about to call Dubai, her phone rang. It was Xiaobai calling. Hey Shijia, how are you now? Why haven't you come back yet? The feast is all prepared. Where's Qin Dubai? Has he gone home? She hurriedly asked. Wasn't Dubai supposed to go to the hospital to find Shijia? Xiaobai replied helplessly. After returning to their new home and tidying up, Wuma wanted the two of them to take a nap. Dubai couldn't sleep and wanted to take her to the hospital to check things out. But Xiaobai was too sleepy and refused, then fell asleep. When she woke up, Dubai was nowhere to be found. So, Dubai hasn't gone home yet? Hearing this, Shi's heart sank. These police only care about catching human traffickers. Don't they care about the safety of the children? He is back. He is back. Xiaobai was about to speak when Dubai pushed the door open. Shijia, don't worry, Dubai is back. While she felt relieved. She was also infuriated. That little brat. Xiaobai, who had been hung up on, had a worried look mixed with a bit of schadenfreude. Qin Dubai. Shijia already knows you sneaked off to the hospital. How could that be? Dubai was startled and hurriedly checked his phone watch. But he had clearly blocked the location. Anyway, Shijia knows now, and she sounds really angry, so you better be careful, Xiaobai warned, looking worried. If she deducts your pocket money, don't come looking for me. I'm broke too. Dubai pouted. This little money grubber only cares about money, not her brother. Dubai, did you find anything when you went to Shijia's hospital? Did you discover any handsome, rich men suitable to be a dad? Xiaobai asked expectantly, confirming that Dubai wouldn't think about deducting her pocket money. Don't mention it. I didn't even get into the hospital, Dubai said dejectedly. I don't know what happened. Everything was sealed off. Not to mention me. Even a fly couldn't get in. Wow, such a big deal. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken a nap and would have gone with you. Xiaobai exclaimed. Just then, they heard a noise at the entrance, and she hastily said, Shijia is back, keep it low-key. When Shi entered, she saw the two little ones sitting obediently at the dining table. Wuma brought out the reheated dishes. Xiaoyan is back? Come eat. Wuma said with a smile. Shi coldly replied, shooting a murderous glare at Dubai, who immediately lowered his head in apology. I'm sorry, Shijia. Xiaoyan, don't blame the kids. It's all my fault, Wuma hurriedly said. I slept too soundly and didn't even know the kids went out. Wuma was older and had been working hard recently. How could Shi blame her? It's not your fault, Wuma. Seeing Wuma's self-reproachful expression, Shi quickly said, this matter is over. No one is allowed to mention it. You hear me? Shi warned Dubai fiercely. If you run off again by yourself next time, I'll really beat you. I got it, Shijia. I promise it won't happen again. Dubai immediately raised his little hand to swear. Thus, the two adults and two children began a warm and harmonious meal. The house, though small, was filled with warmth, while in the large, empty villa on the other side, Junlin sat alone with no appetite despite the table full of delicacies. What's wrong, Junlin? Not feeling well? Zhan Sichen asked when he saw Junlin not taking a single bite. Junlin shook his head, biting his lip, and boldly looked at Zhan Sichen, saying, No, I just don't want to eat these anymore. I want to eat what I really like. Zhan Sichen understood but replied, Junlin, your condition is special. You can't eat whatever you want. When you're better, Daddy will make you whatever you want. Junlin lowered his head, biting his lip, his hands rubbing together. He didn't actually want that bowl of wontons. He just missed the feeling of eating with Shi. All right, stop sulking, eat up, and after you finish, Daddy will take you out to play, Zhan Sichen said, serving him some food. Daddy, I want my mommy. Junlin looked at Zhan Sichen with longing eyes, knowing what he was going to say next, so he hurriedly interrupted, Not oh your Ru, I mean my real mom. Can you let that Annie from today be my mom? He hadn't forgotten that woman. First, you need to be obedient. Zhan Sichen couldn't confront him directly and could only coax him. Eat your food, and Daddy will consider it. Really? Hearing this, Junlin's eyes instantly lit up. Of course, Zhan Sichen replied lightly. After watching Junlin finish his meal, Zhan Sichen accompanied him to read for a while. Once he fell asleep, Zhan Sichen called Lin Wei. I want detailed information on that woman. Today was Shi's first official day at work. After changing into her white coat, she was about to check on the patients when she was called into the office by Dean Gao. Dean Gao, you were looking for me? Yes. Dean Gao smiled and said, Xiao Chu, you're really famous now. Young Master Zhan came to our hospital for a checkup and specifically requested you to be in charge. Young Master Zhan? Shi realized that foreign hospital had always been sponsored by Huaqing International, so he was referring to Zhan Sichen. Young Master Zhan is our hospital's benefactor. Xiao Chu, you must serve him well. Understood. Shi didn't know whether this was a good or bad thing. But since it was arranged by Dean Gao, she would follow through. Dr. Chu, young Master Zhan, is already in the consultation room. As she stepped out of the elevator, a nurse rushed over to tell her. He arrived so quickly? She tidied her clothes and stepped into the consultation room, where she saw the man sitting on the sofa. He was dressed in a black suit, his legs naturally crossed. From her angle, she could see his face perfectly. His thick eyebrows, straight nose, and most strikingly, those deep-set eyes, reflected the morning light, creating a striking arc across his exceptionally handsome face, a strong visual impact. Hello, Mr. Zhan. I'm the doctor in charge of your checkup, Chu Shi. Hearing this, Zhan Sichen raised his eyes to look at her. She was even more outstanding in person than in the video surveillance. One couldn't tell just by her appearance that she was such a deep-minded woman. That kind of gaze made Chu Shi uncomfortable, but since he was a VIP at the hospital, she couldn't say anything and could only continue. If you're ready, Mr. Zhan, we can start. Okay. Zhan Sichen stood up, eager to see what else this woman had up her sleeve. First, we'll do some routine checks. Chu Shi took the stethoscope and said, take off your shirt and lie on the bed. Chapter 005. Junlin fell ill. Sure enough, so direct. Is it really necessary to take off clothes for the examination? Zhan Sichen stood there without moving at all, showing no intention of undressing. It's unnecessary. It's just to facilitate a better examination. Since Mr. Zhan doesn't want to undress, then he won't. Who told him he is the wealthy benefactor? Chu Shi could only take the stethoscope and walk over, saying while sliding it under his clothes, then I'll go in. Chu Shi brought the stethoscope close to his chest, just about to listen when her wrist was gripped by him, the strength causing her pain. What do you want to do? Chu Shi glared angrily. Was he trying to be inappropriate? That should be what I ask you. Seeing her act so pure and harmless enraged him. She had drugged his son and was pretending to be innocent here? Chu Shi was speechless. She had seen many patients, but Zhan Sichen was the first one who was so difficult to deal with. Mr. Zhan, if you're so conservative, I suggest you get a male doctor for the examination. Why insist on me being responsible for the physical checkup if you won't let me touch anything? Still pretending. Zhan Sichen's eyes darkened again after going to the police station. He still hadn't learned his lesson. Did he really want to end up in jail? What? The one who called the police was him. Chu Shi simply put down the stethoscope, her gaze slightly cold. Mr. Zhan, what does this mean? I just returned to the country and truly don't know where I offended you. A dignified CEO acting like a concerned citizen? She didn't believe it wasn't he aimed at her. You don't know where you offended me? Zhan Sichen coldly snorted, clearly displeased. If you don't repent, it really shouldn't have been so easy to bail you out of the police station. You're simply nonsensical. Chu Shi was truly angry. He must be really sick. I was having a good meal with my son. What does it have to do with you? Calling the police and coming to my hospital to deliberately harass me. If this continues, I'll be the one to call the police. Your son? Hearing these 3 words made Zhan Sichen furious. You dare say that's your son? That is my son. Why wouldn't I dare say it? Chu Shi was also enraged. Mr. Zhan, since you love children so much, you can find a wife to have one. How shameless to covet someone else's child. Repeat what you just said. Zhan Sichen's dark eyes suppressed a fierce killing intent as he cornered her against the wall, the proximity creating a strong sense of coercion. Chu Shi felt threatened and was also taken aback. Did this man have schizophrenia and delusions? I said that is my son, despite the overwhelming sense of threat. Chu Shi would not back down on this issue. 1 second, 2 seconds. The atmosphere fell silent, breath held. So close. His tall figure seemed about to engulf her. What was he trying to do? Was he going to strangle her? As the suffocating sensation grew stronger, she admitted her heart tightened. Just then, a ringtone broke the tension. Seeing the caller, Zhan Sichen frowned and answered. Young master, it's bad. Young master Junlin is having an episode. Hearing this, Zhan Sichen instantly tensed up. Junlin hadn't had an episode in nearly a year. He had been extremely careful. How could this happen? We'll settle this later. With that, Zhan Sichen turned and strode away. Chu Shi leaned against her chest, exhaling deeply, unable to help but curse. This man really was sick. Zhan Sichen hurried back to the villa. As soon as the car stopped in the courtyard, a woman in a light-colored dress with wavy hair and 10-centimeter heels rushed out. She was Oh Yaru, her face filled with worry and fear of being blamed. Softly calling, Sichen. Zhan Sichen completely ignored her, bypassing her and walking straight into the hall, which was already in disarray, items scattered everywhere. Junlin was sitting on the floor with his back against the sofa, looking at Zhan Sichen with furious eyes, completely losing his usual obedient demeanor. Junlin. Zhan Sichen hurried over to pick him up from the ground, but Junlin pushed him away in strong resistance, shouting, Don't touch me. Don't touch me. When Junlin has an episode, his second personality emerges, becoming rebellious and irritable, often doing things that harm himself. Usually, Zhan Sichen would carefully coax him. When he was ill, He had to cater to him even more. Okay, I won't touch you. Zhan Sichen took a few steps back and then asked the butler sternly, what happened? Young master, it's... Aunt Lu looked at Yaru with some trepidation. It's because the young mistress is back. At that time, there were only the young mistress and young master in the hall. We don't know what happened. Then a few minutes later, I didn't do anything. Yaru immediately explained, I don't know why Junlin is like this. Didn't I tell you not to come back? Zhan Sichen scolded angrily, causing Yaru to tremble slightly. Her tone softening and carrying a whimper, feeling particularly wronged. I bought Junlin his favorite pastries. I just wanted to bring them to him quickly, then. Get out. Zhan Sichen ordered Yaru sharply. At this moment, she felt particularly angry and unwilling, but since Zhan Sichen said so, she could only leave first. Wait. Hearing this, Yaru's eyes lit up. Was he asking her to stay? Call your brother and have him come right away. Yaru's brother, Xiangbei, was a famous psychologist and also Junlin's private doctor. When Junlin first fell ill, Xiangbei came almost every day, but in the past year, as Junlin's condition stabilized, his visits had decreased. Got it. Yaru unwillingly replied, then walked out of the hall to call Xiangbei. Junlin, she has already left. Be good and take your medicine. Just as Zhan Sichen received the medicine from Aunt Lu to give to him, Junlin reacted extremely violently, snatching it away and throwing it all on the ground, then pushing Zhan Sichen away with all his might. You're a big liar. Junlin's emotions completely collapsed. You said if I obeyed, you would let that aunt come to be my mommy, but you still brought that woman back. I've said many times. She is not my mommy. She is not. As Junlin pushed Zhan Sichen away, his arm was accidentally cut by shards on the ground, blood slowly seeping out. Young master. Seeing Zhan Sichen injured, the servants were terrified, and with his cold gaze, it was clear he was truly enraged. You don't get to choose your mommy. I don't care how much you like that woman. She is not your mommy. No matter how much you dislike Yaru, she is still your mommy. Do you hear me? Zhan Sichen shouted at him, unable to contain his anger. I don't want to. Junlin's small body trembled, glaring at Zhan Sichen and shouting loudly, I want to choose my own mommy. I will never acknowledge Yaru. Junlin. Zhan Sichen angrily raised his hand, but Junlin did not back down, lifting his small head directly at him. Even if you beat me to death, I will never acknowledge her. Chapter 006. No wonder Junlin doesn't like you, as his mom bang. Just as she was about to finish her shift, she lost focus for a moment, and the cup in her hand slipped, shattering on the ground. Ever since Zhan Sichen left, she had been inexplicably anxious, as if she had a telepathic connection with her child, sensing that something was wrong. Could it be that Dabai and Xiaobai were in trouble? She took out her phone to call Wu Ma, but before she could dial the number, a nurse knocked and entered. Dr. Chu. Ding Gao wants you to come to his office. Okay. She had no choice but to put her phone away, quickly clean up the broken pieces on the floor, and then headed to Ding Gao's office. Ding Gao, you were looking for me? Sigh. Ding Gao frowned deeply, looking troubled. Xiao Chu. I previously emphasized to you to take good care of young Master Zhan. How did you manage to anger him? Anger him? That's really the villain crying out first. She retorted. He*s the one who reported me and came to harass me. I didn't provoke him. He*s the one who deliberately caused trouble. What you say doesn't matter to me. Ding Gao interrupted her. Just now, young Master Zhan personally called, saying he wants the hospital to dismiss you. When the financial backer speaks, I can't protect you. Dismissed? Those two words shocked her. That man actually wanted to have her dismissed from the hospital? He was truly a petty and vengeful person. The reason Zhan Sichen made the call himself was that he was furious with Junlin and faced with his reprimand. Junlin became even more rebellious. He started throwing things and repeatedly shouted that he wanted that woman to be his mommy, completely losing control of his emotions. Thankfully, Xiangbei arrived in time and forcibly administered a sedative to Junlin. After finishing the call with Ding Gao, Zhan Sichen returned to the bedroom. Just as Xiangbei was coming out, making a shushing gesture at him, Zhan Sichen peeked through the door crack and saw that Junlin had already fallen asleep in bed. He carefully closed the door and then entered the study. Getting worked up over a 6-year-old? Is it really necessary? Zhan O and the two families were close friends. Zhan Sichen and Xiangbei had grown up together. After knowing him for so many years, it was the first time he had seen him so upset. Zhan Sichen remained silent, just pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. What exactly happened? Seeing Junlin's state earlier, Xiangbei was also startled. Things have been fine for a year. Why did Junlin suddenly have a breakdown? That's something you should ask your sister. Junlin's condition was largely due to Yaru's influence, and Zhan Sichen had no idea how this woman had provoked Junlin to the point of such resistance. I can't get that out of her. That girl never listens to me. After Xiangbei said this, his demeanor became serious. However, to be frank, Junlin's sudden breakdown indicates that his condition has worsened. If this continues, his second personality will gradually mature, and he will completely suffer from a split personality. He will truly be ruined. Then how do we treat it? Hearing Xiangbei say this, Zhan Sichen immediately became tense. Anger aside, there was more pain and worry. There must be a trigger for his episodes. Initially, Junlin developed a second personality because he resisted Yaru as a mother. However, over the years, through medication, it had been well controlled. Previously, even though he was reluctant to see Yaru, it didn't lead to an episode. Why was it so severe today? Xiangbei really couldn't figure it out. You really need to ask Yaru properly and analyze what she said, or did that trigger Junlin? This time, the trigger for Junlin's episode is not her. Zhan Sichen said coldly. Huh. Xiangbei was suddenly confused. You just said it was my sister, and now you say it's not. Isn't that contradictory? Today, Junlin's episode was indeed triggered by seeing Yaru, but the actual trigger was that woman named Chu Shi. Junlin saw her, and it was as if he was bewitched. Insisting on recognizing her as his mother, Junlin saw a strange woman, and then crazily wanted to recognize her as his mommy. After hearing Zhan Sichen's words, Xiangbei was truly taken aback. He then tried to analyze. Maybe in Junlin's mind, Yaru is completely not the mommy he wants. But that lady fits his expectations of a mommy, so don't analyze this with me. I just want to ask you, can Junlin be cured? Heart disease needs heart medicine. The best way right now is to satisfy Junlin's psychological needs. Satisfy his psychological needs? Zhan Sichen furrowed his brows. How to satisfy? Just let that woman be Junlin's mom. Of course not. Xiangbei, who had spoken hastily earlier, immediately refuted when he heard Zhan Sichen say that. Zhan Sichen, you can't do anything to let Yaru down. I know you don't have romantic feelings for her, but she has always liked you since childhood. She stayed by your side for 3 years while you were in a coma, and even for you. This has nothing to do with you. Zhan Sichen impatiently interrupted him, then walked out of the study and into Junlin's bedroom. Really knows how to kick the donkey after the grind. Xiangbei couldn't help but mutter, then left the villa. As soon as he exited the villa, a Maserati blocked his car. Yaru got out of the car and then got into his vehicle. How is Sichen now? Is he still angry at me? After being kicked out, Yaru had been waiting in her car. It's no wonder Junlin doesn't like you as his mom. Junlin had an episode, and you didn't even ask your son first. Instead, asking Zhan Sichen. Xiangbei commented as he started the car. With you as a miracle doctor, Junlin will be fine. Xiangbei raised an eyebrow and asked. Where to? Back home. Not going back. If I go back, my parents will nag me again. Take me to your place. Okay. Xiangbei drove towards his private villa. Halfway there, he remembered Zhan Sichen's words and couldn't help but ask, Yaru, now that it's just the two of us, tell me the truth. Is Junlin really your and Zhan Sichen's child? Hearing this, Yaru's expression changed, clearly a bit nervous, but she quickly regained her composure. Of course, he is my and Sichen's child. Then why didn't you tell me about such a big deal as your pregnancy and childbirth? You left home in a huff, not coming back for so many years. I thought of you as no longer my brother. Why should I tell you about having a child? Yaru replied irritably. All right, my fault. Although Xiangbei found it hard to believe, Yaru really hadn't appeared much in the spotlight that year. So the media speculated that her year off was due to giving birth. It seems I was overthinking. One last thing, Xiangbei couldn't help but say, you really made me see you in a new light. Even when that kid's recovery was uncertain, you still had a child for him. That's truly great. Do you have to talk so much? Yaru warned unhappily. If you say more, I might get out of the car. All right, I won't say anymore. I'll keep quiet. Xiangbei had no choice but to compromise. Chapter 007. She had to offer herself up when Chu Shi returned home. Aunt Wu had prepared a feast for her. Bai and Xiao Bai walked over to her, especially obedient. To celebrate Sister Shi's first day at work, Grandma Wu made a lot of delicious food. We helped too. Xiao Bai's eyes squinted into crescent shapes, and her little face showed a faint dimple, which was simply adorable. Today is Xiao Yan's first day at work. It must have been tough. Hurry and wash your hands to eat, Aunt Wu said with a kindly smile. Chu Shi felt as if she had eaten a fly. The sight made her even more uncomfortable. However, to avoid ruining the atmosphere, she still managed a faint smile and nodded, okay. In the warm atmosphere, the four of them sat at the dining table and began to eat. Sister Shi, are there any handsome and wealthy single male doctors at the hospital? Xiao Bai was particularly interested in this question. If there are, Xiao Bai and I can help you out, Bai chimed in. Always thinking about these things, Chu Shi lightly tapped Bai's head and said, starting tomorrow, you two are going to tutoring classes until school starts. Upon hearing this, the two little devils immediately pouted in disappointment. I can solve the hardest kind of Luo in code. Sister Shi, are you sure the tutoring teacher can teach me? Bai questioned with a soulful tone. Yeah, Sister Shi, we're not a rich family, Let's not waste that money, Xiaobai added. Chu Shi was defeated once again. She had always found it hard to argue with these two kids. Sister Shi, seriously, are you not coming back this time to find us a daddy? Xiaobai leaned in again. I've already said, you don't have a daddy. Although she had once been married to that man, she had never seen him even once. He had been in a coma for 3 years and now, 6 years later, he was probably. Are we just born from a rock? Dabai couldn't help but laugh. Xiaobai, that makes me a male monkey and you a female monkey. After Dabai's words, both Chu Shi and Aunt Wu laughed. These two little ones were indeed her source of joy. After dinner, the two little ones obediently went to take a bath and then to read and play with Lego, while Chu Shi locked herself in the study. Today was her first day working at foreign hospital, and she didn't even know where the obstetrics archive room was before she got fired. Son, you must wait for Mommy. Mommy will definitely find you. Mommy, Mommy. Junlin was calling these two words as if he had a mental connection, dreaming of Chu Shi's face. Junlin. Zhan Sichen had stayed up all night watching over him, and when dawn broke, he heard him mumbling in his sleep and softly called out to him. Hearing the voice, Junlin slowly opened his eyes and saw Zhan Sichen in front of him. He couldn't help but glance behind him. Sure enough, it was just a dream, and his mommy was not here. Awake? Zhan Sichen, fearing to stimulate him further, spoke very gently. During his sleep, Xiangbei had already injected him with medication, and now his second personality had completely disappeared. Junlin slowly sat up and saw Zhan Sichen's injured arm, feeling particularly guilty as he said, I'm sorry, Daddy. Zhan Sichen glanced at the injury and quickly said, it's just a small cut, it's nothing. Junlin still hung his head as if he had committed a grave mistake, remaining silent for a long time. Yesterday, Daddy was also wrong. I shouldn't have lost my temper at you. No, it was Junlin who was bad. Let's not talk about the past. Are you hungry? Zhan Sichen had a completely qualified dad's attitude. What do you want to eat? Daddy will make it for you. I'm not hungry. Junlin looked at Zhan Sichen and asked, can I sleep a little longer? In his dream, Chu Shi was gently holding him, and he was so reluctant to give up that feeling. He wanted to try to continue sleeping to see if he could dream that dream again. Okay, then you sleep. Daddy will go make you something delicious and call you when it's done. Okay, Daddy. Meanwhile, Chu Shi also hadn't slept all night, her mind repeatedly fixating on those 6 words. One was Mrs. Xia, and the other was son. To find her son, she could only start from Mrs. Xia or foreign hospital. However, finding Mrs. Xia was like searching for a needle in a haystack. The suburban villa where she had stayed during her pregnancy had already been demolished and renovated. So, since the route to find Mrs. Xia was blocked, she could only start from foreign hospital. She couldn't leave until she found out what happened before. Thus, she made a nauseating decision to find that man again. So, early the next morning, she went out. Hearing that she had left early, Dabai woke up from his sleep and went to wake up Xiaobai, who was sleeping on the lower bunk. Xiaobai, what is it? Xiaobai reluctantly opened her eyes, feeling very sleepy. Sister, she left early. She should not be going to work. Let's follow her to see what she's up to. I'm not going. I want to sleep. Xiaobai lazily said and closed her eyes again. Really a little lazy pig. After Dabai finished speaking, he looked out the window and saw that Chu Shi was already far away. He quickly got dressed and chased after her. Ever since Sister Shi decided to return to the country, he felt something was off with her. She must be hiding something from them, and he had to find out. Chu Shi took a taxi, and Dabai quickly called for one to follow closely behind. When they arrived at the destination, Dabai was truly astonished. What a luxurious villa area. Dabai looked at the villa area, which looked just like the top wealthy places shown on television. What is Sister Shi doing here? Could it be that his daddy lives here? When Chu Shi arrived outside the Zhan family's villa, she took a deep breath to remind herself to find her son. She must endure and not stoop to the level of that scumbag. She had to be patient. After mentally preparing herself, she rang the doorbell, and it was Aunt Lu who answered. Hello, is this the home of Mr. Zhan Sichen? Chu Shi, having a request, made sure to be respectful. Yes. May I ask who you are? My name is Chu Shi, a doctor from foreign hospital. Mr. Zhan came to our hospital for a physical examination, and I was the responsible doctor. I'm here today to deliver the examination report to Mr. Zhan. Chu Shi felt that if she didn't say this, she might not even be allowed in. Oh, so it's Dr. Chu? Please come in. Upon hearing that she was a doctor from foreign hospital, Aunt Lu let her in. Young master, Dr. Chu from foreign hospital has come to deliver your examination report, Aunt Lu reported to Zhan Sichen, who was cooking for Junlin in the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Zhan Sichen came out of the kitchen. At this moment, he was wearing home clothes and had an apron on. This. Chu Shi was somewhat taken aback. This man actually cooked for himself? Who told you to let her in? Zhan Sichen was so angry with Chu Shi that he felt like he wanted to skin her alive. It was Dr. Chu who said she was here to deliver the examination report, so Aunt Lu quickly acknowledged her mistake. Get out, Zhan Sichen said to Chu Shi, his attitude particularly harsh. Chapter 008. The child followed her again. She was really angry at Zhan Sichen's attitude. What a guy who complains first. Mr. Zhan, I don't know what misunderstanding we have between us, but it's really too much to make me lose my job, isn't it? Chu Shi tried her best to suppress her temper and spoke to him calmly. Zhan Sichen glanced upstairs, fearing that Junlin would hear this woman's voice. He stepped forward and roughly grabbed Chu Shi's wrist, dragging her outside. A woman like you, who has done disgusting things yet pretends to be innocent, doesn't deserve to be a doctor. Get out of here. Zhan Sichen thought about how crazy Junlin was yesterday and wanted to strangle this woman. Dare I ask, Mr. Zhan, what disgusting thing have I done? Originally, Chu Shi planned to apologize sincerely, hoping he would let her return to foreign hospital. But she didn't expect this man to have such a foul mouth. Stop pretending to be innocent. I'm not falling for your act. By this time, Zhan Sichen had dragged her to the door and was about to throw her out, but Chu Shi held onto the door frame tightly. Let me die understanding, okay? I have never met Mr. Zhan before, and we have no grievances. What exactly have I done that is so disgusting to you? Please be clear. As soon as Chu Shi finished speaking, there was a noise from upstairs. After yesterday's incident, Zhan Sichen was truly scared and quickly signaled Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu hurried back to the bedroom and saw that Junlin was still asleep, so she locked the room door from the outside. Seeing Aunt Lu come down from upstairs with a calm expression, Zhan Sichen finally felt relieved and turned to look at Chu Shi. I've seen many women like you. Zhan Sichen's eyes were filled with disdain. You want to ingratiate yourself with my son to gain favor. Your plan is good, but unfortunately, my child has a mommy. You don't deserve it. Zhan Sichen really didn't understand what made Junlin take such a liking to this woman. Why did he insist on calling her mommy? Hearing this, Chu Shi was utterly baffled. Zhan Sichen, do you have a fantasy disorder? When have I ever tried to flatter your son? Who is your son, anyway? Chu Shi felt this was the most absurd joke she had ever heard in her life. If you have a mental illness, I suggest you hurry to the hospital and get treated. Chu Shi. Zhan Sichen was truly angry. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that. Mr. Zhan, you meet countless people every day. I've only introduced myself to you once, and you remembered my name? Can I also interpret this as you being interested in me? Is that why you say such crazy things in front of me to attract my attention? After Chu Shi finished speaking, his dark eyes narrowed visibly, and the anger within them grew stronger. The grip on her wrist tightened, as if he wanted to crush it completely. Insolent woman, you're courting death. What? You're angry because I'm not interested in you? Chu Shi continued. Is it so petty of you to make me lose my job? It's simply shameful. Chu Shi, stop being shamelessly self-indulgent. A woman like you isn't even worth a second glance from me. Weren't you just looking at me several times? Zhan Sichen. Behind them, Aunt Lu stifled a laugh. No one had ever managed to provoke Zhan Sichen to the point of having his veins bulging and being speechless. At this moment, Junlin, who had just woken up from a dream, seemed to have heard Chu Shi's voice. Was it an illusion? He got out of bed and walked to the bedroom door, only to find it locked from the outside. Daddy. Junlin knocked on the door, calling, Are you home? Let me out. Aunt Lu was the first to hear and hurriedly reported to Zhan Sichen, Young master. Junlin is awake. He absolutely could not let that child see this woman. Otherwise, he would have another episode. He became even rougher, dragging Chu Shi out the door. You're not welcome here. Just get out. Fearing that she wouldn't leave if he only locked her in the hall, he directly pulled her through the courtyard and threw her out. From a distance, the boy saw a man dragging his sister out and hurriedly found a bush to hide in. Wow, what a handsome man. Sister, she is so amazing. She met a rich man right after returning to the country. Because they were quite far away, Dabai couldn't hear what they were saying, only watching as the man pulled Chu Shi outside. Meanwhile, Junlin, unable to open the door, quickly ran to the window and saw Zhan Sichen dragging Chu Shi outside. Mommy. It turned out that he really wasn't dreaming. His mommy had really come. Junlin shouted loudly, and Chu Shi vaguely heard it, while Zhan Sichen heard it even more clearly. I warn you, this is never a place where you can come. Zhan Sichen quickened his pace, dragging her out even more roughly. If you come here again, it won't just be losing your job. Zhan Sichen directly dragged her out of the courtyard. Seeing this scene, Junlin was truly anxious. In addition to anger, he felt a mix of frustration and heartache. Although it was his father who had doted on him since childhood, seeing him treat Chu Shi like this made him unable to contain his anger. Just as Chu Shi was about to be locked outside, Junlin suddenly had a wild idea. He tied a bedsheet into a rope, secured one end to the headboard, and lowered it out the window, then climbed down bit by bit from the second floor. Luckily, it was only the second floor, so it wasn't very high. Chu Shi was indeed locked outside, and at this moment, Junlin also ran out through the back gate. Zhan Sichen, you're simply a despicable person with a fantasy disorder. From Qin Muyan to Chu Shi, from a wealthy young lady to an ordinary person, Chu Shi had seen many people. But she had never encountered a man like Zhan Sichen who was so mentally unstable. She initially wanted to come and plead her case to keep her job, but it backfired. Forget it, there was no point in talking to this despicable man. She would go back and think of a long-term plan. Chu Shi slowly walked out of the villa area. After taking a few steps, she heard a child calling her from behind. Sister Shi. Chu Shi turned around and saw Junlin in pajamas and slippers, her brows furrowed again, feeling angry. Dubai, how many times have I told you not to sneak out with me? Chu Shi scolded angrily. I'm sorry, Sister Shi, I promise it's the last time. Junlin, fearing that Zhan Sichen would chase after them, quickly pulled Chu Shi forward. Sister Shi, I'm hungry, let us hurry home. Chu Shi was being pulled along by the little brat, her mind in a mess, and at that moment, Aunt Lu had already discovered that Junlin was missing. Chapter 009. They both mistook their son Junlin is missing. Zhan Sichen hurriedly ran to his bedroom and saw the sheets pulled down all the way to the downstairs. Did he really jump out of the window from the second floor to follow Chu Shi? Find him, Zhan Sichen ordered, mobilizing everyone to search for him. Chu Shi had just left, so Junlin couldn't have gone far. At this moment, the big white dog, hidden in the grass, only revealed its head when it heard no more sounds, realizing that the person in front of it had disappeared. Where's its sister Shi? And that wealthy, handsome guy? The big white dog had no choice but to come out of the bushes. Just as it was about to call its sister Shi, a surprisingly joyful voice came from behind. Young master, we found the little young master. Before the big white dog could react, many similarly dressed maids rushed towards it. The big white dog was confused. What was happening? Were they talking about it as the little young master? When did it become the little young master? Junlin, you are really becoming more and more outrageous. Zhan Sichen stepped forward, his face stern as he reprimanded. The big white dog's eyes widened in confusion, its little head full of question marks. Little young master, no matter how willful you are, you can't just run out by yourself. It's too dangerous. Aunt Lu was also frightened when she found no one in the bedroom. You can't run around like this again. You are looking for me? The big white dog felt like it had crossed into another world. What kind of plot was this? Of course, we are looking for you, Aunt Lu said, sizing it up. When did you prepare this outfit? I've never seen it before. Had it already prepared to run away from home? Seeing its outfit, Zhan Sichen's expression turned even colder. The big white dog was really at a loss, feeling both amused and helpless. I really don't know what you were talking about. I'm not any little young master, and I don't know you. I need to hurry home to find my mom, otherwise she will scold me again. After saying that, the big white dog turned to leave, but before it could take half a step, it was picked up by the tall man. Are you really trying to give me a heart attack? Zhan Sichen was now frantic, afraid of provoking another episode, feeling furious but having to suppress his emotions. I've said it countless times, that woman is not your mommy and will never be your mommy. Do you understand? This uncle, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Little young master, you can't say such angry words. Your daddy will be sad. Daddy? Does this mean that this wealthy and handsome man is his daddy? No, no, no. It should be that he is looking for his runaway son and ended up catching him. What can be concluded from this? He looks exactly like his son. Is such a thing possible? Before the big white dog could say anything else, it was already carried back to the hall by Zhan Sichen. Upon entering the hall, the big white dog's eyes widened even more. Is this a place for people to live? Is this not a palace? Zhan Sichen set him down on the sofa. Squatting down in front of him, his gaze softening as he said, Junlin, no matter what happens in the future, you are not allowed to run away from home again. Do you understand? I am called Junlin. That name sounds familiar. Upon hearing his question and seeing the confused look in his eyes, Zhan Sichen's heart sank, and he hurriedly touched his forehead. Was he having a fever, or was he having another episode? Why is he starting to talk nonsense? Junlin, don't scare daddy. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Seeing Zhan Sichen so anxious, in order not to be exposed, the big white dog could only play along. I bumped my head when I ran out just now, so I can't remember some things. Bumped his head. Zhan Sichen's forehead immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and he quickly ordered Aunt Lu, hurry and call Xiangbei and all the surgeons over, with a single command. Aunt Lu efficiently made the calls, while the big white dog's little head spun rapidly. This world is really strange. There are actually people who mistake their sons. So, he mistook him for his son. Where did the real Zhan Junlin go? At this moment, Junlin was pulling Chu Shi forward, and by the end, Chu Shi was too tired to run. Are you up to something bad, you little brat? Seeing him so flustered, Chu Shi questioned, why are you in such a hurry? Seeing he had been found out, Junlin also broke into a sweat and hurriedly said, I didn't cause any trouble. I'm just too hungry. Didn't you say you would make wontons for me last time? I want to eat them now. Just for this? Yes. Junlin nodded firmly. Chu Shi really couldn't do anything with him, so she had no choice but to hail a cab for him. Meanwhile, the villa was bustling with activity. Even in the hospital, the big white dog hadn't had so many doctors around him, and it was quite overwhelming. To make matters worse, a thorough check was conducted from head to toe. After the examination, the doctor said, "Don't worry, young Master Zhan, the little young master has no problems." Then why can't he even remember his own name? Before the doctor could respond, Xiangbei spoke first. Does he really not remember? Or is he just trying to upset you? After saying that, Xiangbei leaned close to the big white dog's face, smiling as he asked, "Junlin, who am I? What do you call me? Uncle, who are you?" Xiangbei nearly spat blood upon hearing this, immediately going crazy. "I'm your uncle. The uncle who shares your blood. You don't even recognize me?" The big white dog pursed its lips, flashing innocent big eyes, speechless. Is he sure his body is fine? Then why is he experiencing amnesia? Zhan Sichen was truly anxious. The several doctors exchanged glances, then confidently said, "Young Master Zhan, we have already examined him carefully. There are really no issues with his body." Zhan Sichen frowned. He had brought so many doctors for examinations, which shouldn't lead to any problems, but looking at Junlin's appearance, he didn't seem to be lying. Then, "Daddy," just as Zhan Sichen was contemplating, the big white dog came over, tugging at his clothes and looking up at him with a very obedient expression. "I might just be a bit slow after bumping my head. I should be fine soon. You don't need to worry." Just now, he made a decision. He needed to investigate this matter thoroughly. It wouldn't take long anyway. He still had his phone watch on him, so he could contact Sister Shi anytime. "Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable?" Zhan Sichen asked. The big white dog shook its head. "No, Daddy, you should take me around the house. Maybe I'll remember soon." "Okay." Zhan Sichen picked him up and took him into Junlin's bedroom. Seeing this scene, the big white dog was convinced that the child named Junlin was indeed the one who had run away from home. Sigh. With such good living conditions and such a wealthy and handsome dad, why would he want to run away? He didn't understand. Chapter 010. After the baby exchange, after getting into the taxi with Chu Shi, Junlin still looked back anxiously. Although he had run out, his dad was so powerful that he might escape from the first day, but not the 15th. "Sister Shi," Junlin called out to Chu Shi. You love me, right? No matter what happens in the future, you won't abandon me, will you?" Upon hearing this question, Chu Shi smiled helplessly and said, "What is with you suddenly asking this? I'm your mommy. If I don't love you, who will? Even if the sky falls, I won't abandon you." Hearing this, Junlin felt particularly moved, and his eyes turned red. Throughout his life, his so-called mom had never said such words to him. "Thank you, Sister Shi. Even if the sky falls, I won't leave you." Chu Shi smiled and tapped his head. After getting out of the car, Chu Shi held Junlin's hand and entered the apartment. Junlin had been tightly controlled since he was little, mostly going between school and home, and he had never been to other places. Seeing this apartment, he felt a bit out of place. Was this the place where his mommy lived? Was his mommy very poor? Once they entered the house, Junlin first assessed the place, and it was even smaller than he had imagined. However, being able to live with the mommy in his heart made him feel he could live anywhere. "Aunt Wu, help me out. I want to make wontons for Dabai and Xiaobai." After changing her shoes, Chu Shi said to Aunt Wu, "Okay." Upon hearing about food, Xiaobai immediately rushed out of her room, excited to eat the wontons made by Sister Shi. Junlin looked at Xiaobai in front of him. Was this the sister of Dabai? How lucky. He actually had siblings, and such a cute little sister too. Chu Shi and Aunt Wu changed their clothes and went into the kitchen. Xiaobai quickly approached Junlin and whispered, "Did Sister Shi hit you?" Although Junlin didn't understand what she meant, he shook his head. "No, Sister Shi is very gentle." "Really, didn't he hit you? I'm surprised. You snuck out twice, and Sister Shi didn't hit you. When did Sister Shi's temper get so good?" Junlin fell silent and became increasingly nervous. It seemed that his mommy wasn't delusional. She really had a son who looked very much like him, which was why she had mistaken him both times. What if her real son came back? This counterfeit would be exposed, and what would he do then? "You ran out in your pajamas just to follow Sister Shi?" While Junlin was worrying, Xiaobai came closer, touching his pajamas. "And how come I've never seen these pajamas before? They feel so nice. Did you buy them secretly? Where did you get the money?" Junlin was at a loss for how to answer this series of questions when Xiaobai suddenly jumped up. "Did you steal my pocket money?" Xiaobai immediately ran towards her room while shouting, "Qin Dabai, if you dare steal my pocket money, I'll fight you." Junlin followed her into the bedroom and saw her pouring a lot of coins out of a piggy bank, then starting to count them one by one. Junlin didn't understand this behavior. "Do you really need to save this little money?" he asked. Junlin was quite indifferent to money. His pocket money was always in 6 figures, all on a card, and he had never dealt with cash. "Qin Dabai, are you out of your mind? This is over 400. You actually call this small money?" Xiaobai was about to explode. You said the cheapest meal in Nanjing is 320 yuan per person. We get half price. And this money is enough for us to have a big meal. 320 yuan for a meal can be called a big meal? Junlin really questioned this, but he didn't dare say it out loud now. After Xiao Bai counted and confirmed the money was all there, she let out a big sigh of relief. Bai, you're too inconsiderate. You secretly bought such nice pajamas for yourself, but didn't buy me one? You like these pajamas? They feel so nice. Then I'll buy you one. Although he had run out empty-handed, he knew his dad had opened a bank account for him. He could use facial recognition at the bank and secretly transfer some money out when it was safe. How many do you want? Just one is enough. Okay, is there anything else you need? I'll buy it for you. Xiao Bai. Then Xiao Bai came closer, looking him up and down in shock. Bai, did you switch souls? Why do you suddenly seem like a different person? Did she notice? Junlin swallowed nervously and quickly explained, No, you're my sister. Of course, I have to accommodate you. Did you really switch souls? The usual Bai would never say such things. Just as Xiao Bai was about to ask something, Chu Shi called from outside, You two little devils. Come out for dinner. Hearing this, Junlin secretly let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly ran out. They then sat down together to eat. This is the first time making it. Let us see how it tastes. Chu Shi eagerly waited for them to give their feedback. It's delicious. Tastes like mommy's cooking. After taking a bite, Junlin felt it was even better than the wontons he had eaten last time. Delicious, delicious. Xiao Bai nodded vigorously. Sister, she is truly capable in both the kitchen and the living room. Such an extraordinary woman is hard to find. Eating doesn't stop your mouth. It's just a heartfelt compliment. Sister Shi's wontons are simply divine. Hearing Xiao Bai say this, Junlin couldn't help but smile. The atmosphere at the dinner table was so pleasant. In his own home, there were so many rules, and he could never speak at mealtime. Seeing these two little ones eating so happily, Chu Shi felt satisfied but couldn't hide her worries. She couldn't go back to the foreign hospital anymore. To find her son, she could only start with Madame Xia. But how should she find her? Is this my grandma? Bai was pointing at a photo of Madame Xia in an album, asking Zhan Sichen. Yes. Bai had looked through all the photos, and there were very few pictures of Junlin, but when he saw his own photo, he was shocked. They looked exactly alike. No wonder Zhan Sichen would mistake him. Even he felt dazed. Wasn't this his own photo? So, I have a grandma, a dad, and a mommy? Yes. Bai fell silent. How was this different from what he had read in novels? He thought Junlin, who looked so much like him, was his long-lost brother. How could he have biological parents? This was illogical. So, does that mean you have a wife? As soon as this question came up, it became serious. His dad, who had come to him, didn't he get the chance to become his real dad? Chapter 011. A bit reclusive if I didn't have a wife. Where did you come from? In response to this question, Zhan Sichen expressed helplessness. After confirming this question, Bai fell into a somewhat reclusive state. It really was unconventional. Does that mean he and Zhan Junlin are not long-lost twins? How could they look so alike then? The last question. Bai looked at Zhan Sichen and asked, Why did I run away from home? Why did I run away from home? It seemed that Junlin really had amnesia and didn't remember these things, which was a good thing. At least he had completely forgotten that Chu Shi. It was rare for him to forget, so why would he want to remember again? It was just because you didn't eat well and Daddy's attitude was bad, so I said a few more words to you. Just because of this. Zhan Sichen nodded. Really? Is Zhan Junlin that fragile? His sister, she had scolded him countless times, and he still followed her around like a little tail. Had he ever thought about running away from home? Sigh, children raised in wealthy families are really delicate. I've understood everything I need to know. So can I meet my grandmother and mommy? He wanted to understand these people first, and then check whether his resemblance to Zhan Junlin was just a coincidence, or if there were other hidden truths. Your grandmother has gone abroad for a vacation and won't be back for a while. Then my grandmother really knows how to enjoy life. What about my mommy? Bai asked. Has she gone abroad too? No. Zhan Sichen said. I'll contact her right away. You'll see her soon. Okay, Daddy. Then you be good and eat first. All right. I'm just hungry. Bai had run out with Chu Shi without eating breakfast, and now he was so hungry he could barely speak. Bai sat at the dining table. Looking at the full spread of dishes, he was astonished and looked at Zhan Sichen in surprise, asking, Is all this for me? Yes. Bai was truly shocked, his jaw almost dropping. Rich people really eat extravagantly, preparing so much food just for a child. Daddy, have you ever heard of the poem Pity the Farmer? What? This child was thinking too quickly, and Zhan Sichen couldn't keep up. You don't know a poem that even 3-year-olds can recite? The poem goes, plowing the fields at noon. Sweat drips into the soil. Who knows the food on the plate? Every grain is hard-earned. It also says that wasting food is shameful. So don't prepare so much next time. How can a little child eat that much? Zhan Sichen was taken aback by these words. Because Junlin's body was special. He couldn't eat as he pleased, so Zhan Sichen tried his best to provide him with multiple choices to ensure he could eat something. But now what was this? They all call you Lu Sa, so I should call you Lu Grandma, right? At his sister Shi's house, they called Wu Ma, and both he and Xiao Bai should call her Wu Grandma. That's how the hierarchy should be calculated. Lu Grandma, come sit down and eat with these beautiful young ladies. Lu Sa was very flustered upon hearing this and quickly said, Young master, this won't do. You are the young master, and we are the servants. How can we eat at the same table with you? It's against the rules. Huh, against the rules? Dabai really didn't understand. Wasn't Wu Grandma considered their family's nanny? But sister Shi treated her like a mother. Why were there so many broken rules here? This isn't feudal society. There aren't that many rules. Dabong directly said, and besides, since you already call me young master, then in this family, I have the final say. So my rules are the rules. If I want you to come over and eat with me, you should do as I say, got it? After hearing this, Lu Sa suddenly didn't dare to move and looked at Zhan Sichen, asking helplessly, Young master, what about this? Listen to the young master. Yes. So Lu Sa and the maids all sat at the dining table to eat with Dabong. It really was a feast. This was exactly the big meal Xiao Bai had been craving. If that girl knew he was enjoying it here alone, she would definitely be furious. No, he had to let Xiao Bai eat too. Daddy, can I bring friends home to play? Friends? Zhan Sichen seemed to hear a ghostly word. You have friends? Junlin was always solitary. How could he have friends? Why can't I have friends? Dabong was very puzzled. When he was at school, he was the favorite of everyone, and both teachers and classmates liked him very much. Zhan Sichen couldn't believe it, and there was another question. Junlin, you have amnesia. How do you still remember your friends? Oh, then my amnesia should be partial and indirect, right? I only remember her nickname is Xiao Bai. I don't remember her full name. She looks a lot like me. We are like fraternal twins. Zhan Sichen asked Lu Sa. Is there such a little friend among Junlin's classmates? Lu Sa also had a clueless expression. There are so many classmates. How could you know everyone? Dabong said, Daddy, you haven't answered me yet. Can I bring Xiao Bai over to play? Of course. Junlin actually has friends. This old father couldn't be happier. How could he stop him? Then Junlin, you eat slowly, and I'll call your mom. This little guy bumped his head. Although he was unfortunately amnesiac, his character was much more lively and cheerful. Uyiru saw Zhan Sichen's call and couldn't believe her eyes. She hurriedly answered, Hello, Sichen. Junlin wants to see you. Come back right away. Junlin wants to see me? Uyiru felt like she had seen a ghost. How could this be? It's hard to explain. Simply put, Junlin accidentally bumped his head and caused amnesia, which means he doesn't remember anything from the past. This is your best chance to shine. If you still can't make Junlin like you, then you can never come back to this family. After speaking, Zhan Sichen hung up the phone directly. Amnesia? Uyiru was half convinced. This little brat really doesn't make people worry. Uyiru had long been fed up with Junlin. If it weren't to please Zhan Sichen, she wouldn't bother with that brat. That old lady Zhan really lied to Zhan Sichen. She used the identity of Junlin's mother to exchange for the false title of Mrs. Zhan, but false is still false. Now she still hadn't figured out whether this was a gain or a loss. Forget it. To truly marry Sichen, I'll endure a bit longer. Uyiru said while fixing her makeup in front of the mirror, Once I really take my position, I'll find a chance to get rid of this little brat, and everything will be perfect. With that thought, Uyiru smiled smugly. Chapter 012. Has Big White already seen through this? When Big White met Oyaru, the two stared at each other, and then Big White slowly furrowed his brows. This woman was not as good-looking as his sister Shi. What kind of taste does this man have? Yes, Junlin, I am your mommy. I heard you bumped your head, and mommy was so scared. How are you now? Does your head still hurt? Oyaru said as she approached to touch his head, but Big White quickly dodged. It doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you for your concern, mommy. Hearing this, Zhan Sichen felt particularly pleased and smiled. This kid could actually speak so politely to Oyaru. That's good. Then my good son, hurry up and go play. If you need anything, just call mommy, Oyaru said. Okay. This villa was really big. It would take some time to explore. He needed to take a good look around. Aunt Lu took Big White upstairs, and Oyaru immediately turned to Zhan Sichen with a flattering expression, saying, I really didn't expect Junlin to accept me one day. I've canceled all my appointments lately, and since Junlin doesn't reject me anymore, can I stay here? Zhan Sichen tacitly agreed. Oyaru smiled happily. That's great. Children are the most innocent. Whoever treats them well, they will treat back well, and vice versa. Zhan Sichen sternly reprimanded Oyaru. Junlin's illness is ultimately because of you. You should really reflect on how you've been as a mother. Hearing this reprimand, Oyaru felt a deep hatred for Junlin and the old lady Zhan. Why did she insist on keeping this brat? But on the surface, she dared not say anything. She still needed to use Junlin to rise in status. I understand. Yaru lowered her head, looking self-reproachful. I've thought about it these days. I'm not a competent mother. From now on, I will take good care of him, even if it means giving up all my work. I hope you mean what you say. Zhan Sichen said as he walked out. I'm going to the company. You take good care of Junlin at home. If anything happens to him, I won't spare you. I got it. Yaru sent him to the door and said, Sichen, you can work with peace of mind. I will take good care of Junlin. After watching Zhan Sichen get into the car, her gaze returned and then looked upstairs, her expression instantly darkening. Big White had wandered around the villa and was finally tired. He checked the time, feeling particularly strange that he had been missing for so long, and she and Xiaobai hadn't he noticed? Taking advantage of going to the bathroom, he called Xiaobai, who was currently shopping with Shi and Junlin. Hello, Xiaobai, it's me, Big White said excitedly. I have something shocking to tell you. Don't be surprised. Xiaobai glanced at Junlin, who was looking at clothes in the store, and helplessly interrupted Big White. Did you pick up my brother's watch? Just a moment ago, noticing Junlin's empty wrist, Chu Shi asked where the watch went. Junlin casually said he lost it and tried to call but couldn't get through. Big White was stunned. What does this mean? You picked it up, and we would be very grateful if you return it. But why are you pretending to be my brother? Are you trying to scam us? If that's the case, you'll be disappointed. I'm broke. And trying to scam me will only make you cry. What? Big White was completely confused. All right, I'm busy. If you have a conscience, hurry up and return my brother's watch. After saying that, Xiaobai hung up. Whose phone? Chu Shi asked. A little scammer, Xiaobai said. He even mimics Big White's way of speaking. To be honest, the imitation is quite good. Junlin. Is that Big White? After being hung up on, Big White was utterly bewildered. A scammer? How did he become a scammer? How could Xiaobai not even recognize his voice? Wait. That Junlin ran away from home when she came, and the Zhan family went out looking for Junlin and found him. Does that mean Junlin pretended to be him and followed Shi home? It must be like that. What kind of parents are these? How can they not tell their real son from a fake one? And Xiaobai, how could she hurt his feelings like that? Forget it. Since it has come to this, he might as well accept it. She's sister borrowed that Junlin for a few days. So it's only fair that his dad borrows him for a few days too. Big White came out of the bathroom and saw Yaru comfortably lying on the chaise lounge, with a servant massaging her legs while she held a beauty device to her face. Such enjoyment. Where's my dad? He went to the company. Yaru replied perfunctorily, even with a hint of disdain. Your dad is a big shot in the business world, very busy. Does he need to accompany you at home every day? Huh. Big White was taken aback. Why does Junlin's mom have two faces? One way in front of his dad and another behind his back. Impressive. But he is not Zhan Junlin. If he confirms that this woman is a bad one, he has plenty of ways to deal with her. At that moment, Junlin was obediently accompanying Chu Shi and Xiaobai in the mall, particularly quiet. Big White, why are you so quiet? Chu Shi felt it was too abnormal. Yeah, I said he seems to have switched souls, going from a talkative little handsome guy to a cool handsome guy all of a sudden. Xiaobai couldn't help but tease. Junlin smiled shyly and said, not really. I just want to listen to Shi's sister and Xiaobai talk. Shi's sister, that outfit just now really suits you. I think you would look beautiful in it. Why not buy it? The dress is beautiful, but did you see how many zeros are on that price tag? Xiaobai interjected. Shi's sister must have seen it was expensive and didn't want to buy it. Back then, she brought two kids abroad in a tough situation, with truly no money at all. That year was incredibly difficult. Fortunately, she had an education and solid medical skills, making it easy to enter the Medical Research Institute in M country, where the salary was high. However, to maintain her health, raise two kids, and cover daily expenses, she saved very little. Finally, she had the opportunity for a promotion and would become the youngest team leader in the institute's history, but by then, her health had fully recovered. Just when she was about to get promoted, she chose to resign and return home, which no one understood. Everyone thought she was crazy, but only she knew that nothing was more important than finding her son. So after returning home, finances were not optimistic, and during those years of hardship, she had long learned to be frugal. Shi's sister, I have plenty of beautiful clothes, so I'm not missing that one. Chu Shi smiled and said, you too. If you want to buy anything, just tell Shi's sister, and I'll buy it for you. Junlin felt a bit upset upon hearing this. He looked up and happened to see a bank across the mall. Shi's sister, you guys can shop here. I need to go to the bathroom. I might take a little longer, so you don't have to wait for me. After saying that, Junlin ran away. Xiaobai couldn't help but complain again. This Big White still likes to run around alone. Chapter 013. Pride from the old mother. Dabai and Xiaobai have been independent since childhood, so when Dabai went to the bathroom, Chu Shi naturally didn't worry too much. Junlin saw the two of them enter a children's clothing store, so he ran out of the mall and into the bank across the street. It had been 2 days already, and if his dad hadn't found him yet, there would probably be missing person notices all over the city. The current calmness only indicated that he mistakenly took Dabai back. This is quite good. Junlin took out a portion of the money that Zhan Sichen had deposited into his account, then returned to the previous store to buy the clothes that Chu Shi had hesitated to purchase, as well as the pajamas that Xiaobai liked, which could only be found in specialty stores. Where have you been for so long in the bathroom? Chu Shi and Xiaobai had been waiting for a long time. Actually, I didn't go to the bathroom, Junlin said as he pulled out the items hidden behind him. Sister Shi, Xiaobai, this is for you. When Chu Shi saw the clothes, she was almost speechless, and Xiaobai was even more so, quickly asking, did you buy this for us? Yes. Where did you get the money? Chu Shi exclaimed, I saw that this outfit had so many zeros. Yeah, Dabai, you need to explain this clearly. Xiaobai chimed in. How could a 5-year-old child afford such expensive clothes? Junlin pouted and said, Sister Shi, actually, there's something I've been hiding from you. I signed up for a global children's math competition and came in first place, so I won a substantial prize. He wasn't lying about this. He indeed participated in the global children's math competition and won first place, receiving a hefty prize. Chu Shi and Xiaobai exchanged glances, once again astonished. When did this happen? How come I had no idea? Yeah, Xiaobai also couldn't believe it. When did this happen? We're practically inseparable. How could I not know about your math competition? Junlin wasn't sure if he could convince them, but he had to tough it out. When we get home, I'll show you on the computer. After returning home, Junlin logged onto the official website of the Global Children's Math Competition. Since he was the first place winner, his photo was displayed there. He intentionally enlarged the photo, covering his name, Zhan Junlin, with something. Look, Chu Shi and Xiaobai rubbed their eyes hard and confirmed it. Chu Shi was genuinely overjoyed, filled with indescribable excitement and pride. You little rascal. How could you hide such a big event? Chu Shi felt incredibly proud. First place in the Global Children's Math Competition. My Dabai is so amazing. I can't believe I didn't know all this time. Chu Shi was ecstatic, rubbing his face and kissing him repeatedly. Yeah, Dabai, you're too awesome. You're practically my idol. Xiaobai laughed so hard her mouth almost reached the back of her head. But you really kept this a secret for too long. Junlin felt a bit shy from their compliments because he had always been interested in math, and according to his teacher, he was a math genius. He was quite calm about the award at the time because he knew he would definitely win first place. However, even so, he hoped his dad and mom would react like this, but Zhan Sichen was happy, but it was within his expectations. His tone a bit bland. I knew my Junlin would definitely be first place. I can reward you with a gift. As for Oyaru, she didn't show any sign of happiness, let alone pride. How much is the prize? Xiaobai was most concerned about the money, quickly urging, just tell me, or I'll be scared to death. Anyway, it's a lot of money. Xiaobai, since this is Dabai's honor, let's not ask. Just let Dabai keep it as his private stash, Chu Shi said, feeling extremely happy. All right then. Xiaobai naturally wanted to take this opportunity to extort a little. My brother has become rich, but don't forget about me, your sister. How about using your money to buy me a month's worth of snacks? My money is your money. I'll buy you whatever you want. Junlin particularly liked Xiaobai as his sister. Really? Xiaobai was overjoyed, immediately jumping up to hug Junlin. Dabai, I love you. I'll be your servant for life. Junlin couldn't help but laugh. Strangely, after staying at Chu Shi's house for 2 days, his mood was particularly stable, and he had no physical discomfort. Could it be that his illness was due to resisting Oyaru? As night fell and the sky gradually darkened, Oyaru felt a chill in her heart. Junlin, Oyaru shouted at him. Dabai was still not very sensitive to this name, so he didn't respond and continued playing with his Lego. To be honest, the rich family's Lego was indeed different from the one at his home. It was much more advanced. Zhan Junlin, I'm calling you, can you hear me? After calling him twice without getting a response, Oyaru was very angry and directly stormed in. Dabai raised his eyes and saw her unhappy expression. Is this the expression that a mother should have towards her child? No wonder Junlin wanted to run away from home. What do you want me for? Dabai asked, not in a good mood. Take your medicine. Oyaru threw the medicine at him. Previously, whenever Junlin showed signs of a second personality, it was mostly at night, and whenever he had an episode, his attitude towards her was particularly bad. Oyaru was afraid he would act violently towards her, so she basically avoided him at night. Take medicine? These 2 words confused Dabai. Was Junlin sick? What medicine? Dabai didn't know what illness Junlin had, but he wasn't sick, so he refused to take it. Zhan Junlin, I'm telling you, you must take this medicine. If you don't take it, I will. And then what? Dabai looked at her defiantly, asking, are you going to hit me? You are my son. If you don't obey, it's only right for me to hit you. Come here and take your medicine. Dabai concluded that this was definitely Junlin's stepmother. A biological mother would never have this kind of attitude. If her son was sick, she would be heartbroken, How could she use this attitude to make him take medicine? I said I won't take it. Dubai's attitude made Oyaru extremely angry. She yanked his collar, forcing him to open his mouth to give him the medicine. But fortunately, Dubai reacted strongly, directly pushing Oyaru away and throwing all the medicine in her face. Oyaru was so furious that she was about to explode. At that moment, she heard Zhan Sichen returning from downstairs, and she immediately felt wronged and wanted to cry, but Dubai reacted even faster. Chapter 014. The two little guys start plotting. Dubai reacted quickly, sitting down on the floor and starting to cry. His crying bewildered Oyaru. Hearing Dubai's cries, Zhan Sichen hurriedly ran upstairs without even having time to take off his shoes or change his clothes. Daddy, she's just a stepmother. She hit me. Dubai pointed at Oyaru, crying with snot and tears. What happened? Zhan Sichen sternly reprimanded Oyaru. What did I tell you before I left? I didn't tea. When did I ever hit him? You pulled my clothes and forcibly tried to stuff medicine into my mouth. Isn't that hitting? Daddy, I was so scared just now. It hurt so much when I fell. Dubai wailed, crying heartbrokenly. Before, Junlin had never cried like this. And seeing the child suddenly break down like this made Zhan Sichen feel extremely distressed. It's okay, Junlin, Daddy's here. Zhan Sichen quickly hugged Dubai and gently comforted him. Get out of here quickly. You're not allowed to get close to Junlin. Zhan Sichen was thoroughly angry this time. Originally, he wanted to give her one last chance to show herself since the child had amnesia, but he did not expect the situation to be worse than before. Now Zhan Sichen felt like his heart was in his throat, afraid that the child would have another episode. Oyaru's eyes were filled with rage. This little brat actually accused her first. Although Oyaru was seething with anger, she didn't dare say much under Zhan Sichen's fierce demeanor and could only leave. After Oyaru left, Dubai collapsed in Zhan Sichen's arms, looking very aggrieved. Daddy, is she really my biological mother? It feels like she doesn't love me at all. Instead, she seems to hate me. Oyaru really isn't worthy of being a mother. Although he and Junlin didn't know each other, they somehow swapped lives. And he must help Junlin deal with the stepmother. She is your biological mother. Zhan Sichen, who had been in a coma for 3 years due to severe injuries, woke up to find he had a son named Junlin. When he first saw Junlin, the usually stoic Zhan Sichen suddenly had tears welling up in his eyes. After being reborn, seeing his life continue anew was an indescribable feeling. He had never done a paternity test with Junlin, but he had never doubted that Junlin was his son. Perhaps this was the bond of blood. As for Oyaru, he had countless reasons not to acknowledge her. But the Zhan and O families were family friends, and he and Oyaru had a childhood engagement. Junlin's mother could only be her. Daddy, even if she is my biological mom, you can change wives. I don't mind having a new mommy. How about this? You divorce her, and I'll go find a mom myself? What? Although Junlin had crazily wanted to recognize Chu Shi as his mommy before, he had never spoken like this. Had his personality changed after amnesia? Junlin, don't say such things. Dubai pouted and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. What a narrow-minded person. No, he must think of a way. Zhan Sichen as a father was actually quite good. If he could matchmake him and Sister Shi, that would be perfect. Junlin must hope for that too. So he had to find a way to cooperate with Junlin. Recently, Xiaobai had been living quite comfortably. His brother Dubai had suddenly transformed from a bad brother who argued with his sister into a rich and doting good brother. This change felt really great. Xiaobai. Xiaobai was happily counting the gifts he had recently received from Junlin, his mind entirely focused on this. What gift was his brother going to buy for him next? Great. He would accept anything. No, it's about Sister Shi. Junlin leaned closer to Xiaobai and said, Isn't Sister Shi a doctor at foreign hospital? Why hasn't she been to work these past couple of days? Seems so. If Junlin hadn't mentioned it, Xiaobai wouldn't have realized this issue. Junlin had a bad premonition. Could it be that Sister Shi lost her job because of him? After all, his father was the financial backer of foreign hospital. It was just a word from him for Sister Shi to lose her job. No, he couldn't let Sister Shi be affected like this. But he had already left the Zhan family. How could he help Sister Shi and his father resolve the misunderstanding? At that moment, Xiaobai's phone watch rang, showing that it was a call from Dubai. This little trickster hadn't given up yet. Xiaobai was about to hang up when Junlin hurriedly said, Don't hang up. I'll answer. Junlin knew this was the real Dubai calling. He had been substituting for him for so many days, and Dubai still hadn't returned, making Junlin feel uneasy. Hello. Hearing that it wasn't Xiaobai who answered, Dubai smirked triumphantly. Got it. You are Zhan Junlin, right? You're currently pretending to be me and living with Sister Shi and Xiaobai, aren't you? Junlin quickly glanced at Xiaobai, who nodded in agreement without revealing anything. Yes. I'm in the same situation as you. I'm currently living in your father's house under your identity, Dubai said. I have something to discuss with you. and this matter cannot be disclosed to anyone for now. After hearing this, Junlin went directly to the bathroom, closed the door, and said, "What do you want to do?" "Of course, I want to help you." Dabai asked, "You really like my mommy, don't you?" "Don't deny it. If you didn't like her, you wouldn't have run away from home just to be with my mommy." "Yes," Junlin didn't deny it. "Coincidentally, I really like your daddy too. And we're so fated to look exactly alike. It wouldn't make sense if we didn't become a family, right? Are you trying to match my dad with Sister Shi?" "Smart. Although I want that too, it's impossible." Junlin said, "My grandma is super powerful. Sometimes I'm scared just looking at her. She only recognizes Uyuru as her daughter-in-law. That's what she has said herself. If you can make your daddy fall in love with my mommy, then your daddy can resist your grandma, right?" "Silly. You're the silly one. Do you know my family better, or do I know it better? Then do you want Sister Shi to be your mom? Do you want to see your daddy and Sister Shi at the same time?" "Actually, I do." "Then it's settled. It's all about making it happen. Let us think of a way to get them together first." "How do we do that?" "Well, there's an old saying. What is it called? Cooked rice becomes a cooked meal. Do you think that is feasible?" Then it's decided." Dabai concluded. "We'll discuss the specific plan online. Don't tell Xiaobai about this. That little girl has no principles when it comes to money. If she sells us out, the whole plan will be ruined." "Okay." Dabai was indeed clear about Xiaobai's nature. Now that Junlin knew Dabai was at the Zhan family, he felt relieved. The next step was to figure out a way to match Zhan Sichen and Chu Shi together. Chapter 015 beautifully completed the first step of the plan the next morning. Dabai woke up comfortably from Junling's big bed. "Junling, get up and take your medicine." He hadn't taken his medicine all day yesterday, and Zhan Sichen was worried he might get sick. "Daddy, what exactly is my illness?" Dabai was also very curious. At such a young age, what could Junling possibly be sick with? "It's just a mild cold. You'll be fine after taking the medicine." Since he had lost his memory, Zhan Sichen felt it was inappropriate to bring it up again. "Daddy, do I look sick to you right now? I feel strong enough to take down a calf with my bare hands." Dabai even showed off his little muscles. "I'm all better now. I don't need to take medicine anymore, Daddy." Indeed, ever since he lost his memory, he seemed like a different person. His personality had become lively, and he talked more. Could it be that he was really better? Or perhaps, as long as Uyuru wasn't around, there wouldn't be any possibility of him getting sick? All right. Medicine can be harmful. Since he's fine now, I won't insist he takes it. "Junling, get up and have breakfast." Just then, Zhan Sichen made a decision. Seeing that the child had gone to eat breakfast, he called Uyuru. "Hello, Sichen, can I go back now?" After calming down, Uyuru realized it was inappropriate. She thought she could endure a little longer, but seeing that little brat made her lose control. If given another chance, she would definitely seize it. "I've decided to end our relationship from now on," Zhan Sichen said firmly. "Sichen, what did you just say?" Upon hearing his words, Uyuru felt weak all over. "End our relationship? What do you mean?" "It means exactly what it says." Zhan Sichen was too lazy to explain further. "When I woke up, I had Junling. I couldn't refuse. For Junling, I was willing to pretend to be your husband and give him a complete family. But the fact is, you cannot be a qualified mother, and he does not need a mother like you. Therefore, there is no need to continue our fake marriage. I will raise Junling on my own. You should take care of yourself." Without giving Uyuru a chance to respond, he hung up the phone, leaving her furious. For the past 6 years, she had endured the nausea of pretending to be that little brat's mother just to transition from a fake marriage to a real one with Zhan Sichen. Who would have thought it would end up like this? "Little brat, I should have gotten rid of you from the start. You truly are a disaster." Uyuru was livid. She hurriedly called Zhan Sichen again, but he hung up on her. In desperation, she called the old lady Zhan. If there was anyone in this world who could make Zhan Sichen change his mind, it would be his mother. But unexpectedly, "Sorry, the number you dialed is not in service." "Not in service? Where had that old lady gone on vacation?" Uyuru angrily threw her phone aside. What to do next? Were all her years of effort going to be in vain? No, absolutely not. "Daddy, let's go stay in a hotel?" After breakfast, Dabai said to Zhan Sichen. This was the first step in his plan with Junling stay in a hotel. "Why do we need to go to a hotel?" Zhan Sichen was confused. "Is it uncomfortable to stay at home?" "Of course not. I just don't want to see that woman who is not a stepmother but acts like one. I'm afraid she will come and bother me again. So it would be better for us to stay in a hotel for a few days to have some peace." Without waiting for Zhan Sichen's response, Dabai began to act cute. "Daddy, let us go. Just think of it as a father-son outing. I promise I'll be good." This little brat had indeed changed since bumping his head. All right. In the end, Zhan Sichen agreed, mainly because he had told Uyuru he would sever ties. He was also tired of her crying and making scenes, so it was better to go somewhere quiet. Thus, Zhan Sichen and Dabai checked into the presidential suite of the hotel, room 8808. Bai immediately told Junling the room number and said, "Can you get Shijie to come over? Then it's up to you to get things done." "Okay," Junling replied simply. "Shijie." Junling ran over to Chu Shi and looked up at her, asking, "Why haven't you been to work lately?" This was a question she had been afraid the two little boys would ask, but she knew she couldn't avoid it. "I'm on temporary leave. What's wrong? Do you not want your Shijie to take a break?" "Of course not." Junling bit his lip. He wasn't good at lying, but had to push through. "Actually, I already know that you were let go from the hospital." "What? How did this little brat know?" Did he guess? It made sense, with such high intelligence. It wasn't surprising he could guess. "I'm sorry, Bai, it is indeed the case. Are you disappointed in Shijie?" "Of course not." Junling said. "I know it's because I helped you answer a call earlier. It was from Foreign Hospital." "Foreign Hospital called me?" It was while you were taking a shower." Junling said. "The director Gao said you're a rare talent, and it's a pity to let you go. Right now, there's a very difficult patient, and only you can treat them." "Really?" Chu Shi couldn't believe it. "With so many experts and professors at Foreign Hospital, what kind of patient could only I treat?" "They said it's a special patient who can't go to the hospital for treatment and needs a house call, and it needs to be kept confidential. That's why Director Gao thinks that since you're not at the hospital, if you go for a house call, it would achieve the best confidentiality." Junling truly felt like he was speaking nonsense in a serious tone. "Room 8808 at the ODU Hotel, the patient is inside. It must be kept absolutely confidential. And you can only go alone." That's what Director Gao said. Chu Shi felt like she was hearing something fantastical and quickly grabbed her phone. "I think this is fake. I'll call to confirm." "Shijie, do you not believe me?" Junling pretended to be hurt. "I'm so sad that you still want to call to confirm. You little brat, when did you become so sensitive?" "That's just how it is." Junling tried hard to mimic Bai's tone of voice. "Shijie, you don't need to call to verify. If you don't believe me, you don't have to go. It's not a big deal." This attitude. All right. I won't call to verify. I'll go now," Chu Shi said. "At worst, it would just be a wasted trip. There's nothing lost." "Great. Shijie is the best." Junling immediately shared the news with Bai, who had a victorious smile on his face. "Leave the door open for Shijie. This time it will definitely work." Bai was full of confidence. Chapter 016. Now she's really going to be bullied by Zhan Sichen after Chu Shi arrived at the Ada Hotel. She was still feeling uneasy. Zhan Sichen had made it clear that he would fire her. Would Dean Gao dare to give her another chance? Chu Shi checked her call log, and indeed saw a landline number had called. She really wanted to call back to confirm, but decided against it. How could a child lie? It was inappropriate to check with Bai over the phone. Room 8808? That was the presidential suite on the top floor, where only the rich and powerful could stay. It made sense that someone of such status would prefer a discreet home visit from a doctor rather than going to a hospital when ill. As Chu Shi approached the door, just as she was about to knock, the door swung open suddenly. Had they left the door open for her on purpose? That was quite considerate. Chu Shi stepped in quietly. Just moments ago, Bai had tricked Zhan Sichen into the bathroom for a shower. And now Bai was hiding behind the door. When he saw Chu Shi enter, he quietly slipped out and closed the door behind him. Hearing the door shut, Chu Shi paused for a moment. Was her door not closed properly earlier? But she didn't think much of it. "Hello, I'm Dr. Chu Shi from Foreign Hospital. Is this the doctor you called for?" The presidential suite was so large that she couldn't see anyone in the living room. Out of politeness, Chu Shi spoke up, but there was still no response. Meanwhile, Bai had called Junlin immediately after exiting the room, excitedly reporting, "It's done. Soon, the raw rice will be cooked into a meal." After a long while, Junlin didn't respond. "Junlin, what's wrong? Why aren't you speaking?" Bai asked anxiously, not hearing any reply. "Isn't it wrong for us to deceive Sister Shi? She trusts me so much, and she would definitely be very angry if she found out." He longed for Chu Shi's motherly love. What would he do if she really got angry and pushed him away or stopped loving him? "I do feel a bit guilty, but think about it. What we're doing is to help them be together openly. You want to go home and see your dad and Sister Shi, right?" "Yes." Thinking this way, Junlin's guilt lessened a bit. "But that won't work. We look so much alike. You want to be my brother, right?" Bai said. "Not really. I only like Sister Shi. Bai is cute too." "Bai, does this little guy know how to chat?" "All right, if there's anything, I'll contact you again. I'm hanging up now." Without waiting for Bai to say anything, Junlin hung up. Bai was quite frustrated. He had wanted to ask about what illness Junlin had. No chance at all. Forget it. The important matters at hand were more pressing. "Sister Shi, as your son, I'm really worried about your lifelong matters, so don't blame me." After saying this, Bai entered the elevator, needing to find a place to treat himself to a drink. Inside the room, Chu Shi had already repeated her greeting, but still received no response. She had no choice but to venture further inside. And then she heard the sound of water splashing from the bathroom. Someone was showering? Leaving the door open while showering for her to come in? Was this person really serious? With the other party in the shower, Chu-Shi suddenly didn't know whether to enter or retreat. After thinking for a moment, she decided it was better to avoid the situation. Just as she was about to leave, Zhan Sichen stepped out of the bathroom. At that moment, he was only wearing a bathrobe, exposing his strong chest, and the view inside was partially visible. Water droplets clung to his hair, giving off a strong sense of restraint. When the two saw each other, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Why are you here? How did you get in? Both were particularly surprised and filled with confusion. Where's Junlin? Zhan Sichen looked around, not seeing Junlin, and immediately became alert. I don't understand what you're saying. Chu-Shi had always found it hard to comprehend what this man was saying. You want me to treat you? What's wrong with you? If she had known it was this man, she would never have come. Stop changing the subject. Where's my son? Zhan Sichen growled. What delusion do you have? How many times do I have to say it? I don't know your son. Chu-Shi was really at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. What was this man talking about? What did his son have to do with her? Junlin. Zhan Sichen didn't pay any attention to her and was calling out Junlin's name throughout the room, but still received no response. Chu-Shi, you really have guts. Coming to the hotel to abduct my son. I underestimated you. Zhan Sichen warned sharply. Hand my son over quickly. Or this time at 1T, just be a simple matter of taking you in for questioning. Chu-Shi was already on the verge of losing it. This man was indeed sick, but he was afflicted with a type of illness he couldn't cure. Stop with the threats. Just call the police. I also want the police to give me justice. Chu-Shi had grown tired of explaining to him. So call the police. If you don't, I will. Zhan Sichen had never seen such an arrogant woman. What exactly did you use to seduce my son? Zhan Sichen stepped forward and grabbed Chu-Shi's wrist. His grip filled with hatred, as if he wanted to choke her. What is your purpose? Trying to target my son repeatedly. What else could it be but to seek power? I'm telling you one last time, I don't know your son, and I have no intention of abducting him. I don't understand what you're saying. Just call the police, okay? If you don't, I will. If she continued to engage with this man, she would probably be driven insane. She decided to call the police, but just as she took out her phone and hadn't even dialed yet, she heard the sound of high heels approaching, followed by knocking on the door. Sichen, I know you're in there. Open the door. Let's talk, okay? I don't want to end our relationship. I don't want to. Please give me another chance. Just one more chance. Okay, Sichen? Hearing this, Chu-Shi was dumbfounded. What was going on? Was his wife here? Why would such a mentally unstable man have a wife who was so infatuated with him? What was she thinking? Chu-Shi couldn't understand. She saw Zhan Sichen's stern brows furrow with irritation, his face dark like a lion ready to pounce. Zhan Sichen grabbed the phone, dialed a number. And after the call connected, he growled, Oh Xiangbei, in 10 minutes, get your sister away from my room, or you'll bear the consequences. After hanging up, Zhan Sichen tossed the phone aside. Outside, Oyaru was crying even harder. Sichen, open the door. Give me another chance. Tell me what I did wrong. And I will change. Just as Chu-Shi was momentarily distracted, Zhan Sichen suddenly leaned in and pinned her against the wall. It left her head spinning. And before she could speak, he had already engulfed her. Do as I say. And once it's done, I'll return my son to you. I won't hold you accountable for anything before. What does this mean? What was this man planning to do? Suddenly, Chu-Shi felt a sense of crisis. Was this man going to take advantage of her? Sure enough, before she could react, she was thrown onto the bed, and he immediately pounced on her. Scream. Zhan Sichen commanded. Scream? Chu-Shi's mind went completely blank. Scream however you want on the bed. Do you need me to teach you? At that moment, Zhan Sichen looked particularly devilish in her eyes. Chapter 017. If you can't shout, I'll teach you. I can't. Chu-Shi's heart was a mess. You can't do this? Zhan Sichen seemed particularly disdainful. No, boyfriend. Aren't your methods for climbing the social ladder quite clever? This vicious man, why is his mouth so poisonous? You bastard. Chu-Shi was about to explode with anger. Last time you came to my house, wasn't it just to let me off the hook? Is this your attitude when begging for something? Shout, the louder the better. After speaking, Zhan Sichen pulled again with force. It hurts. Yes, shout like that. It hurts so much, you bastard. Chu-Shi really felt she had encountered a pervert, but her cries were clearly heard by Oyaru outside the door. There's actually a woman inside, in his room? How is that possible? He suddenly wants to end things. Could it be that it's not for Junlin, but because he has another woman? Chu-Shi felt as if her waist was about to be crushed by him. How could this man be so ruthless? It hurts, let go. Chu-Shi struggled desperately. It seems you really can't do it. Zhan Sichen frowned at her poor cries, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, a cold smile mixed with a hint of unruliness. Haven't you had children before? Can't you do even this? Bastard. Can he even speak human language? Due to the height difference, if he looked down, he could see things he shouldn't see, so she hurriedly tightened her clothes. covering the parts that shouldn't be exposed. Suddenly, changing her thoughts, she gave him a seductive smile and asked, I really can't. How about you teach me? Teach her? Zhan Sichen leaned closer, lifting her chin with some force, indulging in her beauty, thinking about the hidden charm beneath her innocent facade, and coldly smiled. Finally, you're not pretending? The charming smile on Chushi's face didn't stop, and she responded naturally. You've misunderstood. I just want you to teach me. Teach me how to shout. As soon as she finished speaking, Chushi quickly grabbed Zhan Sichen's arm and bit down hard on his wrist. Chushi bit particularly hard, and Zhan Sichen frowned tightly, letting out a muffled groan from the pain. Chushi bit down with all her strength, feeling that she was about to break the skin before finally letting go, then looking at him, using his own method against him. Why didn't you shout just now? I wanted to take the opportunity to ask you a bit more. You're seeking death. Now, the place where Zhan Sichen's arm was bitten clearly showed blood marks, and the veins on his forehead bulged. If her earlier intrusion had made Zhan Sichen annoyed, at this moment, he was absolutely furious. His fierce gaze filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent, sending chills down her spine. She didn't even dare to meet his eyes, feeling a shiver down her back, her heart racing like mad, and then suddenly seeming to stop. Meanwhile, outside the door, Oyaru was crying hoarsely, knocking on the door, but Zhan Sichen wouldn't open it. At this moment, Xiangbei rushed over, pulling Oyaru aside and questioning. Yaru, what are you doing? You're a public figure. Have you thought about the consequences if you're caught by paparazzi? Xiangbei, are you still my brother? Seeing Xiangbei arrive, Oyaru was especially angry. There's another woman in Zhan Sichen's room, and you blame me instead of helping? You two need to sit down and talk, not you banging on the door here. Come back home with me first. We can talk about it tomorrow. Saying this, Xiangbei pulled Oyaru out. But there's a woman in that room. He has a mistress, and you don't care? Mommy, uncle, what are you doing here? At that moment, Dabai returned happily after finishing her drink. You little brat. I was just about to ask you why you're not staying at home, but are staying in a hotel. Xiangbei asked. Then you should ask this mommy here. Dabai pointed at Oyaru and said, She is simply a stepmother. She abuses me, and I drag my daddy to stay in a hotel to escape her. You little brat, you're slandering me. The woman inside is someone you called over, right? Oyaru angrily stepped forward to grab his collar. But Xiangbei quickly stopped her. Yaru, calm down, he is your son. After saying this, Xiangbei quickly picked up Dabai, and Dabai also hugged Xiangbei in response. Pretending to be scared. Uncle, save me. Mommy is going to hit me again. You keep talking nonsense and… Enough. Xiangbei scolded Oyaru angrily. He is still a child. How can a mother be so fierce? Junlin isn't afraid. Uncle is here, and won't let mommy scare you anymore. Thank you, uncle. You're such a good person. After saying this, Dabai kissed Xiangbei on the cheek, and then said, Uncle, let my daddy rest well tonight, otherwise I'll go home with you. You just need to send a message to my daddy. Before Xiangbei could answer, Dabai began to act cute. Is that okay, uncle? I lost my memory. I've forgotten about you, but I like you. I want to reconnect with you. Huh. Xiangbei was stunned. Are these words coming from Junlin? Previously, Junlin was very cold. The greatest grace was calling him uncle. He had never been close like this before. All right, you can stay at uncle's house tonight. After Xiangbei finished speaking, he looked at Oyaru. You come home with me too. After being carried into the elevator by Xiangbei, Dabai couldn't help but smile proudly. Now, he had truly created a world for that fake daddy and Sister Shi. Sister Shi, don't thank me too much. However, Chushi was now in deep water and hot fire. Facing Zhan Sichen's behavior just now, Chushi was furious, taking the opportunity while he paused. She raised her hand to hit him, but her wrist was quickly grabbed. Stop the pointless struggles. Tell me, where's my son hidden? I really haven't seen your son. How many times do I have to say this? Zhan Sichen was about to say something again, when suddenly his phone received a message. It was from Xiangbei. Your son is sleeping with me tonight. Don't worry, I'll send him back tomorrow. What? Junlin is with Xiangbei now. How is that possible? At the moment Zhan Sichen was distracted, Chushi kicked him hard in the chest and hurriedly ran towards the door, but when she reached the door, she found it wouldn't open no matter what. What is going on? She was flustered trying to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. And what surprised her was that the man didn't even chase after her. At this moment, the hurried breathing disrupted her taut nerves, and only then did she look at Zhan Sichen. She couldn't help but be startled. Chapter 018. It turns out that Junlin and his father are both sickly. He appeared a bit pale, beads of sweat continuously emerging on his forehead, and with his breathing. He looked very uncomfortable. Is it anger? That doesn't seem likely. Are you not feeling well? Chu Shizhen was startled, and instinctively, as a doctor, she wanted to check on him when she got closer, but as soon as she reached out to touch him, he growled, Get out. His body might be weak, but his voice was quite strong, which startled her. You're not feeling well right now. I'm a doctor. I can help you. You can tell me where it hurts. I said get out. He raised his voice, looking as if he wanted to eat someone. Chushi was so furious at his attitude that she felt like cursing. What an ungrateful person. Forget it. He is the one who wants to drive her away. Why should she care about such a reckless man? Chushi stood up to leave, but just as she stepped out the door, she paused. No, she is a doctor. No matter what, she can't ignore him when he is having an episode right in front of her. She quickly returned, and at this point, Zhan Sichen was in even more discomfort, curled up on the ground in pain. If you don't want to die, cooperate. Chushi commanded in her capacity as a doctor, lie flat. Zhan Sichen was in so much pain that he could only mechanically obey. Once he lay down, Chushi quickly examined him. She couldn't pinpoint the exact cause of his illness, but she could roughly guess it was a sequel of some kind of disease. Chushi knelt on the ground and worked to rescue him for nearly 20 minutes, finally alleviating his discomfort. I'm calling an ambulance now. Once we get to the hospital, everything will be fine. Although she was a doctor, the conditions here were limited, and it was best to go to the hospital for a detailed examination. But just as she was about to take out her phone and hadn't even dialed yet, her wrist was grasped by him, still as strong as a vice. Don't call an ambulance. But you have to go to the hospital like this. I said no. This man is really annoying. Well, your life is yours. Do as you wish. Chushi stood up, tidied her clothes and hair, and said, I just played along with you and saved your life. If you have any conscience left, let me go back to work at foreign hospital. Zhan Sichen remained silent. Chushi noticed that he still hadn't fully recovered, and at this moment, she still hadn't received the response she wanted and couldn't leave. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. On the other side, Daba was leisurely being carried by Xiangbei into the car. Yaru deliberately sat in the front passenger seat to avoid sitting next to him. Daba pouted. Sitting in the passenger seat was just right, as if he cherished being next to her. Are you going to my place tonight? Xiangbei asked Yaru. Where else would I go this late? Yaru replied irritably. Xiangbei had no choice but to remain silent. To avoid this mother-son pair arguing again, once they got home, Xiangbei immediately arranged, Yaru, you should sleep in the guest room on the second floor. I'll sleep with Junlin on the first floor. Yaru was still unwilling, looking at Daba and questioning. I clearly heard there is a woman in his room. Is this your doing? Yaru, how much longer are you going to go on about this? Junlin is only 6 years old. What does he understand? Xiangbei immediately defended Daba, saying, it's too late today. Hurry up and go upstairs to sleep. Yaru glared at Daba viciously and then turned to go upstairs. Daba looked at Xiangbei with a particularly helpless and fearful expression and asked, Uncle, did I do something wrong? Why does mommy hate me so much? No, it's just that your mommy has a bad temper. It's not your fault. Saying this, Xiangbei picked him up again. Although Junlin's mother was not great, this uncle seemed quite nice. I like uncle. Can I sleep with uncle tonight? Of course. Xiangbei was overjoyed to hear that Daba wanted to sleep with him. I've always wanted to take you home to sleep with me, but you never agreed. Is Junlin really that cold? He doesn't even like such a kind uncle? Uncle, you're so rich. You're just like my daddy. Both are wealthy people. This is also a villa, decorated very luxuriously. Daba suddenly felt a shock in life. How come all of Junlin's relatives are so rich? You little rascal. After losing your memory, you really have changed into a different person. So, uncle, do you like the me before I lost my memory, or the me now? Of course. I like the you now. You're much livelier now. The you before was too reclusive and cold. What kind of stimulation did Junlin receive? Is it from that mother who is worse than a stepmother? Uncle, I've lost my memory and can't remember many things. I have some questions I want to ask. Can you help me answer them? Sure, go ahead. Uncle, is that sister of yours really my biological mother? Daba expressed disbelief. She doesn't look like it at all. If she really is my biological mother, how could she hate me so much? This question. Actually, I'm not sure either, but it should be correct. How can you not be sure about such a thing? It said that even if you can't determine who the father is, the mother is definitely not wrong. How can you not be sure if she is my biological mother? Are you really my uncle? Daba's series of surprising statements truly shocked Xiangbei. Things are a bit complicated. Just tell me. I don't mind it being complicated. Helplessly, Xiangbei had to explain everything. Your father was a soldier before, and he was severely injured during a mission and fell into a coma. At that time, I was having a conflict with my father and was abroad. When I returned to the country, your father had woken up, and you had already been born. Everyone said that Yaru artificially inseminated during your father's coma to have you. If your grandma and Yaru both say so, it should be correct, right? So it wasn't the traditional way of getting pregnant? Doesn't that mean there could be something shady going on? Was there a DNA test done before? You little rascal, why do you have so many thoughts? Xiangbei replied honestly. I don't know if a DNA test was done or not, but your father is definitely not a good person. He was already in poor health, and your illness has tortured him half to death. If you weren't his biological son, he wouldn't be so patient with you. My father is in poor health? Yeah, didn't I just say? He was severely injured and in a coma for 3 years. Although he woke up, he has very serious after effects. Generally, it doesn't flare up, but if it does and rescue isn't timely, it can be fatal. So scary? My father is actually sickly? Daba was indeed startled by this. What kind of a tribute do Junlin and his father have? How are they both sickly? Chapter 019. From now on, you are my fiancée. In the hotel room, Zhan Sichen had already recovered, and his face was no longer as pale as it had been earlier. Are you all right? Chu Shi asked. Zhan Sichen looked up at Chu Shi and gave a threatening warning. Don't tell anyone about what happened earlier, or I'll take your life. His previous 3-year coma was not a secret, but the world did not know that he had sequelae. Given his current position, he had many competitors, and his sequelae were his Achilles heel, which must not be disclosed to anyone. His previous episodes had all occurred in front of family members, where his private doctor could provide timely rescue. This was the first time it happened in front of outsiders. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness, Chu Shi said. Don't worry, I still have some medical ethics. I will definitely keep it to myself. But I have one request. Let me continue working at foreign hospital. Okay, I have a condition too. Zhan Sichen remained commanding. From now on, publicly, you are my fiancée. What? Zhan Sichen, you already have a wife and children, and you dare to say such things to me? You are simply shameless. She is not my wife, and I don't want to explain so much to you. If you want to return to foreign hospital, you must do as I say. For Junlin, he had pretended to be a couple with Uyiru for so many years, and he was fed up with it. Now that it was proven she wouldn't love Junlin, and Junlin wouldn't like her either, their relationship must end. If it were just Uyiru, it would be easy to end things, and he wouldn't hesitate at all, but this involved the Ouyui family. The Zhan and Ouyui families had a long-standing friendship. Zhan Sichen's father had passed away early, and Uyiru's father, Yanqing, was like a biological father to him. To completely end this relationship with Uyiru, he needed a reasonable justification. And Chu Shi was the perfect reason, especially since Junlin liked her, making her the best candidate. You are simply despicable. I will not agree. You have no choice. This is Nanqing, and I have the final say. Zhan Sichen's tone was particularly strong. If I were you, I wouldn't refuse. Having the identity of my fiancé, it would be beneficial to you in every way. Don't be unappreciative. Beneficial in every way? Chu Shi believed this. When she was still a young lady from a wealthy family, it seemed that everyone around her were good people. No matter what she wanted to do, there were always many people volunteering to help her. But after falling from grace, it truly felt like calling for help went unanswered. If she had the identity of Zhan Sichen's fiancée, it would become easier to investigate what happened after she gave birth at foreign hospital. All right, I agree. You have good taste. It's just a transaction. I can't say I have exceptional medical skills, but my technique is definitely above average. Pretending to be your fiancé and working as your private doctor for free, you won't lose out. After hearing this, Zhan Sichen smiled and said, that's reasonable. After that, Zhan Sichen handed her his phone and instructed, input your number, be on standby 24 hours a day. I will contact you whenever I need you. Was this pretending to be his fiancée, or was she going to be his 24-hour free nanny? Forget it. In order to find out her son's whereabouts as quickly as possible, she could endure it. She took the phone, entered her phone number, and handed it back to him. Let's leave it at that for tonight. I need to rest. You can go now. Chu Shi. This man's personality is really quite annoying. I will abide by the spirit of the contract. I hope you want to go back on your word. Don't worry, I keep my promises. You can return to foreign hospital tomorrow, and no one there will dare to make things difficult for you. After saying this, Zhan Sichen walked to the entrance, opened the door for her, and spoke without any courtesy. Get out. Okay, good night, Mr. Zhan. After Chu Shi left, Zhan Sichen felt a sense of dread and took a deep breath. How did he suddenly fall ill? If it weren't for Chu Shi being there, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He was tired too, so he lay down on the bed and closed his eyes, falling asleep. While he was asleep, Dabai, however, could not sleep. Regardless of whether Uyiru was Junlin's biological mother or stepmother, he had to completely kick her out of the picture. He must ensure that his sister she ascends. He needed to plan carefully. The next morning, Zhan Sichen drove to Wiangbai's home to pick up Junlin. As soon as he arrived, Uyiru immediately ran down from upstairs. Sichen, you're here? Where's Junlin? Zhan Sichen's attitude towards her remained indifferent. Daddy, I'm here. Hearing that Zhan Sichen had come to pick him up, Dabai rushed out of the bathroom and directly jumped into Zhan Sichen's arms. Daddy, I missed you so much after not seeing you for a night. I even dreamed about you last night. Zhan Sichen felt the same as Wiangbai. Ever since this child hit his head, his personality had changed dramatically, and he was much easier to get along with than before. Good boy, Daddy missed you too. Zhan Sichen picked up Dabai directly. Daddy, Mommy was mean to me again yesterday, and even tried to grab my collar to hit me. You little rascal, you're talking nonsense. Uyaru was furious. This little brat actually reported her to Zhan Sichen as soon as he saw him. I'm not talking nonsense, if you don't believe me. You can ask Uncle. Dabai looked at Bai, who had just come out of the room, and asked, Uncle, isn't that right? This left Bai suddenly unsure of what to say. Beijing, since you're here today, I want to talk to you first, Zhan Sichen said directly. Others may not know, but you should be clear about my relationship with your sister. Since waking up from my coma, she has already given birth to my child, and I have no way to refuse. However, feelings cannot be forced. The fake marriage we maintained for so many years was ultimately for Junlin's sake, but the fact is, she is not a good mother. With her around, Junlin's condition will only worsen, so there is no need to continue this fake marriage. I hope you can understand. After all, they had grown up together as good brothers, and Zhan Sichen explained everything to Bai. Bai fell silent for a moment. Objectively speaking, Zhan Sichen had never loved Uyaru, and she had given birth to a child without his permission. If she used Junlin to bind him, it could be seen as moral coercion, but on the other hand, Uyaru was his biological sister. It was indeed cruel for her to give up her career at the peak of her acting career to have a child for him, waiting for him to wake up, only to receive this result. Zhan Sichen, just because I'm not a good mother? Uyaru looked at him with tears in her eyes, questioning him. In a situation where you might never wake up, I gave up my career to have your child. During those years when you were in a coma, I never left you. I may not have done anything great, but I certainly endured a lot of hardships, right? Just because I'm not a good mother. You want to kick me away? I can't accept that. I already have a woman I like. Is that reason enough? Zhan Sichen said firmly. Chapter 020. No way. I have to get them together. What? When Zhan Sichen said this, everyone present was shocked. He has a woman he likes? How is that possible? Even if you are eager to kick me away, you don't have to come up with such an absurd reason, right? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Although Oyaru really heard a woman in his room last night, she still couldn't accept it when Zhan Sichen said it. Believe it or not. After saying that, Zhan Sichen hugged Dabai and walked out. Seeing him leave, Oyaru quickly wanted to chase after him, but was grabbed by Xiangbei. Why are you pulling me? I want to ask clearly who that shameless woman who seduced Sichen is. Oyaru, can you wake up a little? Seeing her like this, Xiangbei really wanted to slap her awake. No matter if that woman exists or not, he has never loved you. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Xiangbei, I am your biological sister, and now you are speaking for him? Just because you are my sister, I want you to wake up. There are many men in the world, not just Zhan Sichen. He doesn't love you, but there are many men who do. Look at what you've become for him. The more you do this, the more he will hate you. Do you understand? I don't understand. Oyaru emotionally shook off his hand and said, in the end, you just refuse to help me. Fine, if you won't help me, I'll go find Mom and Dad. They will definitely help me. After saying that, Oyaru ran out crying, and Xiangbei was really helpless. She had truly lost her mind. After Zhan Sichen got into the car with Dabai, Dabai immediately leaned over and asked, Daddy, did you just say you have a girl you like? Is it true? At this point, Zhan Sichen looked at him with a somewhat intimidating gaze. Is Chu Shi someone you brought? This. Zhan Junlin, you are getting more and more capable. Pretending to have amnesia in front of me, saying sweet words to coax me, while secretly helping that woman to rise to power. Clever. Daddy, it's not what you think. It's just that I didn't get a good reincarnation, and my biological mother doesn't love me. I just want to find another mom to love me. And that Chu Shi seems pretty good. Zhan Sichen remained silent. Dabai nervously bit his lip, then continued to apologize with a smile. Daddy, please don't be angry. If you get angry, you won't be handsome. Look at your originally handsome face, which exudes charm. But because you're angry, the charm has stopped radiating. You little rascal. You've learned to be slick with your words. Heartfelt words. Seeing that he was slowly not getting angry, Dabai tentatively asked, Daddy, I asked Uncle. And I know how I came to be. Since my mommy gave birth to me before you woke up, could it be that my mommy is someone else? Because she really doesn't look like my mommy. It's basically impossible. Why? Because of your grandmother. His grandmother is a strong woman who can't tolerate sand in her eyes. In the business world, her iron-fisted methods are not inferior to men's. She can be said to have a heart of stone. She would never be kind enough to treat someone else's child as a child of the Zhan family. Since Junlin is his biological son, then the child's mother is only Oyaru. The old lady also values family background and genes, so she wouldn't casually find another woman to bear him a child. Although that's what they say, it can't be that absolute, right? What if there is a possibility? What if your biological mother is someone else? But now that you are 6 years old, and your biological mother hasn't appeared. What use is she? Dabai suddenly felt it made a lot of sense. Do you believe that two children look exactly alike, but have no blood relationship at all? He couldn't figure this out. He looks exactly like Junlin. Is it just a coincidence? I don't believe it. Then, Junlin, you have too many questions. Daddy is driving. You will affect Daddy's driving. Oh, I was wrong. Dabai immediately covered his mouth, and then made a sound while muffled. I won't talk. Zhan Sichen couldn't help but smile fondly. This little guy is really getting cuter. If he had designed himself like this before, Zhan Sichen would have been furious. But after he said a few good words while pretending to be pitiful, Zhan Sichen unexpectedly wasn't angry. Dabai has high emotional intelligence and is never afraid. But Junlin's heart isn't that big. Ever since Chushi left, he has been feeling guilty and worried. He just sat on the sofa in the living room waiting. And finally, he was too tired and fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already the next day, and he was sleeping in bed. Sister Shi, he shouted and was startled awake, then rushed out of the living room without even putting on shoes. At this moment, Chushi was making breakfast in the kitchen. Sister Shi, you're back? Junlin asked carefully, feeling his nervous heart was about to jump out. I came back last night. Why did you fall asleep on the sofa? Chushi said, noticing he was barefoot. She frowned and hurriedly picked him up. Why did you come out without shoes? Your feet will get cold, and you'll have diarrhea. Junlin couldn't resist Chushi's gentleness. He had never experienced such tender maternal love before. Be good and put on your shoes. Then go wash your face and brush your teeth. I'll make you some wontons for breakfast. Chushi carried Junlin back to the bedroom, helping him put on slippers. Junlin observed carefully and noticed that Chushi didn't seem too angry. Was it because the lie hadn't been exposed? How could that be? Sister Shi, Junlin continued to tentatively ask, what patient did you see last night? A patient with serious mental and physical issues, Chushi summarized. But after hearing this, Junlin was stunned. Was she talking about his daddy? Although his daddy's health isn't great, his mental state is definitely fine. Could it be that because of the matter between him and Dabai, they have a cognitive dissonance, leading to a misunderstanding? How can that be good? Sister Shi, was that patient really that bad? Junlin was also afraid of exposing himself, so he didn't dare to ask directly. The hospital's VIP secret patient should be fine other than his poor health, right? He should be tall and handsome, right? Seeing Chushi's suspicious look, Junlin immediately explained, I was just guessing. In terms of appearance, he was indeed good-looking. This is true. Before she became a young lady, she knew many rich second-generation heirs, but most of them were not good-looking. There really wasn't anyone as charming as Zhan Sichen. But he is not good in character. Forget it. Let's not talk about him. Hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face. After saying that, Chushi went out, while Junlin, after hearing all this, wore a worried expression. With such a poor impression of his daddy, how could they develop a relationship? No way. He must find a way. So, Chapter 021. Should I marry the mommy I like? Dad, could you consider it? Dabai, please call me back when it's convenient. There's an urgent situation. When Dabai received this message, he looked up at Zhan Sichen, who had just taken off his outerwear, and quickly deleted the message when he wasn't paying attention. Dad, you must be tired driving back. You should rest. I'll go to the bathroom. After saying that, Dabai immediately ran into the bathroom and locked the door from the inside. Junlin had been anxiously waiting for the call, and when he saw the phone ring, he also quickly locked himself in the bathroom. Junlin, what's the urgent situation? It's about what happened before. You probably don't know, but I have to tell you. Dabai probably still doesn't know that Chushi mistook him for Dabai and went out to eat with him, which led to her being caught. This misunderstanding was the beginning of their issues, and Junlin had to let Dabai know. After hearing this, Dabai was left speechless. So it's because of you that Jie got caught. No wonder she was so angry with me that day. It turns out I'm just a pawn. That's not the main point. The main point is that after that incident, their misunderstanding grew. Jie even thinks my dad has mental issues, and this perception completely hinders their future development. Dabai, you're clever. Think of a way. What do you mean I'm clever? That's wisdom, okay? Say whatever you want. Just find a way to eliminate their misunderstandings. Unless we break this barrier, what can I do? Hello? Hearing Junlin hang up again, Dabai was about to spit blood. Could this brat let someone finish speaking before hanging up? Sitting on the toilet, Dabai propped his chin, thinking. He didn't know that such a thing had happened before. How could misunderstandings be resolved without directly addressing them? The only way was to let Zhan Sichen and his Jie interact more, and then be attracted by her charm, right? Dabai left the bathroom and was surprised to find Zhan Sichen actually cooking. Dad, didn't I tell you to rest? Why are you in the kitchen? Dabai hurriedly asked. I haven't cooked for you in a long time. Today, I'm making you something to eat. Previously, when Junlin had to take medication, there were many things he couldn't eat, so everything was prepared according to a nutritionist's plan. Seeing that Jun Lin's mental state had been good recently, Zhan Sichen wanted to personally make some of his favorite dishes. Zhan Sichen is a very impressive person, right? Someone like him actually cooks for his son. Isn't that a good dad? Why did Jun Lin want to provoke him? If he had a dad like that, he would wake up smiling in his dreams. Dad, you must not have slept well at the hotel last night, and you even came early to pick me up. It must be too hard for you to cook again. Let me cook for you. Let you taste my cooking. You cook? Zhan Sichen was taken aback. He had never let Jun Lin cook before. How could he possibly know how to make food? Of course I can cook. Poor kids have to take charge early. I started taking care of the lazy little boy when I was 3. Don't look down on me. I really can cook. I pushed Zhan Sichen out of the kitchen while saying, wait for me 10 minutes. I pushed Zhan Sichen out of the kitchen and closed the door, leaving Zhan Sichen speechless. However, Zhan Sichen was indeed tired. After all, he had suddenly fallen ill last night and couldn't recover so quickly. He sat on the sofa and closed his eyes. After resting for about 10 minutes, Dabai came out with the breakfast he had prepared. Seeing the finished product truly amazed Zhan Sichen. His son Jun Lin could really cook? When did this happen? Try it, Dad. It's a heartfelt breakfast made with love. Dabai smiled brightly. Regardless of the taste, Zhan Sichen felt a surge of happiness eating breakfast made by his son for the first time. This child had not only been free of illness recently, but had also been exceedingly sensible. Jun Lin, when did you learn to do this? Dad is really surprised. Surprised, right? Dabai propped his chin and looked at him with a bit of a spoiled tone. I discovered many skills after my illness improved. Cooking is just one of my many skills. Dad, look, you only kept that stepmother away from me, and I made such great progress. If you marry the mommy I want, I can't even imagine how sensible I would become. My dear father, should you consider it? Although he still wanted Chu Shi as his mommy, Dabai's mix of coaxing and trickery made it impossible for Zhan Sichen to get angry. You little rascal. When did you learn to be so cunning? Zhan Sichen was genuinely surprised by Jun Lin's change. Hee, Dabai smiled innocently. You'll be starting school soon, so get ready. If you need anything, just tell Dad. School? Oh right, school is starting soon. He and Xiao Bai just returned to the country, and Shi Jie has already arranged a new school for them. Everything was new and unfamiliar. Jun Lin would definitely be fine, but what about him? He knew nothing about Jun Lin's classmates and teachers. He had to find a chance to get some information from Jun Lin. Jun Lin. Dabai was still a beat slow in responding to his new name and wasn't quite used to it yet. What is it, Dad? You used to live at school. If you don't want to live at school anymore, Dad can arrange a driver for you. Jun Lin used to live at school? Now, the situation was that he was with Zhan Sichen, while Jun Lin and Xiao Bai were with Chu Shi. If the two of them really started interacting, then his connection with Jun Lin would likely be exposed quickly. If he moved to live at school and wasn't often near Zhan Sichen, wouldn't that be better? Living at school, Dabai said considerately, Dad works so hard during the week, and you often have video conferences at night, so I want to add to your troubles. What do you think? Sacrificing myself for the 3 of them, isn't that great? Jun Lin, you have to work hard. At this moment, Chu Shi had already prepared everything needed for Jun Lin and Xiao Bai's school start. School is starting soon. You too, as transfer students, will be going to a new school, meeting new teachers and friends. You must get along well with them, understand? Don't worry, Shi Jie, wherever we go, we are loved by everyone. Yes, my Dabai and Xiao Bai are loved by everyone wherever they go. For someone like Dabai who had a social butterfly personality, that was certainly true, but Jun Lin was different. He was cold everywhere. Even his teachers said he had a sense of detachment that shouldn't be present in a child. Can I not live at school? Jun Lin asked. Previously, he had lived at school to avoid seeing Yaru as much as possible. But now he didn't want to live at school. Of course not. I can't pick you up and drop you off since I'll be at work. Grandma will pick you up and drop you off every day. Speaking of work, she was originally supposed to return to foreign hospital. But then Director Gao personally called her, and his tone was incredibly respectful. Knowing that her child was about to start school, he proactively offered her paid leave, saying the office had already arranged things for her, and it wouldn't be too late to start working after the kids started school. Indeed, Zhan Sichen's words were truly effective. Even if he didn't say much, as long as he personally spoke, Director Gao would treat her well. Chapter 022. Get ready. I'll take you to a place on the first day of school. Zhan Sichen drove Dabai to school. Standing in front of the school gate, Dabai was truly amazed. An elite school, where the parents dropping off their kids all drove luxury cars. Compared to his father's, those were like little brothers. Dabai couldn't help but sigh. It's so competitive now. Even going to elementary school is so cutthroat. Jun Lin, having not seen him for a holiday, had become even more handsome. The principal personally came out to help him with his luggage. It wasn't just because of Zhan Sichen, but also because Jun Lin was the pride of the school. A good student is hard to come by, and he was the first place winner in the global children's mathematics competition. What does that mean? This is exactly the kind of student teachers dream of. Dubai, I'm going to school now. You just focus on your work and don't worry about me. I'll be home on the weekend. As soon as Dubai finished speaking, Zhan Sichen's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, his expression changed slightly. He raised his hand to hang up, then waved at Dubai. Okay, listen to your teacher. Okay. If this were before, Zhan Sichen would have really worried. He hoped Junlin could make more friends, but he had always been a lone wolf. Now that his personality had changed, Zhan Sichen felt no worries. The principal took Dubai to the dormitory and personally helped him make the bed, and it was a luxurious single room. Simply, too extravagant. Junlin, your school is amazing. The teachers here really like you. How are you adjusting to the new school that Shijie arranged for you? If you're not used to it, I can switch back with you temporarily. When Junlin received this message, he and Xiaobai had just entered the classroom and hadn't found their seats yet. No need. Seeing Junlin's reply, Dubai couldn't help but exclaim again. He's really fierce and not talkative. While Junlin was replying to Dubai, Xiaobai had already found a seat and was about to call him over when a little boy plopped down next to him. You're the new student, right? What's your name? Can I be your desk mate? You can call me Xiaobai, but I can't have you as my desk mate because I've already chosen someone. It's fine. Desk mates can be changed. From now on, I'm your desk mate. Move aside. Before Xiaobai could say anything, Junlin's commanding voice came from above. The little boy looked up at Junlin and angrily said, Who are you? Seats can be taken freely. Why should I move? Because I'm her brother. Junlin's tone was particularly oppressive. Move aside. After all, they were still elementary school students, and Junlin's pressure made the little boy afraid, so he reluctantly moved aside. Junlin sat down next to Xiaobai, placed his backpack properly, and began to help Xiaobai organize the books on the desk. Dubai, you were so brave just now. You are my sister. Of course, I have to protect you. With me here, no one can bully you. Previously, everyone in the family had focused on him alone, and now that he had such a lovely sister, he naturally wanted to cherish her. Okay. Xiaobai giggled. As Dean Gao said, the hospital had rearranged her office, and it was a big room. Xiao Chu, you'll be working here from now on. If you need anything, just let me know. Dean Gao's special treatment made Chu Shi feel uncomfortable. She quickly said, Dean Gao, I'm just an ordinary doctor. There's no need for special treatment. Although you're young, your abilities are here, and the treatment you receive is reasonable. Really? Is it not because of Zhan Sichen? However, with Dean Gao's attitude, if she said she wanted to check some files, he would definitely agree immediately. So she planned to bring it up in a couple of days. Okay, then thank you, Dean Gao. I will work hard. Since she had been given such treatment, she needed to match it with her capabilities. It was truly frustrating. Today she encountered a series of car accidents with many injured patients, and she spent over 10 hours in the operating room. After exiting the operating room, she felt so exhausted that her limbs didn't belong to her anymore. She took off her sterile gown, washed her hands, and directly sat down against the wall on the floor. Dr. Chu, you're really amazing. It's rare to see such an outstanding female surgeon. Yes, thanks to you, we really wouldn't have managed otherwise. Though tired, having saved so many injured patients and hearing her colleagues' recognition made Chu Shi feel it was all worth it. After resting for a while, she returned to her office, looked at her phone, and saw a missed call from an unknown number. Not paying it much mind, she then saw a message from a teacher, Dubai and Xiaobai's mom. Both kids performed exceptionally well today, adapting very quickly and are particularly smart. This is inseparable from your usual educational efforts. Let's work together to make the kids better and better. Seeing this message from the teacher, Chu Shi was overjoyed. The pride of a mother truly made her feel elated. Just as she was about to reply with words of thanks, the unknown number called again. Hello. You really have a short memory, don't you? As soon as Chu Shi picked up, she heard a man's scolding voice on the other end. I said to be on standby for 24 hours. And you actually went missing. What? Jean Dezonkai, not everyone can have flexible working hours like you. I was in the operating room just now. I certainly couldn't. I don't want to hear excuses. Zhan Sichen's tone remained commanding. Get ready. I'll pick you up soon and take you to the O family. To the O family? Oyara's house. Why? Chu Shi didn't even have time to ask before he hung up. What an arrogant annoyance. A twisted neurotic. Angered. Chu Shi immediately saved his contact under that name. He deserved it. During the peak time for shift changes, Zhan Sichen's car arrogantly parked in front of the outpatient building. And under everyone's gaze, Chu Shi got into his car. As soon as she got in, she could vaguely hear her colleagues whispering in shock. This man was really high profile to a fault. This Dr. Chu seems to be the new favorite of young Master Zhan. Yeah, so amazing. It turns out men really do look at faces. Being beautiful is a blessing. Who says not? Chu Shi could guess what these people would say. But it didn't matter. She didn't care what others thought. After getting into the car, Zhan Sichen's gaze fell on her, examining her from head to toe, which made her feel uncomfortable. You notified me so suddenly. I didn't prepare anything special, just my usual attire. It should be decent enough, right? At that moment, she was in a professional suit, completely barefaced, and because of fatigue, her complexion looked a bit haggard. But having seen so many heavily made-up women, seeing Chu Shi, even without any makeup, didn't detract from her beauty. It was a clean and pure beauty. That's fine. After Zhan Sichen finished speaking, he handed her a file. This is some of my basic information. You need to remember it. After all, she was going to pretend to be his fiancée, so she needed to understand the basic information to avoid making mistakes in front of the Oyin city couple. Chu Shi took it and carefully looked through the materials in the file. To her surprise, he had actually served in the military before and held the rank of colonel. This truly shocked Chu Shi. After reading, she noticed a small issue and asked, why is there a 3-year gap in the middle? Although it wasn't very detailed, skipping over 3 years still caught Chu Shi's attention. Chapter 023. Why does it feel like meeting the in-laws? As a fake, it's enough to understand these things. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Zhan Sichen coldly reminded her. Chu Shi couldn't help but curse him in her heart, then closed the documents and replied, I've memorized everything above. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Very good, Zhan Sichen said. It's your turn. What do you mean it's my turn? Stop playing dumb. Are you talking about my information? If so, she really is a person with a story, but they are all stories that can't be revealed to the world. I'm very simple. My parents are both deceased, and my husband died when I was pregnant. Now it's just me and my child living together. Both parents deceased? Husband also dead. Seeing his surprised expression, Chu Shi couldn't help but smirk and asked, what's wrong? Do you think I'm a disaster for the family? If you're afraid of being cursed by me, you can urgently switch partners. Although your character isn't great, you have money and power. If you want, there are plenty of women who would. Before Chu Shi could finish her sentence, Zhan Sichen suddenly moved closer and caught off guard. She instinctively backed up until her body pressed against the car door. You're still too naive to scare me. Remember, no one has a tougher life than I do. If you don't want to die, you better listen to me, okay? He is a medical miracle who woke up after being in a coma for 3 years due to severe injuries. Isn't his life tough enough? Pervert. Chu Shi pushed him away and quickly adjusted her clothes. Don't pretend to be so high and mighty in front of me. If it weren't for the money. Would you agree to this? For the money? What a fall from grace. If it weren't for the fact that she could conveniently find her son by leveraging his fiancée's identity, she wouldn't even look at him, let alone agree to be his fiancée. Of course, she couldn't say the truth out loud. Exactly. Chu Shi's eyes curved, her lips curling into a particularly sweet smile. So for the sake of money, I will behave. This woman changes her expressions faster than flipping a book. The car drove into a villa area, and Chu Shi looked out the window, feeling a mix of emotions as she saw the villas. Back when the Qin family was thriving, she also lived in a high-end villa. At that time, her father was still alive, and that person was there too, but unfortunately. Zhan Sichen's gaze caught her expression at that moment, and he saw the loneliness in her eyes. We're here. Zhan Sichen's words interrupted her thoughts, and Chu Shi came back to her senses, opened the car door, and got out. After getting out, Zhan Sichen quickly entered character, gesturing to her. Once she understood, Chu Shi didn't act coy and graciously linked her arm with his. Sir, madam, young Master Sichen has arrived. Upon seeing Zhan Sichen enter, the servant hurriedly announced. At that moment, Chu Shi actually felt a bit nervous, experiencing a sense of meeting the in-laws for the first time. And the worst part was that she was a fake. Sichen is here. Yinxing had a smile on his face, walking over warmly and amiably, followed by his wife. Madame, although Yinxing was middle-aged, he had a particularly upright posture and outstanding temperament, with a rare charm for a man of his age. Madame looked quite familiar and didn't he have the distance typical of a wealthy matriarch. When the two saw that Zhan Sichen had a woman beside him, their expressions momentarily froze, then they exchanged surprised glances. At that moment, Chu Shi really felt embarrassed. Uncle, aunt. After Zhan Sichen greeted them, he directly introduced. This is Chu Shi, my girlfriend. Chu Shi hurriedly bowed slightly and followed suit. Hello, Uncle O, and O, girlfriend? Previously, Oyaru had come home crying, saying that Zhan Sichen had another woman, and they didn't believe her, thinking that Oyaru must have done something to anger him, and he was just saying it out of anger. They specifically called Zhan Sichen over this time to clear up the misunderstanding between them, but unexpectedly, he really brought a woman. Sichen. Hearing the servant's announcement, Oyaru, who was putting on makeup, hurriedly applied more foundation and excitedly ran downstairs. When she saw that Zhan Sichen had brought a woman, her expression instantly changed, and Madame O, fearing an awkward atmosphere, hurriedly called out to Oyu. Sichen brought his girlfriend, hurried down to greet her. Ask her to greet his new girlfriend? Sichen, Chu Shi, please sit. Yanqing quickly said to the two. Chu Shi looked at Zhan Sichen in confusion, and Zhan Sichen held her hand and sat down on the sofa. Taking advantage of their inability to see, Yanqing quickly signaled to Yaru to keep her temper in check. Yanqing also sat down next to the sofa and said to Chu Shi, Sichen has grown up under our watch. Your uncle and I are like his biological parents, so Chu Shi, you coming here is like coming home. Please don't feel restrained. Chu Shi didn't know if they were sincere, but their attitude did leave a good impression on her. Okay, Uncle O. Chu Shi responded with a natural smile. At this moment, seeing her up close, Yanqing suddenly asked, Chu Shi, haven't we met somewhere before? What? This question startled Chu Shi. Years ago, when she was still the eldest daughter of the Qin family, she was known as the first socialite of Nan City. But she had been studying abroad and rarely showed her face. Even though many people knew her name, very few had seen her, and moreover, she had changed her name and identity now. Even a wealthy young master like Zhan Sichen had no impression of her, and she didn't remember having met Yanqing before. Maybe I just have a common face. I was abroad all this time. Uncle O, you couldn't have met me. I see. Yanqing smiled awkwardly. Then I must have remembered wrong. Zhan Sichen, is this woman you casually picked up from somewhere? Even if you want to break up with me, there's no need to bring such a woman to humiliate me. Yaru stormed over, pointing at Chu Shi and questioning Zhan Sichen. Yaru, you're being very rude. Madame O couldn't stop her just now. It's fine, Aunt, I understand Yaru is emotional. I brought Chu Shi here today hoping to clear things up. After saying that, Zhan Sichen raised his hand to pull Chu Shi closer and said, She's not a woman I picked up casually. We've been together for a long time. You're lying. Yaru absolutely refused to believe it. Uncle, Aunt. Zhan Sichen explained to the elders in a relatively gentle manner. Others may not know the nature of my relationship with Yaru, but you two are very clear. I have always been grateful to Yaru, but gratitude cannot turn into love. All those years of acting were for the child, to avoid hurting them. Therefore, I have kept my relationship with Chu Shi hidden, but unfortunately, that mother and son are ultimately not meant to be. Since Yaru and I are a fake couple and the child does not accept it, I think there is no need to continue the pretense. I want to pursue my own happiness, and I hope you both can understand. Chapter 024. Man, what did you do to my sister? Chu Shi couldn't understand Zhan Sichen's words, and in order to avoid giving herself away, she remained silent beside him. After hearing what he said, the Oyen couple fell silent, unable to speak for a long time. I'm really sorry that I didn't end up with Yaru, but I hope this won't affect the relationship between our families, Zhan Sichen said again. Of course it won't, Yanqing said with a bitter smile. We all understand. After all, you two are not really a married couple. If anyone is to blame, it's Yaru for not being competitive. Dad, Uyaru had hoped they could help her salvage the situation, but unexpectedly, Yanqing admitted defeat so quickly. Don't say anything. You were supposed to become a real family of three, but it's your own fault for not being competitive. You brought this upon yourself. Hurry up and go back to your room. Dad, I'm the one who got dumped. How is this my fault? What did I do wrong? All right. If your dad tells you to go back, then go back, Mrs. Oyen said, fearing that Uyaru would say more, and quickly pulled her upstairs. However, the atmosphere had already turned terrible at this point. Chu Shi inadvertently met Uyaru's gaze, which was filled with hatred and resentment, as if it could pierce through her. Chu Shi hurriedly averted her eyes. This girl has been spoiled, Yanqing said with a forced smile, then turned to Chu Shi and said, I apologize for making you witness this. It's fine, Chu Shi quickly replied. Sichen, now that everything is out in the open, we all understand you. Don't worry, just take good care of Chu Shi. We will discipline our daughter and definitely won't let her bother you again. It's just. Yanqing paused for a moment and then continued. You'll need to work on your mother. You know how she is. I understand. Thank you for your understanding, Uncle. Yanqing forced another smile and said, I'll have the kitchen prepare dinner for you. Stay for a meal tonight. No need. Uncle, Zhan Sichen said as he took Chu Shi's hand to stand up. We have things to do and can't stay for dinner. Please help persuade Yaru. Will do, Yanqing said. Just give me a call in advance when you have time. I'll make something delicious for you. Okay, Uncle. Yanqing continued to see them off to the car, watching as they drove away. Once the car disappeared from his sight, the smile on his face slowly faded. My brother won't help me, and neither will you too. Am I really your biological daughter? Uyaru cried uncontrollably after being pulled back to her room. Because you are our biological daughter, we don't want you to be wronged. He has already brought a woman home. If you keep pursuing him, won't that just trample on your own dignity? What about the Oyen family's reputation? Yanqing said seriously as he entered. Reputation? Is reputation more important? Or is your daughter's happiness more important? I've loved him for so many years. And it was finally about to succeed. And yet, what is that, Chu Shi? Uyaru exclaimed. How could she even think she is worthy of competing for a man with me? Chushi? Upon hearing her name, Oyin Chung became thoughtful, murmuring to himself. Where have I seen this Chushi before? Why can't I remember? After Zhan Sichen took Chushi out of the Oyin home, she let out a sigh, feeling so embarrassed that she could have dug a hole to hide in. You did quite well just now, Zhan Sichen praised her. Thank you. Although Chushi didn't fully understand the relationship between them, she had basically figured it out. Uyiru was that big star who often appeared on television. And she was so infatuated with him. The key was, didn't he have a serious illness? Not only did he have a severe physical disease, but he also had delusions, thinking everyone was his son when he was sick. How could someone like this still attract a female star? It really was unjust. It turned out many women only cared about looks. As a doctor, I sincerely remind you that with your condition, you should be hospitalized for treatment as soon as possible. And if you could fall ill at any moment, it's irresponsible to drive yourself. It endangers your life and others. Chushi was genuinely trying to help. This man, although he seemed normal on the outside, was really quite ill. He really thinks he is my fiancé? This is clearly what a doctor would say to a patient. Chushi was exasperated. Forget it. Why should I care about your life or death? I can't be bothered. After saying that, Chushi turned her head away. Zhan Sichen sneered, saying, as long as you know what to care about and what not to care about, you did well at the Oyin home. That side is easier to handle. But my mother's side might be a bit tricky, so prepare yourself mentally. What? Is it the kind of super terrible mother-in-law you see on TV? I'm not really going to be with you, so why should I be afraid of your mom? Zhan Sichen smiled lightly. Is that so? Where do you live? I'll take you home. 48 Yuyan Alley, Huaxing Street. What kind of place is that? Zhan Sichen had never heard of it. It's a place where if you drive your car in, everyone will gather around to watch. That description was quite novel. Zhan Sichen really didn't know what kind of place it was. He had hoped Chushi would lead the way, but unexpectedly, after she finished speaking, she fell asleep within 2 minutes. Chushi? Chushi? Zhan Sichen was speechless. Chushi had performed a long surgery today and was exhausted, and after acting this play with him, she was completely worn out. Zhan Sichen had no choice but to turn on the navigation. It really was a place similar to a slum. No wonder this woman was doing everything she could to please his son to hook a wealthy man. As the car was about to reach the destination, Chushi's phone rang. Since her phone was clutched in her hand, Zhan Sichen could see who was calling. Xiaobai? Is that her child's name? Zhan Sichen felt even more helpless as her phone rang twice in a row, but Chushi remained sound asleep. He had never seen a woman who could sleep so deeply. Zhan Sichen picked up her phone and answered, hello. Huh. Upon hearing a man's voice, Xiaobai was instantly stunned, and Junlin was even more surprised. Didn't this sound like his dad's voice? What was going on? You're a man? Xiaobai was genuinely surprised. Isn't it obvious? Zhan Sichen replied helplessly. My sister is actually out late at night with a man. Who is he? What is his name? What is his relationship with my sister? Why did I call her and you picked up? What did you do to my sister? Huh. This little girl is quite fierce. But oddly enough, Zhan Sichen found her rather cute. Chapter 025. Did you sleep with my sister she? My name is Zhan Sichen. Zhan Sichen responded honestly. Then why did you answer she's call? Where's my sister she? She is sleeping. You two slept together? Xiaobai felt like she was struck by lightning. Her sister she just returned to the country. How could she be sleeping with a man so soon? On TV, when boys and girls sleep together, they end up having babies. Junlin, who was on the phone with Xiaobai, was also completely stunned. What was going on? Dabai said they were going to make things happen so quickly? You have to take responsibility for my sister she. Xiaobai was going crazy. You better come clean. How did you end up sleeping with my sister she? This girl, asking such questions. You can ask your sister she later. She knows better. She knows best how she used flattery to climb the social ladder. She is too inconsiderate. She has already found a boyfriend and didn't even tell us. Xiaobai felt like she was going to explode. You're Zhan Sichen, right? Send me a photo of yourself right now, so I can see. Huh. Send her a photo? You want me to send you a photo? Of course. You're about to be my father. How can I not know what you look like? I need to vet you for my sister she. If you're not an incredibly handsome guy, don't even think about being with her. My sister she is a beauty. Oh. Hearing this, Zhan Sichen couldn't help but glance at the still soundly sleeping Chushi. He didn't agree with her character. But in terms of looks, she could indeed be called a beauty. What are you ONG about? Hurry up. I suggest you look it up online. You can find a lot of information. Alright, Xiaobai, it's very late. Children should go to bed early. After saying this, Zhan Sichen hung up the phone. And Xiaobai was left in a whirlwind. He even knows I'm called Xiaobai? He said his name is Zhan Sichen. Dabai, have you heard of him? Have you seen him? Xiaobai looked blankly at Junlin. No, that is his real father. How could Junlin not have seen him? But he can't say that. He said you can find it online. Dabai, hurry and help me look it up. Okay. Junlin responded a beat late. After putting down Chu Shi's phone, Zhan Sichen looked at her again. She was sleeping so soundly, it was as if someone had drugged her. They were almost at the place Chu Shi mentioned, but Zhan Sichen suddenly changed his mind, turning the steering wheel and speeding off. The moment Xiaobai saw Zhan Sichen's photo, she was indeed amazed. Then she looked curiously at Junlin's face, and then at herself. Dabai, don't you think this man looks a lot like us? Xiaobai was surprised. It seemed like this face was practically saying, I am the biological father of Dabai and Xiaobai. I think so. How could he not be his real father? He looks exactly like Dabai, and since Dabai and Xiaobai are twins, they must resemble each other, especially him and Dabai. But this isn't scientific. Clearly, they have different fathers and mothers. How could this be? Do you think he could be our father who we've never met? You don't even know who your father is? Junlin was also surprised. But as soon as he said that, he received a punch. Qin Dabai, are you stupid? We've never met our father. Sister, she said we don't have a father. How could that be? Junlin received another crucial piece of information. It turned out Dabong and Xiaobai didn't know who their father was? Could it be possible? But he is definitely the child of Zhan Sichen and Uiru. Could it be not? The director of Huachin International? Xiaobai's scream interrupted Junlin's thoughts. Wow, he is actually a handsome and wealthy man. If he becomes my father, can't I inherit his billions? This. You can try. Our sister, she has good taste. Then I need to think of a way to get them to register their marriage quickly. Junlin didn't speak. He hadn't expected the plot to develop so quickly. And now the three of them had reached an agreement. Once they register, when he tells them about the swap between him and Dabong, all misunderstandings will be resolved. And then they could live a blissful life as a family of 5. Thinking of this, Junlin smiled sweetly, but in reality, his thoughts were too naive. Chu Shi had been too tired yesterday, but she didn't expect to sleep so soundly. When she woke up, she felt a splitting headache. She checked the time on her phone. It was 7:30 a.m. Xiaobai, bring me my clothes. I'm going to be late for work. Chu Shi lazily called out. At this time, Dabong and Xiaobai should have already gotten up, dressed, and prepared to eat breakfast and go to school. But after calling out, no one responded. She called again, Xiaobai? Xiaobai? After calling out, she suddenly realized this wasn't her room. What a big and luxurious bedroom. Where's this? Finally awake? At that moment, Zhan Sichen walked to the door and said, if you didn't wake up, I would have thought you were dead asleep. Last night, he had brought her back to the Zhan family villa, carried her out of the car, and placed her on the bed, and she hadn't woken up at all, still sleeping soundly. How did I end up here? Didn't I ask you to take me home? After Chu Shi asked. She hurriedly lifted the blanket to check and was relieved to see she was still wearing her clothes. Don't be so narcissistic, with your skinny body. I wouldn't want to put you on my bed. Bastard. You better not be. As Chu Shi got out of bed, she added, and don't be too self-absorbed. A man like you who looks good on the outside but is actually only half alive is not my type. Just as Chu Shi was about to get out of bed, she was thrown back onto the bed by this man. What are you doing? Chu Shi, I've discovered you're really good at the game of pretending to be aloof while being interested. What? You're deliberately saying these things to provoke me. Hoping I'll sleep with you, aren't you? Zhan Sichen, you really have delusions. Chu Shi was really speechless. How could this man be so ill? Let me go. I'm going to be late for work. Wanting to climb into a wealthy man's bed isn't shameful. What is shameful is acting high and mighty while thinking that way. Having psychological issues isn't shameful. What is shameful is being unashamed and even proud of it. It's not only shameful, but also sad. Say it again. Zhan Sichen said coldly. You want to hear such humiliating words a second time? Chu Shi was truly surprised. Her heart was quite strong. I said you are not only shameful but also, Before she could finish her sentence, her lips were captured by him, first with a punishing bite, then a forceful kiss. This man was actually playing this game with her. Then he pulled her body closer, making her feel both itchy and painful, and she could clearly sense his body becoming increasingly hot, and the kiss grew deeper. Did he think this would make her submit? How could that be? But, Chapter 026, Woman, remember your reaction now. Immediately, his hand wrapped around her body, and a seductive kiss transformed her into a small boat in a whirlpool, completely losing her direction. She was led by him, sinking deeper and deeper into the center of that whirlpool. Her body involuntarily arched, seeming to spasm. Chu Shi felt her body growing hotter. As if she were high on drugs, what was happening? Her rationality had completely vanished, ignited with desire, and she didn't want to stop. Then, at the critical moment, he stopped, stood up, and looked down at her flushed cheeks, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Chu Shi, your mouth is as stubborn as a dead duck, but your body is quite honest. You still say you don't want to sleep with me. Chu Shi's face turned extremely ugly, angrier than if someone had slapped her. This man was purely taking revenge. Remember your reaction just now. Don't pretend to be high and mighty in front of me again. Zhan Sichen stood up, tidying his clothes as he spoke. Although our relationship is fake, we have to put on a show for others. If you provoke me again, I might really eat you, and I want to take responsibility. Zhan Sichen, you bastard. You have 15 minutes left. If you keep lying in bed, you'll be late for work. She quickly glanced at the time. She was really running out of time. She hurriedly tidied her clothes, roughly combed her hair, and rushed out. At that moment, she was standing at the intersection waiting for a taxi when Zhan Sichen drove his limited edition luxury car and deliberately stopped in front of her. This is a villa area. It's hard to catch a cab. Do you want me to give you a ride? No. She said firmly. Even if she had to walk to work today, she wouldn't get into this man's car. Zhan Sichen snorted coldly, his intentions completely exposed, and he continued to act. He stepped on the gas, and the car sped away. After driving for a while, he looked at Shi through the rearview mirror. Seeing her anxiously checking her phone and looking around for a taxi, a smug smile appearing on his face, before stepping harder on the gas. Zhan Sichen, you psycho. Once I find my son, I will definitely give you a shot before leaving. She initially planned to wait a few days before asking Director Gao to check the files, but she couldn't wait any longer. She needed to find her son as soon as possible and leave this mentally unstable man, continuing to be entangled with him. Forget about being eaten by him. Even if he silenced her, a lunatic like him wouldn't compensate her life. How unfair would that be? As Zhan Sichen said, it was particularly difficult to catch a taxi here. After walking for a long time, she finally managed to get one. By the time she arrived at the hospital, she was already more than half an hour late. I'm sorry, Director. I was stuck in traffic on the way. When she arrived, the department was having a morning meeting for shift change, and she apologetically explained to the director. It's okay. Traffic happens. Everyone understands. Yeah, we all know. Her colleagues in the department echoed. In fact, she would rather be scolded severely by the director or have her salary deducted. That way, she could feel more justified. The current situation made her want to find a hole to hide in, so she needed to find her son quickly and end this relationship. After lunch, she mustered the courage to go to Director Gao's office. Director Gao, I have an unreasonable request. She hesitated to speak. Xiao Chu, just say what you need. Are you dissatisfied with the current treatment? No, I'm very satisfied. It's not about work. She paused, then slowly said, it's about a friend of mine from 6 or 7 years ago who gave birth in our hospital and unfortunately died during childbirth. I want to check her medical records. At that time, during her delivery, she was indeed on the brink of death. Mrs. Xia insisted on a natural birth, and the doctor had no choice but to comply. After delivering the first child, she lost consciousness. Later, she heard from Wu Ma that both she and the baby were in critical danger, and if they insisted on a natural birth, it would only mean 1 mother and 3 deaths. The doctor had also told Mrs. Xia this. They claimed that all 3 had died on the delivery bed, and the medical records reflected this. It was only later that Wu Ma begged and brought out all her savings, kneeling to the doctor to perform an emergency C-section. That was the only way she could be saved, but the official statement and the medical records still indicated she had died, with no changes made, which suited her just fine. Do you want to check the records from back then? Is that okay, Director Gao? She quickly pleaded. My friend had no parents. I originally thought she and the baby had both died, but I heard later that one of her children survived. I want to check the records from back then to see if I can find out the whereabouts of that child and confirm that the child is doing well so she can rest in peace. All right. After all, she was now Zhan Sichen's person, and since she had asked like this, Director Gao couldn't refuse. I'll make a call in a bit. You can go directly to the medical records room. Thank you so much, Director Gao. She was extremely happy. After leaving Director Gao's office, she immediately went to the medical records room. Director Gao had already made the call, so checking the files went smoothly. The medical records had her attending physician's name, as well as the height and weight of the baby she delivered, a 4-pound boy, since it was a set of triplets. Her eldest son must look very similar to Dubai, right? She found the attending physician's name, Li Wei, and then went to the obstetrics department to inquire. This doctor had been transferred 4 or 5 years ago, so she asked several senior doctors and nurses in the obstetrics department. Do you remember 6 years ago? A pregnant woman named Qin Muyan who was having triplets, but after delivering 1 child, she died along with the other 2? Do you know what happened to the child she delivered? Upon hearing this question, they all shook their heads. We deliver several pregnant women a day. How can we remember so much? She thought about it as well. If these people didn't remember, that doctor named Li Wei would surely remember, given how Mrs. Xia had caused such a scene. So the urgent task now was to find that doctor and ask about her son or the whereabouts of Mrs. Xia. With a goal in mind, she felt motivated. Meanwhile, her mischievous children were continuing their antics. Chapter 027. How did Sister Xi end up blindly falling for you? Sister Shi, you said you won't be back tonight? Upon hearing this, Xiaobai was surprisingly happy and immediately came up with a bad idea. Yes, I have something to take care of, and I'll probably be back tomorrow afternoon. Goodbye. You must not run around alone anymore, and especially need to take good care of your sister. She had already found out which hospital Dr. Li Wei was currently working at, and she planned to stay there for one night today and then visit the doctor tomorrow. Don't worry, Sister Shi, I will. Junlin quickly replied. After hanging up the phone, Xiaobai immediately said to Junlin, Goodbye, shall we go meet our future dad? What? Just to find that Zhan Sichen. Xiaobai said, Sister Shi is already with him, and they might get married soon. How can we not meet him? I'm not going. Sister, she just told me on the phone not to run around. Qin Dubai, when did you become so obedient? Not running around isn't your character. Xiaobai looked at him with extreme suspicion. Dubai, I've really noticed that you've been acting strange lately. It feels like you've become a different person. If it were the old you would definitely suggest going to meet this dad. Really? But his character was completely different from Dubai's. Dubai, just accompany me, okay? Isn't the brother the one who loves his sister the most? Junlin really couldn't resist Xiaobai's coquetry and could only say, all right, but I want to go in. You, as a girl, should be the one to go in and check things out first. Okay then. After school, Aunt Wu came to pick them up, and the two little ones easily tricked Aunt Wu. Then they arrived at the entrance of Huachin International's company. Junlin was very familiar with this place, so he took her in through the back door, perfectly avoiding the surveillance cameras. Dubai, you seem to know this place very well. Of course. I inquired about it beforehand. Junlin held Xiaobai's little hand and led her inside, just as the receptionist noticed them. Little young master. The receptionist hurriedly wanted to respectfully call out to the little young master when she saw Junlin, but Junlin quickly made a shushing gesture. And the receptionist reacted quickly, swallowing the rest of her words. Auntie, we just came in to use the restroom. Could you please take me there? Junlin asked the receptionist. Oh, okay. The receptionist pretended not to recognize him and nodded, saying, Little friend, please follow me. Xiaobai, wait for me here. I'll be back in a bit. Okay. The receptionist followed Junlin to a corner and then respectfully asked, Little young master, what is this? I brought a friend to meet my dad. You'll take her to my dad's office, and then you can leave. Don't tell anyone I was here. Got it, little young master. After that, Junlin and the receptionist walked out together, and Junlin said to Xiaobai, Xiaobai, I've already told this Annie. She will take you to Zhan Sichen's office. Just go with her obediently, and I'll wait for you outside the company. Okay. Xiaobai didn't think too much and followed the receptionist into the elevator. Seeing Xiaobai go in, Junlin left the company through the back door and immediately called Dubai. At that moment, Dubai was happily lying in bed, enjoying his comfortable life. Dubai, there's an emergency. It seems my dad and sister Shi are really together now, and it's developing very quickly, just like you said. The raw rice has been cooked into cooked rice. What? So fast? Dubai was genuinely surprised. Of course, my sister Shi is so charming. It's normal for your dad not to be able to resist. So what should we do next? Can we reveal the truth now? Why are you in such a hurry? Your mother, who is worse than a stepmother, doesn't seem easy to deal with. Let us observe for now. Qin Dubai, are you now completely infatuated? Zhan Junlin, what do you mean by that? If you think like this, we should switch back immediately. I just borrowed your dad. But you borrowed my mommy and my sister. This deal is definitely a loss for me. Dubai added, do you want to switch back? If you nod, I'll do it in minutes. Forget it. I'll listen to you for now. Junlin really didn't want to part with Chu Shi and Xiaobai. I wonder who's the one infatuated. Dubai couldn't help but tease. I'm a math genius. So don't let me down while using my identity at that school. You're a math genius, but I'm not. My IQ is also very high, okay? Who do you look down on? Dubai said, don't disturb me while I solve Olympiad problems by. Previously, Junlin would hang up first. But this time Dubai had to return the favor. Junlin was really annoyed. He hadn't even told him that Xiaobai had gone to recognize her dad. Dad. Xiaobai was brought to the door of Zhan Sichen's office and directly pushed the door open, calling out in a cute little voice. At that moment, Zhan Sichen was still discussing matters with a high-ranking company executive. As soon as Xiaobai called out, both of them froze. Zhan, President Zhan, you have a daughter? Not yet, but soon. Xiaobai giggled. Dad, you're busy right now, right? I'll wait for you over here, after you finish. I'll talk to you. Xiaobai completely settled herself on the sofa and added, you can treat me like air. Just go ahead and chat. President Zhan, I'll take my leave for now. The high-ranking executive wisely excused himself. You are Xiaobai? Zhan Sichen asked. Yes, Xiao as in small. Bai as in black and white. Xiaobai replied. How did you get in here? How could a child find this place? Moreover, even if she entered the company, it's difficult to go directly into his office without an appointment. The board chairman's office has the big words board chairman outside, and then I just came in. Xiaobai waved her hand and said, "Don't mind those details, I just want to ask you, are you really with my sister Shi?" "Not really. It's hard to explain this to a child." Zhan Sichen walked over and directly picked her up. "She should be outside. Hurry and find your mom. I don't have time to waste talking to you." "How is it a waste of time to communicate with your future daughter?" Xiaobai pouted a bit unhappily. "You're so ungentlemanly. How did my sister Shi end up blindly falling for you?" Chapter 028. If you bully my mommy, I will beat you up. Hearing Xiaobai's words, Zhan Sichen couldn't help but smile bitterly. She really was a little imp. Zhan Sichen didn't say anything more to her and directly picked up his phone to call Chu Shi. But Xiaobai immediately noticed this action and hurriedly snatched his phone away. "What are you doing?" "Of course I'm calling your mommy to have her pick you up." Xiaobai looked at him with disdain and retorted, "How can someone your age still like to complain? Sister, she isn't in South City today. You won't be able to find her, and besides, I came to find you because this is between us. It has nothing to do with Sister Shi." This little girl was quite interesting, so Zhan Sichen put his phone away. "All right, then let's chat. What do you want to talk about, little girl?" Zhan Sichen asked as he sat on the sofa, looking at her. "I just want to ask you if you truly love Sister Shi. When do you plan to marry her?" Zhan Sichen. "She's really straightforward. Are you in such a hurry to marry your mommy?" Zhan Sichen asked. "Of course not. It depends on who the other person is. After all, there are so many people pursuing my sister Shi. It can't just be any man. At the very least, I have to vet them first." Her tone was completely like that of a little adult, making Zhan Sichen a bit interested. He chuckled and asked in a teasing tone, "Oh, so your mommy is quite popular?" "Of course. When it comes to my sister Shi." Xiaobai's face was full of pride. "My sister Shi's beauty is beyond words. Anyone who isn't blind wouldn't dare say she isn't pretty. Plus, my sister Shi is very capable. She entered the Country Medical Research Institute with the top scores in both the written and interview tests. They were even going to promote her, but she chose to return home instead. Otherwise, she would have been the youngest leader at the Country Medical Research Institute." "Really? That's impressive." "Of course. So not just any man is good enough for my sister Shi. I think you're not bad. You're quite handsome, have a decent figure, and are somewhat wealthy. You might barely qualify to be with my sister Shi." Zhan Sichen. Does this little girl really know who he is? She's quite bold in her words. "You still haven't answered my question. When do you plan to marry my sister Shi?" Their relationship was originally fake. Marriage? That was impossible in this lifetime. "You don't really plan to marry my sister Shi, do you?" Seeing that Zhan Sichen didn't respond, Xiaobai jumped up in anger. "You two have already slept together, and you still won't marry her? Isn't that being a rogue? Does this little girl even know what being a rogue means?" So angry. "You scumbag." Scumbag? No one had ever described him with those words before. "Little brat. I've listened to everything you've said. No more messing around here." Zhan Sichen directly picked her up and walked out of the office. "Who did you come with? Hurry and go home. I don't need you to carry me. I can walk by myself." Xiaobai struggled and jumped down from his arms. After she landed, she fiercely said to Zhan Sichen, "My sister, she is the best woman in the world. If you don't marry her, that's your loss. And if you really don't want to marry her, stay away from her. If you dare bully her, I'll smash your head." After delivering her threat, Xiaobai turned and walked out. Zhan Sichen was truly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. No one had ever dared to threaten him before. And today he was actually threatened by a little girl. What a turn of events. But thinking about it, it was quite cute. Junlin had been hiding outside the company in a place where he couldn't be monitored to avoid exposing himself. When he saw Xiaobai come out, he quickly pulled her to a safe place. "How did the conversation go?" "Not good. After talking, I found out he's a scumbag." "What? You mean to say his father is a scumbag? How could that be? From what he said, he never even thought about marrying Sister Shi. Isn't that a scumbag?" Xiaobai said angrily. Her father actually had no intention of marrying Chu Shi. Did that mean all their efforts were in vain? No, the plan must continue. They couldn't just let the two of them be together. They needed to develop feelings for each other. The next day, Chu Shi went to the hospital where Dr. Li Wei worked to find her. Today happened to be her consultation day, and she smoothly found her. It was now the lunch break. And if someone wanted to see a doctor, they would have to wait until the afternoon. "If it's an emergency, go to the emergency room," Dr. Li reminded. "Dr. Li, do you remember me?" Although Dr. Li Wei had seen many pregnant women, she should have a deep impression of her. "I'm Qin Muyan. Do you remember me?" "Qin Muyan," Dr. Li Wei said, "I remember, and I have a particularly deep impression." At that time, she had already fallen into a coma. And it was she who told Madame Shi that the mother and the two children in her womb had died. Later, it was Wu Ma who knelt down and begged her, and she had no choice but to perform the cesarean section as a last resort. She never expected that she and the two children would survive. At that time, they had already declared the mother dead to Madame Shi, and the case was never changed. "It's great that you remember me. I'm here to ask you about the first child I gave birth to. Do you know where he is now? That child was taken away by Madame Xi. What? Taken away by Madame Xi? How could Madame Xi be so kind as to want that child? Where did she take the child to? And then, do you know where she took the child? I don't know about that. I just remember that at the time, Madame Xi didn't seem to want the child. Later, I don't know what happened, but she took the child away. Don't know what happened? Do you know where Madame Xi is now? At that time, although she was her mother-in-law, she really knew nothing about her background. Madame Xi refused to tell her anything, and she even suspected that the title of Madame Xi might be fake. How would I know about that? Dr. Li Wei said. Is there anything else you know that you can tell me? Miss Qin, I'm just a doctor. How would I know anything else? That's true. I'm sorry for bothering you today, Dr. Li. Thank you so much for telling me. This trip was still rewarding. At least she knew her child was with Madame Xi. After leaving the hospital, she found a professional artist and described Madame Xi's appearance to him. The artist helped her draw a portrait. Looking at the portrait, Xi was very satisfied. It looked just like Madame Xi. She was ready to start looking for Madame Xi, but where should she start? She couldn't just post a missing person notice, could she? Chapter 029. Xi is stimulated. She was indeed tired after running this errand. But she had no time to rest. After returning to Nan City, she went straight to Foreign Hospital. Dr. Chu, there is a lady looking for you in your office. A lady is looking for her? So early? She put on her white coat and went to her office. The woman looking for her was standing by the window, facing away from her. When she heard Xi enter, she turned around, removed her sunglasses, and her eyes were filled with hostility. Miss O. Seeing it was Oyaru, Xi politely greeted her. As soon as Xi finished greeting, Oyaru walked over and without saying a word, slapped her hard across the face. Caught off guard, Xi was momentarily stunned by the blow. You shameless woman. What means did you use to climb into Sichen's bed? After realizing what just happened, Xi felt a burning sensation on her cheek, and her head was buzzing from the hit. Then, smack. Without saying a word, Xi retaliated with a slap to Oyaru's face. You actually dared to hit me. Oyaru was shocked and furious, ready to hit back. But her wrist was swiftly grabbed by Xi. Miss O, you hit me first. I'm just returning the favor. If you insist on being unreasonable, I want to hold back. Isn't it just hitting someone? She couldn't beat Zhan Sichen, but could she not handle Oyaru? Oyaru had been spoiled since childhood, and she was used to bullying others, who dared to give her a bit of grievance. Today, she was actually slapped by this woman. Do you really think that just because you climbed into Sichen's bed, you can step all over me? Don't dream. Oyaru scolded. With your background, Zhan Leofuren would never accept you. By then, when you're kicked out, you want to even have a place to cry. Zhan Leofuren? Is that Zhan Sichen's mother? Although she had never met her, it sounded like a particularly formidable old lady. That's not something I need to worry about, Miss O. You don't need to trouble yourself. As soon as Xi finished speaking, a nurse rushed in and said, Dr. Chu, something happened in the ward. Miss O, I have to work now, so I can't keep you company. She said and hurriedly followed the nurse out. Shameless woman. I will wait to see how you gloat when Zhan Leofuren kicks you out. Oyaru was really boiling with anger today. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly felt something under her foot. Looking down, she saw a piece of paper. She bent down to pick it up, opened it, and it turned out to be a portrait. Isn't this portrait of Zhan Leofuren? But the caption on the portrait read Madame Xia? What does this mean? She actually carried a portrait of Zhan Leofuren with her? And she claims not to be a scheming woman? Isn't she always thinking about how to win over her future mother-in-law? Shameless woman. Oyaru casually stuffed the portrait into her bag and strode out. She rushed into the ward. The patient in trouble was a 70-year-old Mr. Song, who was currently collapsed on the floor, convulsing violently. What happened? She quickly diagnosed and asked. It was Mr. Song's son who insisted on taking him out of the hospital. We told him Mr. Song's condition was serious and he couldn't leave, but he wouldn't listen and rudely dragged Mr. Song away, resulting in him collapsing like this. The patient's blood pressure is rising rapidly. Hurry to the emergency room. Xi ordered. The nurses quickly assisted, but at that moment, Mr. Song's son returned with a few strong men. Nobody touch my dad. He yelled defiantly. My dad just has ordinary epilepsy. There's nothing wrong with him. I want to take him out of the hospital. Guys, lift my dad out. Mr. Song's condition was not epilepsy. He urgently needed surgery, or he would be in life-threatening danger. Xi really wanted to teach this reckless son a lesson. Hurry to the emergency room. After pushing Mr. Song into the emergency room, Xi quickly changed into a sterile gown and said, prepare for surgery immediately. Get the patient's family to sign. For a patient to undergo surgery, family consent was required, but despite the doctors and nurses trying to persuade his son, he refused. I said my dad doesn't need surgery. Now push him out immediately. 10 minutes passed, and the patient's condition worsened. Xi was extremely anxious. Dr. Chu, This is not good. His son just won't sign. What should we do? Hearing this made Chushi furious. What kind of cold-blooded animal could completely disregard their father's life or death? Chushi was about to storm out when Mr. Song suddenly grabbed her hand. His weak hand clutched her tightly, conveying a strong will to survive, as if he were holding onto the only lifeline. Help me. Save me. This moment made her heart ache. She could feel the patient's despair and helplessness, just like the way her father was before he died. Years ago, her father committed suicide by jumping off a building, but he didn't die immediately. He lay on the ground covered in blood while many people watched coldly. He died in the most miserable way in front of everyone, losing blood without anyone willing to save him. If someone had been willing to help him back then, he might not have died. Immediately prepare for surgery, Chushi ordered. But the patient's family hasn't signed. This is against regulations. People are dying. What regulations are we talking about? Chushi decisively stated. If something happens, I will take responsibility. Get ready for surgery. Yes. The surgery lasted for over an hour, and the assistant kept wiping sweat from Chushi's brow. Not good, Dr. Chu. The patient's heartbeat has suddenly stopped. Chushi glanced at the monitor and immediately said, Get the AED, prepare adrenaline. Yes. 1 milligram of adrenaline, intravenous push. Charged to 200 joules. After shocking him, the heart rate, blood pressure, breathing, and consciousness readings still showed no improvement. It's not working, Dr. Chu. Charged to 250 joules. She shocked the patient again and again, keeping her eyes on the monitor, the tension making it feel like she was facing life and death herself. Dr. Chu, the patient has. There is no miracle. Mr. Song has stopped breathing. Chushi collapsed on the ground, and the other doctors in the operating room were also panicking. Did everyone hear that? Quickly push my dad out. Mr. Song's son shouted. You performed surgery on my dad without my permission. This is murder. Dr. Chu, what should we do? Everyone in the operating room felt their hearts in their throats. His son was a thug. They had performed surgery without his consent, and now Mr. Song had died on the operating table. Sure enough, after learning that Mr. Song had died, his son became even more agitated, grabbing Chushi by the collar. Everyone look. This woman killed my dad. She is a murderer. Mr. Song's son was not seeking justice. He was just trying to extort money, yelling fiercely. Either she pays with her life, or she compensates. At this moment, Chushi's mind felt blank, filled only with the image of her father after his death and Mr. Song's painful expression just now. She was so numb that when she was violently pulled down to the ground, she didn't even feel the pain. Everyone get out of the way. At that moment, Chushi seemed to hear a man's voice. Who was it? It was hard to think, and in an instant, everything went black, and she lost consciousness. Chapter 030. Online bullying. She felt like she had slept for a long time, and then had a long dream. In the dream, it was her father, at first. It was a scene of filial piety, but in the end, she saw her father standing at the top and then leaping down. After that, she saw him lying on the ground, spitting blood, his body twitching in pain, his pupils starting to fade, unable to utter a word due to the agony. It hurt so much that she could hardly breathe, and as she struggled to open her eyes, she found herself in tears. Wasn't he quite formidable in front of me? Why does he have no strength in front of the medical dispute? The first words she heard upon opening her eyes were the man's mockery. She weakly looked around and saw that she was still in the same bedroom where she had awakened last time. Had this man brought her back again? Zhan Sichen was clear about the whole situation. From a human perspective, what she did was right, but according to hospital regulations, she was wrong. He had witnessed the entire medical dispute, where people were pulling at her collar, hitting her, and cursing her. She had not resisted at all. She hadn't even spoken a word, completely resigned to her fate. Why aren't you speaking? Seeing that Chushi remained silent, Zhan Sichen asked again, Are you stunned? Chushi still did not respond. She couldn't hear what this man was saying. Her mind was filled with the image of her father at the moment of his death. Her mother had passed away from illness when she was very young, and she had always relied on her father. He had always regarded her as his precious jewel and spoiled her. She loved her father so much, but later she hated him so much. Even if they went bankrupt and were in deep debt, they could still face it together. Why did he have to choose suicide? Why did he leave her to face everything alone? Chushi tightly grasped the bed sheet, biting her lip and crying out in pain. Seeing this, Zhan Sichen appeared somewhat helpless. After a few seconds of staring blankly, he said, Crying here is pointless. The situation has already occurred. Do you know why I cry? How could you possibly understand my feelings? Since you despise me so much, why did you bring me back? Get out. Chushi, already in a bad emotional state, shouted at him while crying. A dog biting El Dongbin doesn't know a good person's heart. Zhan Sichen muttered, and then went out to bring her some water. After Zhan Sichen left, she was left alone in the bedroom. Her father had passed away many years ago, and she had been suppressing her emotions all this time. But somehow, when she saw old Master Song in such pain, it suddenly reopened the wound she had sealed in her heart. She knew that crying was useless. Crying was just a sign of weakness, but she could no longer hold back. Zhan Sichen, who had walked out of the bedroom, did not leave. He stood at the door, clearly hearing Chu Shi's cries from inside. Such deep sorrow could not be feigned, and Zhan Sichen's brows furrowed as he inhaled deeply. The medical dispute this time was quite severe. Old Master Song's son had directly hired many people to hold banners outside the hospital and brought in various media outlets. Indeed, according to hospital regulations, Chu Shi was at fault, and the hospital had promised compensation. However, Old Master Song's son was dissatisfied with the amount of compensation and continued to make a fuss. Vile woman, she deserves it. Seeing this news, Oyaru laughed happily. And then she fueled the fire by posting about the incident on Weibo. I can't believe there are such heartless doctors in this world. Shouldn't doctors be saving lives? Oyaru was, after all, an influential public figure with many fans, and soon her post trended. Top-tier flower, Oyaru speaks out for the victim's family. Because of her voice, her fans began to launch a massive online bullying campaign against Chu Shi. Seeing the comments cursing her, Oyaru smiled, not hiding her delight at all. What's the matter? Why are you so happy? Mrs. O asked when she saw her smiling so joyfully. Of course. It's a good thing. Oyaru closed her notebook and said to Mrs. O, Mom, I'm in a good mood today. Tell the kitchen to make more delicious food. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Since Zhan Sichen ended his relationship with her, Oyaru had been gloomy, so it was rare for her to be so happy, and Mrs. O naturally complied. Yanshen, who was sitting in the living room reading the newspaper, also noticed this matter. He just took a casual glance and didn't pay much attention. During dinner, Oyaru remained in a joyful mood, and Yanshen said, You've rested long enough at home. It's time to go out and work. Hearing this, Oyaru pouted unhappily and asked, What? Is Dad tired of me being at home? It's to urge you to be diligent. The entertainment industry has many newcomers and is ever-changing. While your popularity is high, you should be filming and making appearances. That's a concern only for those with no power or influence. Our O family almost monopolizes the entertainment market. Dad, you are the behind-the-scenes boss of the entertainment industry. Who dares to compete with me for the resources I want? That being said, one must prepare for the future. After all, I am getting older. And with such a large enterprise as the O family, if that ungrateful son O Xiangbei doesn't take over, it can only be you. What capability do you have now to take over the O family enterprise? Dad, you're not old at all. You can still work for at least 30 more years. I have plenty of time to learn. I'm not in a hurry, Oyaru said with a smile. Just as Yanshen was about to say something, a loud crash came from the closet. Oyaru immediately ran into the closet and saw a maid kneeling on the floor, picking up things that had fallen from her bag. While cleaning, she accidentally bumped into the bag placed on the cabinet. I'm sorry, miss, I didn't mean to. The maid hurriedly apologized. Clumsy thing. Do you know how much this bag costs? Even a lifetime of your salary wouldn't be enough. Oyaru immediately picked up the bag from the floor with great distress, looking it over. I'm sorry, miss, I'm so sorry. The maid trembled in fear. It's just a bag. Forget it, Mrs. O said as she came in. I'll buy you another one another day. This is my favorite bag, a globally limited edition. You can't even buy it now. Oyaru was infuriated. At that moment, Yanshen also walked in and noticed a piece of paper that had fallen on the ground. He bent down to pick it up and found that it was a portrait of old Madame Zhan. Mrs. Xia? The 4 characters were written on the portrait. Who is Mrs. Xia? This is clearly old Madame Zhan. Yaru, how did you end up with this? Oh, I picked it up when I went to find Chu Shi. I just brought it back and forgot to throw it away. Chu Shi's? Chu Shi carried a portrait of old Madame Zhan with her. And the portrait had the inexplicable words Mrs. Xia written on it. That is, suddenly, Yanshen realized something. Chapter 031 became his personal doctor. The medical incident involving Chu Shi had garnered significant public attention. Even though she was affiliated with Zhan Sichen, Director Gao could not cover for her. He deducted her entire annual bonus, issued a reprimand to the whole hospital, and stated that he would personally bear half of the compensation to the patient's family. I'm sorry, Director Gao. I caused trouble for the hospital, Chu Shi said. After crying about the incident, she decided not to continue hiding in despair, but went to find Director Gao at the hospital. Director Gao also wore a worried expression. Ever since Chu Shi arrived at the hospital, it seemed there had been no peace. You should be aware of the hospital's punishment. I understand you acted out of a doctor's responsibility, but the hospital has its regulations. I know, and I'm willing to accept all penalties. I will find a way to repay the compensation as soon as possible. In the end, she decided to compensate the other party 1 million. If she bore half of that, it would mean 500,000 for her, which was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. but she had no choice but to bear it. The compensation has already been fully paid by young Master Zhan. Zhan Sichen, is this man really that kind-hearted? Could it be? After such an incident, her emotions were surely affected. Take a few days off. Come back when you're feeling better, he said. Okay, thank you, Director Gao. She had no choice but to leave the hospital feeling dejected. She was genuinely surprised that Zhan Sichen had silently paid her compensation. However, this man was definitely not that kind-hearted, so she should clarify the situation. After leaving the hospital, she headed to his company. Upon arrival, she was informed that he was in a meeting with important clients, so she had to wait in the reception room, which turned into a whole morning of waiting. Eventually, losing her patience, she planned to ask his assistant, Lin Wei, outside the office. Just as she approached, the office door suddenly opened. The first person to come out was Zhan Sichen, accompanied by the important clients Lin Wei had mentioned. Lin Wei respectfully greeted President Zhan, President Li. This address drew the attention of others, and suddenly all eyes were on Chu Shi, who wished she could find a hole to hide in. Is this beautiful lady also from your esteemed company? President Li asked curiously, since female employees at Huachin International were all in professional attire, and she clearly was not. No. She is my fiancée, Chu Shi, Zhan Sichen said casually. Chu Shi was taken aback. So, she was the future Mrs. Zhan. No wonder her aura was beyond ordinary, and her looks were incomparable. President Li, you flatter me, Chu Shi said shyly. Since President Zhan's little wife is here, I won't disturb any longer, President Li said tactfully. Lin Wei, being perceptive, quickly escorted President Li out. After they left, Zhan Sichen's gaze turned to her. Chu Shi hurriedly lowered her head and said, I came without greeting you. I hope it didn't affect your work. Zhan Sichen scoffed lightly, his tone still sarcastic. Why has your attitude changed so much? You're like a different person from a few days ago. After saying that, he turned and went back into the office. Chu Shi silently cursed him under her breath. Was this man just relying on his wealth and power? If he hadn't paid her 500,000, she wouldn't have been so submissive. I heard from Director Gao that you already paid my compensation. Before Zhan Sichen could speak, Chu Shi immediately continued, Don't worry, I will write you an IOU. I will pay you back. Zhan Sichen remained silent, leaning against the window, leisurely sipping coffee while watching her. Reluctantly, Chu Shi walked to his desk and wrote an IOU on a sticky note using his pen. Hereby borrowing 500,000 yuan from Mr. Zhan Sichen. I will repay the principal and interest in the future. Borrower, Chu Shi. Zhan Sichen took the IOU, read it, and then looked at her. No time limit? Time limit? When she was Qin Muyan, 500,000 was completely pocket money. But now as Chu Shi, with a fixed salary each month, plus raising 2 kids and Wu Ma, 500,000 was a significant amount for her. 3 years, is that okay? She said this with a stiff neck, but deep down she was uncertain. What if you can't pay it back in 3 years? Chu Shi felt quite embarrassed at that moment. Since ancient times, borrowing money has been the most humiliating thing. What do you mean? As soon as she finished speaking, Zhan Sichen directly tore the IOU in half. Chu Shi was taken aback and quickly asked, What are you doing? You don't have to pay this money back. What? I don't have to pay it back? Could it be? Chu Shi took a cautious step back and quickly emphasized, What do you want? But you said, we only have a fake relationship. You can't be so lacking in contract spirit. Seeing her like this, Zhan Sichen couldn't help but laugh, though there was a hint of mockery in it. How confident are you that I would be interested in your body, which is as stiff as wood? MMP. Then what do you want? Zhan Sichen stepped away from the window and sat down on the sofa, slowly saying, Few people know about my physical condition. I've seen your resume. Your medical skills are definitely above average. You can continue working at foreign hospital, or you can resign, but regardless of what you choose, you will be my personal doctor, available 24 hours a day. Personal doctor? If I become your personal doctor, then I don't need to pay back the 500,000? Of course. Chu Shi thought about it and realized it seemed like a good deal. After all, she was a doctor, and Zhan Sichen was indeed quite ill. Okay, Chu Shi then said, Since I am your personal doctor, I have the right to ask about your health in detail. You must tell me the truth about your conditions. I'm not ill, Zhan Sichen replied honestly. I was a soldier. During a counter-terrorism operation, I was severely injured. The doctor said it was a miracle I survived. However, what the world doesn't know is that after that serious injury, I was left with severe sequelae. When it flares up, it's just like what you saw last time. So you were injured during a military operation, Chu Shi said with newfound respect. This meant he almost sacrificed his life for the country. Soldiers are indeed great. How often do you have flare-ups? Initially, it was frequent. I've been on medication for treatment, but it has improved a lot over the past 2 years, Zhan Sichen said. Can I see your previous medical records? Sure. Zhan Sichen replied. I'll have Lin Wei bring them to you in a moment. After that, Zhan Sichen picked up his coffee again, But Chu Shi quickly stopped him, saying, if you have a mental illness, it's best to avoid coffee. Mental illness? Zhan Sichen was irritated. She was the one with a mental illness. Your sequelae clearly affects not only your body, but also has a significant impact on your mental state. Chu Shi poured out Zhan Sichen's coffee. Since you want me to be your personal doctor, I need to be responsible for your health. Starting today, you can't drink coffee. I will create a plan for how to care for your health. Chapter 032. Her identity has been exposed. Zhan Sichen felt like he had gotten himself into trouble upon hearing these words. Don't look at me like that. Since I am your doctor, I have to take responsibility for your health. All right, I will go get your medical records from your assistant. You can keep busy. Remember what I said. I am available 24 hours a day. If you disappear like last time, I won't let you off the hook. Got it. Chu Shi also kindly reminded him that maintaining good health is primarily about managing one's emotions. Mr. Zhan, if you want to live a few more years, you need to control your temper. People who lose their cool often don't live long. After saying this, Chu Shi turned to leave. Zhan Sichen gave a bitter smile. This woman was getting bolder. Lin Wei was also very efficient, and soon Chu Shi obtained Zhan Sichen's medical records. Holding the records, she walked out of the hospital. And just as she was about to get into her car, a voice called out from behind her. Miss Chu. Upon hearing this voice, Chu Shi quickly turned around and was surprised to see Yanqing. Uncle O, what are you doing here? Are you looking for Sichen? After all, in front of him, her relationship with Zhan Sichen was a facade, so she had to be a bit more affectionate in her address. I'm not here to see Sichen. I'm specifically here to see you. Looking for me? Chu Shi was quite surprised. Yes, otherwise, why don't we find a place to sit down and talk? Okay. It seemed that Chu Shi had no real chance to refuse. The two of them found a very quiet CAF and sat down in a private room. Uncle O, what do you want to talk to me about? Yanqing's deliberate visit made her feel uneasy. Miss Chu, do you remember the last time you came to our house? I mentioned that I felt like I had seen you somewhere before. Do you remember? Hearing this, Chu Shi's heart raced. Did he remember? But that was impossible. She couldn't recall having met him before. You did mention that, but I really don't remember where I might have met Uncle O. After all these years. It's normal not to remember. After all these years. Has he really figured it out? Uncle O, what do you mean? Chu Shi, you don't need to be nervous. After all, what happened to your Qin family back then makes it understandable that you changed your name. Indeed. Chu Shi was momentarily speechless. She never expected that the first person to see through her identity would be Yanqing. Rest assured, I haven't mentioned this to anyone, including my wife and Yaru. They don't know. Chu Shi bit her lip tightly, suddenly feeling a sense of shame. After a long while, she finally murmured, Uncle O, since you already know, I have nothing to hide. I am Qin Muyan, and I changed my name to start a new life. I know. Yanqing took a sip of his coffee, then slowly set the cup down. Everyone has their own pain that they don't want others to know. Although I can't fully understand your experiences, I can empathize. However, Chu Shi, don't blame me for being blunt. I'm just speaking the truth. Sichen lost his father at a young age, and I treat him like my own son. He treats me like a father. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought you to our family. Yes, Chu Shi could guess what would come next. You think that my identity is not worthy of him, and you want me to leave him, right? That's one way to put it, Yanqing said. You know Sichen's background. Even if he doesn't end up with Yaru, he should be with someone from a good family. As far as I know, you have a child, and the child's father seems to be unclear. If she had feelings for Zhan Sichen, hearing his parents say this would certainly hurt her. However, since there was no emotional foundation between them, she felt more angered and disrespected than anything else. Uncle O, I understand your feelings as an elder wanting your son to find a good daughter-in-law, but Zhan Sichen is not a 3-year-old child. He has his own judgment. If he feels we are not suitable, he can tell me to leave, and I won't cling to him. Upon hearing this, Yanqing smiled somewhat displeasedly and said, So, Miss Chu, does that mean you won't leave him? No, Chu, she said resolutely. In fact, this is just the kind of glitch you see on TV. It's nothing new. I think you should respect him a bit more. All right, then let me ask you. Does Sichen know you are Qin Muyan? Does he know about your child's background? Or, would you dare to tell him about your child's background? What a sharp question. In this relationship, she had not been honest. She had deceived him. If he knew the truth, he would make the same choice as me. Miss Chu, why do you have to go through such a difficult time? You can still leave now with some dignity for yourself and your child. Then can I ask Uncle O a question? Go ahead. If the person with Sichen now were not me, but a real heiress from a wealthy family, would you willingly wish them happiness? Would you truly accept his girlfriend? Of course. Just because she is a wealthy heiress? Just because they are a good match? It doesn't matter if he likes her or not. Since he chose to be with her, it must be because he likes her. If that's the case, then why don't you believe that our feelings are real? Since he truly likes me, why do you want me to leave? Aren't you afraid of hurting him? Chu Shi, I didn't see this coming. You're quite articulate. I'm just stating the facts. The fact is, you deceived him. I still say, are you willing to tell him the truth? I dare. Chu was no longer afraid of losing him. What was there to fear? If Uncle O doesn't believe me, we can go back to watching International together now. I can tell him my background in front of you. If he chooses not to forgive me, I will leave immediately. Conversely, if he accepts me, I don't expect to receive Uncle O's blessings, but I hope you won't obstruct us anymore. O Yinqing suddenly fell silent. This girl was not so easy to deal with. Afterward, his gaze shifted down and landed on the file bag she had placed on the table, which was labeled with Zhan Sichen's medical records. O Yinqing quickly averted his gaze and took another sip of coffee. However, when he set the cup down, his hand shook, causing the cup to tip and spill coffee all over Chu Shi. Chapter 033. Shijia, just be with him, I'm really sorry. Seeing coffee spilled on Chu Shi's clothes, O Yinqing quickly said, it's okay. Chu Shi looked down at her clothes and then said, I'll go to the restroom. After that, Chu Shi went to the restroom, quickly wiped her clothes, and when she returned to the private room, O Yinqing apologized again and said, Chu Shi, I really advise you to think it through. Leaving now is good for everyone. If you come to a decision, you can call me. Mental compensation is not a problem. Mental compensation? Although he wasn't Zhan Sichen's biological father, he was trying hard for her to leave. I'm afraid I might disappoint you. Chu Shi took the file bag again and said, Uncle O, I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. O Yinqing remained silent. After Chu Shi left, his gaze instantly turned cold, his hand tightly gripping the coffee cup as if he wanted to crush it. After returning home, Chu Shi entered the study and opened Zhan Sichen's medical records, examining them carefully. Seeing his medical history made her heart race. The bullet had almost pierced his heart, and he had dozens of external injuries all over his body. It was truly a miracle that he survived. She had hated that man so much. But it seemed that the after effects of that injury had led to his current physical and mental damage, making him somewhat pitiful, especially since he was injured while on a mission, which was respectable. Zhan Si. What does this word mean? Lost in thought, a little ghost appeared beside her. Xiaobai pointed at the words on the file bag and read them out one by one. Zhan Sichen. Before Chu Shi could speak, Junlin said it out loud. Why is our Shijia looking at her daddy's medical records? Isn't this the same man who slept with Shijia but didn't want to take responsibility? Xiaobai said angrily. Hearing this, Chu Shi was completely shocked and immediately slapped her little head, saying, You little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I sleep with him? It was the night you didn't come back. I called him, and he said Shijia fell asleep in his car. He didn't say he slept with Shijia. Xiaobai, you must have misunderstood. He is not a scumbag. Junlin quickly defended Zhan Sichen. Huh, is that so? But when I went to find him last time, he didn't deny it. What on earth have you two been hiding from me? Chu Shi actually didn't know any of this. It's for your own good. You see how hard you work to support us. I just wanted to find a reliable rich guy to help share the burden. Xiaobai mumbled, and seeing Chu Shi's expression was off, she quickly slipped away, saying, Shijia, you busy? I'm going to study. After Xiaobai ran out, Junlin curiously asked, Shijia, why are you looking at his medical records? Because I became his private doctor. So I need to understand his health condition. Private doctor? Doesn't that mean they can see each other often? Shijia, I think there must be some misunderstanding between you two. That Zhan Sichen is actually a good person. Don't be fooled by his fierce appearance. He can be very patient with those he likes. Like him, he has a dual personality. Mostly it acts up at night. Zhan Sichen himself is not in good health, but he will patiently guard him all night. Junlin knows all of this. Chu Shi was taken aback. Dabai, how come you know him so well? Have you met him? No. Junlin suddenly felt guilty, but it's just a feeling. Shijia, can you really be with him? I want him to be my daddy, please. Isn't the real Dabai very good at being spoiled? He was also trying to act spoiled. If they could really be together, that would be great. Qin Dabai, what is wrong with you lately? You really seem like a different person. Is there? Junlin could only pretend to be dumb. I think the same as Xiaobai. I feel sorry for you working so hard. Zhan Sichen was a soldier before, and after retiring, he is thriving in the business world, which shows he really has the ability, and he's reliable, so you should be together. What kind of trick have these two little ghosts played to get that man to buy them off? They are helping him speak well. Shijia, just think about it. Junlin looked very humble. To this, Chu Shi didn't respond much and suddenly thought of something, quickly saying, By the way, Dabai, didn't you claim to be a hacking expert? Mom needs your help with something. Hacking expert? Dabai has this skill? He understood a little about this technology. But would it expose his identity? I have a portrait here. I don't care what method you use. Just help me find out who the person in the portrait is. Chu Shi was now basically certain that Lady Xia was just a name used to deceive her. As long as she could confirm her true identity through the portrait, it would be much easier. Junlin looked particularly nervous, always preparing to be exposed, but didn't he want to? Why can't I find it? I clearly had it on me. She searched all her pockets and her bag, but couldn't find the portrait. What was going on? Did it fall out? Shijia. Since you can't find it, let's talk about it later. Junlin pretended to yawn. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep first. Shijia, you should sleep early too. After saying that, Junlin quickly slipped away, feeling a bit scared once outside, and took a deep breath. She couldn't find it no matter how hard she looked. It seemed she had really lost it. How unfortunate. She would have to go find someone to draw another one. Since she couldn't find it, she gave up and continued looking at Zhan Sichen's medical records. But just as she felt she had only seen half of it, it suddenly disappeared. What is going on? Assistant Lin, why is there only half of Zhan Sichen's medical records that you gave me yesterday? The next morning, she called Lin Wei. How could that be? Mr. Zhan's records have never been touched by anyone. Lin Wei was also surprised to hear this. That is strange. Could it be? No way. Oh, Yin Cheng is an elder. How could he steal half of his medical records? It doesn't make sense. It seems that somewhere along the line, a mistake occurred that caused half to be lost. What should we do if the medical records are missing half? Do you need me to go to the hospital to get the original records again? Lin Wei hurriedly asked. No need. The current records are enough for me to understand his condition. Assistant Lin, you don't need to trouble yourself. After hanging up the phone, she began to prepare a health adjustment plan for him. Since Dean Gao had given her time off, she was just idling at home. She spent a whole day and finally organized it well. Then she took this adjustment plan to Huachin International. Chapter 034. She once loved a man deeply. Seeing the thick stack of plans, Zhan Sichen looked at she with an incredulous expression. She explained. As the saying goes, treating illness is like pulling silk. Your condition is serious, and you must follow the plan I've written strictly. This is a long process that requires your long-term self-discipline and cooperation. If the patient does not cooperate, even a deity cannot save him. I'm not exaggerating. Seeing Zhan Sichen's indifferent demeanor, she reminded him again. Last time you had an episode, it nearly cost you your life, and your delusions have reached a severe level. I'll say it again, I do not have delusions. Zhan Sichen felt frustrated every time she said this. No mental patient ever admits to being a mental patient. Zhan Sichen. But rest assured, I have strict professional ethics and will definitely keep it confidential, so I won't ruin your image as a CEO. After all, it's just a delusion of treating someone else's child as your own. It's not harmful to society and can easily be concealed. Zhan Sichen found this particularly speechless. How's your sleep? She asked again. Not good. Zhan Sichen had to be honest about this. Perhaps it was because he had been in a deep sleep for 3 years, leading to insomnia over the years. Plus, with Junlin having this illness, getting a good night's sleep was a luxury. To improve your health, improving your sleep is a top priority. At this point, she felt a bit proud. You're lucky to have me as your private doctor. I have profound expertise in treating insomnia. With acupuncture twice a week, your sleep will significantly improve. She was very confident about this, regardless of the severity of the insomnia. If I remember correctly, you're a surgeon. Treating insomnia should be the job of an internist. You're right. I'm not skilled in internal medicine, but I have practical experience in treating insomnia. She couldn't help but open up. At first, Jingyan's insomnia was so severe that he could go days without sleeping. But after my acupuncture, he saw improvement in a week and noticeable changes in a month. He praised me as a once-in-a-century miracle doctor, and she was excitedly saying this when she suddenly stopped. What was she talking about? How could she mention him without thinking? Seeing the change in She's expression, Zhan Sichen casually asked, That Jingyan you mentioned is your deceased husband? Deceased husband? Yes. That's how she lied to Zhan Sichen, but it wasn't true. Xiao Jingyan, her fiancé, the man she once loved with all her heart. He was also the man who pushed her, already in despair, back into hell. She still remembered how happy she was on the day of their engagement. She thought every day afterward would be like living in a honey pot. But the subsequent changes happened too quickly, catching her off guard. Terrified and at a loss, she called him immediately. I'm sorry, the number you dialed is not in service. When she went to his house, it was already empty. All that was left was her alone, holding her father's corpse, crying all night. She handled her father's funeral all by herself, hiding in the corner of a dark room, listening to the frantic banging on the door from debt collectors outside. That was the darkest time in her life when she needed him the most. And he simply vanished without a word or any warning. Xiao Jingyan, I gave you my whole heart. Why are you so heartless? When a tissue was handed to her, she suddenly came back to her senses, realizing that tears had already streamed down her face. Thank you. She quickly took the tissue, lowered her head to wipe her tears. I'm sorry, I got sidetracked just now. This was the second time Zhan Sichen saw She cry. Just now. He clearly watched her expression shift from pride to sudden disappointment, then to uncontrollable sadness. His instinctive reaction was undeniable. She must have loved her deceased husband very much, right? Sorry, please continue discussing your situation. She worked hard to regain her composure. I can't guarantee a complete cure, but it will definitely be effective. But I need your cooperation. Okay. Since she was so confident about treating his insomnia, why would he refuse? Let's tentatively schedule acupuncture for you every Wednesday and Saturday. Is that okay? Sure. As soon as he spoke, Zhan Sichen's alarm went off. This was set specifically for Junlin. Every Friday at 4:45 p.m. Because Junlin usually stayed at school, Zhan Sichen was afraid he would forget to pick him up when he got busy, so he set this alarm. Come with me for a moment. Where to? To pick up my son. Pick up your son? How is it appropriate for me to tag along? Don't you like my son? Aren't you eager to be a mother to my son? Even going so far as to accuse me of having delusions? Chu. This was truly the most speechless thing she had ever heard. I'm not arguing with you. I'm going with you to pick up your son. If you don't believe what I say, let your son tell you. With that, Chu grabbed her bag and walked out of his office first. Zhan Sichen snorted coldly. Was his attitude so strong because he was about to be exposed? Then let Junlin speak. Chapter 035. If I can't see my son, then I'll go see yours. This was Chu's second time sitting in the passenger seat beside him. Perhaps it was because she had unintentionally mentioned Xiao Jingyan earlier. But her emotions hadn't completely settled down. After getting in the car, she kept staring out the window. Zhan Sichen glanced at her through the rearview mirror. Her eyes still reflected deep sadness. This look moved him a bit. After all these years, to still be remembered by someone wasn't a waste of life, was it? After the car stopped, Chu snapped back to reality and took a look outside. The school looked quite impressive. It seemed she really felt guilty. She had attended a school like this when she was young, but now she could only send Bai and Xiao Bai to an ordinary school. She put away her self-pity, opened the car door, and got out. At this moment, she felt some anticipation. She wanted to see what Zhan Sichen's son looked like. Did he resemble Bai? Was that why he imagined Bai as his son? Are you sure your son is at this school? She waited outside the school with Zhan Sichen, but as all the students were picked up by their parents, she still hadn't seen his son. Chu began to suspect that he might be delusional. Was his son not even at this school? Zhan Sichen checked the time and frowned. It shouldn't be like this. He then called Junlin's teacher directly. The teacher's response was, Junlin has already been picked up by his grandfather. Didn't his grandfather tell you? Junlin's grandfather? Oh Yanqing? No. Okay, teacher, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Zhan Sichen called Oh Yanqing. Oh Yanqing quickly answered, apologizing, Sichen. I forgot to tell you that I picked up Junlin to go home. I really am getting old and forgetful. I wanted to call you but completely forgot. It's fine. Zhan Sichen asked in confusion, Uncle, why did you suddenly think to pick up Junlin? I miss Junlin. You know we don't live far from the school, and it pains me to have the child stay at school. So I thought I'd have Junlin stay with me this weekend. What about the O family? Is Oyaru there? What if it triggers Junlin again? You don't need to worry about that. Oyaru has already joined the crew, so she isn't home. It's just me and your aunt here. Don't worry, we will take good care of Junlin. After Oh Yanqing finished speaking, he handed the phone to Bai, smiling kindly. Come on, Junlin. Tell your daddy that you're going to stay at Grandpa's house. When he saw that a strange old man had come to pick him up, he was confused. Upon learning that it was Junlin's grandfather, he could only go along. He didn't know what kind of relationship Junlin had with his grandfather. Judging by his grandfather's reaction, it seemed okay. Bai didn't dare to act too out of place to raise suspicion, so he told Zhan Sichen, Daddy, I'm at Grandpa's house now. Don't worry, I will behave. Junlin saying this genuinely surprised Zhan Sichen. This kid suddenly seemed much more sensible. Since Junlin said so, Sichen, you don't need to worry anymore, Oh Yanqing said. Yes. Since it was like this, Zhan Sichen couldn't say anything more. It was a lot of trouble for Uncle. Chu understood that his son had already been picked up by Oh Yanqing. Thinking of Oh Yanqing made her recall his earlier visit to find her. Since she had already spoken to Zhan Sichen on the phone, why hadn't he told him her true identity? Chu couldn't guess Oh Yanqing's thoughts. In any case, she didn't have any substantial relationship with Zhan Sichen, and there was no need to explain her true identity to him. Get in the car. While Chu was lost in thought, Zhan Sichen had already commanded her again and got into the car first. Chu had no choice but to follow him into the car. After starting the engine, Zhan Sichen said, Since we can't see my son, then take me to see your son. What? See my son? Chu was greatly surprised. We aren't even in a real boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Why do you want to see my son? What's wrong? Scared? Zhan Sichen had a somewhat leisurely attitude, as if watching a play. Or are you just fabricating things? Last time, when you were caught dining with my son, you stubbornly claimed you had a son too, but actually only have a daughter, right? Haha. Chu couldn't help but laugh. This was the funniest joke she had heard in over 20 years. Zhan Sichen. You'd be wasting your brain power if you didn't become an editor. If it weren't for the fact that he was injured while on duty and had lingering effects, she would really want to send him to a mental hospital. Scared? Why would I be scared? Chu, she said. I'll let my son tell you in person who I really had dinner with that day. Okay. I want to hear what your son has to say. Zhan Sichen even suspected that this woman wasn't trying to use his son to gain status, but that she might actually be delusional. Otherwise, why would she be so certain and even accuse him of being delusional? So, Zhan Sichen drove to the apartment where she currently lived, and just as she said, his car drew everyone's attention as it entered the alley. Due to the narrow road, they couldn't drive further in. So Zhan Sichen parked the car by the roadside, and the two got out. She called Dabai and Xiaobai. Xiaobai answered, "Hello, sister Shi." Xiaobai, you're at home now, right? Yes. Okay, mommy will be home soon. After hanging up the phone, Xiaobai immediately ran to the window and saw Chu Shi and Zhan Sichen walking into the community from a distance. Dabai, come quickly. Sister Shi brought that jerk back. Hearing this, Junlin hurriedly rushed to the window to see. When he saw his dad had come, he was instantly scared out of his wits. How could his dad be here? If his dad saw him now, wouldn't he be in big trouble? Xiaobai, you must not say I'm home. Please don't say. As he spoke, Junlin hurriedly hid in the closet, leaving Xiaobai confused about his behavior. Dabai, what are you doing? Why are you hiding? I'll explain later, but you must listen to me now. Don't let them know I'm home, okay? Okay. Xiaobai didn't understand why he had to do this, but could only obediently comply. When they heard a knock on the door, Xiaobai quickly went to open it. As soon as Chu Shi and Zhan Sichen entered, they saw Xiaobai's squinty-eyed smiling face. Sister Shi, Uncle Zhan. Although she had identified him as a jerk last time, out of politeness, she still called him Uncle Zhan. Where's Grandma Wu and Dabai? Chu Shi looked around after entering and asked. Oh, Grandma Wu went shopping, and Dabai went out to play basketball. Xiaobai could only casually make up a lie. Dabai went out to play basketball? I didn't know Dabai could play basketball. Chapter 036. It's obvious that you're my daughter, it's a small place. Feel free to sit. After all, Zhan Sichen is a guest, so Chu Shi greeted him like a host, saying, I'll go make you some tea. Zhan Sichen looked around the small space, which was so tiny that he could see all the rooms at a glance. After surveying the area, he met the intense gaze of Xiaobai. Xiaobai stared at him without blinking and asked, Aren't you the scumbag who dumped my mommy and didn't want to take responsibility? Why are you back home with my mommy today? A scumbag who dumped her mommy and didn't want to take responsibility? That description made him both amused and helpless. So, does that mean Xiaobai doesn't welcome me? Zhan Sichen asked. Last time I visited your company, you weren't welcoming either. I'm just returning the favor, Xiaobai replied. Hearing this, Zhan Sichen couldn't help but chuckle and said, This little girl knows quite a lot. As Zhan Sichen looked at Xiaobai, the more he felt she resembled him. Suddenly, he recalled what Junlin had said, that one of his classmates named Xiaobai looked just like him, like a pair of twins. Is she the Xiaobai he was talking about? Because they really do look alike. Xiaobai, do you know my son? His name is Junlin. Are you asking me a question? At that moment, Xiaobai showed a slightly mischievous smile. It'll cost you 10 yuan per question. Cash or WeChat transfer is fine. Zhan Sichen. Clear pricing, fair to all, and no forced consumption. For a wealthy scumbag like him, he couldn't be soft-hearted. Meanwhile, Junlin, who was hiding in the wardrobe, felt like he was going to suffocate. Why did his dad come this time? Why isn't he leaving? After hearing Xiaobai's words, Zhan Sichen had no choice but to take 100 yuan out of his wallet and hand it to her. Xiaobai quickly took the bill and said, You're quite generous, so I'll give you a discount. You can ask me 11 questions. This little brat. Then you should answer my previous question first. I don't know him. Xiaobai replied, still surprised. Your son goes to an elite school, right? How could I possibly know him? Don't know him? So the Xiaobai Junlin mentioned isn't you? Zhan Sichen looked back at the kitchen. Chu Shi still hadn't come out, so he asked again, You're a twin. Do you have a brother? Yeah, my brother is named Dabai. Didn't I just say he went out to play basketball? Do you have a picture? I want to see. Junlin, still in the wardrobe, felt his heart leap into his throat. He could only silently pray, Don't show it to him. Don't show it to him. 10 yuan per question. If you want to see my family's stuff, that's a different price. Zhan Sichen was laughing and crying for the first time because of a child, so he had to take out more money, but before he could hand it to her, Chu Shi stopped him halfway. Little brat, are you just throwing money around all day? Chu Shi took the money back from Zhan Sichen and reminded him, Mr. Zhan, I know you're wealthy, but don't spoil a child like this. Xiaobai was quite resentful. The money was already flying to her lips, and just like that, it flew away. At this moment, Junlin really felt like he was going to suffocate, so he made a small noise. Xiaobai quickly reacted and said, It's time to eat. Let's go out to eat, the three of us? Go out to eat. Chu Shi looked at the time. It was indeed mealtime, but Dubai hadn't returned yet. Grandma Wu will come to pick him up. Shijia, let's go. I've been craving a big meal in Nansheng, and I haven't tried it yet, implying that Zhan Sichen should treat. What does Xiaobai want to eat? I'll treat you, as long as it's a meaty feast. It's fine. She could only helplessly agree, and after the three of them went out, Junlin came out of the wardrobe and let out a big sigh of relief, glad he wasn't discovered. Wow, Uncle Zhan, your car is so cool. After getting in the car, Xiaobai exclaimed as if she had never seen anything like it. Sit still and talk less, She quickly reminded her. Xiaobai pouted and nodded. Oh, got it. Xiaobai obediently kept quiet, and seeing this, Zhan Sichen couldn't help but smile fondly. He inexplicably liked this little girl. Since Xiaobai said she wanted to eat meat, Zhan Sichen took her to the most expensive steakhouse in Nansheng. But we don't need to go to such an expensive place just for a meal, She said. Shijia, you don't understand. It's especially important for a man to treat for the first time. It's a matter of face for him, and we should respect Uncle Zhan. Respect? Isn't that just implying that we can't let his treat go to waste? In this regard, your daughter is much more sincere than you, Zhan Sichen said. And then he directly picked up Xiaobai and carried her into the restaurant. She cursed under her breath. She wasn't sincere? Fine. Today she would be particularly sincere and order the most expensive items. The three of them found a window seat, and soon the waiter came to take their order. She didn't even take the menu and directly ordered one bogus ocean platter with foie gras and truffle sauce, 200 grams of almas caviar, a bowl of vegetable puree soup, a medium rare A5 Kobe beef steak, a cup of Helena coffee, and a fruit salad. Thank you. Zhan Sichen was quite surprised. This woman who lived in a place like a slum could order so smoothly in such a place. When she was still a young lady, she would have thrown up eating these things. Pretty sister, I just want meat. Just bring me a delicious meat dish, Xiaobai said to the waiter. Okay, thank you. Pretty sister, Xiaobai sweetly added, which made the waiter smile fondly, and then said to Zhan Sichen, your daughter is really cute. My daughter? Zhan Sichen was slightly taken aback. Yeah, it's obvious she's your daughter. She looks so much like you. I don't even need a DNA test to know. Hearing this, both Zhan Sichen and she felt quite awkward. After the waiter left, Xiaobai said, see, anyone with eyes can tell. Shijia, weren't you from Nansheng before? Think carefully, isn't it possible that you and Uncle Zhan had me in Dubai? Stop talking nonsense. She felt even more awkward after hearing this. She found an excuse and left. I'm going to the bathroom. After she left, Xiaobai looked at Zhan Sichen and asked, is it really impossible for you to be my daddy? Otherwise, how could we look so alike? It doesn't make sense. You don't know who your daddy is? This puzzled Zhan Sichen. Even if that man had passed away, it was clear from the last encounter that she had a good relationship with him. It was impossible that she wouldn't tell the child about her father because he was gone. I don't know, Xiaobai replied honestly. Shijia always tells us we don't have a daddy. No daddy? That shouldn't be. Chapter 037. Dare to say that his sister, she is a liar. Has your mommy never mentioned someone named Jingyan? Zhan Sichen asked. Xiaobai honestly shook her head and said, Mommy always tells us that we don't have a daddy, and doesn't say anything else. Then that's strange. How about we go for a DNA test someday? Xiaobai leaned closer to Zhan Sichen and whispered, you want to be my daughter that badly? Don't flatter yourself. If I really had such a lovely, sensible, and beautiful daughter, it would be your blessing. So many men want to be my dad, but I don't look at them. So should I feel honored then? Absolutely. Xiaobai said proudly. When she returned, the big and small were chatting and laughing, and their interaction was quite harmonious. After the meal was served, Xiaobai was very satisfied with her food. Her little mouth stuffed full, and she couldn't help but exclaim, the meat is so delicious. I've never had such good steak before. Although Xiaobai and Dubai hadn't been deprived materially over the years, their lives were far from the pampered lifestyle she had before. She always felt indebted to these two children. On the other hand, a table full of delicacies was set up, and Mr. and Mrs. Oyen sat down with Dubai at the dining table. Dubai had been there for quite a while and hadn't seen his stepmother Junlin, so he asked, is my mommy not home? She's filming in the group and won't be back for a while, Mrs. Oyen answered. Upon hearing this, Dubai felt completely relieved. It was great not to see that woman. But what about his uncle? What about my uncle? Why can't I see him either? Upon hearing this, Mr. Oyen's expression darkened, and Mrs. Oyen looked quite sad. Dubai suddenly remembered that Oyen Beishi had told him before that he had a falling out with his father and had stayed abroad for many years. Was the father-son relationship so strained? That ungrateful son doesn't treat this place as his home. Let him be. Junlin, you don't need to worry about him. Your grandparents are here, and we will take good care of you, Mr. Oyen said. Oh, Dubai had to obediently nod and say nothing more. Although Mr. and Mrs. Oyen treated him well, for some reason, Dubai felt uncomfortable and found it hard to endure there. Finally, After finishing the meal, Dabai went to take a shower and returned to his room to relax. Suddenly, Mr. Oyen pushed the door open and came in, and he immediately sat up straight. "Grandpa, are you still awake? I missed you, so I came to see you," Mr. Oyen said as he sat beside Dabai and asked, "Junlin, I want to ask you a few questions." "Sure." "Grandpa heard that you really like that Chu Shi." When he mentioned his sister Shi, Dabai became particularly alert and nodded. "Yeah, I like her. I think she looks more like mommy." Mr. Oyen's face showed obvious displeasure as he pulled him close and said slowly, "Junlin, you can't choose your mommy. Even if you don't like Yaru, she will always be your biological mother. You've only met that Chu Shi a few times. How can you say she looks more like mommy?" After he said this, Dabai understood what was going on and asked, "So grandpa doesn't like her?" "Junlin, you're still young. You're too easily deceived," Mr. Oyen continued. "I've checked on that Chu Shi. She's a liar. Her real name isn't even Chu Shi. She's a woman who owes a lot of money and has 2 wild children. Women like her approaching your daddy are just to swindle his money. Junlin, she's flattering you just to use you. Don't be foolish." "What? Saying my sister she is a liar? And that Xiaobai and I are 2 wild children? No wonder that Ouyang Yaru is so annoying. It turns out her dad is just as detestable. Then don't blame me for being rude. Teachers have taught us since childhood that it's wrong to speak ill of others behind their backs. Grandpa, at your age, how can you still talk badly about others behind their backs? It's so shameful," Dabai retorted directly. This statement surprised Mr. Oyen, who quickly explained, "Junlin, I'm not speaking ill of her. I'm telling you the facts because I don't want you to be taken advantage of. Grandpa, I'm not a 3-year-old child. I can see who truly cares for me and who doesn't." Dabai said, "Let's not even talk about Chu Shi, just look at my mom. What kind of biological mother hates her own son? I often wonder if she's really my biological mother. Grandpa, how about I take some time to do a DNA test with Ouyang Yaru?" As soon as Dabai said this, Mr. Oyen's entire expression changed, becoming especially angry. "Zhan Junlin, do you know what you're saying?" Mr. Oyen said sternly, "No matter how unfit Yaru is as a mother, she is still your biological mother. Saying such things is simply outrageous. Not to mention whether she's my biological mother or not. Even if she is, she gave birth to me, but didn't raise me. And even abused me. Why should I be grateful to her?" Dabai directly countered, "If Grandpa thinks like this, then you're bullying me too. If that's the case, I won't live in your house and be a burden to you. I'll call my daddy right now and have him come pick me up." After hearing this, Mr. Oyen hurriedly snatched away his phone watch, truly infuriated. "You little brat, you really have quite the temper." "I don't have a temper. I just treat those who treat me well, and those who don't treat me well, I don't like them. Since Grandpa doesn't like me, isn't it also a bother for you to have me here? Am I not allowed to leave?" "Mr. Oyen, isn't that the reasoning?" Mr. Oyen really didn't expect to be angered by a child. If Zhan Sichen were to come at this moment, the situation would only get worse, so he had to compromise. "It was my fault just now. I said some things I shouldn't have." "All right, Junlin, it's getting late. Hurry and sleep," Mr. Oyen said. Just then, the phone watch received a message, and he was afraid Mr. Oyen would find out, so he hurriedly snatched the phone watch back. "I got it. I'm going to sleep now." "Okay." Mr. Oyen pretended to tuck him in and said, "You are not allowed to call your daddy. Go to sleep right now, understand?" "Got it. Good night, Grandpa." After confirming that Mr. Oyen had left, Dabai opened the message, and it was indeed from Junlin, who had almost been discovered by that old man. "My daddy and sister, she took Xiaobai out for dinner. It seems their relationship is developing. They went out to eat together? That's really good news." Dabai simply called Junlin and said, "Since they are making progress, you and Xiaobai should work hard and get them to register their marriage first. It's not that easy." Junlin complained, "You have it easy. Living at school all by yourself. That's unfair. I'm not living leisurely. Let me tell you, your grandpa brought me home. Your grandpa is really a bad guy. He even said my sister she is a liar. It really makes me so mad. You're at my grandpa's house." Junlin had never been close to Mr. Oyen and had only been to his house a few times. He felt that the Oyen family didn't like him. "Yeah, anyway, what your grandpa said makes me so angry." Dabai said, "Zhan Junlin, why don't we hit them hard? Since I'm posing as your identity now, I can do a DNA test with Ouyang Yaru, and it will definitely not match. Let your daddy know that the Oyen family has been lying all along, and the relationship between the 2 families will break down, and the Oyen family won't be able to meddle anymore." Chapter 038. Take off your shirt and lie down. This absolutely cannot happen. Daba thought it was a very good idea, but unexpectedly, Junlin firmly denied it. "Why?" Daba asked in confusion. "If that's the case, wouldn't you be able to completely get rid of that annoying mom of yours? Although I really do hate her, I can't lie about it. And our family has such a good relationship with the O family. If this matter causes a fallout, the consequences would be unimaginable. I can't do that." After hearing Junlin's words, Daba sighed helplessly and said, "All right, since you've thought about it so much, I won't mess around. Let's think of other ways." Junlin reminded him to make sure they quickly get their marriage certificate. Otherwise, when my grandma comes home and they haven't gotten it yet, it'll be over. "What kind of creature is your grandma? A tigress? Why do you make her sound so terrifying? You'd better imagine her as a tigress first, otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to adapt when you see her later." Junlin's most feared person is the old lady Zhan. Although she is his grandmother, she doesn't like him and is always very fierce towards him. What's worse is that she is his father's biological mother, and his father must respect her, which makes things a bit complicated. "Is there a normal person in your family?" Daba couldn't help but complain. "I'm even hesitating whether to let Sister Shi marry into your family. Isn't marrying in just jumping into a fire pit?" Both Junlin and his father are sickly. His mother is a wicked stepmother, his grandparents are so hypocritical, and his grandmother is a tigress. Would it be good for Sister Shi to marry in? Sister Shi is the only mother I want. I must have her marry my father. But you can't just wish for it. Hey. After Junlin hung up on him again, Daba really couldn't help but want to curse. "Zhan Junlin, when I see you one day, I will definitely beat you up first." After hanging up the phone, Daba thought, no, he has to leave. Junlin's grandparents are all supporting Oyaru. If he stays here any longer, who knows how they'll brainwash him. But now that Sister Shi and Zhan Sichen are still developing their relationship, he can't interfere between them. And he can't let Zhan Sichen come to pick him up, so there's only, "Uncle, save me." Daba called Xiangbei, and his voice was full of grievance. After receiving the call, Xiangbei hesitated a bit. After all, he hadn't returned to the O family in many years. But since Junlin rarely called him for help, he still mustered the courage to go. "Sir, madam, the young master has returned." When Xiangbei returned, the servants of the O family were all very excited and hurried to report. "It's been so many years since you came home. It's surprising you still remember where the door is." Yinxing came downstairs in a nightgown and saw Xiangbei in the hall, feeling a surge of anger. "Since it's rare for Xiangbei to come back, you should say a few less words," Madam O quickly said. "Mom, I heard Junlin is here." Xiangbei said to Madam O, "Junlin likes to make a fuss at night. I'm afraid it will disturb you too, so I specially came to take him away. I thought you had come to apologize and return to us. Turns out I was being overly sentimental." Hearing that it was Junlin, Yinxing was particularly unhappy and spoke in a sarcastic tone. At this moment, Daba was hiding in his room, eavesdropping through the crack of the door. What kind of enmity do these two have? Their words are so sharp. I don't think I did anything wrong in the past. If you still think it's my fault, then we have nothing more to say, Xiangbei said, then shouted upstairs, "Junlin, come out. We're leaving." "Coming, uncle." Daba immediately responded, quickly running out of the room. To this, Yinxing angrily waved his sleeve and turned away, saying, "Since you don't acknowledge this family, then never come back. Yinxing, let us talk nicely. It's rare for Xiangbei to come back. Shut up and go back to your room to sleep." Yinxing reprimanded Madame O. "Mom, you should hurry and sleep. I will come to see you when I have time." With that, Xiangbei directly picked up Daba and went out to the car. After Xiangbei took Daba away, Yinxing's face darkened frighteningly, muttering angrily to himself. "I really underestimated that little brat Zhan Junlin. Thank you, uncle." After being brought out, Daba expressed his gratitude, saying, "Uncle, you're really a great person." Xiangbei gave a bitter smile and then asked incredulously, "What is with you, little brat? Why did you think of looking for me instead of your dad? You really surprised me." "No way, maybe it's just a natural bond with uncle. When I have difficulties, the first person I think of is you. Isn't that strange?" This made Xiangbei laugh and say, "All right, uncle didn't spoil you for nothing." Daba grinned and curiously leaned in, asking, "Uncle, what is going on between you and Grandpa? How did the father-son relationship get so tense? Adults' matters are not for children to inquire about." Xiangbei blocked him with a single sentence. "Fine. If uncle doesn't want to say it, I want to ask." Daba obediently said, and Xiangbei smiled fondly, thinking this little guy has become much cuter than before. On Wednesday, after finishing her work at the hospital, Chushi arrived at Huaqing International. Today was her first time giving Zhan Sichen acupuncture. "Dr. Chu, our General Zhan is in a meeting. He instructed you to wait in the lounge." "Okay, thank you, Assistant Lin." Chushi politely thanked Lin Wei, who brewed her a cup of coffee and then left the lounge. Chushi looked around. Is this the lounge of Zhan Sichen in the company? The decoration style is the same as the Zhan family villa, with a cold color tone, simple and atmospheric. She glanced around, and the most eye-catching item was a photo of him in military uniform placed on the bookshelf. Zhan Sichen's appearance is beyond words. Wearing a military uniform adds a touch of resilience to his handsomeness, making him even more charming. A colonel's rank? If he hadn't retired due to injury. He would probably be a general by now, right? After looking at the photo, She casually picked up a book from the bookshelf. Based on her last experience, she would have to wait a long time for Zhan Sichen to finish. When Zhan Sichen entered the lounge, She was sitting on the sofa reading. The golden afterglow illuminated her face, adding a serene charm to her perfect facial features. Hearing Zhan Sichen return, She put down the book and stood up, directly asking, "If you're done with your business, we can start." "All right," Zhan Sichen answered promptly. "Take off your shirt and lie down." This phrase sounded familiar. Last time, Zhan Sichen refused. But this time he had no choice but to cooperate. Zhan Sichen took off his shirt and lay down on the bed just as She walked to the bedside. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. "You brat, instead of being in the office at this time, you're actually here," Xiangbei said as he pushed the door open. But as soon as he saw the scene, he hurriedly covered his eyes and said, "I'm sorry. I came at the wrong time." After saying that, Xiangbei quickly closed the door again. Chapter 039. Did you two go on a date? Upon hearing Xiangbei's misunderstanding, Shi's face instantly flushed red, and she hurriedly reminded Zhan Sichen, "You need to clarify things with your friend so he doesn't misunderstand. Don't worry about him." Zhan Sichen replied, "Don't worry? Isn't it his reputation that's at stake? Are you ready? Then let's begin." After She finished speaking, she picked up a needle. When she looked at him, the most striking thing wasn't his abs but the glaring scar near his heart, shocking to behold. "Is this the scar you got from that mission?" Seeing the scar now was particularly frightening. One could only imagine how he got injured at that time. "I have many more scars all over my body. Do you want to see?" Zhan Sichen asked deliberately, noticing the interest in Shi's eyes regarding his scar. After asking, he began to unfasten his belt. She hurriedly pressed down, feeling quite annoyed as she said, "What are you doing? Who said I wanted to see? Shameless. Trying to climb the social ladder without the guts." Zhan Sichen sneered coldly. Then while adjusting his belt, he continued, "If you had just admitted from the start that you wanted to win my son's favor to climb up, maybe I would have directly married you to get rid of Oyaru, instead of just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend." The implication was mocking her for being too clever for her own good. Now they were just pretending to be a couple instead of a married couple. Wasn't she regretting it? Recently, she felt quite unlucky, dealing with medical accidents, online harassment, and the father-daughter duo. And even the portrait of Madame Xia had mysteriously gone missing. She had been feeling quite down, but hearing Zhan Sichen's words just now made her genuinely laugh. A heartfelt laugh. "Zhan Sichen, I really want to thank you." She said earnestly, "In my years of being a doctor, I've encountered countless patients. And your case is the only one that can make me this happy." "What do you mean?" Zhan Sichen glared at her with a cold face. Truly enough to be sarcastic. "If you don't trust me, we can sign an agreement stating that we are just pretending to be a couple and absolutely won't get married. Once Oyaru completely gives up on you, we can immediately terminate this agreement. If either of us breaches it, we will immediately compensate the other 1 billion. How about that?" Zhan Sichen's expression grew darker. This woman, not only was she hard-headed, but also arrogant. "Are you still going to give me acupuncture?" Zhan Sichen said in a commanding tone. "My time is very precious. Wasting even a minute will cost you." "Yes, yes, yes, President Zhan." She began to give him acupuncture. Although the two had some personal grudges, as a doctor, She was definitely careful and meticulous. But just as she started the acupuncture, her phone rang. It was a call from Xiaobai. Afraid of delaying the treatment, She answered the call on speaker. "Sister Shi, you should be off work by now. Why aren't you back yet?" She was currently giving Zhan Sichen acupuncture during her off hours, considering it a debt repayment since he owed someone money. "I'm on an external visit. You all eat without worrying about me." "External visit?" Xiaobai sounded completely unconvinced. "You already got off work. What external visit could there be? You aren't going on a date, are you? Is Uncle Zhan right next to you?" Xiaobai was really clever to guess that. Before She could respond, Zhan Sichen spoke first. Hearing Zhan Sichen say this, She wanted to smash his head. "I told you," Xiaobai said helplessly. "Sister Shi, it's not that Daba and I are against you getting married. Why lie to us about going on a date?" "I didn't." "Uncle Zhan, I leave Sister Shi in your care. Please take good care of her. If you two are busy tonight, you don't need to bring her back." "What does that mean?" Qin Xiaobai. "Hello?" That little rascal had already hung up the phone, and She was so furious she could explode. "Who told you to interrupt?" She scolded Zhan Sichen. "It was Xiaobai who asked me if I was next to you, so I said so. What's wrong? Isn't that the case?" Shi, your daughter seems to really like me. After seeing me twice, she keeps urging me to marry you. And this time, the meaning is even clearer. From this statement, Shi surprisingly detected a sense of pride. "When I get home, I will educate her well," She said angrily, her teeth grinding. In fact, she didn't know why Xiaobai liked Zhan Sichen. Previously, when she was in M country, To put it bluntly, many people pursued her. But Xiaobai didn't like any of them. Xiaobai said she didn't have a father, and Chu Shi was puzzled. Your husband passed away normally. Why haven't you mentioned anything about him to the child? When Chu Shi heard this, she paused in her actions, then quickly continued with the acupuncture. Zhan Sichen, you just said that we are only pretending to be in a relationship. If that is the case, I have no obligation to disclose my privacy to you. From Chu Shi's reaction, Zhan Sichen could determine that she was lying. Now I am not only your fake fiancé, but also your superior. You indeed don't need to disclose your privacy to me. But if you fabricate anything about your background or resume to deceive me, I will punish you severely. Background? Resume? What Zhan Sichen saw was indeed all fake, but there was no need to explain her relationship with him. Once she found the child, she would return to M country with the 3 kids. Zhan Sichen, when you threaten me, have you forgotten that I have leverage over you? Chu Shi shamelessly counter-threatened. I know your physical condition best, especially now that I'm giving you acupuncture. If I misplace even one acupoint, a single needle could take your life. Do you believe that? I say you wouldn't dare. Seeing that Zhan Sichen was still so arrogant, Chu Shi really wanted to hit a fatal acupoint on him, but out of medical ethics, she held back. Chu Shi didn't speak anymore, just earnestly finished the acupuncture for him. After finishing, she slowly stood up, giving him a once-over, as if admiring her work. After surveying him, Chu Shi suddenly laughed again. The usually imposing President Zhan, with so many needles stuck in various acupoints, looked quite comical. Imagine if I took a picture of you like this and posted it online, what would happen? As she spoke, Chu Shi pretended to take out her phone to take a picture. Zhan Sichen reflexively tried to snatch her phone. Chu Shi, you dare? Seeing him trying to grab her phone, Chu Shi instinctively dodged. This little dodge caused Zhan Sichen to lose his balance. Seeing the needle in the acupoint on his chest about to hit the table, Chu Shi rushed forward, using her arms to brace against his chest. The pressure from his body forced her waist to collide harshly against the table edge. Chapter 040. In broad daylight, can't you hold yourself back? At the moment of impact against his waist, Chu Shi felt as if she were about to shatter. The strength in her arms ultimately couldn't match up. But bracing herself only caused her arms to bend slightly. Yet, despite this, she still ended up hitting the acupuncture needle he had inserted, and blood instantly flowed out from the puncture. Seeing this, Chu Shi hurriedly urged him to sit down while she half-kneeled on the ground to treat him. While treating him, she angrily scolded, "How can you not take a joke at all? How can you move around while the needle is left in? You're bleeding now. Do you know that messing up the acupuncture point can be deadly?" Chu Shi was truly exasperated, and although she was careful with her actions, she continued to scold him verbally. Zhan Sichen looked down and could see her face, seeing her anxious, angry, and nervous expression. He couldn't help but smirk slightly at the memory of what had just happened. Chu Shi was very serious about her treatment, and Zhan Sichen kept watching her, unaware that their actions had been secretly photographed by someone. Once Chu Shi finished treating him, she let out a long breath and said, "Fortunately, the problem isn't serious. How do you feel now? Does it hurt?" After asking this, Chu Shi raised her head, and their eyes met at such a close distance, causing her to hurriedly lower her head again. She tried to stand up, but immediately felt a sharp pain in her waist. This time, Zhan Sichen was kind enough to support her arm and help her up, asking, "Was the impact serious?" "Thanks to you, I'm not paralyzed," Chu Shi replied as she slowly bent down to pick up her phone from the ground. The phone wasn't broken, but the screen was shattered. "I'll pay you for the phone." "No need. The screen is broken, but it can still be used after a fix. It's my own fault. What was I thinking provoking you? You're so rigid and serious that you can't take a joke." Zhan Sichen snorted coldly and remained silent. "Although you're hypocritical and scheming, you're still a competent doctor. From the surgery on Old Master Song to what just happened, as a doctor, you have nothing to be ashamed of." "I thank you," Chu Shi replied emotionally, because acupuncture requires leaving the needles in for about 20 minutes. Being alone with him during that time made Chu Shi feel as if every second was a year. Finally, when the time was up, she carefully pulled out the needles. "I've written all the dietary precautions in the adjustment plan. You can check it yourself. For acupuncture twice a week, I don't care how busy you are at the hospital, but you must be here by 6 in the afternoon at the latest. If you're late, I will punish you. Did you hear that?" Zhan Sichen still spoke in a commanding tone. "Got it. Who told you to be the creditor?" Chu Shi didn't want to stay there for another minute. After finishing her sentence, she turned and walked out, only to see Xiangbei waiting outside the door. Chu Shi froze. Had he been waiting there all along? "You must be Dr. Chu, right?" Xiangbei said upon seeing her, generously introducing himself. "I'm Zhan Sichen's friend, Xiangbei." "Xiangbei?" "The night at the hotel, Zhan Sichen made a call to have you take Yaru away. It was to you, right?" "Yaru's brother?" "Hello, Mr. O," Chu Shi politely greeted before striding away. When Xiangbei entered Zhan Sichen's lounge, he had just finished putting on his shirt. Seeing him like this, Xiangbei couldn't help but tease in broad daylight. And still at the company, can't you hold yourself back? Keep your filthy thoughts to yourself. Zhan Sichen replied. She is my private doctor, treating my insomnia, nothing else. Private doctor? Xiangbei couldn't help but laugh. Isn't that like keeping a mistress? What is this Chu Shi's background? How did she manage to win over both you and your difficult father in such a short time? No background, Zhan Sichen said casually while tidying his clothes. Just a single doctor who lost both parents at a young age and whose husband died during her pregnancy, now raising 2 children alone. Both parents gone, and her husband is dead? Xiangbei was genuinely taken aback. What a tough life. I mean, Zhan Sichen, even if you dislike my sister, you wouldn't be so desperate, right? She has already caused the deaths of her parents and husband, and with your poor health, aren't you afraid she might be the death of you too? Just as Xiangbei finished speaking, Zhan Sichen hadn't yet responded when the door was pushed open again, and Chu Shi walked in. Sorry, I forgot my bag, she said, hurriedly coming in to grab her bag before quickly leaving again. After Chu Shi left, Xiangbei was still stunned, then awkwardly asked, she didn't hear what I just said, did she? What do you think? Zhan Sichen replied coldly. What did you come to the company for? I actually have business to discuss, Xiangbei said, glancing at the time. It's just about time for dinner. Let's talk while we eat. In the luxurious hotel private room, Zhan Sichen and Xiangbei sat across from each other. As soon as they were seated, Zhan Sichen spoke up, get to the point. I have 2 things to tell you. The first is that Junlin is temporarily not staying at school and will be following me every day. Hearing this, Zhan Sichen was taken aback. Junlin isn't staying at school and is following you? How is that possible? Even if Junlin isn't staying at school, he should be picked up. How can he be following you every day? It's hard to believe, but that's the case. If you don't believe me, I can have Junlin call you tonight and tell you himself. Zhan Sichen really couldn't believe it, but since Xiangbei was Junlin's psychologist and also his uncle, he had no reason to worry about him staying there. What about the second thing? The second thing is business, Xiangbei said. I heard through the grapevine that you plan to build a huge entertainment city in Nanxing. You really are well informed. So it's true? Xiangbei had only heard some rumors before and hadn't expected it to be true. That's right, Zhan Sichen said. What? Do you have any objections, young Master? Your family is an entertainment agency. I'm opening an entertainment city, which doesn't conflict with your family's business, right? Whether it conflicts or not is none of my business. Xiangbei didn't care about the conflict with the O family's industry. He wasn't interested in their companies. The reason I'm talking to you about this is out of concern for you. First, your health condition. Currently, the companies under Huaqing International are doing so well. And now you're looking to expand into a new field, which is indeed exhausting. Secondly, and most importantly, I'm worried that your rising prominence might attract competition. Especially from those people. You know what I mean. Those people? Zhan Sichen certainly understood what Xiangbei meant. Those people were extremely terrifying presences. Chapter 041. I'm waiting for you to marry him. It's quite something for you to consider so much. With that, Zhan Sichen picked up his coffee cup and slowly took a sip. You've already died once, as a brother who grew up with you. How can I not think about it? Xiangbei frowned slightly and continued. Your serious injury and retirement were caused by that organization. You hate them, and they hate you just the same. After that confrontation, their leader went missing. This is a bomb that could explode at any time. I know. Then why are you so ostentatious? You left the army to go into business, and you could have kept a low profile, but you want everyone to know. As if you're afraid those guys don't know you're still alive. Zhan Sichen smiled faintly at Xiangbei's complaint. He was quite touched by Xiangbei's concern. Don't worry, the person who can kill me hasn't been born yet. Zhan Sichen took another sip of coffee, his eyes becoming much sharper. I actually look forward to their appearance. You know, as a soldier, it's a huge regret not to have completely fulfilled my mission. The whereabouts of that organization's leader has always been a knot in Zhan Sichen's heart. If he could resolve it personally in this lifetime, he would be exceedingly happy. All right, it's my limited perspective that can't reach the height of Colonel Zhan. After Xiangbei finished speaking, he sighed and said, it's also very possible that I'm being overly worried. After all, it's been almost 10 years, and those guys haven't shown up again. They might have all died long ago. Let us not think about them for now. Back to you and Chu Shi. Do you really like her? No comment. Heh. I'm just a doctor, and I've grown up with you. You don't need me as your private doctor, and instead used her. That is quite clear. But when you said that just now, I really felt sorry for my sister. She is such a tough woman, and now she is raising 2 kids. What about her conditions makes her worse than my sister? She is prettier than your sister. What? Just because of this? Xiangbei was truly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. At least my sister has always been devoted to you, never married anyone. And her family background is good. She's prettier than your sister. My sister is a superstar adored by thousands. She's just a little doctor. She's prettier than your sister. No substance. Oh, Xiangbei couldn't help but curse. I thought the well-read, widely experienced President Zhan had high taste. But I didn't expect him to be so superficial. Zhan Sichen couldn't help but laugh. She really was beautiful. To be blunt, she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. But it wasn't just about beauty. She also had some other small advantages. After Zhan Sichen left, it was already dark. She first went to the phone repair shop to fix her screen, and while waiting, she went to the portrait studio. Just like last time, she described Lady Xia's appearance to the artist while he painted. But after it was finished, she frowned. This doesn't look like her. I drew it based on your description. This is how it turned out. No matter how she looked at it, it didn't resemble her. It was also her fault for being too careless initially. She should have taken a photo with her phone for reference. No need, thank you. She paid the fee but didn't take the portrait. It would be useless. After she left, the artist made a phone call, carefully reporting, President O. Everything has been done as you requested. After hanging up, O Yanqing revealed a faint sinister smile and looked at the photo. Due to the distance, it was vaguely visible that she was leaning against Zhan Sichen's chest, and their posture was particularly intimate. Seeing this photo, O Yanqing's eyes were filled with anger. He then took out a lighter, ignited the photo, and casually tossed it into the trash can. She went to find several other artists. But the result was the same. The previous artist was the one she found when visiting Dr. Li, and it was too far to go back there for now. After fixing her phone, she returned home. It was already very late, and Wu Ma and the two kids were already asleep. Unable to sleep, she lay in bed casually scrolling through her phone and came across a news article. Huachin International is about to make a big move. It is reported that Zhan Sichen is going to invest heavily to create the country's #1 entertainment city. Once completed, it will become a new landmark. An entertainment city? This man really knows how to stir things up. Just as she thought this, her room door was gently pushed open. She looked up and quickly got up to ask, Daba, why aren't you asleep so late? I've already taken a nap. I went to the bathroom. Junlin walked to Shi's bedside and looked at her, asking, Sister Shi, I heard from Xiaobai that you went on a date with Zhan Sichen tonight. Is that true? Xiaobai said that? That little brat. No. Shi explained, I'm now his private doctor, treating his insomnia. It's not what you think. Originally, when Junlin heard Xiaobai say they were on a date, he was very happy, but now, seeing his disappointed expression, Shi couldn't help but give a bitter smile and tease, little brat. Are you just dying for me to get married? I'm not dying for you to get married. I just want you to marry Zhan Sichen. Junlin quickly added, fearing he had revealed too much. I just think he is a former soldier and a big president. Having him as a husband would definitely give you a sense of security. It's really strange. What kind of spell did Zhan Sichen cast on these two kids that they are so devoted to him? Adults' matters shouldn't concern children. Shi picked up Junlin and walked outside while saying, marrying without feelings is also sad. When feelings reach a certain level, marriage will naturally follow. Oh. At this moment, Shi had already carried him back to the room, placed him on the bed, and covered him with a blanket. Just as Shi was about to leave, Junlin hurriedly asked, do you have hope with him? Even a little bit would be fine. Do I have hope with him? To be honest, there is none at all. They are not from the same world. But just as she hesitated for a few seconds, Junlin immediately insisted. If you don't answer, that means there is, right? I'm waiting for Sister Shi to give me good news about marrying him. Good night, Sister Shi. This little brat completely didn't give her a chance to speak. In the following month, Shi consistently went to give him acupuncture every Wednesday and Saturday. Never being late. After a month of treatment, how is it? Is the insomnia situation significantly improved? When she asked this question, Shi was quite confident. It's indeed pretty good. This was the truth. Zhan Sichen's speed of falling asleep was noticeably faster than before. Of course, Shi said somewhat proudly. I've researched the insomnia treatment plan for a long time, so it naturally works. Especially researched for that what's his name Jingyan? Once Zhan Sichen asked. The air suddenly became quiet, and Shi's expression changed. This man really knows how to touch on the sore spot. Chapter 042. Are you trying to be a rogue by not marrying her? If you can't chat, you don't have to. This man never considers other people's feelings, or rather, he deliberately digs into others' wounds. Truly despicable. What's the big deal? Zhan Sichen is indifferent, saying that time can heal everything, and even if his departure made you sad. It's been so many years, can't we talk about it? Fine, let's talk about it. Shi honestly replied, I specifically studied for him. Is that all right? Back then, Xiao Jingyan was under a lot of work pressure, barely sleeping a few hours a week, and she was genuinely worried he might die from it. So she sought out many teachers to learn and research various things. Do you love him? Zhan Sichen continued to ask. Love? She found it hard to answer this question straightforwardly. It's love, but also pain. Zhan Dezonkai is so gossipy. She leaned on the table, watching him get dressed, and asked, Are you so interested in other people's romantic histories? What about you? How many have you dated? How many have you loved? Why don't you tell me first? None. Zhan Sichen answered firmly. None. Hearing these two words made Shi laugh. He didn't even prepare a script for his lie. How could he have never been in a relationship? Almost 30 and never dated? Are you kidding? Moreover, as a young master, shouldn't he have a bunch of women around him, changing them like clothes? I said none, so there are none, believe it or not. Zhan Sichen said. You call me hypocritical. You are the hypocrite. She muttered quietly. Where do you think your son came from if you've never dated? After she finished her complaints, Lin Wei knocked and entered, reporting to Zhan Sichen. Mr. Zhan, the bidding notice for the Entertainment City project has been sent out, and as of today, more than 10 companies have come to bid. This time Zhan Sichen is planning to build an entertainment city, which is a big project. Publicly bidding for construction companies. For such a large project, major construction companies are naturally putting in their best effort. Mr. Zhan, you can continue with your work. I will take my leave. Seeing Zhan Sichen getting back to work, Shi took the opportunity to slip away. After Shi left, Zhan Sichen took the documents and seriously looked at the information of the bidding companies, and soon noticed one enterprise. ISNT Far East International, the former Chow Group? Yes, Lin Wei replied. They changed their name about 7 years ago. I remember they didn't have a construction company under them. That's right. Far East International mainly produces and exports electrical appliances. The construction industry is something they just ventured into, probably trying to diversify. How dare they bid for a newly developed industry? They really overestimate themselves. Yes, Lin Wei could only agree. Then Zhan Sichen handed the document back to Lin Wei, saying, After the bidding deadline, bring it back to me. All right, Mr. Zhan. Zhan Sichen glanced at the time, thought of something, grabbed his car keys, and quickly walked out. Since Junlin is no longer staying at school, as a father, he naturally couldn't let him stay at Xiangbei's place. Seeing Zhan Sichen come to pick him up, Xiangbei felt a bit reluctant and said, I was having a great time with Junlin. You're taking him away? Xiangbei has always liked a lively atmosphere. But unfortunately, he lives alone, and Junlin was a great companion. If you like kids, hurry up and find a woman to have one for you. Don't think about my son. After Zhan Sichen finished speaking, he went over and picked up Dabai, saying gently, Junlin, since you're not staying at school anymore, let us go home with Daddy, okay? To be honest, Dabai also liked Zhan Sichen, but, Daddy, aren't you dating someone now? If I go back, won't I be a bright light bulb? You little brat, who told you I'm dating someone? Zhan Sichen looked at Dabai and asked, Aren't you and Shi dating? Dabai asked angrily, I heard from my uncle that she is now your personal doctor. If you interact that much daily and aren't dating, what are you doing? Are you trying to be a rogue? Puffed. After hearing Dabai's words, both Zhan Sichen and Xiangbei were shocked at the same time. What is this little brat talking about? Junlin, I'm really confused. I can understand that you don't like your mom Yaru because she treats you badly, but you've only met Shi once or twice. How can you like her so much? Don't you know she has a particularly hard life? Aren't you afraid of being cursed to death? Huh. After hearing this, Dabai shot a particularly annoyed glance at Xiangbei, questioning, Are you going to talk bad about her too? If that's the case, I'll leave immediately and no longer recognize you as my uncle. Zhan Junlin, I'm your real uncle. That Shi has no blood relation to you. Are you going to disown me for her? She is the mom I've recognized, so in my heart, she is closer than anyone else. Whoever speaks ill of her, I want tea like them. My goodness, too deep in the poison. Heaven, tell me, what kind of magic does that woman have? Junlin, you just said again? Who else has spoken ill of her in front of you? Zhan Sichen asked. My grandpa. Since Yinqing said so, don't blame him for telling on her. My grandpa told me a lot of bad things about her, saying she is not worthy to marry into the Zhan family and to stay away from her. But I'm not a 3-year-old anymore. I have my own judgment. I can tell who is good and who is bad. Zhan Sichen didn't respond. But hearing Yinqing say that, he was surprisingly angry inside. Junlin, since you have the ability to judge, then don't listen to their nonsense. Also, if you like living here, then stay here. Whenever you want to go home with Daddy, just call me. I hope that when you take me home, she will be my rightful mommy. Dabai happily envisioned. Zhan Sichen just smiled and remained silent. After leaving Xiangbei's house, Zhan Sichen kept thinking about Dabai's words. They say finding a stepmother for a child is a particularly difficult process. But since the child likes her so much, wouldn't it be much smoother? In the following days, Zhan Sichen was still very busy. One day, after finishing a meeting, Lin Wei came to his office and respectfully reported, Mr. Zhan, Mr. Gavin, The director of Far East Construction under Far East International wants to invite you to dinner tomorrow. What do you think? Tomorrow? Zhan Sichen looked up at the calendar and replied directly. Tell him I have something to do, and push it back. Lin Wei also looked at the calendar. Tomorrow is Wednesday, which is the day Chu Shi comes to give him acupuncture. So is that what he means by having something to do? I have made it clear that before the bidding, I will not meet with any of the bidding unit leaders. Understood, Mr. Zhan. It is said that this Gavin specially flew back from abroad. Looks like he miscalculated. After this day ended, Zhan Sichen glanced at the calendar again, unexpectedly looking forward to tomorrow coming sooner. But the things in the world come with surprises or unexpected events. Chapter 043. Chu Shi got into an accident. She had been particularly busy at the hospital these past few days. As a surgeon, her primary focus was on performing surgeries, but after the incident last time, Dean Gao no longer allowed her in the operating room. She spent her time on duty in the wards, interacting with patients' families. Although she wasn't in the operating room, she was still busy every day. Today, a patient had a major postoperative hemorrhage, and Chu Shi was busy dealing with it, so she hadn't eaten lunch. By nearly 3 in the afternoon, she finally had a chance to eat, but the emergency room was overwhelmed, so she went there to help out. Many injured patients arrived, reportedly from a street brawl, with several of them bloodied and bruised. Chu Shi felt speechless. How immature could they be to fight in public? With the emergencies piling up, there was no time to clock out. When her phone rang, she was still stitching up a patient. After finishing, she took out her phone to see it was a call from Zhan Sichen. Chu Shi called him back, but as soon as the call connected, she hadn't even had a chance to speak before she heard Zhan Sichen's stern voice. You forgetful woman, what did I tell you last time? It's almost 6 o'clock. Zhan Sichen, who had finished work early, was waiting in the lounge. An hour passed, but Chu Shi still hadn't arrived. The hospital is really busy right now. I can't. I don't want to hear your excuses. Get over here right now. But, hello? What an annoying man. Selfish and only thinking of himself, never considering others. Finally, after wrapping up a light injury, she quickly changed her clothes and ran out of the hospital. Once outside, she hurriedly flagged down a taxi and realized she was very hungry. She hadn't even had a sip of water all day. The drive from Foreign Hospital to Huachin International wasn't too far, but without traffic, it would take 20 minutes. Of course, it was rush hour, and the traffic was at a standstill just 2 traffic lights away. Let me out here. With the traffic like this, she could walk faster. But even walking would take at least 15 minutes, and she was starving. Besides, that man Wu Ti let her eat first before giving her acupuncture. Chu Shi turned onto another street and went into a convenience store to buy a slice of bread, eating it as she hurried along. This street wasn't too congested, but it seemed like she was taking a longer route, so she quickened her pace, only for her phone to ring again. What a nuisance. Chu Shi, do you treat my words like wind? It's almost 7. You're late by nearly an hour. Zhan Sichen had waited for her for another hour, and his frustration was palpable. You can't hurry me along like this, Zhan Sichen. Stop calling. I'm almost there. After hanging up, Chu Shi felt like she was being pushed to her limits. He was so annoying. Hearing the call end, Zhan Sichen was furious, cursing under his breath. Chu Shi, you've got some nerve hanging up on me. There was no point in rushing now. Chu Shi could only run. At an intersection, as the countdown for the green light was about to finish, she hurriedly tried to cross. Suddenly, a car sped through the intersection, heading straight for her, followed by screams from bystanders. Half an hour later, Zhan Sichen still hadn't heard from Chu Shi. Just as he was about to call her, her phone rang. He picked up immediately, anger evident in his voice. You stupid woman, do you even know? Excuse me, are you a relative of Chu Shi? A stranger's voice interrupted him, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Yes, who are you? I'm a doctor from Nanjing Central Hospital. Chu Shi has been in an accident. Please come to the hospital immediately. An accident? The moment Zhan Sichen heard those words, his mind went blank. Chu Shi had been in an accident? His legs felt weak. And after hanging up, he grabbed his car keys and rushed out. He arrived at Nanjing Central Hospital as quickly as possible. But Chu Shi had already been taken into the emergency room. What is your relationship with the patient? The doctor asked. I'm her husband, Zhan Sichen blurted out. Good. Please sign here on the rescue notification form. He hurriedly signed his name and then asked the doctor, how is Chu Shi? Is her injury serious? She's still being treated. We can't tell you anything until after the surgery. Please be patient. Zhan Sichen felt his heart rise to his throat. After that, the doctor handed him Chu Shi's belongings from the accident scene, her bag and her phone. Her phone screen was shattered again, clearly just fixed. Seeing this pained him deeply. Inside her bag, besides her wallet, were only handwritten treatment plans for her patients, with no makeup like most girls would carry. Her handwritten notes were as meticulous as the treatment plans she had made for him. But now, seeing these, Zhan Sichen felt a mix of emotions he couldn't express. Just then, Chu Shi's phone rang again, displaying a call from Xiaobai. Zhan Sichen found he didn't have the courage to answer. He let it ring until Xiaobai called again. He reluctantly picked up. Hello? Xiaobai. Zhan Sichen felt guilty, his heart still heavy with worry. Uncle Zhan, it's you again? Are you two on another date? Yes. He could only pretend everything was fine. If Xiaobai knew her mother was in the emergency room, she would be terrified. Ah, it seems my sister she is falling in love. You guys are almost 30. Why just date? Why not get married? Get married? At that moment, Zhan Sichen had a strong urge. If Chu Shi was okay this time, he would definitely marry her. But now, he couldn't say anything. What if? What if something happened to Chu Shi? Alright, if you're on a date, I won't disturb you. Enjoy your time together. Xiaobai. As Xiaobai was about to hang up, Zhan Sichen hurriedly said, recently, your mom and I have been busy with something, and she might not be back for a while. Huh, it sounds like you're eloping. No, it's just a trip. I want to take her out for a while. We might be gone for 10 days or so. Zhan Sichen wasn't sure if that would convince Xiaobai, but it was the best he could do. Oh, a trip? Okay, take your time. Tell sister she not to rush back. Bye and I will behave. Uncle Zhan, my sister she is a girl. You must take good care of her while she's out. Yes. Hearing Xiaobai say this made Zhan Sichen feel even worse. Don't worry, I will take good care of her. After hanging up, the guilt in Zhan Sichen's heart deepened. Xiaobai was so happy to hear they were going on a trip. But the reality was. Chapter 044. Her condition is very bad. Every minute and second is an infinite torture for Zhan Sichen as he keeps staring at the words in surgery. His hands helplessly gripping his clothes. Chu Shi, please don't have anything happen to you. Don't have anything happen. Zhan Sichen silently prays in his heart. The emergency surgery has been going on for nearly 6 hours, and when Chu Shi is pushed out of the operating room, it is already late at night. Doctor, how is she? Zhan Sichen's voice trembles when he asks this question. She is out of life-threatening danger. But she has multiple contusions and a cranial injury. We will have to wait until she wakes up to check if there will be any memory loss, intellectual, or hearing impairments, the doctor replies. Cranial injury? Hearing those words makes Zhan Sichen's heart race in fear. He requests the best hospital room available. Chu Shi is pushed into the room, still unconscious. When will she wake up? He asks. It's hard to say with a cranial injury. It could be 1 or 2 days, 3 or 4 days, or even longer, the doctor explains. Take good care of her, and call us immediately if anything happens. After the doctor leaves, only the two of them remain in the room. Zhan Sichen sits by the bedside, looking at her pale face, devoid of any color. He gently lifts her clothing. The severe injuries have been bandaged, but the bruises and scrapes, some bleeding, are shocking to see. After looking, he carefully covers her with a blanket, gazing at her, his heart feeling like it is being pulled, aching deeply. Chu Shi, please wake up soon. He remembers how he was seriously injured and unconscious for 3 years. Although he woke up later, he was left with many aftereffects. And he doesn't want the same for Chu Shi. Zhan Sichen stays awake all night, and when dawn breaks, there is still no sign of her waking up. He looks at the time and then calls Lin Wei. Find me a professional female nurse immediately, Zhan Sichen instructs. Right away. Soon, Lin Wei finds a professional female nurse. Zhan Sichen tells her, I'm going out for a bit. Take good care of her here. If she wakes up, or if anything happens, call me immediately. Understood, Mr. Zhan. After leaving the hospital, Zhan Sichen goes to the police station. He wants to understand the details of the accident. Mr. Zhan, this is the surveillance video from the time of the incident. Please take a look. The footage is relatively clear. Chu Shi is hurriedly walking while eating bread. Seeing her like this makes Zhan Sichen's heart ache. He initially thought she didn't care about the acupuncture appointment, which is why she was 2 hours late. But he never considered that she rushed over from the hospital without having time to eat. In the video, she answers a phone call, which is the urgent call he made to her. After hanging up, she anxiously tries to cross the street corner, but unexpectedly, Zhan Sichen suddenly feels a tightness in his breath. The accident happened right after he called her? If he hadn't urged her, could this accident have been avoided? Seeing that Zhan Sichen is struggling emotionally, the police immediately turn off the surveillance video. The driver responsible for the accident has already been apprehended, and the preliminary result is that he was driving under the influence. The footage clearly shows that the pedestrian light was counting down, but it was still green. The accident was caused by the vehicle running a red light. Driving under the influence? The victim is fortunate in misfortune. The vehicle first hit a traffic light at the intersection, which slowed it down before it hit her. If it had hit her directly, she might have died on the spot. Where is the driver? I want to see him. Zhan Sichen wants to tear the driver apart. Even if he can't take his life, he wants him to rot in prison. The driver is currently in detention, but if Mr. Zhan wants to see him. Just as the police say this, Zhan Sichen's phone rings. It is the nurse calling. Zhan Sichen quickly answers. asking, "Is Chu-Shi awake?" "No, Mr. Zhan. It's that Miss Chu's condition is a bit bad." "Condition bad?" Upon hearing these words, Zhan Sichen forgets everything and rushes back to the hospital. What happened to Chu-Shi? They say the wound got infected, causing a high fever. High fever? When Zhan Sichen left, Chu-Shi was still pale, looking almost lifeless except for her breathing. But now she is flushed due to the fever. Because she feels extremely uncomfortable, her brows are tightly furrowed. Her cracked lips are moving, but she can't say anything, and her facial features are twisted in pain, looking unbearable. "Doctor, how could the wound suddenly get infected?" This situation is common post-surgery. Strong antipyretics can cause significant harm to her body. We don't recommend using them unless absolutely necessary. What should we do? First, we will use physical cooling. If there is still no effect within 3 hours, we will have to give her strong antipyretics. All right, I understand. After that, Zhan Sichen asks everyone to leave, and then he carefully wipes her with alcohol. Since the doctor just treated her wound for the infection, Zhan Sichen needs to be extra careful while wiping her with alcohol. Maybe due to the pain, or perhaps she has some awareness of what is happening. Even though her eyes are still tightly closed, tears flow continuously from them, and her body starts to twitch slightly from the pain. "Chu-Shi, I know you're in pain. Just bear with it. Please hold on. It will be over soon. I'm here. I'm here." Zhan Sichen doesn't know if she can hear him, but he keeps saying this, and by the end, he is almost incoherent. Seeing her in such distress causes Zhan Sichen immense heartache. He wishes he could take her pain upon himself. "I'm sorry, Chu-Shi, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have urged you. It's my mistake. Please get better soon. Get better soon." After wiping her with alcohol, Zhan Sichen repeatedly checks her temperature, fearing the fever won't break within 3 hours. During those 3 hours, he doesn't know how many times he has checked her temperature or wiped her with alcohol, and when he finally sees her temperature return to normal, he can hardly believe his eyes. "Doctor, she's fever-free." "That's good," the doctor replies. "During her coma, we will maintain her with glucose and nutrition injections. She cannot eat for 48 hours after waking up. She doesn't even know how long she will be unconscious, and after waking up, she cannot eat for 48 hours. She was already so hungry before the accident. Thinking of this makes him feel terrible. Why did he rush her? If he was really anxious, he could have sent a car to pick her up." Zhan Sichen feels overwhelming guilt and torment, and just then, his phone rings again. Chapter 045, His Ruthless Tactics. The call was from Dean Gao, who had heard that Chu-Shi had been in an accident and wanted to express his concern. At that moment, Zhan Sichen had no mood to answer any calls, but there were some questions he wanted to ask Dean Gao, so he picked up. "Was Chu-Shi very busy at the hospital yesterday?" Zhan Sichen asked sternly, not giving Dean Gao a chance to speak. Hearing this question, Dean Gao's heart sank, and he hurriedly explained, "Since that medical accident, I haven't allowed Chu-Shi to enter the operating room. Yesterday, I only just found out that a group of people caused a brawl at the hospital, and the emergency room was overwhelmed. Chu-Shi went to help voluntarily, so." She was indeed quite busy and didn't leave the hospital until late. So she had been busy at the hospital until very late. And then he had hurried her to rush to Huachin International. Not hearing a response from Zhan Sichen, Dean Gao was too scared to breathe and cautiously continued. "Young Master Zhan, I have arranged the best ward and expert team for Chu-Shi. If you agree to transfer her to our hospital, we will definitely provide her with the best medical resources." Zhan Sichen glanced at the unconscious Chu-Shi. He didn't want to transfer her and put her through more hassle in her current state. Besides, she probably wouldn't want her former colleagues to see her like this. "No need," he said, and then hung up the phone. After the call with Dean Gao, Zhan Sichen felt even more guilty. Chu-Shi was right. He was selfish and never considered others. With Chu-Shi still unconscious, Zhan Sichen had no other thoughts. He had originally wanted to see the driver responsible for the accident, but that was no longer a priority. However, while he was preoccupied, someone else was on the line. The person on the other end spoke cautiously, "Don't worry, it's just a simple accident. No one will suspect anything." He remained silent, a faint, sinister smile appearing on his lips. "It's time for dinner. Who are you on the phone with?" Madame O called out from the sofa. "I'm coming." O Yinqing put down his phone and walked to the dining room. "Is today's dinner so haphazard?" O Yinqing glanced at the dining table, which only had 2 vegetable dishes and 2 bowls of plain porridge. "Just the 2 of us. As we age, we should eat lighter. You should eat less of those rich dishes in the future," Madame O said with a hint of emotion. "Who upset you today? Why are you so angry?" O Yinqing asked. At this point, Madame O put down her chopsticks in frustration and said angrily, "Originally, there were 4 of us. And now it's just the 2 of us in this cold and quiet house. You say Yaru has joined the crew. That's fine. But why is Xiangbei back from abroad and still holding a grudge against not letting the child come home? Am I the one not letting him come home?" He doesn't want to come back at all, Yinqing replied angrily. If he doesn't want to come back, then let him stay outside. If he has the ability, he should never come back. What is wrong with a father and son having a proper conversation? Don't you have any responsibility for the situation between you two? Why can't you lower your head and have a good talk with the child? It's his rebellion and disobedience. What responsibility do I have? Then why is he rebellious? Isn't it because you have too strong a controlling nature? Yaru likes the entertainment industry. She can accept your arrangements, but Xiangbei has his own ideas. He likes studying medicine. He just doesn't like the major you chose for him or the girls you arranged for him. What is wrong with that child? I've worried endlessly about his future and marriage. Even if he doesn't appreciate it, what has he done? He brought back a woman of questionable character. Isn't that deliberately provoking me? And then what? Why don't you talk about the underhanded means you used to break them apart? If the child hadn't been heartbroken, who would leave home and go abroad for years without coming back? Madame O became increasingly agitated. And about Yaru? You went to the Zhan family to arrange a marriage when she was just born. The Zhan family agreed. And look at what a mess it's turned into now. Are you trying to settle scores with me now? Fine, say everything you want to say, so you don't end up getting sick and blaming it on me later. Yinqing put down his chopsticks and stopped eating. I'm not settling scores, I'm just stating the facts. From a young age, you told Yaru that when she grew up, she could marry Sichen, which ingrained this idea in her mind. What happened? Isn't Yaru the one who got hurt? And about Junlin, just thinking about it feels absurd. Madame O had always been hesitant to talk about Junlin over the years, and now her tone softened a bit. The matter of Junlin was orchestrated entirely by Madame Zhan. It can't be blamed on the O family, right? She insisted on leaving a successor for the Zhan family and found an unfaithful woman to have a child for Zhan Sichen. In the end, she got played. Who can she blame? In my opinion, a child like Junlin shouldn't have been kept. She insisted on keeping him and even consulted a master to predict that Junlin was the Zhan family's good fortune. That having him would ensure Zhan Sichen's safety and the prosperity of the Zhan family. Isn't that nonsense? She insisted on keeping him. And Yaru wanted to marry him. It was also her idea to claim publicly that Junlin was the child of Zhan Sichen and Yaru. Looking back, it's truly unfair to Yaru. Hearing this, Madame O showed an expression that was hard to describe, slowly saying, Sichen's serious injury and coma are indeed a blow to Madame Zhan. As a mother, I can understand wanting to leave a successor for the Zhan family. At first, she even came to me, wanting Yaru to have a child for Sichen. I sympathized with Sichen, but Yaru is my biological daughter after all. What if Yaru had a child for the Zhan family, and Sichen never woke up? I politely declined, thinking Madame Zhan would give up. But I didn't expect. Madame Zhan is indeed cautious. She found a woman to have a child for Sichen, carrying the baby for 10 months without anyone knowing. Even after she died, no one knew what she looked like. However, there's one thing I've never understood. You say Madame Zhan is such a meticulous and strong-willed woman who arranged the pregnancy herself. How could there be a mistake in the end? What kind of woman would dare to pull tricks under Madame Zhan's nose? Sigh, that woman died, and there's no answer now. It's pitiful for women who die in the delivery room these days. It was that shameless woman who lied. She deserved to die, you know? Madame O finished speaking and met Yinqing's fierce and sharp gaze, which made her feel frightened. I don't care what you think about this matter, but it's already like this, so never mention it again. No matter what happens, Junlin can only be the son of Zhan Sichen and Yaru. Mind your words. If you slip up in front of Zhan Sichen and Junlin, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Madame O certainly knew the gravity of this matter. She could only keep it buried in her heart. I'm just telling you. Who else can I tell? Madame O said. Then let us never mention this again. As for Sichen and Yaru, after so many years of making do, just give it up. If Sichen wants to be with that Chu Shi, let him be with her. Don't use the same methods you used against Xiangbei's girlfriend on her. Can we just eat in peace? Talking about this makes it hard to eat. Yinqing slammed his chopsticks down and said he wouldn't eat anymore. After that, Yinqing directly went upstairs, leaving Madame O feeling utterly exasperated. Chapter 046. I told you not to touch her. 2 days have passed, and Chu Shi hasn't had a fever again, but she still hasn't woken up. Zhan Sichen has never felt time so unbearable, nor has he ever been so afraid. He fears that Chu Shi may never wake up. And he also fears that if she does wake up, she might have amnesia or cognitive impairment. He truly can't eat or sleep well. Zhan Sichen sits by her hospital bed, carefully using a cotton swab to dab at her cracked and bleeding lips, then wipes her hands with warm water. Her hands are bruised and green from the injections, so he can only gently dab at them, afraid to apply too much pressure. Knock knock. Hearing a knock at the door, Zhan Sichen looks toward the entrance, surprised to see Xiangbei. What are you doing here? How did he know that Chu Shi was in the hospital after the car accident? I was bored and wanted to find you for a drink. I went to your company, but you weren't there. I asked Lin Wei and found out that something happened to Chu Shi. Xiangbei looks at the unconscious Chu Shi and quickly asks, how is she? Is it serious? Zhan Sichen remains silent, his brows furrowed tightly. From his expression, Xiangbei already knows the answer. What a disaster, Xiangbei sighs, then approaches the bed, cautiously trying to lift her blanket. Zhan Sichen immediately grabs his hand. What are you doing? I'm a doctor too. I just want to check how serious her injuries are. You're a psychologist. That may be true, but I've also studied surgery. I understand. I told you not to touch her. Zhan Sichen warns fiercely. Xiangbei can only chuckle helplessly and abandon the idea, unable to resist commenting. Your thoughts are quite twisted. She's injured. How could I take advantage of her? Zhan Sichen remains silent, and Xiangbei decides to stop talking. Are you really concerned? Seeing how nervous you were earlier, I can guess. Look at those panda eyes. You haven't slept in days, have you? I don't have the energy to joke with you right now. If you have nothing else, just go. Zhan Sichen is extremely worried and has no time for banter. Okay, I won't joke around. Xiangbei replies seriously. It looks like her injuries are serious. Take good care of her. Usually, after such sudden disasters, the person involved will have a lot of emotional turmoil and might inexplicably lash out. Just be patient with her. I don't need you to remind me. Zhan Sichen commands. Don't let Junlin know about Chu Shi's car accident. I understand. Xiangbei glances at the unconscious Chu Shi again and tells Zhan Sichen, take good care of her, and call me if you need anything. Zhan Sichen remains silent. After Xiangbei leaves, Zhan Sichen takes a long, hesitant breath, continuing to sit by the bed and looking at her. He softly says, Chu Shi, can you hear me? If you can, try to wake up. Think of your 2 children. They are still waiting for you. Another sleepless night passes, and after 3 consecutive nights of staying awake, he finally can't hold on any longer and dozes off at the edge of her bed just before dawn. Zhan Sichen doesn't know how long he has slept, but when he hears some movement from the bed, he quickly wakes up. Looking at Chu Shi, he sees her body twitching uncomfortably, just like when she had a fever last time, and her facial features are contorted in pain. Finally, her tightly closed eyes open, but her expression is still very uncomfortable. Zhan Sichen anxiously asks, what's wrong? As soon as he finishes speaking, Chu Shi feels nauseous and instinctively tries to sit up to vomit on the floor. But even the slightest movement causes her excruciating pain. You have injuries all over. Don't move. Seeing her about to vomit, Zhan Sichen doesn't think twice and reaches out to catch it. But Chu Shi hasn't eaten anything for so long. There's nothing to vomit, just dry heaving. And she looks extremely uncomfortable. Zhan Sichen quickly calls the doctor over. The doctor examines her, and Chu Shi struggles to say 3 words through her discomfort. My head hurts. This time, when Chu Shi wakes up, it's the splitting headache that prevents her from falling back asleep. It feels like her head is about to explode, and her entire body aches, as if thousands of insects are gnawing at her wounds. Doctor, why does her head hurt? Is it related to her brain injury? Yes, the doctor replies. We need to give her a painkiller immediately, but the medication will take some time to take effect. She has to endure it for now. After administering the painkiller, the doctor warns Zhan Sichen, make sure to control her movements. Don't let her move around or touch her wounds to prevent further infection. Okay, Zhan Sichen responds quickly. From the moment of the car accident, Chu Shi's brain has been in a state of sleep, and she doesn't even realize when her subconscious started to emerge. Many past fragments flash through her mind like a movie, but they are all painful memories. And she feels immense pain. Her body hurts. Her heart hurts even more, but she can't open her eyes, can't scream, and can't move. A voice in her heart seems to keep saying, Mom and Dad, I'm coming to find you. Now she has opened her eyes. But her consciousness is still blurred, unable to distinguish between illusion and reality, and the pain in her body makes it hard for her to analyze anything. Chu Shi, don't move, just endure. You've already had the injection, it will stop hurting soon. Zhan Sichen controls her hands, but her hands are already covered in needle marks, and he doesn't dare to apply too much pressure. Instead, he leans down gently to hold her, continuously talking to comfort her. After a while, Zhan Sichen feels drenched in sweat from the tension as Chu Shi struggles stop. He sees her sweating profusely and breathing heavily. How are you? Do you feel any better? Zhan Sichen asks with concern. Chu Shi no longer has the strength to speak. Her gaze toward Zhan Sichen is particularly vacant. Seeing her expression of emptiness, Zhan Sichen feels a surge of fear again. Has she lost her memory? Has her intelligence been affected? Chu Shi, don't scare me. Tell me, who am I? What is my name? Chu Shi stares blankly at Zhan Sichen for a long time before finally murmuring his name. Zhan. Sichen. Hearing her call out his name, Zhan Sichen finally breathes a sigh of relief. As long as she remembers him, that's good. Chu Shi, you're injured all over, and your body is weak. Don't talk for now. Just lie down and rest. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, let me know. After receiving the painkiller, the pain in her body gradually diminishes, and her consciousness slowly becomes clearer from a state of confusion. She remembers having a car accident on the way to Huachin International, but she doesn't know who brought her to the hospital or what happened afterward. As for why Zhan Sichen is here, she has no idea. Chapter 047. She encountered cyberbullying again for the next few hours. She didn't say a word. For the first time, she felt that even breathing was exhausting. No. It was painful to breathe. The doctor said, you haven't lost your memory, and your hearing and intelligence are unaffected. So the degree of your brain injury isn't very serious. As long as you take good care of yourself, there shouldn't be any after effects. She still didn't respond. As the saying goes, those who survive great disasters will have future blessings. After experiencing this calamity, things should go smoothly. Zhan Sichen didn't know how to comfort her, so he could only think of whatever to say. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. Future blessings after surviving a great disaster? Back then, she nearly died in the delivery room, and it took so many years to heal the aftermath. How long would it take this time? When people are sick, they tend to feel down, and at this moment, she was no exception. However, as sadness surged, she suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, "Where's my child?" Her voice was weak and hoarse. "Don't worry, I told Xiaobai that I took you on a trip and won't be back for 10 days or half a month." Hearing this reassured Chu. If Dabai and Xiaobai found out, they would definitely be very worried. Just focus on your treatment. Don't think about anything else. Chu nodded. For Dabai and Xiaobai, she had to live strongly. My phone. Chu didn't have the strength to call Dabai and Xiaobai, but she could send them a message. Your phone is out of battery and shut down. Use mine. Who do you want to call? I can help you. Sending a message to the children using his phone? No need. As long as they don't suspect anything. Thank you. Hearing Chu's words, Zhan Sichen felt a surge of guilt, just as Xiangbei said. For someone who suffered such a disaster, emotions would be very low, and temper would also be bad. He really wanted Chu to be like before, cursing him for pushing her, which led to this car accident. But Chu didn't mention it at all. At this moment, Zhan Sichen was holding his phone when he glanced at the news push notification. The news about Fu Ren Hospital being exposed for an unethical female doctor involved in a car accident and still in a coma shocked him. Since Chu's accident, he had been with her in the hospital. How did the media find out? Zhan Sichen quickly looked at Chu, who had closed her eyes again, and he withdrew his gaze to open the news. The comments below were truly unbearable. Great to see. After treating others' lives carelessly, now it's her turn. Hope she never wakes up. Die already. Heaven has eyes. Karma comes at the right time. May the evil doers be punished. Don't let her live to continue harming innocent patients. I don't advocate cyberbullying, but for such an evil person, I must contribute my snowflake, hoping she dies tonight. There were countless comments like this. In fact, there were many remarks from the last medical accident that cyberbullied Chu. But the truth was that Chu was solely focused on saving lives, yet she was depicted as someone who disregarded family objections and forced surgery on patients for profit, resulting in their deaths. Zhan Sichen didn't pay much attention to the previous cyberbullying. He just thought it was some idle and ignorant netizens talking nonsense. But seeing how painful Chu was after the car accident, yet still being cursed and insulted by these strangers, made him feel heartbroken and furious. He dialed Lin Wei's phone number, but then thought better of it, and hung up to call Xiangbei. When the call connected, before Xiangbei could say anything, Zhan Sichen immediately questioned, "Did you tell anyone about Chu's car accident?" "Of course not," Xiangbei replied, confused. "What's wrong? Who found out?" "Trending news." "What? It's trending?" Xiangbei was also taken aback. Chu is just a doctor, not a celebrity. Why is her car accident trending? Xiangbei couldn't understand. Zhan Sichen immediately said, "I don't care how you do it. Make that trending news disappear immediately." Although Xiangbei didn't have a good relationship with the O family, they did run an entertainment agency and were skilled at managing news and reducing heat. "Okay, I got it." After hanging up, Xiangbei opened the trending news and indeed saw it. Looking at these comments, he understood why Zhan Sichen was so angry. Are these netizens bored? She didn't provoke anyone. It's unfortunate enough that she had an accident. Instead of wishing her well, they're cursing her. What kind of people are these? Just then, Dabai suddenly got into the car and asked him a question, startling Xiangbei. He had just come to pick Junlin up from school, and in response to his question, Xiangbei hurriedly turned off his phone. This kid loved Chu so much. If he found out she had an accident and was being cursed by a crowd, he would be furious. "It's nothing." Xiangbei quickly made up a story. "Just saw some news." "Junlin, why are you out of school so early today?" "Not early at all," Dabai retorted. "Uncle, look at how others wait at the school gate to pick up their kids, and you're just sitting in the car. It's only because I'm safety conscious. If I get hurt, how will you explain it to my daddy? If it weren't for Zhan Sichen's call earlier, he would have gotten out of the car to pick him up. Yes, my nephew is the best. To avoid raising any suspicions, Xiangbei decided not to mention that topic and asked, what does my dear Junlin want to eat? Uncle will treat you to a big meal. Okay, big meal, big meal. After the call with Xiangbei, Zhan Sichen suddenly thought of something and quickly opened his phone to find Yaru's Weibo. Sure enough, it really is true that what goes around comes around. Those who do bad things will face retribution. Her fans in the comments were also echoing this sentiment. It was her voice that had made this incident so hot last time. Zhan Sichen's eyes were blazing with anger. He wished he could strangle this malicious woman. Just then, he suddenly thought of something and dialed 2 phone numbers in succession, one to Dean Gao and the other to Lin Wei. Meanwhile, Yaru was sitting in front of the makeup mirror, and while the makeup artist was doing her makeup, she was laughing at these comments. When she learned from her father that Chu had been in a car accident, she was particularly happy and immediately asked, did she have an accident? Is she dead? No, she seems to still be in a coma. Hearing that she wasn't dead, Yaru was particularly disappointed. This shameless woman really has a hard life. Although Yaru was somewhat displeased that she wasn't dead, seeing these comments immediately brightened her mood. Chapter 048. I will not allow anyone to bully my fiancé. Previously, Zhan Sichen had not paid any attention to the online comments that were neither here nor there. He always believed that justice would prevail in people's hearts and that there was no need for too much explanation. However, this time, seeing Chu in such pain while receiving treatment, those words online turned into sharp knives stabbing at her once again. Zhan Sichen could not stand idly by. Xiangbei was efficient in handling matters. Within half a day, the trending topic about Chu was taken down, replaced by another trending topic. The incident involving female doctors at Furuan Hospital had taken a turn, with the hospital director, several colleagues, and informed individuals revealing the true situation of the previous medical dispute. Zhan Sichen called Director Gao specifically for this reason, and Director Gao along with his colleagues at Furuan Hospital spoke out for Chu regarding the previous incident. The entire sequence of events, along with relevant surveillance footage from the ward and operating room on the day of the surgery, was released, as well as the detailed medical case of Old Master Song. The situation finally turned around. With so many videos and medical records, it was enough to be considered real, right? Zhan Sichen had always thought that the deceased son looked like a thug, and it turned out to be true. That female doctor was indeed a good doctor, prioritizing saving lives, even compensating with 500,000 for this. And enduring such prolonged online violence was truly pitiful. He hoped she would recover soon. Now the comments online had suddenly shifted direction. Zhan Sichen casually glanced at a few comments, whether they were from real netizens or orchestrated by Lin Wei. He did not inquire further. At least the insults and curses had disappeared. Chu was finally able to sleep soundly. When she woke up, the intense pain had subsided enough for her to sleep comfortably. When she woke up again, although she wasn't feeling great, it was not as unbearable as before. Just as Chu was about to say something to Zhan Sichen, he quickly said, you don't have the strength right now, so it's better to talk less. The doctor said you can't eat for 48 hours after waking up. If you feel hungry, you just have to bear with it. Hungry? She was indeed feeling ravenous at the moment, but had no appetite at all. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere now? Zhan Sichen asked again. Chu just shook her head. Currently, Chu's lips were still severely chapped, so Zhan Sichen quickly used a cotton swab dipped in water to help her. When she saw him trying to wipe her lips, she appeared quite resistant. Don't move, I'll be done soon. She couldn't move in her current state, so she let him wipe her lips. Having known this man for a while, she was used to his commanding demeanor. But suddenly his gentleness was something she couldn't adapt to. Has this man been here these days? You've been having fevers and sweating from the pain for a few days. You must be uncomfortable. I found a female nurse to help you clean up a bit. Zhan Sichen asked. She felt quite embarrassed to be seen in such a sorry state by him, but she truly couldn't move. She had sweated a lot when she felt unwell, so she indeed felt uncomfortable now. Before Chu could respond, Zhan Sichen instructed the nurse carefully, saying, when you clean her up, be gentle and don't hurt her. I'll step out for a while and might not be back until evening. Understood, Mr. Zhan. The nurse replied. After Zhan Sichen left the hospital, the female nurse carefully helped Chu clean up. Afterward, Chu indeed felt much more comfortable. Miss Chu, Mr. Zhan said he had something to attend to and would only be back in the evening. If you need anything during this time, just let me know, the nurse said. Zhan Sichen left. Chu replied slowly. Yes, Miss Chu. I've seen how much Mr. Zhan cares for you while you were unconscious. He has been by your bedside the entire time without leaving, the nurse commented. Chu was genuinely surprised to learn that Zhan Sichen had stayed by her side the whole time. When Zhan Sichen arrived at the filming set, Oyaru was in the middle of shooting. She was pleasantly surprised to see him and put in even more effort in her performance. After the director yelled cut, she rushed over to Zhan Sichen and excitedly asked, Sichen, why are you here? You didn't tell me you were coming to visit. Is this a surprise for me? Stop pretending to be clueless. Zhan Sichen took out his phone and showed her Weibo posts. Did you post these? Hearing this, Oyaru was startled. Since there were other staff members around, she was afraid Zhan Sichen would lose his temper in public and embarrass her, so she said, let us talk in my dressing room. Once they were in the dressing room, Oyaru feigned innocence and asked, Sichen, did you come here specifically to talk about my Weibo? Last time with the medical incident, I didn't hold it against you for inciting online violence. Now you're pulling the same trick again. Is human blood bun that delicious? Zhan Sichen was visibly furious. So you came for Chushi? She is my fiancée. How can I stand by while you bully her repeatedly? Fiancée? Yes, I posted both Weibo posts. So what? Is it wrong to speak out for the victims? She lacks medical ethics and caused a patient to die. Is that wrong? You know very well what you think. Zhan Sichen said with a threatening tone. Now that the situation has been clarified, as a public figure, you misled public opinion before. I demand you to post an apology to Chu Shi on Weibo immediately. You want me to apologize to her? Oyaru felt it was a huge joke. Why should I apologize to her? If you still want to make a living in the entertainment industry, Zhan Sichen threatened, even though you're filming a drama funded by O's company, I have my ways to replace you as the female lead. At that time, our two families will completely fall out. Think carefully. The O Group also has investments from our family. If we withdraw all our investments, you'll have a hard time too. I'm giving you this chance out of respect for your parents. Don't toast to me only to refuse a penalty drink. Zhan Sichen, are you really willing to tear apart our families for that woman? Our families have been friends for generations. Before 7 p.m. tonight. If I don't see your apology, Weibo, not only will you hear about our family withdrawing investments, but you will also receive a lawyer's letter for defaming my fiancée. With that, Zhan Sichen turned and strode out. After Zhan Sichen left, Oyaru angrily smashed all the cosmetics on the dressing table to the floor. Just then, the assistant director came in and shouted, Yaru, we need to start the next scene. Stop filming. Don't shoot anything today. Oyaru exploded in anger. As the daughter of an investor, even the director didn't dare to say anything when she lost her temper. Chapter 049. This person terrifies Chu Shi in the afternoon. The doctor set up in 4 for Chu Shi, and compared to when she had just woken up, she was feeling somewhat better now. Still lying in bed, unable to move, Chu Shi could only close her eyes to rest until she heard footsteps outside the ward, prompting her to open her eyes. She initially thought it was Zhan Sichen returning, but to her surprise, the people who entered were actually the Yanqing couple. To be honest, she really didn't want to see them right now. Uncle O, Aunt O, she greeted quickly, despite her inner resistance, as they came to visit her. You mustn't move around like this. Just lie down, Aunt O hurriedly instructed, placing a fruit basket on the coffee table and walking to the bedside. I just heard about the accident. How did it happen? Is it serious? It's fine, Chu Shi replied slowly. I'll be okay after some time of rest. That's good to hear. It really scared me, Aunt O said. If you need anything while you're in the hospital, just let Aunt know. Don't hesitate. Thank you, Aunt. Chu Shi said, just as Aunt O's phone rang. She was surprised to see it was a call from O Xiangbei. Fearing that O Yanqing would be angry if he saw the call, she quickly said, I have a call. I'll step out to take it. After saying this, Aunt O hurriedly took her phone and left the ward, leaving only Chu Shi and O Yanqing behind, and the atmosphere instantly changed. Where's Sichen? O Yanqing looked around. He shouldn't be absent while you're hospitalized. He had something to attend to. Chu Shi knew that O Yanqing was upset with her due to the previous incident, and while he came to visit her, his intentions could not be seen as entirely good-hearted. Thank you for being concerned, Uncle, for taking the time to visit me, Chu Shi said, struggling to muster enough strength to speak. You are Sichen's fiancée, which makes you half my daughter-in-law. It's only right for me to come see you, O Yanqing said, giving her a quick once-over and shaking his head with a frown. You really seem to be badly hurt. How did the accident happen? How could you be so careless? When O Yanqing said this last sentence, his tone and gaze sent a chill down Chu Shi's spine. Has Sichen been here with you during your hospitalization? O Yanqing smiled with displeasure. Sichen is a kid I've watched grow up. He's always been independent and had his own ideas. In theory, he was born with a silver spoon and should just study hard to inherit the family business. But he chose to go into the army instead. How old was he then? An officer took a liking to him, and he went to the army without hesitation. He practically grew up in the military, juggling cultural classes with daily training, yet he persevered. When he was a teenager, his father passed away, and he faced 2 choices, return to mourn or go execute his first mission in the army. He chose the latter without hesitation. After his father's death, The massive enterprise fell on his mother's shoulders, and many times she begged him to return to help manage the company, but he refused, forcing her to become a strong businesswoman. And then there's our Yaru. She has liked him since they were kids. She waited foolishly while he was in the army, took care of him when he was injured, and never looked at any other man, living for over 20 years just to marry him. I feel like a love like Yaru's should have warmed a stone by now, but Sichen remains unmoved. It seems like he's the kind of person who prioritizes his beliefs over family ties. I often wonder how someone like him could fall in love with a woman. However, I was wrong. He not only fell in love, but is also incredibly considerate, as if he has become a different person. Chu Shi, I truly admire you. What kind of method did you use to conquer him? Every word Yinqing spoke felt like a knife, sending chills down Chu Shi's spine as she sensed the hatred emanating from him. Yes, hatred. I don't know. How could she say Zhan Sichen loved her? It was impossible. He clearly hated her fiercely. Chu Shi, if you can make him love you, that's your skill, and I will bless you. But conquering him through lies won't last long, understood? Saying this, Yinqing lightly patted her hand that was receiving the four, causing Chu Shi to instinctively pull back. Follow the doctor's advice, treat yourself well, and I will visit you again in a few days. With that, Yinqing stood up, looking down at her from a height, creating a strong sense of pressure in just a few seconds. At this moment, Anto was in the yard answering Xiangbei's call. Hello, Xiangbei. Mom, are you free? Come out for dinner tonight. I'll treat you, and also Junlin. It's a rare chance for you all to meet and deepen your relationship. It was the weekend, and Dabai was clamoring for Xiangbei to take him out to play, so he thought to invite Anto along too. Today might not work. I'm still in the hospital, he said. You and Junlin go have fun. Hospital? Upon hearing this, Xiangbei immediately asked, why are you in the hospital? Are you feeling unwell? No, it's Chu Shi. She was in a car accident. Your dad insisted on bringing me to see her. Going to see Chu Shi? Xiangbei was puzzled. Why are you going to see her after her accident? Besides, given her current condition, it's not suitable for a visit, after all. Bang. Hearing that sound, Xiangbei quickly looked at Dabai, who had dropped all the toys he intended to take. All right, Mom, I can't talk right now. Xiangbei was particularly cautious not to let the child know, but unexpectedly, the phone call had allowed him to overhear. What did you just say? Dabai, upon hearing that Chu Shi was in a car accident, felt like his head was about to explode. You said sister she got into a car accident? When did I say that? You must have misheard, I said. I definitely didn't mishear. You said she got into a car accident. Dabai's eyes instantly welled up with urgency. Which hospital? Take me there, hurry. Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, Xiangbei had no choice but to take him to the hospital. Meanwhile, before nightfall, Zhan Sichen had already rushed back to the hospital. Upon entering the ward and seeing the fruit basket and flowers, he asked the nurse, who came by. Oh, it seems to be the O family. I heard Miss Chu calling them uncle and Anto. The Yinqing couple? Zhan Sichen waved for the nurse to leave, and once she was gone, he asked, did the Yinqing couple come by? Chu Shi nodded. Thinking back to Yinqing's words and that gaze, she felt a sense of dread. At this moment, Xiangbei had hurried to the hospital, continuously urging Dabai to speed up. Currently, there were many cars, and there were no parking spaces available. As soon as the car stopped, Dabai jumped out, and Xiangbei couldn't stop him and could only continue looking for a parking spot. Dabai ran all the way to the floor where Chu Shi was hospitalized. Upon reaching her ward, he originally intended to push the door open, but heard Chu Shi talking to Zhan Sichen. He stopped at the door and listened to their conversation. Chapter 050. If you don't love, don't hurt listening to the caregiver. Chu Shi learned that it was Zhan Sichen who had been taking care of her in the hospital these days. Now that she had some strength, she said what was in her heart sincerely, though with a hint of sadness. Thank you. She had no family to speak of. Wuma had to take care of Dabai and Xiaobai, and if it weren't for Zhan Sichen, no one would have come to care for her at her bedside. Chu Shi, you don't need to thank me. I should be the one saying sorry. Zhan Sichen had been wanting to say those 3 words to Chu Shi for a long time, but had never found the opportunity. Your car accident could have been completely avoided. It was my constant urging that led to this. If you hadn't been in such a hurry to go to Huachin International, it wouldn't have happened. Hearing this at the door, Dabai was shocked. What? Is it his fault that my sister got into an accident? No. Chu Shi forced a smile and said, it's just that I have bad luck. Although the accident happened on the way to Huachin International, she had followed traffic regulations, so it could only be considered bad luck on her part. Zhan Sichen hoped that Chu Shi would scold him fiercely, but her response only intensified his feelings of guilt and remorse, leaving him at a loss for words. I'm feeling much better now. You should get back to your work. Chu Shi said, I'm a surgeon, so I know how to take care of myself. I've already delayed you for several days. Their relationship was not truly romantic. It was more like that of a superior and subordinate, a creditor and debtor. She didn't want to waste any more of Zhan Sichen's time, especially since he was so busy and the company was building a new entertainment city. Hearing her say this, Zhan Sichen felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if something was gripping it tightly, and he couldn't find the words to say. Seeing him hesitate, She couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly and asked, "You don't think I'm playing hard to get, do you?" "What?" Zhan Sichen was momentarily taken aback by her words. "You said it yourself, I'm hypocritical and calculating." Those words were indeed his, and hearing them now felt like a thorn in his throat. "Believe it or not, it's really not like that," She seriously explained. "We are not in a real romantic relationship. I truly appreciate you staying by my side while I was unconscious. If I delay you any longer, I would feel guilty." After hearing her, she had a new understanding of Zhan Sichen. He was a man focused on his career, with so much work to do every day, and he shouldn't waste time in the hospital. "I believe you," Zhan Sichen responded. At that moment, he believed what She said, and because he believed, he couldn't leave. "You are injured in this car accident, and I can't absolve myself of the blame. Besides, you saved my life before. Your treatment has helped my insomnia a lot. Out of guilt and concern for my subordinate, I won't leave until you recover and are discharged." It turned out that this man had a bit of conscience. Zhan Sichen glanced at the time and quickly said, "It has been over 48 hours. I'll go buy something light for you to eat." Seeing Zhan Sichen heading out, the boy stepped aside. In fact, Zhan Sichen could have ordered his assistant to do it. He just wanted to briefly escape. At that moment, facing Shi, he felt uneasy. Once Zhan Sichen entered the elevator, Dabai pushed the door into the ward. Seeing Dabai, Shi was surprised. "Dabai? Didn't Zhan Sichen say he was taking you and Xiaobai on a trip? How come Dabai is here?" "Sister Shi," Dabai called out, and tears instantly fell. Since he had exchanged identities with Junlin, he hadn't seen Sister Shi again. He never expected that when he saw her again, she would be so weak. Lying in the hospital bed. "Dabai, why are you here?" "Sister Shi." Dabai looked her up and down helplessly, asking through his tears, "Are you hurt? Where are you hurt? Does it hurt a lot?" Just that one sentence made Shi feel her defenses crumble. The child's pain and worry were unmistakable. "No, I'm fine." She touched Dabai's head, smiling as she said, "I just got lightly bumped by a car. I'll be fine in a few days." "Don't lie. If it weren't serious, how could you have been unconscious for so long?" Dabai couldn't hold back his tears but tried to control himself, saying bravely, "Sister Shi, wait for me. I'll grow up quickly, and when I do, I will protect you." Hearing this, She couldn't help but feel moved, her eyes moist. But she held back her tears and said gratefully, "Okay, my Dabai is a man. Mommy is waiting for you to grow up." Dabai leaned over and gently kissed her cheek, looking worried as he reminded her, "Sister Shi, you need to be good and get better soon." "I will be good too. I will study hard at school and take care of Grandma Wu and Xiaobai at home. You don't need to worry." She never worried about Dabai and quickly asked, "What about Xiaobai?" "I don't know yet." "Then don't tell her. This is our secret, okay?" Dabai just nodded. "You little rascal, you can't change your habit of running around everywhere. It's dark now, hurry home. You're not allowed to come back to the hospital before I'm discharged." "Got it." Dabai nodded again, reminding Shi of many things before reluctantly leaving the ward. After Dabai left the ward, he didn't leave immediately, but waited at the elevator door for Zhan Sichen. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Zhan Sichen returned. Junlin. When the elevator doors opened and Zhan Sichen saw Dabai, he was surprised, and then angry. He had repeatedly warned Xiangbei not to let Junlin know. And yet here they were. "Junlin, what's wrong? Have you been crying?" Zhan Sichen hurriedly asked when he saw Dabai's red eyes. "I heard everything you said in the ward just now," Dabai said directly. "What did you hear in the ward?" Dabai was really angry. "I really don't understand the adult world. If you're in love, then fine. If not, then it's not. Why does it have to be fake? And why did you say my sister She is hypocritical and calculating? Do you even know her? If you think she's so bad, then stay away from her. The person I desperately want to protect shouldn't be hurt by you." "Junlin, it's not what you think." "I don't want to hear it." Dabai said firmly, "There are people who care about those you don't, and there are people who like those you don't. Since you don't care or like her, just leave her to those who do. If you don't love, then don't hurt. That's something even a child understands." After saying that, Dabai ran out, and Zhan Sichen hurriedly chased after him. He chased all the way to the yard, and when he saw Dabai find Xiangbei, he finally felt relieved. The child probably didn't want to see him right now. If you don't love, then don't hurt. Yes, that's a truth even children understand. Chapter 051. Junlin and Dabai meet. "What's wrong, Junlin? Are you crying?" Seeing him cry shocked Xiangbei. "Can Junlin really cry?" Dabai didn't say anything at first, but after getting in the car, he said, "Go to the Wuyuan Mall near the hospital." "To the mall? Now we have to go to the mall." But since Dabai said so, Xiangbei could only comply. Upon arriving at the mall, Dabai said, "I want to be alone, Don't follow me. After saying that, Dabai dashed into the restroom, leaving Xiangbei dumbfounded. What kind of child is he? Wanting to be alone? After Dabai entered the restroom, he called Junlin. At that moment, Junlin was tutoring Xiaobai in math. Seeing Dabai's call, he hurried to answer it in the restroom. I'm in the men's restroom on the first floor of Weiyue Mall. Come here right now. I need to see you. Without waiting for Junlin to speak, Dabai said first. See me? Hearing the tone of Dabai's voice, Junlin felt uneasy. What happened? Why the sudden meeting? I'll tell you when you get here. Just you alone, my uncle is with me. So don't let him see you when you arrive. After finishing, Dabai hung up the phone. Junlin was really confused after the call. Dabai was so anxious. And with that tone, something must have happened. Xiaobai, a classmate invited me to play basketball. You do your exercises, I'll be back soon. Junlin had no choice but to lie. At this hour, who would invite you to play basketball? Xiaobai asked, puzzled. Just a classmate. Going out this late? Wu Ma hurried out after hearing. Don't worry, Grandma Wu. I'm just outside the community. I won't go far. You stay home and take care of Xiaobai. After saying that, Junlin ran out. Xiaobai shook his head helplessly. Dabai always likes to run around alone. Grandma Wu, you don't need to worry about him. He has gone out on his own many times, and it proves he can't get lost. After leaving the community, Junlin quickly took a taxi to Weiyue Mall, staying on the phone with Dabai, exchanging identities, but they had never met before. It felt quite strange that two identical people were suddenly meeting. Sure enough, when Dabai stood in front of him, Junlin had a sense of looking in a mirror. Not only did they look alike, but it felt like their physiques were also exactly the same. No wonder the adults often got them mixed up. Take off your clothes. Dabai said first. We'll switch back. You continue being your rich young master, and I'll just be my Dabai. Switch back? Junlin was stunned by Dabai's decision. Why suddenly switch back? The purpose of our exchange was simply to keep Shi Jie and your dad company, but it's not needed anymore, so we're switching back. Not needed? Why? Why don't you ask your dad when you get home? Dabai was also in a bad mood. We thought they were dating, and their relationship was close. But it turns out it's all fake. Your dad, doesn't he even have a good opinion of Shi Jie? Why bother? The more Dabai spoke, the angrier he got. While taking off his outer clothes, he said angrily, my Shi Jie is so outstanding. So many men chase her. She won't have trouble getting married. Why does she have to marry your dad? What is so special about him? Besides, there is not a single normal person in your family. You and your dad are both sick, and your grandpa keeps speaking ill of Shi Jie. Even your seemingly decent uncle says Shi Jie is hard to deal with. And your grandma, though I've never met her, I know she is not a good person. With a family like that, will Shi Jie suffer if she marries in? I'll protect my Shi Jie myself. After I go back, tell your dad to stay away from her. After saying that, Dabai had taken off all his clothes and stuffed them into Junlin's hands, commanding, hurry up and take off yours. We're switching back. Suddenly, the usually dominant Junlin found himself in a passive position, confusedly asking, what exactly happened? How did my dad hurt Shi Jie? Shi Jie was in a car accident and almost died. Your dad is to blame. Is that clear enough? Dabai yelled. Shi Jie was in a car accident. Junlin was shocked. How could this be? Didn't my dad say? Didn't he say he went on a trip? If I'm not lying, can I still tell you the truth? Since Junlin wasn't taking off his clothes, Dabai directly went over, took off Junlin's outerwear, and put it on himself. Continuing, just pretend nothing happened before. You two can harm whoever you want, just don't come to bother us again. Goodbye, Junlin, young master. Dabai was really angry. After saying that, he ran out the back door. Junlin couldn't catch up, standing there in shock, looking at his reflection in the mirror. After a few seconds, he didn't even process what just happened. Did he just turn back from Dabai to Junlin? Not thinking about that now, Junlin hurriedly ran out. Sure enough, not far from the restroom, he saw Xiangbei. Junlin, have you finally calmed down? Seeing Junlin come out of the restroom, Xiangbei hurriedly asked. Shi Jie was in a car accident? Junlin asked with great concern. Huh, why are you asking this? Xiangbei was confused. Didn't he just go see her? Which hospital is she in? Hurry, take me there. Junlin felt like his heart was about to jump out. He needed to see Shi Jie immediately to know how she was doing. No, Junlin, what is wrong? Have you lost your memory again? Xiangbei was completely baffled. Didn't you just go to the hospital to see her? From a doctor's perspective, she needs to rest now, and it's not suitable for her to have visitors. It's not good for her recovery. Dabai just went to the hospital, so he can't go anymore? Did Shi Jie's car accident have something to do with my dad? What? Your dad is to blame? Why do you say that? Forget it. Asking Xiangbei was pointless. Junlin turned around and walked away without a word. Xiangbei hurriedly followed. What is going on, little ancestor? Junlin remained silent. A car accident is a sudden misfortune, but her chance to recover is a stroke of luck, right? She will get better. The doctor said that if she recovers, there won't be any after effects. Xiangbei quickly tried to persuade him. I'll never see Shi Jie again. Junlin stopped. His emotions were particularly bad, and he shouted at Xiangbei. I hate you people. I just want Shi Jie to be my mommy. Why doesn't anyone agree? Why does everyone want to hurt her? I hate you all. I hate you all. After saying that, Junlin turned around and ran away. Xiangbei could only hurry after him. Chapter 052. The two little guys returning to their original positions. How is Junlin doing now? Ever since the child left the hospital, Zhan Sichen has been worried. Taking advantage of Chu Shi's break, he hurriedly called Xiangbei. At this moment, Xiangbei was also troubled. Junlin had not returned home with him, but had gone back to the Zhan family's villa, locking himself in his bedroom. He had already been locked in the room for more than half an hour, and no matter how much he knocked on the door, there was no response. Xiangbei was indeed worried. He was afraid that if Junlin was stimulated, it might trigger his illness. It was clear that the child was really angry and genuinely wanted Chu Shi to be his mommy. Zhan Sichen glanced at the hospital room. Chu Shi's condition was still unstable. He was reluctant to leave, but was truly worried about Junlin. In that case, you find a way to persuade him. If it still doesn't work, call me, and I will come back immediately, Zhan Sichen said. Okay. After hanging up, Xiangbei gently knocked on the door again and cautiously said, Junlin, can you open the door for uncle? If you're angry, just show it in front of me. Don't lock yourself in the room. Please open the door. Junlin was currently huddled by the bed, hugging himself and squatting on the floor. The time he spent exchanging identities with Dabai was the happiest time of his life. He had a gentle and loving mommy and a soft and cute little sister. He felt a warmth of home that he had never experienced before. He had imagined that once his daddy married Shi Jie, they could live happily as a family of 5, and he wouldn't be so lonely anymore. He wouldn't get sick, just like a normal child. Unfortunately, if he had never experienced that kind of life, perhaps Junlin wouldn't feel so lost. But because he had experienced it and was now permanently losing it, he couldn't psychologically accept it. He truly couldn't. At the same time, Dabai returned to the apartment where they lived. Upon entering, he saw Aunt Wu and Xiaobai. Feeling a sense of familiarity, Aunt Wu, Xiaobai, Dabai called out. You're back before midnight. Qin Dabai, you've made progress, Xiaobai said. Dabai really felt like it had been a long time since he had seen Xiaobai. He stepped forward and pinched her little face, asking, Qin Xiaobai, did you miss me? Xiaobai looked at the time and frowned, saying, We've only been apart for 2.5 hours. Did you miss me? Qin Dabai, wake up. I'm just your sister, not your girlfriend. Dabai. Dabai couldn't help but silently complain. Xiaobai's cute and soft face was all exchanged for her intelligence. He had called her using his own number, yet she still thought he was a scammer. Such a clueless sister probably only existed in the world as her. Dabai. Xiaobai suddenly leaned close to him and said, Look, Shi Jie and our potential daddy have gone on a trip. Let's go on a trip next weekend too, okay? Treat me to a big meal and let me stay in a fancy hotel so I can experience being a little princess. A trip? A potential daddy? Hearing this, Dabai got really angry, but he could only hold it in and not tell Xiaobai. Qin Xiaobai, do you know how hard it is for Shi Jie to support us both? You can't always think about enjoying yourself. We can't just go on trips. We even need to find some part-time jobs like child modeling in our spare time to earn some money to help Shi Jie and lighten her burden. This time, after Chu Shi's car accident, she must take good care of her health. She definitely won't be able to work for a long time. So we need to find ways to earn money. Going out to work is just child labor, isn't it illegal? Xiaobai expressed extreme disbelief. Besides, you're so rich now. Why do you have to drag me out to work? Are you really my brother? I'm rich. Dabai was confused. When did he become rich? You won first place in the global math competition, and you have a big bonus. Xiaobai said angrily. You were so generous buying me all sorts of nice things before. How come now that you've played a game of basketball, your soul has reverted? A big bonus? Is this what Junlin told you? Junlin was a young master from a wealthy family, so of course, he had money. Now that he was Dabai, what money did he have? Xiaobai, I think even if we have money, we shouldn't squander it. Before Dabai could finish his sentence, Xiaobai had tightly gripped his shoulders and looked at him with a pitiful plea. Dabai, I beg you, maintain your generous and domineering brotherly persona. Please don't go back to the past. Absolutely don't. What? So you like him more than you like me? Your real brother? What do you mean? Xiaobai was confused, raising her hand to touch his forehead, asking, You're not burning up. What do you mean by real brother? Isn't your real brother just you? Dabai admitted he had misspoken and changed his question. Let me ask this. Do you prefer the me before returning to the country or the me after returning to the country? Of course, it's the you after returning. Xiaobai answered decisively. The you before was so argumentative and loved to compete for my affection, and you were stingy. Being with you back then, I was just an ordinary bullied little sister. But being with you after that, I am completely a little princess held in the palm of your hand. Who wouldn't love that? Dubai. What followed was a bitter smile, a helpless and angry bitter smile. Qin Xiaobai, you are something. We've grown up together for 6 years. I thought our bond was thicker than water, but I never expected this. Dubai truly felt heartbroken. What's wrong? Xiaobai looked increasingly confused. What are you talking about? I can't understand your random ramblings. You don't need to understand the rest, but starting next weekend, we need to find ways to earn money. That's all you need to understand, okay? Why do we have to earn money? I'm the brother, so I decide. Now go to bed obediently. After hearing this, Xiaobai puffed up her cheeks angrily, clenching her fists and saying fiercely, Qin Dubai, I now suspect you are not my real brother. I support you in getting a paternity test, but now you need to go to sleep. Xiaobai. Xiaobai was really angry and sulked back to her room, slamming the door shut. In response, Dubai was also angry. Zhan Junlin, you really have some skills. Not only do you get along well with my Shijia, but even Xiaobai has been completely captured by you. It makes me furious. After saying this, Dubai returned to his own room. But he felt like he hadn't slept in this bed for a long time. Indeed, no golden or silver nest could compare to one's own doghouse. It felt so comfortable. But now, returning to the golden nest, Junlin felt like he had entered hell. Because his emotions were always bad, Zhan Sichen hurriedly came back from the hospital. When he entered the room, he saw Junlin huddled on the floor, looking so small and helpless. Chapter 053. Junlin, Dad promises you he will marry her. Junlin. Zhan Sichen slowly walked over, crouched down in front of him, and cautiously called his name. The person who came was Zhan Sichen, and only then did Junlin raise his head, looking at him with intense anger, asking, Is your relationship with Sister Shi fake? You don't really like her, do you? You two will never be together, right? At that moment, Zhan Sichen suddenly didn't know how to respond. Through their time together, he found that Chu Shi didn't seem to be the person he had imagined. Even if you really don't like her, even if you will never be with her, I like her. She is the mommy I have always dreamed of. As Junlin said this, tears could not help but flow from his eyes, and his tear-filled gaze looked straight at him, as if judging him. You said Uyuru is my mommy. That I cannot choose, that I must accept her. But in fact, it's not that I don't accept her, it's that she doesn't accept me. I have always wanted her love, and I want to have a loving mommy like other kids, but Uyuru just doesn't like me. I once tried so hard to please her, wanting to get close to her, but she always pushed me away, as if there was something dirty about me. After I got sick, I wanted her care, but she avoided me like I had the plague, being disliked and hated by my own mommy. You have never felt that the one who is hurt is me. Instead, you keep blaming me for being unreasonable, always telling me that I must recognize her. And you have never thought from my perspective. I finally met Sister Shi, found the mommy I truly want. Why has it become such a sinful thing? Why do you insist that I also dislike someone you don't like? Are you really my dad? Do you really love me? Junlin, I'm sorry. It was my fault before, but I can assure you that I love you very much. Junlin's words really broke Zhan Sichen's heart. He was just a 6-year-old child. How could he understand so much? He just wanted a mommy who loved and cared for him. It was that simple. You don't love me, and no one in this family loves me. How could that be? Zhan Sichen hurriedly hugged him tightly, saying with great affection, I am your dad. How could I not love you? You are the person I love most in this world. If you really love me, how could you hurt the one I love? Junlin suddenly pushed Zhan Sichen away. I can never see Sister Shi again. I will never have a mommy who loves me like she does. Is that what makes you happy? Are you all satisfied now? Junlin was really sad. Seeing him like this, Zhan Sichen quickly hugged him again and promised, No, Junlin. Dad promises you to let her be your mommy, okay? At that moment, Zhan Sichen compromised. Over the years, Junlin had not been happy at all. Since Chu Shi appeared, his health improved, his personality became lively, and he was willing to make friends. Since there was someone who could bring about such a positive change in him, why destroy it? From another perspective, the person who could open Junlin's heart might not have used any special means. Perhaps it was simply fate or connection. You said you were willing to let Sister Shi be my mommy? Really? Junlin was particularly skeptical. Dad swears to you, if I lie to you this time, may I never have peace, okay? Zhan Sichen immediately made a swearing gesture. Hearing Zhan Sichen say this, Junlin looked at him in disbelief, still unable to believe it. He confirmed again, So what do you mean? Is it simply agreeing for me to recognize this mommy? Or will you marry her? Just openly let her be your mommy, my Madame Zhan, okay? Upon hearing this, Junlin smiled, tears still on his face, and suddenly hugged Zhan Sichen. Thank you, Dad. After Sister Shi recovers and is discharged from the hospital, will you marry her? Okay. Zhan Sichen agreed. Thank you, Dad. Junlin excitedly kissed him on the cheek and said, I love you, Dad. For 6 years, Zhan Sichen had never seen Junlin so happy. If he really married Chu Shi, He would be able to see her every day, and he would be very happy, right? All right, Junlin, I need to go to the hospital to take care of her. During this time, you will stay with your uncle and be good. Okay. Junlin nodded obediently. Seeing Junlin like this, Zhan Sichen felt relieved. After Zhan Sichen left, Xiangbei looked at Junlin, who was full of joy and felt particularly puzzled. Junlin just smiled and said, Uncle, thank you for your hard work tonight. I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Xiangbei was once again locked outside the door, looking confused. Lying on the bed, Junlin looked at the time. It was already very late. Then tomorrow, he would call Dabai to let him know that his dad was really going to marry Sister Shi. He would be very happy, right? So the next morning, Junlin called Dabai. It was Sunday, and Dabai scoffed at being disturbed from his sleep so early, especially when he saw it was Junlin calling. He didn't want to answer, so he hung up, but immediately called back, which made him furious. Junlin, what do you want so early in the morning? Dabai answered the phone, particularly irritated, saying, I have already made myself very clear last night. From now on, we should keep our distance. I have something important to tell you. Junlin hurriedly said, Dad promised me in person that he will marry Sister Shi. This time it is definitely not fake. Your dad is going to marry my Sister Shi? Dabai laughed mockingly and asked back, Do you think I'm happy? Young Master Zhan, get this clear. There are many people pursuing my Sister Shi. Your dad is nothing. He wants to marry her, but she doesn't want to marry him. He thinks he is handsome and rich. Who do you think you are? After saying this, Dabai was about to hang up, but Junlin hurriedly shouted, Dabai, don't hang up yet. What else do you want to say? Hurry up and say it all at once. After you finish, I will block you. Dabai, it was my dad's fault before. Please give him another chance. Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'm hanging up. There's more. Junlin hurriedly said, I really have something else. Right now, go to the study, open the second drawer of the desk, find the 5th book, and then turn to page 23. What is this? Just do it. Dabai, not knowing what Junlin was up to, had no choice but to follow his instructions. And then he found a black card. Did you find it? Junlin asked. There is over 5 million in that card. Sister, she needs to recover from her injuries after this car accident, and you and Xiaobai's tuition also costs money. This card is for you. The password is. Wait. Dabai felt insulted. Junlin, what do you mean? Are you showing off your wealth? Just as Dabai finished speaking, Xiaobai suddenly rushed in, snatched the black card, and shouted excitedly, Dabai, this big bonus of yours is right here. I assenti it? Chapter 054. If you don't want to marry Yaru, who do you want to marry? Is it Chushi? Dabai didn't expect a surprise attack from Cheng Yaojin halfway through. He immediately hung up the phone and tried to snatch the black card from Xiaobai's hand, but Xiaobai skillfully dodged. Qin Dabai, am I not your biological sister? Xiaobai questioned. You have money and are still hiding it like this. How unreasonable. Dabai felt utterly helpless. What did it have to do with him? Xiaobai, let me explain. This isn't my card, and we can't spend the money in it. While trying to persuade her, Dabai attempted to grab the black card again, but Xiaobai had already hidden it in her bosom. Qin Dabai, you lied just so I wouldn't spend your money. Didn't you say you want a large sum of prize money? Didn't you say what's yours is mine? Now you won't let me spend it and claim this card isn't yours. Isn't that a bit much? Dabai felt that he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River, so he simply said, Forget it. I give up. This card is yours. It's a gift from your brother. Saying this, Dabai's tone was somewhat sour, feeling sad that his sister, who grew up with him, now liked Junlin more than him. Really giving it to me? Xiaobai was overjoyed. Does it have a password? What's the password? Figure it out yourself. How would he know the password? Dabai returned to his bedroom and closed the door. After returning to his room, Dabai found that he couldn't sleep, hating himself for still being a child. If he were an adult, he could go to the hospital to take care of Shi Jie and wouldn't have to deal with that scumbag. Shi Jie, how are you feeling today? Are you better? Dabai sent a message to Chu Shi, thinking it would take a long time for her to reply, but unexpectedly, she responded quickly. Don't worry, my Dabai, I'm feeling much better today. After replying, Chu Shi put her phone aside. It was a new phone that Zhan Sichen had just bought for her. Initially, she had firmly refused, but her old phone had broken down and wouldn't turn on anymore. To prevent Dabai from worrying about not being able to contact her, she had no choice but to accept it. Thank you for the phone. I will pay you back. Chu Shi said. Your phone broke down twice, both because of me. It's only right that I compensate you, Zhan Sichen replied. Zhan Sichen was wealthy, and buying her a phone was nothing serious. There was no point in arguing with him, and besides, she didn't have the energy for that, so she let it go. You seem to be in better spirits today. In the previous days, Chu Shi had no energy, and even speaking was a struggle. Now, her vitality was visibly improved. Chu Shi nodded, also thanking President Zhan for his care. I do feel better. You should get back to work. The big project for the entertainment city was on the agenda. Indeed, he had a lot to do. It was rather strange that a person like him, who seemed to live only for his career, actually postponed the project bidding date for a month just for Chu Shi. Because the project was delayed, the senior management would handle the company's daily operations for him. So now all his energy was focused on Chu Shi. The company is mine. Whether I'm busy or not is up to me, Zhan Sichen said. I mentioned before that I can't be absolved of responsibility for your car accident. I won't leave until you recover and are discharged. How responsible? Since he insisted, Chu Shi had no choice but to comply. Just then, Zhan Sichen's phone rang. Seeing the word mom on the screen, he suddenly had a bad premonition. You rest. I'll take this call, Zhan Sichen said as he walked out of the ward to answer his mother's call. Hello, Mom. You still have the face to call me Mom? Zhan Furen scolded angrily. I just went abroad for a few days, and you've already driven my daughter-in-law out. Do you even see me as your mother? Who told you this? Was it Oyaru or Uncle O? Does it matter who told me? Zhan Furen questioned. Just tell me if it's true. It is. Zhan Sichen replied firmly. You're going to drive me crazy, Zhan Furen said angrily. Zhan Sichen, you need to understand that our family and the O family have not only a friendship, but also economic interests. If we really fall out, it will be a wound for both families. Moreover, after your father passed away, during the time I took over the company, O Yinqing helped me a lot, and Yaru waited for you for 3 years while you were in a coma. So for both public and private reasons, your wife can only be Yaru. Public and private? Hearing these 4 words made Zhan Sichen feel amused. So in your eyes, my marriage doesn't need feelings or happiness. It's just a tool for family development? You're not a child from an ordinary family. You were born with a mission. If a marriage alliance is beneficial for family development, then you must do it. What if I say no? Zhan Sichen said decisively. My marriage with Oyaru was arranged by your generation. I never agreed to it. I don't like Oyaru. And now I even despise her. I will never marry her. If you don't want to marry her, then who do you want to marry? That Chu Shi? When Chu Shi's name came out of her mouth, Zhan Sichen felt a jolt in his heart. It turned out that the O family had already told her everything. Did I hit the nail on the head? Hearing that Zhan Sichen didn't respond immediately, Zhan Furen guessed and became even more furious. I'm booking a ticket to fly back right now. I want to see what kind of woman this Chu Shi is that can captivate you so completely. Mom, wait. Hearing Zhan Furen say this, Zhan Sichen hurriedly stopped her. His mother was not someone to be trifled with. If Chu Shi was fine, he would protect her. But now that Chu Shi was in such poor health, if Zhan Furen came to trouble her, it would definitely affect her recovery. Everything had to wait until Chu Shi was completely well. Did the O family tell you this? Zhan Sichen said calmly. It's no wonder they would say that because I told them so, but that's not the truth. I said that just to make Oyaru give up. Chu Shi is just my private doctor. She is the only one who can treat my worsening aftereffects from my severe injury and coma. Your aftereffects have worsened? Hearing this, Zhan Furen became particularly anxious. Really? What happened? You don't need to worry. It's just signs of worsening. Chu Shi is treating me, and she said she would cure me. Cure you? And she is the only one who can cure you? Zhan Furen clearly didn't believe this. There are so many famous doctors at home and abroad. How can a little girl like her treat you? Sichen, you're going to great lengths to prevent me from going back to find her trouble. Chapter 055. Chu Shi, what are you thinking? She is from the Medical Research Institute of M Country. In response to the old lady's questioning, Zhan Sichen answered very calmly. The Medical Research Institute of M Country? This indeed surprised the old lady. You must have heard of it, right? That's the pinnacle of the medical field. And Chu Shi is the youngest medical professor at the Medical Research Institute of M Country. There are many renowned doctors both domestically and internationally, but each has their own specialty. Chu Shi mainly researches post-traumatic sequelae, and she was specifically recommended to me by O Xiangbei. I spent a lot of money to bring her over from the Medical Research Institute of M Country. He was sure that O Xiangbei would help him cover this lie. Really? The old lady was half convinced. If you don't believe me, you can check it yourself. Zhan Sichen said, I said she is my fiancée. First to make Oyaru give up, and second to cover up the fact that she is currently helping me with treatment. If the outside world knows that I not only have sequelae, but that they are also gradually worsening, you know the consequences. After hearing this, the old lady fell silent. Zhan Sichen took the opportunity to add, now that there are so many competitors for Huachin International, if they find out, they will definitely try every means to stop my treatment, and there might be even more insidious methods. Chu Shi is now my lifeline. If someone plots against her, it's nothing small, and my sequelae will have no one to treat them, at least not right now. All right, stop talking, the old lady said. I'll believe you for now. Focus on your treatment, and make sure to get better first. Good. Zhan Sichen secretly smiled in triumph, and then said, Mom, weren't you going to travel around the world? Enjoy yourself outside. You don't need to worry about the company or me. Hopefully, the old lady said. I'll settle accounts with you slowly once you recover. After finishing, the old lady hung up. Once she hung up, Zhan Sichen let out a complete sigh of relief, put away his phone, and stepped back to the inpatient department, but his footsteps paused as he suddenly thought of something. He took out his phone again and dialed another number. Sichen, what is the occasion for you to call me today? Oh Yanqing answered quite quickly. I was just not here when you visited Chu Shi at the hospital, and I called to thank you. You and Annie are very thoughtful. Zhan Sichen said. Upon hearing this, Oh Yanqing's expression changed instantly. Just not here? Isn't that just to see his daughter Yaru? Thinking of Yaru's cries on the phone and that his precious daughter had to publicly apologize to Chu Shi on Weibo, Oh Yanqing couldn't suppress his anger. But now, facing Zhan Sichen, he could only endure it, forcing a smile and saying, it's the least I could do. Chu Shi is doing better now, right? Much better. Zhan Sichen replied directly, my mom just called me. Is that so? Is the old lady enjoying her global trip? She was quite happy at first. But when she learned about Chu Shi, she became somewhat unhappy. Zhan Sichen then got straight to the point. Uncle, our families, Zhan and O, are family friends. When my father was alive, you and he were like brothers, and in my heart, you are like my biological father. I have sincerely explained the reasons why I cannot be with Yaru. You said you understood. I said Chu Shi is my fiancée, and you also expressed your blessings. I am truly grateful. I don't expect you to help me explain to my mom, but at least don't play both sides. Zhan Sichen, what do you mean by that? Oh Yanqing couldn't hold back his anger. Uncle, please don't get angry. I don't mean anything by it. Zhan Sichen said. It's just that you are quite busy, unlike my mom, who is retired and has more free time. Since you are so busy, it's better to have less contact with my mom. My mom has a bad temper, and I'm afraid she might affect you. All right, I understand. Thank you for your reminder, Sichen. After saying that, Oh Yanqing hung up the phone, and after putting down his phone, he angrily threw the teacup beside him. Zhan Sichen, you really are ruthless for that woman. After the 2 phone calls, Zhan Sichen felt much more relaxed. When he returned to the ward, he found Chu Shi looking out the window at the sunlight, her eyes filled with hopeful light. The weather is nice today. How about I take you out to soak up some sun? Hearing Zhan Sichen's words, Chu Shi came back to her senses. Go out to soak up the sun? She actually wanted to. Lying in bed for so many days had made her body stiff. However, although she was much better, she still didn't have the strength to walk out by herself. Just as she was about to refuse, Zhan Sichen said, wait for me. Chu Shi didn't know what he was going out for, but in a moment, he pushed a wheelchair in, brought it to the bedside, then leaned down toward her. And then, what are you doing? Realizing he was going to pick her up, Chu Shi shrank back. Of course, I'm going to carry you down. Seeing her resistance, Zhan Sichen grinned mischievously and said, didn't the doctor tell you that when you had a high fever, it was I who helped you with physical cooling? Physical cooling? Is that using warm towels or alcohol to wipe her all over? Taking advantage of her weakness, Chu Shi scolded. You really are ungrateful. I saved you, and you still want to scold me. Zhan Sichen disregarded her resistance and directly picked her up, carefully placing her in the wheelchair while saying, isn't your profession to only see patients without regard to gender? At that time, you were just a patient, and I was just helping you reduce your fever. What are you thinking? You really know how to shift the blame. After placing Chu Shi in the wheelchair, Zhan Sichen carefully covered her legs with a blanket. He then pushed her out of the ward, and once they reached the courtyard, Chu Shi took a deep breath and looked up at the sun. The sunlight fell on her, and she felt as if she had been reborn. At the moment the car hit her, she thought she was doomed. She never expected she could still see the sun and breathe fresh air. How wonderful. Zhan Sichen watched her, observing the hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Zhan Sichen then sat down on a bench, first quietly accompanying her for a while, and then spoke. Thanks to you, I'm also quite free. Shall we chat a bit? At this moment, Zhan Sichen especially wanted to learn more about her. Just as she mentioned that her parents had passed away and her husband died during her pregnancy. If that is true, how much pain must she have endured? And what kind of inner world does she have? Sure, Chu Shi readily agreed. Chatting. It was a term that felt very unfamiliar to her. When she was Qin Muyan, she had many friends around her, but they were mostly flattering her, and their words were full of flattery. There was no one who truly chatted with her. After becoming Chu Shi, her life was filled with work, children, and taking care of her health, leaving her with no friends. Chatting had become a luxury for her. What do you want to chat about? Chu Shi looked at Zhan Sichen and asked. Just talk about you. Zhan Sichen said directly. Tell me about your past, your experiences. Chapter 056. Chu Shi, I don't like you making jokes like this with me. Her past? Her experiences? After being Chu Shi for 6 years, it's likely that no one in this world remembers the person Qin Muyan anymore. You really know how to rub salt in others' wounds. Chu Shi forced a bitter smile. She didn't want to bring up those pasts, but Zhan Sichen kept asking. Perhaps it was very cruel. Zhan Sichen said seriously. But if you can't face those pains, you will never be able to reconcile with them. Your avoidance of the topic is just a sign of fear, not true release. Only by truly overcoming pain can one move forward. This man speaks like he knows everything. It sounds reasonable. Then let us talk about it. Zhan Sichen asked her, starting with why she chose to become a doctor. I've seen your resume. It's truly remarkable for someone your age to have such high medical skills. The things Zhan Sichen said to the old lady on the phone had some false elements, but most were true. The Medical Research Institute in the U.S. is indeed the pinnacle of medicine, and it's impressive that She was able to enter at such a young age. It's rare to hear praise for me from the president of Zhan Corporation. After teasing him, She's dark eyes became serious as she looked into the distance and explained, I wanted to study medicine because of my mom. My impression of her is very shallow. I only remember that she was unwell and always taking medication. After that, I lost all impressions of her, feeling like she was never home. My dad lied to me, saying mom was on a business trip. When I got older, I couldn't be deceived anymore. He finally told me that my mom had died due to her illness. At that time, I didn't understand and told my dad that if she was sick, we should find a doctor, that a doctor could cure her, and then she wouldn't die. My dad told me that there are illnesses that doctors cannot cure, and my mom's illness was one of those. Back then, I thought that when I grew up, I would become a doctor who could cure any illness. But once I actually studied medicine, I realized that no one is omnipotent, and neither are doctors. After she finished speaking, Zhan Sichen's expression was no longer relaxed. After a moment, he cautiously asked, and your dad? Did he also pass away due to illness? Her dad? Because her mom passed away when she was very young. She didn't have a deep impression or feelings for her, but her dad was different. They had relied on each other for so many years. Zhan Sichen watched her, noticing her eyes slowly darkening and becoming moist. Suicide, she said slowly. He jumped off a building. Suicide? This was something Zhan Sichen never expected. He thought it was due to illness or an accident. Even after so many years, saying it out loud still made her heart ache. She took a long breath, then let out a self-deprecating smile and said, I can't understand why my dad would choose this path. Maybe, as you all say, it's because I have a hard life. I must have been the one who caused their deaths. Zhan Sichen couldn't laugh at this teasing. Losing the only family member one relied on is something no one can bear. Zhan Sichen initially wanted to ask about her husband, but suddenly became kind and couldn't bring himself to continue. It's all in the past. Zhan Sichen encouraged her, saying that after hardship comes happiness, and that she would get better in the future. This might be the kindest thing she has heard from Zhan Sichen since knowing him. Thank you. She replied lightly. There is something I don't understand. The Medical Research Institute in the U.S. is the pinnacle of the medical field, with high pay. You could buy a big house in full after working there for a few years. Why did you give up such a good job to come back and be a small doctor, living in a small apartment with several people? No one could understand this. And she couldn't tell them the truth, that it was to come back for her son. Zhan Sichen, are you trying to chat or investigate me? She turned to look at him and asked, worried that he might not trust her background. Don't worry. As a doctor, I have medical ethics, and I will do my best to treat you. Zhan Sichen was at a loss for words. This woman's thought process. Let us talk about you. Major Zhan. She was also quite curious about him. As the only heir of the Zhan family, why did he choose to join the military? I just wanted to. No particular reason. Such a perfunctory answer. She quietly complained, then curiously asked, last time you said you've never been in a relationship? Are you sure that is true? Of course, Zhan Sichen said. I grew up in the military, where there were no female soldiers. After retiring from injury, I came back to take over the company and have been busy with my career ever since. It seems that it's really true. Zhan Sichen really has never been in a relationship. So, that means you not only never dated Oyaru, but also never loved her? Right. Since that is the case, why did you have her bear your child? Zhan Sichen. That seems a bit too scummy, doesn't it? She criticized. Although I also dislike Oyaru, objectively speaking, this matter is indeed your fault. If you don't love her, you should keep your distance. Instead, you didn't keep your distance and made her have a child for you under a fake marriage? Are all men like this? Do you only see women as toys? Saying this reminded she of Qiao Jingyan, and she couldn't help but curse. It's not what you think. Then what is it? Can she really have a child without you knowing? Zhan Sichen. Seeing him speechless and with an expression of unspeakable difficulty, she couldn't help but tease again. Could it be that you don't like women at all? Marrying Oyaru just to have a child not only leaves a descendant for the Zhan family, but also perfectly conceals your sexual orientation, right? Zhan Sichen shouted at her sternly. Seeing him so serious and angry, Chuxi's smile instantly disappeared, and she hurriedly said, I was just joking with you. Zhan I don't like you making jokes like this with me. Zhan Sichen seriously reminded her, not understanding why he was so angry at that moment. Upon seeing that he was genuinely angry and looking so fierce, Chushi felt a bit flustered and quickly said, I'm sorry. Right now? Chushi really wanted to slap herself. She had learned her lesson last time, but still spoke without thinking. Zhan Sichen looked at Chushi, noticing that she appeared to be frightened. He also averted his gaze, feeling a bit regretful. Since Chushi got injured, her emotions had been low, and it was rare for her to chat and finally be able to make a joke. Now, the atmosphere was completely ruined by him. Just as Zhan Sichen was about to apologize to her, a nurse at the entrance of the ward shouted, "Patient in bed 3, Chushi. It's time to go back to the ward for an injection." Chapter 057. What does it have to do with me how you have children? I'll push you back. After Zhan Sichen finished speaking, he stood up and pushed her wheelchair back into the hospital ward. The nurse was already waiting in the room with the medicine prepared for her. Zhan Sichen pushed Chushi into the ward and, in front of the doctor, lifted her carefully from the wheelchair and gently placed her on the bed, then very carefully covered her with the blanket. "Mrs. Zhan, your husband is really good to you." The nurse couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this. "I've seen many husbands accompanying their wives in the hospital, but I've never seen one as attentive and patient as Mr. Zhan. Mrs. Zhan is so lucky." As soon as the nurse finished speaking, the atmosphere in the ward immediately became awkward. Chushi could only smile awkwardly and said nothing. To be fair, it was indeed surprising for someone as temperamental as Zhan Sichen to accompany her in the hospital for so long, attending to every little detail. After the nurse finished giving her the injection and left, feeling the atmosphere had become extremely uncomfortable, Chushi lowered her head and didn't look at him. Not knowing what to say, after a long while, Zhan Sichen finally spoke. "I was in a bad mood earlier in the yard and was too harsh with you." "It's okay, blame me," Chushi said as she really gave her own mouth a hard slap. "It's my fault for being talkative. I should have learned my lesson from last time." Actually, Zhan Sichen paused and then slowly explained. "The matter of me having a child with Oyaru is not what you imagine as the traditional way of having a child. It's actually..." Suddenly, Zhan Sichen didn't know how to continue, and seeing him like this, Chushi was a bit confused and asked, "Zhan Sichen, are you trying to explain to me how you and Oyaru had a child?" At this thought, Chushi couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Why do you want to tell me this? What does it have to do with me how your child came about?" She found his current demeanor quite amusing. The usually imposing CEO Zhan was now stammering and even showing signs of embarrassment. So she couldn't understand why he felt the need to share such a private matter with her. The moment Chushi finished speaking, Zhan Sichen's face turned completely black, and he angrily said, "I have something to do. Call the nurse if you need a change of medication." After saying this, Zhan Sichen strode out, and Chushi couldn't help but mutter, "This is simply ridiculous." After leaving the ward, Zhan Sichen glanced back through the glass at Chushi lying on the hospital bed, then couldn't help but curse under his breath, "That dead woman." Zhan Sichen claimed he had something to do, but he was still worried about leaving the hospital, so he sat in the yard. "Daddy." After a while, he heard Junlin's voice. Zhan Sichen looked up to see Junlin walking over with Xiangbei. After these days, Junlin couldn't help but want to visit the hospital, thinking it would be good to sneak a peek at Chushi, but unexpectedly, he found his dad sitting outside the hospital. "Why are you here?" Zhan Sichen asked. "I asked my precious son, and he asked me 10 times today how Sister Shi is doing. I couldn't hold back any longer, so I came to take a look," Xiangbei said. Then asked Zhan Sichen, "Why aren't you in the ward with her?" Could he say he came out to relieve the awkwardness? Of course not. Just getting some fresh air. "Then Daddy, you can stay here for fresh air. I'm going up to see Sister Shi." Junlin immediately reminded him, "You can't go into the ward until I come out." "What? Is there something you're keeping from Daddy?" Zhan Sichen asked. "Just pretend there is. You and Uncle are waiting for me here. I'll go by myself." Junlin walked a few steps and then turned back to remind him, "You must not go in until I come out." "Got it," Zhan Sichen replied. Originally, Junlin just wanted to sneak a glance at Chushi, but he hadn't expected to actually be able to enter her ward, which was great. He could only pretend to be the big white to see her. Now, Chushi, lying on the hospital bed and bored while getting in for, was looking at a medical book when she heard the door of the ward open. She thought it was Zhan Sichen returning, but to her surprise, the person who came in was Big White. Sister Shi. This was Junlin's first time seeing her since the car accident. Although Chushi looked much better than when she was first injured, she was still lying on the hospital bed, receiving for treatment. Feeling heartbroken and sad was the most genuine emotion Junlin felt at that moment. "You little brat. Didn't I say you're not allowed to come to the hospital to see me before I'm discharged? Why are you being so disobedient?" Although Chushi spoke in a reproachful tone, how could she really bear to scold him? "Sister Shi, how are you now? Where does it hurt?" Junlin asked, very worried. "It doesn't hurt anymore, my big white. Just don't worry, Chu Shi quickly asked, Wuma and Xiaobai don't know about my car accident yet, right? Oh, yes. Junlin could only nod stiffly. That's good. Sister Shi, Junlin asked leadingly, has Zhan Sichen been taking care of you this whole time in the hospital? Yes, Sister Shi, although he has an undeniable responsibility for your car accident. The fact that he has been here taking care of you shows that he is still a good person, right? Upon hearing this, Chu Shi smiled and said, are you trying to get me to marry him? Yes, Junlin said. I like Sister Shi, and I also want a daddy. I hope you two can be together. Of course, Sister Shi, you need to take care of your health first. You little brat. Sister Shi, can I gently touch you now? Junlin asked cautiously. Of course. Chu Shi replied. Junlin carefully climbed onto the hospital bed, lay down beside her, and then gently wrapped his little arms around her. Sister Shi, I like being hugged by you like this. I like this feeling of being a mom. I'm really scared of losing you. Silly boy, I'm your mom. And I will always love you no matter what. How could you possibly lose me? If he were really Big White, he wouldn't have such worries. But he was Junlin. Although he had been pretending to be Big White and staying by her side for a while now. Chu Shi still didn't know that a child named Zhan Junlin existed. But it's okay. His daddy has already said he would marry Chu Shi. And then he would never lose Sister Shi. When are you planning to get married? Oh Xiangbei glanced at the ward upstairs and then looked at Zhan Sichen and asked. To take care of her, you even postponed the bidding date by more than a month. I'm touched just hearing about it. It's hard not to get married now. This is none of your business. Stop prying. All right, then let us talk about something that concerns me, Oh Xiangbei said. You are hiding here in the hospital for peace, but you are making those builders who want to win the bid anxious. That, right, Far East International. The one named Gavin, couldn't he find you and came to me, wanting me to speak on his behalf so he could meet you. Chapter 058. Gavin's Chinese name is Chao Jingyan. You tell him to give up on that thought. I won't meet any representatives from the bidding companies before the bid opening. Zhan Sichen said firmly. I told him that, but he was particularly persistent and insisted on showing me his proposal. To be honest, it was quite detailed. You even looked at his proposal? Yeah, I couldn't refuse his enthusiasm. Oh Xiangbei, you didn't accept a bribe from him, did you? Zhan Sichen, you can't just say anything. Am I someone who lacks money? Would I stoop to accepting his bribe? Oh Xiangbei was infuriated by this remark, saying, go check. Hurry up and check. If you find out I've accepted even a penny from him, I'll chop my hand off for you. Just joking. Why are you reacting so strongly? Who would want your hands? Joking? When Oh Xiangbei heard Zhan Sichen say those 3 words, he felt it was an outrageous joke. Zhan Sichen, are you serious? You're someone who makes jokes? This question made Zhan Sichen pause slightly. Indeed, he was never someone who joked around. Oh, I get it. You're in love. Oh Xiangbei teased, saying that people in love are different from usual, so it's understandable. Get lost. Zhan Sichen snapped, then checked the time and looked up at the hospital room upstairs. At this moment, Junlin hadn't come out yet. Given how much Junlin liked her, that little guy probably wouldn't leave for a while. You stay with Junlin in the hospital. I'll go back to the villa for a bit. Without waiting for Oh Xiangbei to respond, Zhan Sichen quickly left. Today, Junlin was really satisfied, lying in Chu Shi's arms for a long time, talking to her and listening to her stories. All right, goodbye. You've been here all afternoon. If you don't go back, Grandma Wu will be worried. Chu Shi gently reminded him. Okay, Shijia. After saying that, Junlin kissed her on the cheek and said, you must take good care of yourself and your health. I will. Chu Shi replied. Junlin reluctantly left the hospital room, and not long after he left, Zhan Sichen came in, carrying a lunchbox. I asked the doctor. As long as the food isn't irritating or hard to digest, there are no other restrictions. Zhan Sichen said, while taking the food out. Soon, the whole hospital room was filled with the aroma of food. The meals he had bought her before were very light, but this time it was particularly lavish. Try it. Zhan Sichen placed the dishes in front of her and handed her the chopsticks. This man really is unpredictable. He was so fierce just now. And now he's being gentle again. Chu Shi was truly hungry at this moment, so she picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. Zhan Sichen quickly asked, how does it taste? Chu Shi nodded affirmatively. It's delicious. Really? Hearing Chu Shi say it's delicious, a smile appeared on Zhan Sichen's face. It's really good. Where did you buy it? The taste is great. I made it. Zhan Sichen said this with a hint of pride. You made it? Chu Shi was quite surprised. But then she remembered the first time she went to his house. He was wearing an apron in the kitchen, which was enough to show that he really could cook. Why do you know how to cook? Did you learn in the army? For soldiers, knowing how to cook is a basic survival skill. Zhan Sichen added, more importantly, my son is quite picky about food, so I'm used to cooking for him myself. It seems that the busy Zhan always has time to be a good father. Thank you for the compliment. Zhan Sichen said. Chu Shi smiled and continued eating. This was the best and most she had eaten since being hospitalized. and she felt particularly satisfied. "If you like it, I don't mind making it for you again," Zhan Sichen said. "According to your words, although you are boring and annoying, the fact that you can cook is still a good point." To this, Zhan Sichen only gave a cold snort and said nothing more. After finishing the meal, Lin Wei knocked on the door and walked in, holding a bouquet of flowers. Upon entering, he respectfully greeted President Zhan. Then he placed the flowers on the table and said to Chu Shi, "Dr. Chu, I've always wanted to see you, but I heard your health wasn't good, so I didn't dare to come." "Thank you, Assistant Lin." Chu Shi quickly expressed her gratitude. Lin Wei responded with a polite smile, then handed a stack of documents to Zhan Sichen, wanting to report, but hesitantly glanced at Chu Shi. "It's fine." Chu Shi didn't understand his work matters, and he didn't intend to avoid her. "President Zhan, there are a total of 16 companies bidding this time. The bidding materials have been discussed in meetings, and after several discussions, 10 companies have been eliminated, leaving 6 remaining. The materials are all here. You can take a look first, and which one to finalize will depend on your decision after the meeting. 10 out of 16 have been eliminated, leaving 6. Zhan Sichen took the documents and said, "I understand, you can go back to work now." "All right, President Zhan, Dr. Chu, I'll take my leave." Lin Wei slightly bowed to both, and then turned to leave. "You have work, so go ahead. I'll read for a while and won't disturb you." Saying this, Chu Shi picked up the book that was on the bedside and started reading. This woman is quite considerate in this regard, so for the next while, Chu Shi lay on the hospital bed reading medical books, while Zhan Sichen sat at the desk reviewing the documents. The warm light illuminated the two of them, creating a quiet atmosphere filled with a hint of warmth. While looking through the documents, Zhan Sichen occasionally glanced at Chu Shi, noticing that she was very focused on her reading, almost like studying, and she would occasionally make various notes in the book. It's rare to see someone in the medical field who is already skilled yet continues to learn like this. Zhan Sichen withdrew his gaze and continued looking at the documents in his hand. After finishing one company's materials, he set them aside and revealed the next company's documents. Far East International. Although Far East International is a large enterprise, this is their first foray into the construction industry, and he instinctively felt that they wouldn't be very professional. He thought for sure that this Far East International would be among the 10 eliminated companies. Unexpectedly, it was one of the 6 remaining companies. Coupled with Xiangbei saying that his proposal was very detailed, Zhan Sichen felt a bit interested to see what it was like. So he opened this document. And the first part was a detailed introduction to Far East International, followed by information about its subsidiary, Far East Construction, including the corporate representative Gavin's information. Seeing his age surprised Zhan Sichen. It's quite rare for someone so young to hold the position of director in a subsidiary of such a large company. Zhan Sichen was about to turn to the next page when he suddenly saw his Chinese name, Qiao Jingyan. Chapter 059. Peeking at me and daydreaming. What do you want? Jingyan. Thinking of these 2 words, Zhan Sichen unconsciously looked at Chu Shi, who was reading seriously and did not notice him looking at her. As for what Chu Shi said about her deceased husband, he only knew that the other party was named Jingyan. He didn't even know the specific characters, let alone the surname. Qiao Jingyan. It must be just a coincidence. Zhan Sichen suddenly found it amusing. When he saw that name just now, his heart tightened. What the hell? Zhan Sichen carefully reviewed the information on the 6 companies and unexpectedly found that Far East International was indeed quite competitive. That Gavin, as a director of Far East Construction, personally coming over was a sign of sincerity. Putting down the materials, Zhan Sichen glanced at the time and saw it was already 11 p.m. He got up and walked to the bedside, taking the book that Chu Shi was reading away. "It's too late. Time to rest," Zhan Sichen said. Chu Shi had been so engrossed in her reading that she hadn't noticed the time. It was indeed very late now. Without waiting for a response from Chu Shi, Zhan Sichen carefully helped her lie down and tucked her in. This was a VIP high-level hospital room, with a dedicated companion bed where Zhan Sichen would sleep, separated by a curtain. Every night, the curtain would be drawn, and they would each sleep on their own side, just like tonight. Usually, Chu Shi would sleep early. But she wasn't sleepy today, so she turned her head to look at the curtain. The light was still on, and she could clearly see his movements through the shadow as he took off his clothes. After he removed his shirt, his strong chest was clearly reflected on the curtain. Chu Shi watched like this and thought of a scene from the past. That night, Qiao Jingyan stood by the bed and took off his shirt just like this. It was in a hotel room, and she had decided to give him her first time, which was the craziest decision she had ever made. "Xiaoying, are you really sure?" Qiao Jingyan asked anxiously. "I'm sure. Once we make it happen, my dad won't disagree. At worst, he'll just hit me. Bring it on." After saying that, she tightly grabbed the bedsheet and closed her eyes, feeling especially nervous since it was her first time. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. It was her dad calling. "Qin Muyan, are you at the Ada Hotel? Are you with Qiao Jingyan?" No, it's just me. If I find out that kid Xiao Jingyan is there, do you believe I'll fire him immediately so you can never see him again? Really not. I'm going home right now. So that night's plan failed. And from that night on, her dad watched her closely and was very displeased with Xiao Jingyan. To earn her father's approval, Xiao Jingyan worked desperately and became the vice director and her father's capable assistant in just 4 years. He worked so hard to gain her father's recognition as his son-in-law. Clearly, just then, the curtain was suddenly pulled open, and Chu-Shi snapped back to reality, looking at Zhan Sichen, who was only wearing a pair of shorts. Before she could react, Zhan Sichen questioned her from above, "Why are you peeking at me?" "What? Peeking? I didn't." Just as Chu-Shi was about to finish her sentence, Zhan Sichen lunged at her, his hands resting beside her pillow, leaning down to look at her so closely that she was too scared to breathe. "Peeking at me, undressing and daydreaming. What do you want?" "What kind of question is that?" "Zhan Sichen, do you really have a delusional disorder?" She wasn't daydreaming at all. She had just accidentally thought of her ex-boyfriend. But if she told him the truth, he'd probably be so angry he'd choke her. "Wanting my body." "What?" Chu-Shi suddenly felt like she had been struck by lightning. How could this man be so narcissistic? Don't deny it. Your body is always very honest." Chu-Shi, "President Zhan, I'm currently lying on a hospital bed with only half a life left. What can I think about?" Chu-Shi felt really helpless. Zhan Sichen smiled and said, "What you think, you know yourself." After saying that, he got up and left her sight. Chu-Shi finally took a few deep breaths. And then she saw Zhan Sichen had climbed onto the companion bed. "You should at least pull the curtain. It's not like we're sleeping on the same bed." "Why pull the curtain?" "From today on, the curtain won't be pulled." After saying that, Zhan Sichen closed his eyes. Chu-Shi couldn't help but curse, "Bastard. Just bullying me because I can't get out of bed." Zhan Sichen had already closed his eyes to sleep, and Chu-Shi also shut her eyes. But she couldn't fall asleep at all. When she opened her eyes, she saw Zhan Sichen sleeping on the companion bed. Previously, Zhan Sichen always slept later and got up earlier than her, so she had never seen him sleeping before, but now she did. It was indeed quite peaceful. He didn't snore or talk in his sleep, and he fell asleep quickly. Was he really suffering from insomnia? It's strange, even in a VIP ward. It wouldn't be more comfortable than at home. Except for the days when Chu-Shi was in a coma, Zhan Sichen's sleep had been fine. Chu-Shi didn't fall asleep until very late, so when she woke up the next day, it was a bit late. She slowly opened her eyes when she felt the doctor giving her an injection. "Awake?" Zhan Sichen asked. Chu-Shi responded lightly. And after the doctor finished the injection and left, Zhan Sichen used a warm towel to wipe her face and hands, and then he handed her breakfast. "You woke up a bit late. It's already 9:30 a.m. Sleeping in is pretty good." Zhan Sichen truly envied Chu-Shi's sleep quality. Just taking that time in the car as an example, she really slept soundly. Just a moment ago, when Chu-Shi had not yet woken up, Zhan Sichen had reviewed the information on the 6 companies again, from the perspective of overall strength and pricing. Far East International really had a good chance of winning the bid. Xiao Jingyan. Hearing that name again made Zhan Sichen feel inexplicably uneasy. When Chu-Shi was almost done eating, he asked, "By the way, I only know your 2 children are named Dabai and Xiaobai. I still don't know their real names." "Qin Jinyu. Qin Yuan," Chu-Shi answered honestly. "Surname Qin?" Zhan Sichen didn't know that Chu-Shi's original name was Qin Muyan, so he naturally assumed that the children's father had the surname Qin. "So your late husband was named Qin Jingyan?" "Qin Jingyan." Chu-Shi was taken aback for a moment, but quickly understood Zhan Sichen's logic, so she could only respond, "Yes, he was called Qin Jingyan." "President Zhan, you're really smart," Chu-Shi said with a smile. "Qin Jingyan. Not the surname Xiao." Zhan Sichen couldn't help but smirk. It's also strange. Why did seeing the name Xiao Jingyan make him uneasy? Chapter 060. "Qin Dabai, are you still human?" After Chu-Shi received her injection, Zhan Sichen said, "Shall we take you out for a walk today?" "I want to try walking by myself," Chu-Shi replied. "I feel like I have some strength now." "Okay. I'll support you," Zhan Sichen said. However, Chu-Shi was quite resistant. Hadn't he hired a female caregiver for her? Surely the caregiver could help her walk, right? "I've already wiped you down and carried you. Now I'm just supporting you. Why are you being so difficult?" Zhan Sichen ordered directly, "Just listen to me." Damn it. Chu-Shi really wanted to curse. So Zhan Sichen helped her get out of bed. After taking a few steps, Chu-Shi still felt pain and couldn't exert much strength. "If it hurts, then stop. Don't push yourself," Zhan Sichen said. "It's fine. I think I can do it," Chu-Shi insisted. With Zhan Sichen supporting her, she slowly walked out of the hospital room, using her other hand to hold onto the handrail outside the room, moving forward bit by bit. "If you can't hold on, then just stop," Zhan Sichen reminded her after watching her walk for a while. I'll hold on a little longer." This was the first time she had walked since the car accident, and it was going well. Every day after that, she got out of bed to walk. At first, Zhan Sichen supported her, Then he would support her for a while and let her walk on her own for a bit, and eventually, she could walk completely by herself. That day, the doctor came for a full checkup and nodded in approval after the examination. Your recovery is faster than expected. We'll observe you for another 2 or 3 days, and if there are no issues, you can be discharged. After staying in the hospital for more than a month, she felt like she was going to grow hair if she didn't get discharged soon. However, being discharged didn't mean everything was fine. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal broken bones. In your situation, you won't be able to work for at least 6 months. You need to rest and avoid overexerting yourself, and maintain a cheerful mood without significant emotional ups and downs. Okay, Shi, being a doctor herself, understood this well. With her line of work being so demanding, she indeed couldn't expect to go back to work within 6 months. At least half a year? The thought made her anxious, as it meant she would have to be idle for half a year without any income. Thank you, doctor. Zhan Sichen thanked the doctor after he left, then turned to Shi and said, there's something I haven't told you. The perpetrator said he has no money and would rather stay in jail than pay you compensation. Really? Then didn't I suffer for nothing? Shi could only respond lightly, as there was nothing else she could say. If you're facing financial difficulties, I can lend you some money, okay? Zhan Sichen said deliberately. Lend me money? No thanks, Shi replied. I still owe you 500,000. I plan to work as your personal doctor to pay you back. If I borrow more money, wouldn't you be my lifelong creditor? No way. I have some savings and I won't starve. You don't need to worry, President Zhan. Oh, is that so? Well, if you don't want to borrow, then I won't lend you. I'm not borrowing. She said firmly. I want to go for a walk in the yard by myself, so don't follow me. After saying that, she turned to leave. Now, she was walking particularly slowly, and seeing her struggle, Zhan Sichen couldn't help but shake his head and smile. She walked alone to the yard, and just as she sat down on a bench, her phone rang. It was a call from Xiaobai. She hadn't seen the little girl for over a month and really missed her. Hello, Xiaobai. Sister Shi, did you go traveling around the world with Uncle Zhan? How long have you been gone? You still haven't come back? Xiaobai couldn't help but complain. You can't forget about your 2 kids while having fun with your future husband. Dabai and I have become left-behind children. I'll be back in 3 or 4 days, Shi replied. Really? Xiaobai said happily. That's great. Plus, it's already your birthday month, so when you come back, we can celebrate your birthday together. Birthday month? Shi really forgot until Xiaobai mentioned it. It's rare that my Xiaobai still remembers my birthday. Of course, a daughter is her parents' little treasure, so how could I forget? Xiaobai said. All right, Sister Shi. Have fun with Uncle Zhan. I'll wait for you at home. After hanging up, Xiaobai took out the black card and made a decision. She decided to use Dabai's money to buy Sister Shi a particularly good birthday gift. Dabai, stop staying at home and come out with me. Xiaobai dragged Dabai out the door. Why are we going to the mall? Dabai was being pulled along by Xiaobai, and he dreaded accompanying girls shopping. It was a torturous experience. We're buying a birthday gift for Sister Shi. Have you forgotten her birthday? Of course I won't forget. It's still more than half a month away. If there's still more than half a month, we need to start preparing. Xiaobai thought hard. I plan to buy Sister Shi a particularly beautiful necklace. A beautiful girl like her deserves the best jewelry. Xiaobai, I just told you we can't spend money recklessly. We need to. Wow, there's a jewelry store up ahead. Xiaobai completely ignored Dabai's words and ran inside immediately, spotting a necklace at first glance. Auntie, how much is this necklace? I want to buy it. Hearing Xiaobai's words, the sales associate smiled and said, Little girl, this is a valuable gemstone necklace. If you like it, you'll need to bring your parents to buy it. I'm buying a birthday gift for my mom, so I want to surprise her. So she can't come, Xiaobai said, pulling out the black card. Don't worry, I have money. Xiaobai was so quick that Dabai couldn't stop her. Normally, the sales associate wouldn't believe what a child said, but seeing that black card changed her attitude immediately. Okay, sweetheart, you want this one, right? I'll wrap it up for you right away. The sales associate was afraid she would regret it. So she quickly swiped the card and then prompted her to enter the password. Xiaobai looked at Dabai, signaling him to input the password. Dabai was stunned. How would he know the password for Zhan Junlin's card? I'm sorry, ma'am, please wait a moment. Dabai quickly pulled Xiaobai aside. Qin Xiaobai, are you crazy? That necklace is so expensive. How can you even think to buy it? Qin Dabai, are you so stingy? That's a birthday gift for Sister Shi. You have so much money, and you still don't want to spend it? Xiaobai retorted. Qin Dabai, don't you have a conscience? That's our Sister Shi, the one who raised us all these years, enduring hardships, and spent all her leftover money on us. Now that you have money, you still don't want to spend it on her? I really feel sorry for Sister Shi. We're both kids. Why am I a little treasure while you're just a white-eyed wolf? All right, if you realize your conscience now, it's not too late. Hurry up and enter the password. I don't know the password, my little ancestor Xiaobai. You don't know the password for your own card? Qin Dabai, are you making up lies just to avoid spending money on Sister Shi? Are you even human? How could he not be human? Dubai suddenly felt that he had brought this upon himself. Telling one big lie meant he had to tell countless smaller lies to cover it up. Now, what to do? What to do? Chapter 061. Going to the Civil Affairs Bureau without getting a certificate. Are we going to soak in a bath? Qin Dubai. Are you really not willing to buy a gift for Sister Shi? Sister Shi is. All right, I'm so annoyed. Dubai was really worn down by this little girl and had no choice but to compromise. You wait here, I'll go outside and think of a password. I'll be back soon. After stepping outside, Dubai was truly troubled. After doing some mental preparation for a while, he first removed Zhan Junlin from his blacklist and then dialed his number. Recently, Junlin had often tried to call Dubai, but it was always unreachable. He knew he had been blocked by Dubai, and now seeing Dubai's call made him really happy, so he picked up immediately. But before he could speak, he was met with Dubai's reprimand. Zhan Junlin, you need to return my kind and simple sister. What do you mean? Junlin looked confused. What do you mean? Dubai said reproachfully. Previously, Xiaobai was thrifty and hardworking. And look at you, buying her a nightgown that costs over 10,000, toys piled up everywhere. Giving her whatever she wants. You've completely spoiled her, do you know that? If I had a sister as cute as Xiaobai, I would wake up smiling in my dreams. Junlin said seriously. As her brother, I must unconditionally buy her whatever she likes. You have money to buy for her, but I don't have money. Should I buy it with my life? Dubai continued to criticize. She is spending money so recklessly, wanting everything she sees. And she won't listen to any advice. Hearing this, Junlin couldn't help but smile indulgently and quickly said, Dubai, if you feel uncomfortable, we can switch back. Zhan Junlin, you wish. Dubai immediately rejected him. So you specifically called me just to scold me? Well, teaching you a lesson is one thing, but another reason is. Dubai really found it hard to say, and after a pause, he mustered the courage to say, I'm calling you today because Sister Shi's birthday is coming up soon, and Xiaobai insists on buying her a birthday gift, and Sister Shi's birthday is coming up soon? Junlin immediately caught this important piece of information. When? It's my mommy's birthday, why are you so excited? Dubai broke his excitement. Let me continue. Xiaobai has her eyes on a very expensive necklace. She insists on buying it, and hearing this, Junlin immediately understood and quickly asked, is it the card password? Dubai felt really embarrassed, but I'll consider it a loan from you. I will pay you back later. I've said this is a gift for you. You don't need to pay me back, Junlin said. The password is 743521. Dubai, I'm really happy that you called me for the password. Alright, I don't want to say more. I'm hanging up. Dubai felt like he would lose all his face if he didn't hang up. After knowing the password, Dubai returned to the jewelry store to input it. The card went through smoothly, and Xiaobai was overjoyed to have bought the necklace she wanted. Dubai, you're so generous. You're really my brother. In response, Dubai curled his lips and complained, swiping the card for you makes me your brother. Not buying makes me a white-eyed wolf. Qin Xiaobai, you're really something. Like a Pichio, only taking in and never letting yourself lose out. Quite good. Xiaobai just listened and laughed happily. Whatever Dubai said was right. 3 days later, the doctors checked on Chu Shi again and confirmed she could be discharged to rest at home. After going home, make sure to rest more. Appropriate exercise is fine, but don't do anything strenuous, and definitely don't do heavy work. Keep a good mood, the doctor reminded again. Okay, thank you, doctor, Chu Shi said. Finally being able to get discharged felt really good. After Zhan Sichen completed the discharge procedures, his phone rang. It was Junlin calling. Hello, Junlin. Daddy, Sister Shi is being discharged today, right? Yes. Daddy, you must not forget what you told me. You said after Sister Shi is discharged, you'll go to get the certificate with her. Junlin had been looking forward to this day. I know. I'm waiting for your good news, Daddy. After finishing the call with Junlin, Zhan Sichen returned to the ward, and everything for discharge was already packed. You've really worked hard during my hospital stay, President Zhan. Chu, she said gratefully. Now that I'm discharged, you can finally be completely free. Hurry back to your work. Zhan Sichen just responded lightly. Today, since Chu Shi was being discharged, Zhan Sichen didn't have an assistant or driver come over. It was just him driving, with Chu Shi in the passenger seat. The two of them in the car. Zhan Sichen started the car, and Chu Shi had specifically bought cosmetics. Her complexion wasn't that good yet, fearing that Wu Ma and Xiaobai would notice, so she deliberately put on some makeup. Is this okay? After finishing her makeup, Chu Shi looked at Zhan Sichen and asked, does it look like I'm haggard? In fact, Chu Shi rarely wore makeup. Now, although she had put on light makeup, with her good base and a little touch-up, she really looked beautiful. Very natural, Zhan Sichen complimented. Is it because you're a doctor? I rarely see you wear makeup. Born beautiful, can withstand no makeup, so I don't need to wear it, right? Chu Shi said somewhat vainly. And you say I'm narcissistic? You're the one. After spending time with you, I've been influenced, and you know what they say. One who stays near vermilion gets stained red, Chushi said. Hearing her, Zhan Sichen couldn't help but smile. After that, Chushi was also afraid her makeup looked unnatural and was worried it would be exposed. So she kept looking in the mirror and didn't pay attention to the road. When she put the mirror down and looked out the car window, she realized something was off and asked, "Where are we going?" "This doesn't seem like the way back to my apartment." "The Civil Affairs Bureau," Zhan Sichen replied. "What? The Civil Affairs Bureau?" Chushi was first startled, then felt it was ridiculous. "Zhan Sichen, are you joking?" "I'm not joking. We really are going to the Civil Affairs Bureau." "What are we going to the Civil Affairs Bureau for?" Chushi asked in confusion. "Are we going to soak in a bath without getting a certificate?" Zhan Sichen thought Chushi's question was particularly foolish. "Get a certificate?" Chushi reacted and really felt her head buzz. "We get a certificate?" Zhan Sichen nodded in agreement. "Zhan Sichen, you're not joking, right?" "Miss Chu, you said it yourself. I'm never one to joke around," Zhan Sichen said seriously, "and I never like to joke." "Yes, Zhan Sichen. Such a boring person indeed wouldn't joke around, especially not about getting a certificate, so." Chapter 062. Are you so unwilling to marry me? Realizing that Zhan Sichen was serious, Chushi was genuinely frightened and even more angry. "Zhan Sichen, we agreed before that I would just pretend to be your fiancé, and we wouldn't actually register for marriage. How can you go back on your word?" Chushi questioned angrily. Upon hearing this question, Zhan Sichen was obviously displeased as well and emphasized, "I did say I wanted you to pretend to be my fiancé, but the one who said we wouldn't register is you, not me. So it doesn't count on my end. How can you twist the facts like this? You didn't say it outright, but your previous intentions were very clear. You told me that if I wanted to rise in status, I should forget it. How can you not keep your word?" After Chushi finished speaking, Zhan Sichen's expression darkened further. Seeing that Zhan Sichen accelerated without responding to her words, Chushi said again, "Are you even listening to what I'm saying? Registering for marriage is a choice made by two willing people. We are just pretending. I don't want to register for marriage. Hurry up and stop the car." She had already registered for marriage with another man before. Although that person was essentially a living corpse and she had never met him, the paperwork was legally processed by Madame Xia and was valid. Even though Qin Muyan was now in the identity of a dead person, she ultimately had to use this identity to find Madame Xia for a child. The fact that Qin Muyan wasn't dead would eventually be exposed. She also didn't know if that man was still alive. If he was still her legal husband. Therefore, from both a personal and legal perspective, she absolutely could not register for marriage with Zhan Sichen. Zhan Sichen's face was already frighteningly gloomy, still silent, and the car's speed kept increasing. Chushi was a bit scared at such a fast speed, gripping the armrest tightly. Raising her voice, "Zhan Sichen, I know you're used to giving orders, but registering for marriage is a matter of mutual consent, not something you can command me to obey." "I disagree. I don't want to register for marriage with you. Did you hear me? I won't stop." Before Chushi could finish her sentence, he suddenly slammed on the brakes. Fortunately, she was wearing a seatbelt. Otherwise, her head would have surely hit hard. "Are you so unwilling to marry me?" Before Chushi could react, Zhan Sichen had already lunged at her, his eyes filled with rage. "Do you know how many women in this world dream of marrying me? Now that I want to give you a title, it's a blessing for you. Don't be so unappreciative." Zhan Sichen was genuinely furious. He had made up his mind to register for marriage with Chushi, and this woman actually refused him so strongly. How could he not be angry? "Since so many women want to marry you, why do you insist on marrying me?" Chushi explained seriously what you previously thought about me wanting to rise in status. Playing mind games, and all that, were just your own unfounded malicious speculations. I never thought like that, never. After Chushi finished speaking, she felt the atmosphere in the car change entirely. It was visibly tense, with his veins bulging, and his expression resembling that of a bloodthirsty lion, truly frightening. "Chushi, I ask you once more, do you want to register for marriage with me or not?" Chushi admitted that his demeanor was indeed frightening, but she couldn't back down. "I won't go," Chushi said firmly. "Even if you drag me to the Civil Affairs Bureau now, I still say the same. I won't register for marriage with you." With Chushi's words, Zhan Sichen's fists clenched tightly, the sound of his bones cracking clearly audible, as if he wanted to strangle her. Chushi felt a bit timid, avoiding his furious gaze, her heart racing. "Get out of the car," Zhan Sichen suddenly ordered harshly. "Get out." Chushi, who was highly tense from fear, didn't immediately process those words. Then Zhan Sichen yelled at her. "I said get out of the car?" Chushi heard him clearly this time. Since he said so, how could she stay in the car? She quickly opened the car door and got out. After Chushi got out, Zhan Sichen's car sped away rapidly. What a lunatic! Chushi couldn't help but curse. Zhan Sichen had already thought of several scenarios. He was certain that Chu Shi had been flattering his son all along just to rise in status. She had pretended so well. But now that he directly mentioned registering for marriage, she certainly wouldn't keep pretending, and yet, this damned woman. How many women in this world dream of marrying him? Now that he wanted to give Chu Shi a title, to bring her home and pamper her, he never expected to be rejected. Damn woman. Unappreciative damn woman. Zhan Sichen cursed her thousands of times in his heart. He didn't know how much time had passed when the sound of raindrops outside the window interrupted his thoughts. Is it raining? Chu Shi's earlier words had indeed made him explode with emotion, feeling like he was going crazy. Now, driving far away as if in a lie. His anger had eased somewhat. As he watched the rain outside getting heavier, Zhan Sichen's mind suddenly cleared. Chu Shi had just been discharged from the hospital today, and her health was already poor. He quickly took out his phone to call her, but Chu Shi's phone rang in the passenger seat. She didn't take her phone? It made sense. After he had so fiercely ordered her out of the car, she naturally didn't think about anything else. This meant she had neither her phone nor cash with her. Damn it. After realizing this, Zhan Sichen quickly turned the car around, speeding back to the place where he had dropped Chu Shi off, only to find it completely empty. Where did Chu Shi go? Zhan Sichen drove slowly from there to Chu Shi's apartment, looking for her the whole way but never spotting her. With no other options, he could only go to her apartment to check. Knock, knock, knock. There was a hurried knock on the door. Coming. Wu Ma responded and quickly went to open the door. Since Wu Ma had never seen Zhan Sichen before, she didn't recognize him and asked, "May I ask who you are, sir? Has Chu Shi come back?" Zhan Sichen asked anxiously, fearing the answer would be that she hadn't returned. "Oh, Xiaoyan has come back. She said she didn't bring an umbrella and got caught in the rain. She said she was tired and has already gone to sleep. Back." Hearing these 3 words, Zhan Sichen finally felt relieved, but she got caught in the rain? This made him worry. Her weak body might catch a fever if she got wet. "Wu Ma, who is it?" Xiao Bai's voice could be heard from inside the room. "This is my business card. If there are any problems with Chu Shi's health, please call me immediately." Upon hearing Xiao Bai's voice, Zhan Sichen quickly handed his business card to Wu Ma and specifically reminded her, "Don't tell them I was here. You mustn't say anything." After speaking, Zhan Sichen immediately closed the door. After closing the door, he realized that Chu Shi's phone was still with him. He instinctively wanted to knock on the door to return the phone but hesitated and withdrew his hand. He put away Chu Shi's phone again, then turned and left. After getting into the car, he hesitated to start the engine, gripping the phone tightly, worried that something might happen to Chu Shi's health. Chapter 063, Scumbag. Watch how I deal with you. Dubai, what's wrong with Sister Shi? Is this the state of someone returning from a trip? It feels off. As soon as Chu Shi entered the door, she was all wet, saying it rained at the airport, and she didn't bring an umbrella. The most crucial part was that she said her bag was lost, and even the money for the taxi home was paid by Wu Ma. She also seemed very tired. Usually, if she got wet, she would take a shower, but this time she just wiped herself off and went straight to bed. No matter how you looked at it, she didn't seem like someone just back from a trip. Dubai knew that Chu Shi had just been discharged from the hospital today. Although being discharged and returning from a trip are definitely different states, this was just too messy. Where was Zhan Sichen? Wasn't he supposed to be at the hospital with Sister Shi? How could she come back drenched in the rain on her own after being discharged? Unforgivable scumbag. Dubai was already particularly angry with Zhan Sichen after eavesdropping on their conversation last time, and now he was even angrier that he bullied his sister Shi like this. Thinking about it, Dubai took out his phone wanting to call Junlin. He wanted to scold Zhan Sichen harshly, but as soon as he dialed the number, he hung up immediately. No way, since he just asked Junlin for the password and used his money. He didn't have the courage to lose his temper now. Dubai, did you hear what I said? Xiao Bai leaned over, puzzled, and asked, "What are you doing? You're acting all mysterious. One moment wanting to call, and the next moment not. What do you think I'm doing?" Dubai felt utterly frustrated. Qin Xiao Bai. "I've even lost my dignity as a person for you." What? Xiao Bai was completely confused. How did it escalate to this level? I don't understand. With your brain, what can you understand? Dubai reminded him, stop overthinking it. Traveling around is definitely tiring. Don't disturb Sister Shi while she is resting. After saying that, Dubai went into the bathroom, locked himself inside, and kept staring at Junlin's number. After thinking for a long time, he finally dialed it. "Hello, Dubai?" Junlin had always been very cold, but ever since he found out that his dad did something wrong, his attitude towards Dubai had become a bit humble. Junlin, do you want us to switch back?" "What?" As soon as Junlin heard this, his eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Of course I want to. Why? Are you going to switch?" Hearing Junlin's excited tone, Dubai couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. This kid was quiet, aloof, and not likable at all. How come Sister Shi and Xiaobai liked him so much? "Don't celebrate too early. I've decided to switch with you again. but this time just for a few days. Since he had no dignity to complain to Junlin, he would act as Junlin again, tormenting Zhan Sichen as his son and getting back at him for Sister Shi. Just a few days? Hearing just a few days, Junlin was genuinely disappointed. A few days? You should be happy enough. What else do you want? I'm trading my sister Shi and Xiaobai for your scumbag dad. I'm losing out on this deal big time. All right, just a few days. When do we switch? Now. Hey, this kid is really anxious. After the two little guys agreed on the switching location, Junlin was overjoyed. He had been thinking about his dad and sister Shi getting their marriage certificate. But as soon as he thought about seeing Sister Shi soon, he couldn't even bother to call his dad. He would just ask Sister Shi directly when the time came. After finishing the call with Junlin, Dabai went back to Chu Shi's room. She was still asleep. When she got angry, it affected her health, and since she got drenched in the rain, she felt completely drained and just wanted to sleep. Sister Shi, I'll be away for a few days. I'll come back after I've gotten you some revenge. Dabai said softly, and then left the room. Wu Ma Xiaobai. The rain has stopped now. My classmate asked me to go play table tennis. I'm going out. Dabai said. Why are you going out again at night? Because I love sports. Dabai explained, and then went out. After going out, he unexpectedly found Zhan Sichen's car parked downstairs. Dabai was taken aback. What is he doing here? He made Sister Shi so miserable and still has the face to come here pretending to be affectionate? Scumbag. Just wait and see how I deal with you. To avoid being discovered, Dabai deliberately took a roundabout way to leave, while Junlin was still at Xiangbai's place. The last time he switched identities with Dabai was a coincidence, but this time he was prepared, so he packed up all the toys that Xiangbai had bought him these days. Seeing this, Xiangbai asked, Junlin, what are you doing? Uncle, my dad will be back tonight. I have to go home. Junlin said. Chu Shi has been discharged? Yeah. Junlin nodded. All right, then I'll take you home. No need, uncle. I've already called my dad's driver. He will come to pick me up. I'm leaving. Junlin was already impatient. Xiangbai watched as Junlin took all his toys away and was puzzled. He had bought so many toys to make him happy, but he didn't even unbox them. And now he was taking them all home? Xiangbai shook his head, unable to understand. At the agreed location, Junlin and Dabai quickly changed clothes and phones. Wait for my call. I'll let you know when to switch back, understood? Dabai said. I know. Junlin agreed readily. Even if it was just for a few days. It was fine. After all, if they got their marriage certificate, they could be together every day in the future. The two exchanged recent information and then set off separately. After parting with Junlin, Dabai immediately called Zhan Sichen. At this time, Zhan Sichen was still downstairs from Chu Shi and hadn't left. He kept holding his phone, fearing that something would happen to Chu Shi's health. Hearing the phone ring made him nervous. When he saw it was Junlin calling, he felt a bit relieved. Hello. Junlin. Dad, I'm back from Uncle S' house. Where are you? I want to see you now. Dabai spoke firmly. Was he going to ask about him and Chu Shi getting the marriage certificate? To be honest, Zhan Sichen didn't know how to explain it to Junlin. Zhan Sichen looked up at the building. It was so quiet at this time, there shouldn't be any problems, so he responded, okay, I'll go back right now. After hanging up, Zhan Sichen looked up at the building again, then started the car and left Chu Shi's neighborhood. Not long after Zhan Sichen left, Junlin arrived in a taxi, holding two big bags full of toys. Entering the apartment, he felt very warm seeing Wu Ma and Xiaobai. Wu Ma Xiaobai, I'm back. Junlin shouted. That was quick. Xiaobai looked at the time. Where's Sister Shi? Not seeing Chu Shi, Junlin hurriedly asked. Are you silly? Didn't Sister Shi fall asleep when you left? Xiaobai said. She is asleep? Looks like I can only ask Sister Shi tomorrow if she really got the marriage certificate with his dad. Dabai, what do you have in those bags? Xiaobai curiously looked at the two big bags in his hands. Chapter 064. Big White scolded Zhan Sichen badly just now when I went out. I passed by a store that had a lot of children's toys inside, so I bought some for you. Because these were bought by Xiangbei for him. All of them were toys for boys. Junlin was very anxious about whether Xiaobai would like them. You bought me toys? Xiaobai looked at the two big bags full of toys, surprised. Are they all for me? Yeah, Junlin said uneasily, but I don't know if you like them. If you don't like them, I can buy you something else next time. Xiaobai could hardly hear what he was saying. Immediately took the two big bags and started pulling out the toys inside. After seeing these toys, Xiaobai was almost stunned with amazement. Wow, this is a high-end Lego set. I saw a set that cost tens of thousands before. Xiaobai couldn't believe his eyes. Do you like it? Of course I love it. I've never played with such high-end toys before. Xiaobai felt extremely happy. But, after the happiness, he looked at Junlin with surprise, then pinched his face hard, leaving Junlin confused. Big White, did you switch souls again? Did you switch back from the soul of a stingy and confrontational fool to the soul of a domineering and doting good brother? A stingy and confrontational fool? Are you talking about Big White? And he is a domineering and doting good brother? Xiaobai, do you like me more than you like him? Junlin asked, but immediately realized something was wrong and corrected himself. No, I mean, do you like my soul, not his soul? Of course. Who doesn't love a generous and indulgent good brother? Xiaobai said earnestly, Big White, you have to hold on this time. Please maintain this soul, don't switch back again. I'm begging you. I really don't want to go out to work at such a young age. Work? Junlin was shocked to hear that Big White wanted Xiaobai to go out to work. Yeah, you said a few days ago that we should go out and get part-time jobs to earn money. I really want to scold you. If you want to work, just go by yourself. Why do you have to drag me into it? That's too unethical. Xiaobai complained. Yeah, right. Junlin nodded in agreement. That's really unethical, too unethical. Achoo. At this moment, Big White sneezed heavily. Who was scolding him? At this time, he heard the sound of a car driving into the yard. Big White immediately sat down on the sofa in the living room, adopting a posture of questioning authority. When Zhan Sichen walked in and saw Big White sitting on the sofa with a cold face, he looked particularly angry. Junlin, it's late. Hurry and go to bed. Zhan Sichen said. I'm too angry to sleep. Big White said, I was so angry this afternoon that I didn't eat, and I feel like my lungs are going to explode. Hearing this, Zhan Sichen was shocked. Did he already know that he didn't successfully get the certificate with Chuxi? How could that be? What's wrong? Zhan Sichen had to pretend to be clueless and asked, Who made my Junlin angry? Oh, Xiangbei. If it was him, then tomorrow. It's you. Big White said directly. It seemed he had guessed it, but how was Zhan Sichen going to explain? Should he tell him that he was going to get the certificate with Chuxi but was rejected? Junlin, I promised you that I would get the certificate with Chuxi, but now Chuxi is not in good health. So we need to wait until she fully recovers to talk about it. Zhan Sichen could only lie to stabilize his emotions. Are you my biological father? Can't you listen carefully? Big White said intentionally, I already told you I was so angry this afternoon that I didn't eat, and you were indifferent? Now I'm not only angry, but I'm also so hungry that I can't even speak. Okay, what do you want to eat? Daddy will make it for you. Zhan Sichen immediately said, Don't you know what I usually like to eat? Why are you asking me? Zhan Sichen. Today Zhan Sichen's mood was terrible. He could also see that this kid was deliberately looking for trouble, so his expression turned bad as well. What's wrong? Big White saw his face change. Are you angry? Why is it only allowed for others to accommodate you in everything? And if you're unhappy, you vent your anger on others. But you won't allow others to be angry? Big White's words hit the nail on the head. Zhan Sichen let out a heavy sigh and then stood up, saying, I'll go make food for you. Then Zhan Sichen changed his clothes and went into the kitchen. Big White approached the kitchen and kept watching him. Noticing he was cooking with care. This scumbag has no temper towards his own son, only knows how to bully women. After cooking the meal, Zhan Sichen brought it to him. Big White knew the boundaries and didn't pick at it, starting to eat. Not to mention anything else. Zhan Junlin, this scumbag, actually has decent cooking skills. Zhan Sichen didn't say anything, just kept watching him finish his meal. After finishing, Big White looked at Zhan Sichen and said, Didn't I tell you to get the certificate with Sister Shi before? I've changed my mind. What? Zhan Sichen was surprised. I'm now asking you to let Sister Shi go? Let her find a good man who truly cares for her. After all, this was the last time they would exchange. Big White just said that. And how to conclude after that would be left to Zhan Junlin. Junlin, what are you saying? Previously he was so eager for Chuxi to be his mom, wanting him to marry her. But now what? Because I was stimulated. Big White said, One of my classmates is too pitiful. Why? Because he has a scumbag dad who actually beats his mom. My goodness, I can't believe there are still scumbags in this world who bully women. I really like Sister Shi, and because I like her, I hope she can be happy. The fact is, she won't be happy marrying you. Look at you. So masculine and bad-tempered. Sister Shi is such a kind person. Marrying you will only bring her misery, right? Now that she has had a car accident and her health is so poor, if she has to endure your temper every day, how will she survive? Compared to making her my mom, I would rather she live a long life. So I'm begging you, if you have enmity with anyone, just marry them. Don't harm Sister Shi. Let her live a few more years, okay? After Big White finished speaking, Zhan Sichen was stunned for several seconds. He couldn't believe these words came from Junlin's mouth. Seeing his astonished expression, Big White continued, I'm serious. Although I'm still a child, I know that a real man should be broad-minded, be tolerant towards girls, and especially pamper his wife. Someone like you, who is so unpredictable, and if someone obeys you, you smile at them, but if they don't listen to you, you immediately show a dark face. Who can stand that? Why not just hire a few hundred maids to order around every day? Why marry a wife at all? I not only know that Sister Shi was seriously injured in this car accident, but I also know that she almost died when giving birth before. And it took her many years to recover. She can't withstand such torment. So please be kind for once and let her go. Chapter 065. The extremely awkward Zhan Sichen. What Dabai said suddenly left Zhan Sichen speechless, and these words kept him awake all night, repeating in his mind. He decided to go to get a marriage certificate with Chu Shi, but she refused. He was indeed very angry, but now that he calmed down and thought about it, it was indeed his unilateral and forced decision. No matter what, Chu Shi had just been discharged from the hospital today. He shouldn't have left her alone on the roadside, and even let her get drenched in the rain. Zhan Sichen, you really are despicable, even worse than a child. Chu Shi had been weak and slept until the next morning. Junlin, feeling particularly uneasy, had been waiting for her to wake up. Sister Shi, are you awake? Seeing her awake, Junlin hurriedly approached. Chu Shi nodded. Sister Shi, how do you feel now? Does your body still hurt? I'm fine. Just need to rest and recover slowly. Chu Shi said slowly. I need to rest at home for a while. I definitely can't fool Aunt Wu, but I will find a way to keep it from Xiaobai. Don't tell her. I understand, Junlin replied, hesitating for a moment before mustering the courage to ask. Sister Shi, did you and Zhan Sichen get the marriage certificate? What? Why is Dabai suddenly asking this? Seeing Chu Shi's reaction, Junlin seemed to already know the answer and hurriedly explained. Sister Shi, I was just asking casually. Chu Shi smiled and said, Don't worry, Dabai. When I decide to get the certificate with someone, I will definitely tell you in advance, okay? Okay. Junlin felt a bit disappointed, not knowing whether it was his dad who went back on his word or if Sister Shi didn't agree. He didn't dare to ask further. At least he could still be by Sister Shi's side now, which made him very satisfied. Earlier, when he returned to being Junlin, he thought he would never see Sister Shi again. All right, hurry up and have breakfast. Get ready for school, or you'll be late. Junlin was now back to being Dabai and could attend school with Xiaobai as a desk mate again. After the two little ones finished their meal, Aunt Wu sent them out the door, and at the same time, Dabai had also finished his breakfast, which was personally made by Zhan Sichen. Let us go, Junlin. I'll take you to school. Zhan Sichen helped him pick up his backpack, but Dabai snatched it back and said, No need, just send a driver for me. Don't want me to take you? No, I prefer to have Uncle Driver take me. After saying this, Dabai directly slung his backpack over his shoulders and walked out. Zhan Sichen could only helplessly send a driver for him. After Dabai left for school, Zhan Sichen held Chu Shi's phone, feeling particularly conflicted. He wanted to find Chu Shi, but after being refused yesterday when trying to get the certificate, it was really hard for him to show up at her door today. No, I'll just give her the cold shoulder for a day. So Zhan Sichen drove to the company. He hadn't been to the company for more than a month, and his sudden return made the employees very alert. Good morning, President Zhan. As he passed by, the employees respectfully greeted him. Zhan Sichen immediately instructed Lin Wei as he entered his office. Pass it down. We're having a meeting right away. The opening of the Entertainment City bidding project had been delayed for over a month and could not be postponed any longer. The meeting lasted 3 to 4 hours. With detailed analyses of the remaining 6 companies, various data comparisons, and the elimination of 3 companies, leaving 3, including Far East International. The heads of the engineering department could meet and discuss with the relevant heads of the remaining 3 companies. Understood, President Zhan, the head of the engineering department, immediately replied. After the meeting, I will convey the details to you as soon as possible. Good, that's all for today's meeting. After the meeting, Zhan Sichen glanced at his phone, finding no missed calls. This damn woman, even though her phone is here, she has already gone home and wanted to use someone else's phone to call me. A day passed, besides holding that meeting. Zhan Sichen felt he had no work efficiency at all. As it approached the end of the workday, he could no longer sit still, grabbed his car keys, and strode out. Zhan Sichen drove to the apartment where Chu Shi lived, having done some mental preparation before knocking on the door. It was still Aunt Wu who opened it. Is Chu Shi here? Zhan Sichen felt somewhat awkward. Yes, Aunt Wu called out to Chu Shi in the study, Xiaoyan. Someone is looking for you. Oh, I'm coming. Chu Shi came out of the study, and at this moment, saw Zhan Sichen and felt equally awkward. Aunt Wu, we're out of vegetables at home. Please go to the market and buy some. Chu Shi deliberately tried to send Aunt Wu away, as Zhan Sichen was unpredictable, and she didn't want Aunt Wu to see if he got angry with her again. Okay, Xiaoyan, you two chat. After Aunt Wu finished speaking, she immediately left. Once Aunt Wu was gone, it was just the two of them left. After what happened yesterday, they truly didn't know what to say. Let us just pretend yesterday never happened. No one is allowed to mention it again. Zhan Sichen's tone remained particularly commanding. Yesterday was the most failed day of his life, and he never wanted to think about it again. Okay, this was also agreeable to Chu Shi. Here is your phone. Zhan Sichen handed Chu Shi her phone. Don't lose it again in the future. Blaming her for being forgetful? It was he who was so fierce. Eager to kick her out of the car, how could she care about anything else? Chu Shi took the phone and said, Thank you, President Zhan, for making a special trip to deliver my phone. Although I can't go to the hospital for work now, I can still work. Just like before. I will go to the company for acupuncture every Wednesday and Saturday. Just remember that. Zhan Sichen said, and one more thing, this apartment is old and small. And the surrounding facilities are poor. It's not suitable for recovery. I bought you a house near Huaqing International. After it's tidied up, move over as soon as possible. You bought her a house? No need. Although this place is old, it's very quiet and suitable for recovery, Chushi said. Don't worry. Even though this place is far from your company, I want to be late for acupuncture. You really don't know what's good for you. Zhan Sichen couldn't help but scold again. Do you even know your identity? You are my fiancé in front of others. If they find out that Zhan Sichen's fiancé lives in such a rundown place, what will others think? So there's no room for discussion about the house. You need to move immediately. This man still spoke so forcefully, so fond of issuing orders. Okay, since he said living in such a shabby place would embarrass him. What could Chushi do? Tell me the address, and I will move over myself after tidying up. Chushi said, if President Zhan has nothing else, I'll go rest now. Is this a dismissal? Chapter 066. His punitive kiss. After Chushi issued the eviction order, Zhan Sichen's expression was really cold and unpleasant. Chushi knew she had upset this man again. Heartless woman, I specially came to deliver your phone, and you didn't even say thank you before trying to kick me out? He pushed her out of the car, leaving her in such a sorry state. And she was supposed to be grateful? Since you came to return the phone is returned. If you don't want to leave, what do you want to do? Chushi retorted. And since you dislike my little broken place so much, why should I keep you here? Zhan Sichen. This woman truly had the ability to infuriate him. Zhan Sichen simply sat down on the sofa, making it clear that he wasn't going anywhere. Chushi was stunned. What did this man want? Did he want to stay for dinner? Your son will be back soon, right? Zhan Sichen said somewhat deliberately, I haven't met your son yet. They have a tutoring class today. They won't be back until very late. It's fine, I can wait. Chushi. At that moment, her computer received a message notification. Chushi glanced toward the study and then looked at Zhan Sichen, realizing that this man probably wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. Then you can wait. There's hot water in the teapot on the coffee table. Pour yourself some if you're thirsty. After saying that, Chushi turned and entered the study. At this time, there were quite a few patients consulting about their conditions. Chushi responded to their described symptoms one by one. Who are you chatting with? She didn't even notice when Zhan Sichen appeared behind her, and his sudden question startled her. Weren't you in the living room? Who allowed you to come in? I asked you who you're chatting with? Zhan Sichen questioned again. Patients. Is that okay? Chushi replied irritably. Patients. Yes, Chushi explained. I can't go to the hospital to work right now, but I can see patients online. Chushi was indeed an expert and absolutely qualified to treat sick netizens online. Just today, her profile had just been posted, and several people specifically came to consult her. How can you be so forgetful? You're supposed to be resting during your recovery period. The doctor said you need to rest more. Zhan Sichen reminded her. I'm a doctor. I know how to take care of my own health. Chushi said, seeing patients online isn't tiring, and I can earn some income. Isn't that good? This woman really couldn't sit still. All right, President Zhan, if you're going to wait, go wait in the living room. Don't disturb my work here. Call me Sichen. What? Chushi was taken aback. Why did he suddenly have such a request? I've already said, in front of others, you're my fiancée now. Zhan Sichen said. Once the Entertainment City project is officially bid, construction will start immediately, followed by a series of groundbreaking ceremonies and subsequent celebration banquets. As my fiancée, you need to attend together. To avoid blowing your cover, you should naturally call me by my name. I understand. Chushi replied, don't worry. I definitely won't let you down in public. For safety's sake, you should call me that whether in public or private. Zhan Sichen commanded, call me Sichen. Let me hear you say it. Pervert. Sichen. Too stiff. Is this how a fiancée calls her fiancé? Chushi really wanted to curse. This man was deliberately looking for trouble, wasn't he? Fine. My dear Sichen. Chushi called him in a seductive tone and then asked, is this better? Although this tone was deliberately feigned by Chushi, it was indeed quite alluring. Zhan Sichen pinched her chin and looked at her, reminding her, if you're pretending to be my fiancé, you need to play the role well. From now on, that's how you should call me. Did you hear? From now on, that's how I should call you? Did he have no shame? Speak. Seeing Chushi not responding, Zhan Sichen reminded her again. Got it. Chushi replied, and then pushed his hand away. Just as Zhan Sichen was about to say something, his phone rang. Upon seeing that it was a call from Junlin, he quickly answered it. Hello, Junlin. Where have you been? Dab 8 is really angry. Don't you know I'm no longer living on campus? I've already come home from school, and you're nowhere to be seen. Are you trying to starve me by not cooking? Zhan Sichen had been so focused on finding Chushi that he completely forgot about Junlin. Recently, this brat had been in a bad mood, and he hadn't fulfilled his promises to him. Zhan Sichen felt guilty and was afraid his illness would flare up again, so he could only agree. Daddy had some matters at the company. I'll be back right away. Zhan Sichen said indulgently, if you're hungry, you can eat some cookies or something to tide you over. I won't eat. I'll just wait for you to come back and cook for me. Dab-Aid just wanted to vent for his sister Shi, wanting to make things difficult for him. Well, Zhan Sichen hadn't finished speaking when Dab-Aid hung up the phone. Although She couldn't hear what the child said on the other end of the line, she could guess from his reaction and couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Who would have thought that the imposing big president would be so easily controlled by his son? Zhan Sichen was truly losing face now. Your son is really spoiled. He's already this old and still can't take care of himself. She added, but you can't blame the child. As the saying goes, if a child is not taught, it's the father's fault. You should reflect on yourself. A woman who holds grudges has finally caught you in a slip-up. Huh? She couldn't help but smile in triumph. Also unable to resist praising her own child. I'm just speaking the truth. It's your educational methods that have led to your son not being self-sufficient. My Dab-Aid and Xiaobai were already independent by the time they were 3. I didn't have to worry at all. And, before She could finish, Zhan Sichen suddenly kissed her lips, or rather, it should be said that he bit her lips in retaliation. Zhan Sichen, you? This is the consequence of mocking me. Zhan Sichen released her lips and said threateningly, if you dare to mock me again, it won't be such a simple punishment next time. She really wanted to smash his head. He actually forcefully kissed her. Zhan Sichen smiled smugly and then added, still the same requirement. Keep your phone on 24 hours a day. No matter when I call you, you must answer immediately. After saying that, Zhan Sichen walked out. Once he left, She immediately ran into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and began washing her lips frantically, furious. Meanwhile, Zhan Sichen, who had just kissed She, seemed to have obtained a delicious prey and was in a very good mood. Chapter 067. What did Zhan Sichen discover? When Zhan Sichen arrived at the villa, he saw Dabai still sitting on the sofa, looking particularly angry. It's been 28 minutes and 30 seconds since I called you, Dabai said, glancing at the time as soon as Zhan Sichen walked in. It seems you really want to starve me. I'm sorry, Junlin, there was a traffic jam on the way. Daddy will make you something to eat right away. After saying this, Zhan Sichen hurriedly changed his clothes and went into the kitchen. Junlin, who had previously been cold and taciturn, had finally become more lively, but ever since he learned about Shi's car accident, he seemed to be even more difficult to deal with. It was driving Zhan Sichen crazy. All right, Junlin, eat up. Zhan Sichen placed the prepared meal on the dining table and said to Dabai, I'm so hungry that I can't eat anymore, Dabai replied, picking up his backpack and heading upstairs. You eat by yourself. I'm going to do my homework. Zhan Sichen was really angry about this and quickly followed Dabai upstairs. Just as Dabai sat down at his desk and took out his homework, Zhan Sichen pressed down on the homework book. What are you doing? Dabai looked up at him unhappily. Are you not letting me do my homework? If the teacher talks to you tomorrow, don't blame me. Zhan Junlin, are you deliberately looking for trouble? Zhan Sichen pulled a stool over and sat down next to him, trying to communicate patiently. If you have any grievances, just say them. Don't deliberately sulk at Daddy. I don't. Dabai pulled the homework book from his hand and began to write. You're overthinking it. A daddy like you, who is so rich and powerful and can even cook for me, is rare. Why would I look for trouble with you? Zhan Sichen. Zhan Sichen felt as if he had punched a pillow, completely helpless. Then do your homework well. After saying that, he walked out. After Zhan Sichen left Junlin's study, he had completely lost his appetite and went to his own study. He opened his laptop and went through the materials of the last 3 companies bidding for the project again. Each comparison made him realize more about the advantages of Far East International. Speaking of which, since he had the capability to win this project on his own, why did Gavin return to the country so early and work so hard to meet him? He seemed to give off the impression that he lacked the ability to win it and had to rely on connections. This was truly puzzling. Since he hadn't slept all night last night, Zhan Sichen was feeling tired. Just as he was about to close the laptop, he suddenly saw a website on the page. Today he had seen Shi treating someone online on this website. So Zhan Sichen opened it, and indeed found a photo of Shi on the homepage. Clicking inside, he saw her medical profile. Zhan Sichen skimmed through it, and found her medical credentials to be quite impressive. After a while, he opened the medical consultation chat box, and the system notified him that there were still 10 people ahead of him. She really is in demand. So, Zhan Sichen casually picked a book from the shelf and started reading until he heard a notification sound from the computer. I'm Dr. Shi from the General Surgery Department of Foreign Hospital. What seems to be the problem? Seeing this line, Zhan Sichen couldn't help but smile. It was quite amusing. After thinking for a moment, he quickly typed a line on the keyboard. I've been feeling chest tightness, shortness of breath, fatigue, and insomnia lately. I feel like I'm about to die. After sending that message, Zhan Sichen chuckled. He never thought he would be so nonsensical one day. Have you had any previous illnesses or experienced any major stress? Since the symptoms he described sounded too much like depression, Chushi asked this. After asking, she looked at the time. It was already 10:30 p.m. She had almost been sitting in front of the computer all day and was quite tired, deciding to finish this patient before resting. As a result, I'm here to have you treat me, not to have you question my experiences. Why? Are you that interested in me? Perhaps because Junlin had been looking for trouble with him lately, Zhan Sichen had unconsciously picked up on it. He could imagine the expression on Chushi's face when she read this line, feeling angry and cursing. Crazy. Chushi directly cursed. Zhan Sichen waited for her reply, which came quite quickly. She recommended another physician to him and added, please make an appointment with this specialist. Zhan Sichen opened the physician's profile, and a prominent line read, National Authority in Mental Health Disorders. He couldn't help but laugh. This woman, whether in reality or online, really had no difference in what she said. She was telling him to see a mental health specialist. Seeing that Chushi had gone offline, he was just about to close his laptop to go to sleep when suddenly he paused. Wait, previously, he had always thought that Chushi was deliberately trying to please Junlin to climb the social ladder, clearly taking Junlin from the hospital and even having dinner with him. Yet she adamantly denied it, insisting that he was her son and accusing him of having a delusion. But now that he really intended to get a marriage certificate with her, she was so resistant, indicating that his assumption about her wanting to climb the social ladder was false. If that assumption was false, then why did she insist that the person she had dinner with was her son? Could it be? Bang! Just as Zhan Sichen was deep in thought, the sudden sound of a door opening startled him. Standing at the door was Dabai. It's 11 o'clock. Aren't you going to sleep? Dabai said reproachfully. Do you know that as a parent, you should set an example? How can you be a role model for me if you stay up so late? Zhan Sichen had many things he couldn't figure out, so since the child was here, he could ask him. Junlin, Daddy wants to ask you something. I already said it's late. You should go to sleep, and I need to sleep too. Just one question, it will be quick. Saying this, Zhan Sichen directly picked Dabai up and, while carrying him towards the bedroom, asked, Junlin, when did you first meet Chushi? What? Why are you suddenly asking about Shijia? Just asking casually. Are you doubting his identity? Dabai tried hard to recall the information Junlin had told him. According to what Junlin told him, Dabai replied verbatim. It was that time at the hospital, and then we went to have a meal. Was that your first meeting? Oh. Yes. At this moment, Dabai suddenly felt a wave of panic. Had he been found out? Why do you ask this? Dabai admitted that he was a bit flustered at this moment. If this matter was exposed, he and Junlin would probably get beaten up by the adults, right? Please don't. Chapter 068. That unrighteous little brat acts first and reports later at this moment. Zhan Sichen had already carried Dabai into the bedroom and placed him on the bed. Dabai felt particularly guilty and didn't dare to look him in the eye. Daddy, why did you suddenly ask that just now? Seeing Dabai's nervous expression, Zhan Sichen smirked mischievously and continued to ask. I just want to understand why you like her so much. Tell Daddy, what did you two talk about when you first met? At that time, Lin Wei had told him that Junlin was missing. In his anxious state, he watched the surveillance footage without thinking much. Now recalling it, he remembered that Chushi was holding Junlin's hand as they walked out of the hospital together. And at that time, Chushi's demeanor was so natural, as if she were just holding her own son. Could it be that she really mistook the child? Is that even possible? It's been so long since that happened. How can I still remember what we talked about? After saying this, Dabai pretended to yawn and said, Daddy, I'm really sleepy now. I have school tomorrow. If I don't sleep soon, I won't be able to get out of bed. One last question, Zhan Sichen asked. Junlin, have you met Chushi's son? What? Chushi's son? That's him. No. Dabai answered firmly, then pretended to be confused and asked back, Sister, she has a child? No wonder she's been so nice to me. Maybe it's just her overflowing maternal love, huh? Ha. Overflowing maternal love? That description was quite accurate. All right, Junlin, go to sleep. Good night. Zhan Sichen said gently before leaving the room. After Zhan Sichen left, Dabai felt anxious. He wanted to call Junlin, but after checking the time, it was already very late. Junlin should be asleep by now. Forget it, I'll talk to him tomorrow. After all, it's a very magical situation where two children who look almost identical have exchanged identities. The adults probably wouldn't think in that direction unless they saw it with their own eyes, right? The next morning, Chushi got up to make breakfast for the kids. Wu Ma, now aware of Chushi's car accident, hurried into the kitchen and took over the tasks from her hands. Xiaoyan, you're still not well. How can you be in the kitchen? Let me do it, Wu Ma said anxiously. It's fine, as long as it's not heavy work. Cooking is a small task. It won't affect me at all, Chushi reassured her. No way, Wu Ma insisted. You need to rest more in bed. You can't do any work. If you end up with any lingering health issues, how can I face the master and mistress? Talking about her parents made she feel sentimental. And she was even more grateful to Wu Ma. Wu Ma, thank you so much. I've really relied on you all these years. I've watched you grow up. You're like my own daughter. Don't say that, Wu Ma said while preparing breakfast. I'm an orphan and haven't studied much. I left school at 16 to work as a maid in your family. The master and mistress treat us servants very well, especially me. They feel sorry for me for not having family, and they pay me more than others. The master and mistress are truly good people, but the heavens are blind. Good people don't get good returns. At this point, Wu Ma was also indignant, unable to hold back her words. I don't understand business. But after being a nanny in the Qin family for so many years, I know the master's character. Saying he's involved in illegal operations, selling inferior goods, or economic crimes is just nonsense. The master would never do such things. The incident involving the Qin family happened suddenly, as if all of her father's evidence of wrongdoing appeared overnight. Like Wu Ma, she also could not believe her father could do such a thing. But the result was that her father committed suicide, which to outsiders looked like he killed himself out of guilt. And that Xiao Jingyan, he is simply a bastard. After the Qin family's incident, he ran away faster than anyone else. Such an irresponsible man deserves to die? After expressing her indignation, Wu Ma lost her filter, but suddenly realizing something, she quickly turned to Chu Shi, looking particularly apologetic. I'm sorry, Xiaoyan. Look at my big mouth. Why did I mention him again? It's fine, Wu Ma. It's been so many years. I've long since let it go, Chu Shi said with a smile. Good. It's good to let it go. That kind of scum isn't worth your nostalgia, Wu Ma said. What scum? At that moment, Xiao Bai curiously leaned in and asked. What scum are you discussing? Let me hear. Little gossip hound. Chu Shi tapped her little head. It's adult matters. Kids shouldn't pry. Xiao Bai pouted and said, all right then. What are we having for breakfast today? Grandma Wu's unique Chinese Western fusion sandwich, Chu Shi praised. It's a specialty. I loved it when I was little. Yay. Xiao Bai cheered excitedly, and then told Junlin, who walked out of the bathroom. Goodbye. We're having sandwiches for breakfast. Okay. Junlin replied, and quickly pulled Chu Shi out of the kitchen, making her sit on the sofa. Sister Shi, you need to rest well now. Don't stand for too long. Got it, little housekeeper, Chu Shi smiled appreciatively. By the way, Sister Shi, I forgot to tell you something. The school organized an event to go to the countryside for 2 weeks to experience life, Junlin said. That is a good thing. When are you going? Chu Shi asked. Tomorrow. So soon? Yeah. Hearing about this event, Junlin was particularly excited, wishing they could leave today because Dabai said they would only switch identities for a few days. If you want to participate in the event with Xiao Bai, he could be Dabai for a few more days. Then I'll help you to pack your things. No need, we can pack ourselves. You mustn't do any work, Junlin quickly said. Sister Shi, don't worry. I will take good care of Xiao Bai after we go out. Chu Shi had never worried about the two little ones' self-management skills. The two little ones packed their bags. And the next morning, Wu Ma sent them off on the school bus. After getting on the bus, Junlin sent a message to Dabai. Seeing the message, Dabai almost jumped up in anger. Zhan Junlin, you little scammer. Dabai scolded. I already said I would only switch with you for a few days. And you're taking my sister out for 2 weeks. That is too much. Moreover, it was a case of acting first and reporting later. If he had told him about this event yesterday, he would have found a way to switch with him. Zhan Junlin, you little brat, you're too cunning. What would he do now? He felt that Zhan Sichen was already suspicious of something, and he still had to pretend to be Junlin by his side for half a month? It was too dangerous. Chapter 069. Because my son likes you because of his guilty conscience, Dabai temporarily stopped looking for trouble. The next day, he proactively applied to continue living at school, but was denied by Zhan Sichen. I'm worried about your emotions living at school, Zhan Sichen insisted. Dad will pick you up and drop you off every day, and I'll personally make your breakfast and dinner. I'm afraid the school food won't suit your taste. Dabai. He felt increasingly uneasy. Could it be that Zhan Sichen already knows something? This kind of thing couldn't possibly be guessed, right? Go ahead, Junlin, I'll come pick you up after school, Zhan Sichen said, leaning against the car and waving at him. Dabai looked back at him uneasily, then turned and entered the school, feeling frustrated. Zhan Junlin, you big fool. You're really a pain for Dad. After dropping Dabai off at school, Zhan Sichen checked the time and then called Lin Wei. When the doorbell rang, Chu Shi had just gotten up. With the two kids gone to the countryside for an experience, it was just her and Wu Ma at home. So she didn't feel the need to get up early. Hello, I'm Lin Wei, assistant to Mr. Zhan. Lin Wei handed his business card to Wu Ma. Is this the home of Dr. Chu Shi? Upon hearing Lin Wei's name, Chu Shi came out of the bedroom and greeted Assistant Lin. Dr. Chu. Lin Wei said respectfully, Mr. Zhan arranged for me to bring a moving company to help you move. Moving? Wu Ma was completely unaware of this and was quite surprised upon hearing it. Chu Shihen expected them to come so quickly, and Lin Wei continued respectfully, Dr. Chu, please mark the items that need to be moved. I'll have the moving company's people come in right away. In fact, this house was also a temporary rental for Chu Shi, and she only needed to pack up some daily necessities, which hadn't been used for long. Soon, Lin Wei brought the moving company people to the new house, and according to Chu Shi's instructions, they arranged her belongings properly. After everything was in place, Lin Wei handed the keys to Chu Shi. Dr. Chu, this is the key to your new home. From today, this house belongs to you. If you need anything, feel free to call me. After saying that, Lin Wei left, and Chu Shi was still a bit dazed by his words. This house belonged to her? What did that mean? This house is really big. Wu Ma looked at the spacious house and couldn't help but sigh. Ever since the Qin family went bankrupt, they had been living in small places, and suddenly returning to such a large house felt unbelievable. Xiaoyan, is this the house that Mr. Zhan, the one who came to find you last time, sent you? Wu Ma asked anxiously, worried. Receiving a house is no small matter. Xiaoyan, have you two already? It's not like that. Wu Ma, please don't overthink it. If it's not that kind of relationship, then why would he give you such a big house? Wu Ma, acting like her own mother, pressed her for details. Chu Shi explained everything to Wu Ma, who was also shocked upon hearing it. Pretending to be his fiancée? Yes, Chu Shi replied. It's just to deal with the O family. Once Oyaru gives up completely, our relationship will be over. Is it really that simple? If that's the case, the O family will definitely have hostility towards you, right? What if they secretly try to trip you up? Wu Ma asked worriedly. Don't worry, Wu Ma, I'll be careful, Chu Shi said. It's all about mutual benefit. With the identity of his fiancée, I think it'll be easier for me to find my son. Speaking of that child, Wu Ma couldn't help but sigh. Poor child. After all these years, I don't know where he is or how he is doing. Chu Shi had always been thinking about this and kept praying, hoping that her eldest son would be safe and healthy. Knock knock. When the knocking sound came, Wu Ma immediately went to open the door, and she could guess that the visitor would definitely be Zhan Sichen. Mr. Zhan, Wu Ma greeted. Hello, Wu Ma. Zhan Sichen replied politely. Xiaoyan is inside. Wu Ma glanced at the situation and felt it was inappropriate for her to stay, so she made an excuse, saying, Xiaoyan, I'm going out to buy groceries. After Wu Ma left, the large room was left with just the two of them. Do you like this new house? Zhan Sichen asked. It's too big here. No work, no reward. Living in such a big house you gave me makes me uneasy, Chu Shi said. Even if Zhan Sichen didn't come to find her, she would bring up this issue with him. I've said it before, publicly you are my fiancée. As my fiancé, living a little better is only natural. Then once this relationship is over, I will move out immediately, Chu Shi said. Hearing this, Zhan Sichen let out an unhappy cold snort, and then slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking outside. This is the most prosperous area of Nanxing, and standing here, one can see the most beautiful night view of Nanxing, a house that many people dream of and strive for their entire lives. Chu Shi, many times I really can't see through you, Zhan Sichen said, leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, his lazy gaze resting on her. The life I'm giving you now is something many women dream of. If your understanding of women is limited to this, I can only say your vision is too narrow. Chu Shi replied. My dad taught me from a young age that I must create value through my own efforts because everything gained by relying on others comes at a price. It either means selling my dignity or shattering my own value, which is a terrible and sad thing. More importantly, it will never give you a sense of security. Because everything you have depends entirely on the decisions of the one you rely on, you will have no say. I don't like being passive, and I dislike this kind of degradation. After Chu Shi finished speaking, Zhan Sichen fell silent for a moment, quietly watching her. He believed what she had just said. Because Chu Shi was a very ambitious person and indeed had a high level of medical expertise, she had enough ability to lead a good life on her own. Such independent women often do not like to rely on men. So this further proved that all his previous speculations were false. Your father educated you well, Zhan Sichen said approvingly. Thank you for the compliment. Do you know why I wanted to get a marriage certificate with you before? Zhan Sichen asked tentatively. Didn't you say you would never mention this matter again? Because my son likes you, Zhan Sichen answered, disregarding Chu Shi's words and continuing. From the first time I saw you, he was certain that you must be his mommy. Chapter 070. Zhan Sichen already knows hearing this. Chu Shi was really at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Here we go again. What? Zhan Sichen said deliberately. Aren't you happy that I've successfully won over my son? Zhan Sichen, I really don't want to say anything more about this matter, Chu Shi pleaded helplessly. The physical and psychological aftereffects of your condition. I can help you with the physical ones, but I'm truly powerless when it comes to the psychological ones. Can you please find an expert to treat it properly? So Dr. Chu has always thought I have a delusional disorder? Zhan Sichen asked. Otherwise, Chu was about to cry. I've never seen your son. I don't even know what he looks like. First, you called the police on me. Then you say I'm trying to win over your son. What else could that be if not a delusion? It's too typical. Seeing Chu like this. Zhan Sichen seemed to have validated something, but it was truly unbelievable. Could Junlin and her son Dabai look so alike that she would mistake him? Speaking of which, I've never seen your son, Zhan Sichen said. I've always wanted to meet him, but for some reason, I never have. Well, I'm sorry, but you still won't be able to see him this time, Chu replied. Dabai and Xiaobai went to the countryside to experience life for 2 weeks. 2 weeks? Zhan Sichen was surprised. You mean I can't see your son at all? Zhan Sichen opened his phone's photo album, found a picture of Junlin, and showed it to Chu, asking deliberately, this is your son, right? When Chu saw the photo of Junlin on Zhan Sichen's phone, she was taken aback. Why do you have a picture of my son? After questioning him, before Zhan Sichen could respond, she immediately asked angrily, did you investigate me? Zhan Sichen, are you out of your mind? Our relationship is fake. I'm just your private doctor. Why would you have someone investigate my son? What are your intentions? Seeing Chu's reaction was a very instinctive one. Zhan Sichen believed she was not lying at all. Are you sure this is your son? Of course. How could I not recognize my own son? Chu replied. After confirming, Zhan Sichen suddenly laughed. It was indeed absurd that Junlin looked so much like her son Dabai. So the situation that day was that Junlin, rebelling, ran away and happened to meet Chu, who mistakenly took him for her son. Junlin, lacking maternal love, was instantly melted by her tenderness. It turned out that Chu had never lied from the beginning, and she truly never considered marrying him. What's wrong? Seeing Zhan Sichen acting like a lunatic, first laughing, then turning serious, Chu asked nervously, you're not going to have another episode, are you? Hearing Chu's words, Zhan Sichen came back to his senses and then asked, your husband has been dead for so many years. Haven't you thought about remarrying? Isn't this topic a bit too much of a leap? Answer me. Even though I'm technically your subordinate, this question has nothing to do with work. Why should I answer it? Chu couldn't stand Zhan Sichen's commanding tone. If an employee in my company dates, marries, and then gets pregnant, it would definitely affect their work, so you must answer me. No. Since he wanted to know the answer so much, Chu answered resolutely. I will never marry anyone again, never. Chu had always been firm on this matter, at least for now. First, she had been through a relationship. She didn't want to and didn't have the courage to start another. Second, and most importantly, she had been a substitute bride for someone else and had given birth to a child under such unfortunate circumstances. She didn't even know who that man was. Although she firmly believed the child was his, the DNA results that Lady Xia had shown were mismatched. She was also confused and didn't know what had happened back then. You are quite loyal to your feelings, Zhan Sichen said sarcastically. Your husband has been dead for so many years, and you're still thinking about keeping yourself pure for him. Keeping myself pure? That was a joke. Because her father was strict, she had never had anything with Qiao Jingyan. As for having a child with that man, it was through in vitro fertilization. Although she was now a mother, she had no experience in romantic relationships whatsoever. It wasn't about keeping herself pure, it was because love was the most unreliable thing. Chu answered honestly. I'd rather spend my time reading more medical books and earning money, which is always more reliable than a man. Love is the most unreliable thing? First, she was deeply affectionate toward her deceased husband, and then she said something like this. It was clearly contradictory. This woman, Zhan Sichen, really couldn't see through her. What kind of girl do you like? Chu suddenly became curious. After her last joke, his strong reaction indicated that his sexual orientation was normal. I'm quite curious about this question, Chu asked Zhan Sichen seriously. Hearing this question, Zhan Sichen's gaze turned cold as he replied, I don't know what kind I like. But I hate women who preach to me and act high and mighty in front of me. You could just say you dislike me. Chu shook her head with a smile. You should find a docile little kitten who listens to whatever you say, gentle as water, affectionate and virtuous, and especially adores you. Enough. Zhan Sichen interrupted her sharply. This topic ends here. Tomorrow is Wednesday. You need to come to the company for acupuncture. No tardiness. It looked like it was only a 3 to 5 minute walk from here to your company. Don't worry, I definitely won't be late this time. That's good. Zhan Sichen checked the time, stood up, and said, I need to go pick up my son now. I'm leaving. Oh, Zhan slow. Before Chu could finish her sentence, she was met with Zhan Sichen's sharp gaze, and she quickly changed her words. Dear Sichen, take care. Remember, if you miscall me again next time, I will punish you. Got it. Chu replied. After Zhan Sichen left Chu's new home, he felt a mix of emotions, both happy and unhappy. This damned woman was simply the epitome of ungratefulness. Zhan Sichen picked up Dabai from school, and Dabai obediently got into the car, behaving like a big white rabbit, not saying a word. Junlin, You really like Chu Shi, right? Yeah. Dabai felt a bit flustered inside. Why was he always asking about Chu Shi? Chu Shi has moved. She's right next to Huachin International. You can visit her anytime. Moved? His sister She had moved? I just moved to a new home. Today I'll take you to see it. Nanny? Zhan Sichen is going to take him to see his sister She. Chapter 071. Barbie QD, Exposed. Daddy, are you going to take me to see sister She? Dabai looked at Zhan Sichen with a timid gaze. Yeah, don't you like her a lot? Zhan Sichen also looked at Dabai and asked. It was wrong of Daddy to not let you see her before. From now on, you can go see her whenever you want. Are you happy about that? Happy. Hee. He is really happy. Seeing Dabai's worried expression, Zhan Sichen asked, What's wrong, Junlin? You're going to see your favorite mommy. Why aren't you happy? Dabai. Seeing his expression, Zhan Sichen guessed a bit, then stopped the car by the roadside, turned to look at him, and this sudden action made Dabai feel uneasy. Daddy, why did you suddenly stop? Just wanted to chat with you, Zhan Sichen said, acknowledging his previous busyness. I rarely talk to you heart to heart, and there are many things I don't know about your thoughts. I've reflected on it these days, and I can't always have you do things my way. I also want to respect your opinions. What? How did this sudden reversal come about? Did he change? Daddy, you're doing pretty well, especially recently. Dabai could only say good things now. I've been a bit rebellious lately, and you've been very tolerant of me. And your cooking is great too. The meals you make are delicious and visually appealing. When you're with Chu Shi, does she call you Junlin or Dabai? Zhan Sichen suddenly interrupted Dabai's words and asked, What? Exposed? Really exposed? Seeing Dabai's shocked and helpless expression, Zhan Sichen smiled triumphantly and asked, She calls you Dabai, right? Upon hearing this, Dabai's mind buzzed, but a voice inside told him to stay calm. He must stay calm. Daddy, how do you know? Dabai immediately pretended to be innocent. She mistook you for her son, right? Hearing Zhan Sichen's words, it seemed he only knew that sister She mistakenly took Junlin for his son and didn't know about the exchange, so. I don't know anyway. When she first met me, she called me Dabai, and then she asked me to call her sister She, so I did. Dabai gradually began his performance. Daddy, you know, even though I have my own mom, it's like I don't have one. How can I resist such a gentle mommy? Then you never told her you're not Dabai, but my son, Zhan Junlin? No. Dabai shook his head. She calls me Dabai, so I'm Dabai. I didn't say anything else. Since Zhan Sichen still didn't know about the exchange with Junlin, Dabai acted as innocent as possible. Have you met Chu Shi's son? Of course not. Dabai said very affirmatively. How could I, a fake, dare to meet the real one? Hearing this, Zhan Sichen laughed, tapped his head, and said, You little rascal, you know you're a fake? Do you know you're lying? Can't blame me, right? Dabai explained pitifully. Firstly, sister She mistook her son. It's not like I actively told her I'm her son. Then she took me as her son, and I just went along with it, and brought her happiness, right? Smooth talker, Zhan Sichen commented, then couldn't help but tap his head again. You little rascal, not only did you deceive her, but you also deceived me, causing me. Causing you what? Dabai asked in confusion, causing him to completely misunderstand Chu Shi, believing she is a woman full of lies. Using various means to deceive and please Junlin to gain favor, a scheming and hypocritical woman. Dabai's eyes stared straight at Zhan Sichen. He was not Junlin. Until his identity was restored, he couldn't let Zhan Sichen go wild. Daddy, Dabai tugged at Zhan Sichen's arm, acting cute. You mustn't tell sister She I'm Junlin and not Dabai. If you tell her, this fake son of mine will never see her again. Are you planning to keep deceiving her? This is called a white lie. She's happy, and I'm happy. Dabai explained. That's just quibbling. Please, Daddy, don't say it. Don't say it. Seeing that Zhan Sichen wouldn't agree, Dabai began to cling desperately. I've been honest with you, so don't betray me, okay? Zhan Sichen remained silent, then fell into deep thought, incredulously saying, Is there really such a thing as two almost identical children in this world? Identical enough that Junlin impersonated Dabai to meet Chu Shi so many times, and Chu Shi didn't even notice. Isn't that a bit too magical? Fate. I guess, Dabai said. With billions of people in the world, it's normal for a few to look alike. Fate. Can such things be explained solely by fate? Junlin, Zhan Sichen asked again. Did you and Chu Shi talk a lot during your meetings? Sort of. Did she tell you who Dabai's and Xiaobai's daddy is? This question was previously asked to Xiaobai, who said she didn't know. I don't know. I didn't dare to ask. Dabai had to say this to avoid Zhan Sichen's suspicion. I remember you said Chu Shi almost died giving birth and took a long time to recover. Did she tell you that? Oh. She mentioned it last time in the hospital. Anyway, I feel very sorry for sister She. Her life has been so difficult, right? She has almost been through the gates of hell twice. How heartbreaking is that? Dabai said slowly. Hearing this, Zhan Sichen indeed felt less calm. After realizing that his previous misunderstandings about her were wrong, He began to see her in a new light. This new understanding made him feel the most was heartache. So, are we not going to Sister Shi's place now? Dabai asked tentatively. Now Dabai and Xiaobai have gone to the countryside to experience life, and will be back in half a month. If you go now, you'll expose yourself. Zhan Sichen said, while starting the car and turning it around. Seeing him turn the car around, Dabai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he only saw through one part and not the other. That scared me. After Zhan Sichen took Dabai back to the villa, Dabai immediately locked himself in the bathroom and called Junlin, informing him of the current situation. What? Junlin was also taken aback. Dabai, aren't you quite clever? How did you get exposed? How can this be my fault? Dabai said aggrievedly, it's been so long, and your daddy is not a fool. He figured it out himself. Fortunately, I'm smart. Now your daddy only knows about Sister Shi mistaking someone and doesn't know about our relationship and the exchange. Junlin was silent for a moment before asking again. In that case, my daddy's misunderstanding about Sister Shi is resolved, so doesn't that mean they can be happily together? Upon hearing this question, Dabai fell silent. Happily together? Before, he had begged Zhan Sichen to let his Sister Shi go, but he couldn't tell Junlin that. All right, take good care of my sister outside. Let things unfold naturally, step by step. After saying this, Dabai hung up the phone. Chapter 072. Zhan Sichen begins to doubt in the spacious study, with an exquisite desk and all the furniture and appliances being brand new. She felt a bit uncomfortable in this environment. Strangely, considering Zhan Sichen's usual cold-toned minimalist decor style, this place was arranged quite warmly. Because of the move today, she had been busy until now and hadn't had the chance to reply to the messages from sick netizens, so She began to respond one by one. She replied to each message with great patience, responsibly suggesting what medicine to take, how to take it, and precautions, until she saw a message, often lazy and powerless. Loss of appetite, daydreaming, no cure or doctor available. Is there any hope? Frowning at the message, She wondered if this was another oddball. How long have you had these symptoms? Upon seeing this question, Zhan Sichen on the other end narrowed his eyes slightly, then smirked and replied, since birth. And may I ask your age? 38. Zhan Sichen answered casually. Have you been like this for 38 years? Yes. After answering, Zhan Sichen couldn't help but feel a sense of mischief, and he chuckled again, only to suddenly feel a bit horrified. He was someone who never joked around, always serious and earnest. He never imagined he would play such a prank online one day. I suggest you go find a job. It would be better than being so idle every day. Seeing Shi's reply, Zhan Sichen couldn't help but laugh, laughing openly. Crazy. After closing this chat window, Shi couldn't help but curse. Laziness is just laziness, said so nicely. A 38-year-old man-child has no shame. At this moment, Daba, who had just finished showering, came out of the bathroom and passing by the study door, saw Zhan Sichen laughing through the half-open door, which startled him. He had been impersonating Junlin for so long, only seeing Zhan Sichen's serious side. This was the first time he had seen him laugh so happily. What was he looking at? Daba gently pushed the door open and tiptoed over to Zhan Sichen's back, reading the last words in the chat box aloud. I suggest you. Slap. Hearing Daba behind him, Zhan Sichen hurriedly closed his notebook and asked, You little brat, when did you come in? When you were laughing so happily. Daba curiously asked, Daddy, what were you looking at just now that made you so happy? Nothing. Are you in love? Zhan Sichen was taken aback. I heard from my uncle that when a person is in love, they will naturally show silly smiles, just like you did just now. Ouyang Bei teaches you all sorts of nonsense. Hurry back to your room and go to sleep. Zhan Sichen reprimanded Daba. Oh. Daba sulkily left the study, still mumbling. You were clearly laughing so happily just now, and suddenly you're so fierce. How boring. After Daba left, Zhan Sichen reopened his notebook and saw that Shi had gone offline, so he closed the computer and left the study. After leaving the study, Zhan Sichen went to rest, but Shi couldn't sleep. She stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking outside at the beautiful night view. From this angle, South City truly seemed vast. In such a large city, finding someone was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Poor son, where are you? The next day, Zhan Sichen spent the entire morning in meetings. After a morning of discussions, they finally confirmed that the winning enterprise was Far East International. Once the contract is drafted, show it to me first, Zhan Sichen instructed Lin Wei, and to the person in charge of Far East International, he added, arrange a time. We need to discuss the specific cooperation details face-to-face. Understood, Mr. Zhan, Lin Wei replied. As far as I know, Mr. Gavin has been in South City since returning to the country and has been waiting for this opportunity to meet with you for a long time. Zhan Sichen couldn't understand Gavin's behavior. He would ask him directly when they met. You bastard, Zhan Sichen. At this moment, Ouyang Bei cursed as he walked over. You called me over just to make me wait for your meeting? Before the meeting, Zhan Sichen had called Ouyang Bei to come to the company, saying he had something to discuss. He hadn't expected the meeting to take so long and felt a bit bad for Ouyang Bei. What do you want to eat? It's on me, Zhan Sichen said as he walked into the elevator. Hearing that he was invited for a meal, Ouyang Bei's eyes lit up, and he followed him into the elevator. It's rare for Zhan Dezonkai to invite me to dinner. While cutting his steak, Ouyang Bei asked, what did you want to discuss? I have a question for you. If there are two children of the same age, who look almost identical but are not twins, what is the probability of that? Hearing this question, Ouyang Bei paused his movements, thought for less than a second, and immediately said, from a medical perspective, even twins cannot look exactly alike. Two unrelated individuals looking completely identical has a probability of nearly zero. Probability of nearly zero? Zhan Sichen murmured, repeating the phrase. Why are you suddenly asking this? Ouyang Bei asked, puzzled. Just curious. After finishing his glass of red wine, Zhan Sichen continued, it's nothing. Are you that bored now? Ouyang Bei couldn't help but exclaim. Are you still the Zhan Sichen I know? Zhan Sichen remained silent. After chewing his steak for a while, Ouyang Bei continued, I'm just speaking from a medical probability perspective. But the world is full of wonders. Not everything can be so absolute. It's normal for two highly similar people to exist in the world, but they can never be completely identical. There will always be differences. Perhaps those differences are very small and not easily noticeable. Zhan Sichen listened to these words, deep in thought. After a while, he put down his knife and fork and seriously looked at Ouyang Bei, asking, back then, you didn't see the process of Ouyang Yaru getting pregnant and giving birth to my child, right? Why are you asking this again? Answer me. I was abroad at that time. I didn't see anything, and I didn't hear a whisper. By the time I returned, the child had already been born. Ouyang Bei honestly answered, is there a possibility that the person who gave birth to my child back then wasn't Ouyang Yaru at all? After Zhan Sichen asked, Ouyang Bei was directly shocked and hurriedly asked, Zhan Sichen, are you crazy? What are you talking about? Chapter 073. You look beautiful. This thought had never crossed Zhan Sichen's mind over the years. But now, a child who resembled Junlin to the point that even his own mother couldn't tell them apart made him think twice. I was just wondering, is there a possibility? Zhan Sichen said, there's absolutely no possibility. Ouyang Bei replied firmly. Think about it. If your guess is right and Yaru isn't Junlin's biological mother, that means my parents, my sister, and your mom all deceived you. Do you think that's possible? Let me analyze this for you one by one. First, let's talk about your mom. You should know her personality best, right? She values family background and reputation more than her own life. If she wanted to find a woman to have a child for you, she would definitely choose someone with a good background, high looks, high education, and high intelligence. Someone with excellent genes. But the only candidates that fit these requirements would be daughters from prestigious families. Do you think any of those noble young ladies would be willing to give birth to a child for a person who is practically a living corpse, and then quietly leave after giving birth? Okay, let's take a step back. Even if your mom did find such a woman, do you think with Yara's personality, she would willingly play the role of a surrogate? Let's take another step back. Even if Yara did lose her mind over love, you should know my dad, right? He has always treated Yaru like his precious jewel. How could he bear to let his beloved daughter do such a thing? Zhan Sichen had indeed thought about all of this, and it was indeed hard to make sense of. But two identical children stood before him. The occurrence of something with an almost zero probability made him unwilling to believe it was mere coincidence. More analysis was useless. One DNA test was enough, Zhan Sichen stated. What did you say? You want to do a DNA test? Ouyang Bei was genuinely shocked. With whom? You and Junlin? Or Junlin and Yaru? I have never doubted that Junlin is not my son. Zhan Sichen was firm on this point. I don't need a DNA test with Junlin. He must be my son. So you want Junlin and Yaru to take a DNA test? Ouyang Bei felt helpless and wanted to cry. President Zhan, can we not just think of something and go with it? You know that once you do this, regardless of the result, it will hurt them and affect the relationship between our two families. If it proves my guess correct, then the one who should be sad is me. Zhan Sichen coldly replied. Ouyang Bei couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless, nodding repeatedly. Yes, you're right. But I still say the possibility of your guess is almost zero. But if you insist on testing, I can't stop you, just not now. My mom's health is not good. Please, for my sake, let's put this matter aside for now. What happened to Aunt? Zhan Sichen quickly asked. Just a few days ago. She kept saying her stomach hurt and she felt uncomfortable, so I took her to the hospital for a checkup. The results at that time indicated severe inflammation, and they said a bit of medication would help, so we were relieved. But after taking the medicine for a few days, it didn't get any better. Instead, it got worse. I then took my mom's scans to show a few specialists, and one of them suspected it might be cancer, but they couldn't confirm it. They suggested further intensive testing. I'm worried about how to take her for another checkup without raising suspicion. You're a doctor, and you can't tell the difference between inflammation and cancer? Zhan Sichen reproached. Come on, every field has its specialization. I'm a psychologist. If the specialized doctors can't tell, how can I? Xiangbei replied. Since there's a possibility, then hurry and take Aunt for a checkup. Don't miss the best treatment time. Of course, I know that. Xiangbei sighed lightly. But the specialists are only suspecting a possibility, and so many doctors didn't notice anything. I feel it's very likely to be a false alarm. A false alarm would be best. A false alarm? Regarding Zhan Sichen's speculation, he himself didn't know whether it would be better if it was a false alarm or not. After having lunch with Xiangbei, Zhan Sichen returned to the company, where Lin Wei handed him the drafted contract. President Zhan, please have a look. Zhan Sichen quickly reviewed the contract and felt there were no issues. After he closed the contract, Lin Wei hurriedly reported, President Zhan, I asked Mr. Gavin, and he said he has time to meet you whenever it suits you. Zhan Sichen glanced at the calendar and said, then tomorrow at 9 in the morning, in the reception room. All right, President Zhan. After Lin Wei left, Zhan Sichen busied himself with work for a while, then glanced at the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. Knock knock. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. The person who entered was indeed Chu Shi, but she looked a bit different from before. Her hair was cut short, with one side tucked behind her ear, looking particularly pure and lovely. It was her first day out after being discharged from the hospital. She walked past a hair salon and decided to get a haircut. Chu Shi acted on a whim and felt like she had been reborn after the ordeal. She had also moved to a new home, considering it a fresh start. This hairstyle suits you very well, Zhan Sichen praised. You look beautiful. Thank you. Chu Shi then asked, have you finished your work? If you have, let's get started. No rush, let's eat first. I'm not hungry. I can do acupuncture on you first, and then. I'm hungry. Ah, you're such a difficult man to please. All right then. Chu Shi had no choice but to agree. Zhan Sichen took her to a seaside Western restaurant, built by the sea and decorated in a particularly romantic atmosphere. Most of the diners here were couples, and this man played his role convincingly. After sitting down, the waiter handed the menu to Chu Shi. She glanced at it and only ordered a regular steak. Are you trying to save money for me? Zhan Sichen said. Last time, you didn't eat and ended up in an accident. Now that you're out of the hospital, I should treat you. So Zhan Sichen ordered the same dishes that Chu Shi had chosen last time. All right, President Zhan isn't short on money, so I'll take you up on that. After Chu Shi said that, she asked, but aren't you supposed to be cooking for your son every day? How come you can come out to eat today? Upon hearing this, Zhan Sichen couldn't help but smile and said, not anymore. My son is sensible now. He can have the chef cook for him or even cook for himself. No way. He grew up overnight. Chu Shi was truly incredulous. She continued, but don't blame me for being nosy. You really should spend more time with your child and talk to him more. Today's kids have so many thoughts. Then I should ask you for advice, Zhan Sichen said, looking at her. What exactly did you do to make the kids like you so much? Chapter 074, Zhan Sichen. Your sense of humor is really strange. The only way to please a child is to exchange sincerity for sincerity. What does a child understand about emotions? It's simply that whoever loves him, he loves back. Chu Shi said. Is that so? Of course. If you're willing to spend more time with the child, to understand him and play with him, the child will naturally become close to you. On the contrary, if you're unwilling to accompany the child, he will naturally distance himself from you. I think I've spent a lot of time with my son, but he still loves Chu Shi more than he loves me. Zhan Sichen didn't say the latter part. That means you're not using the right method. Chu Shi said. After all, I've raised 2 children and have some parenting experience. Didn't you always want to take me to see your son? One day I'll meet him and help persuade him for you. If Zhan Sichen didn't know yet, he would definitely find a way to let Chu Shi meet Junlin. But now, firstly, Junlin has been pleading with him not to tell Chu Shi, and secondly, out of his own selfishness, Zhan Sichen still doesn't want to tell her. Chu Shi, let me ask you a question, Zhan Sichen said. Would you recognize your own son incorrectly? Hearing this question, Chu Shi was slightly taken aback, then laughed, finding it particularly funny. Zhan Sichen. What a silly question you're asking. I'm not senile. How could I possibly mistake my own son? Is that so? Zhan Sichen couldn't help but laugh. Having not mistaken Junlin after seeing her so many times, she hadn't noticed anything wrong. Seeing Zhan Sichen laugh, Chu Shi was quite angry and said, what are you laughing at? Do you think that because you treat my son like your own, everyone in this world has the same delusions as you do? Yes. Zhan Sichen couldn't help but laugh, while saying, I do have delusions. And I only realized today that I really have delusions. Seeing Zhan Sichen laughing continuously, Chu Shi felt a bit confused and couldn't help but complain. I always thought the reason you don't laugh is that your sense of humor is too high or you have no sense of humor at all. But I never expected that the reason is because your sense of humor is strange. What is funny about what I just said? Where's the humor? Zhan Sichen laughed again, thinking this confused woman is so amusing. She doesn't even know what he is laughing at. You're crazy. Chu, she scolded. Can you please listen to me and hurry up and see a psychiatrist? Yes, Dr. Chu is right. During this meal, Chu, she felt quite perplexed. She didn't understand what Zhan Sichen was laughing about from beginning to end. However, having known this man for such a long time, it was really the first time she saw him laugh so happily. When he is not smiling, he feels very distant, but when he laughs, it gives a sense of approachability. Previously, Chu Shi had also eaten with Zhan Sichen and felt that he usually eats quite fast, but today he was particularly slow. By the time they finished eating, it was already close to 9 o'clock. If I had known, I shouldn't have listened to you and eaten first. After getting in the car, Chu Shi said, it's already 9 o'clock, and if we finish your acupuncture, it'll be past 10. In response, Zhan Sichen just smiled triumphantly and said nothing. Zhan Sichen drove Chu Shi to the lounge of his company, and before Chu Shi could say anything, Zhan Sichen had already taken off his shirt. You're quite proactive this time. After saying that, Chu Shi took out her toolbox and began to give Zhan Sichen acupuncture. In the previous acupuncture sessions, Zhan Sichen had no reaction, but this time, as soon as the first needle went in, he said, it hurts. Hurts? Chu Shi asked in surprise. You didn't feel anything in so many previous sessions, but it hurts this time? Yes, it hurts. Zhan Sichen said firmly. Chu Shi wasn't sure if he was lying, but since he said so, she had to be more careful. Then I'll go easy on you. You must keep this position and not move. Chu Shi carefully and lightly inserted the needles. Zhan Sichen watched her. Her serious and focused demeanor was really charming. After Chu Shi finished all the needles, she let out a long breath and quickly reminded him, you mustn't move. Zhan Sichen nodded and then said, I want to drink water. Oh, since he couldn't move, Chu Shi could only help him. She poured a glass of warm water and handed it to him. But Zhan Sichen didn't even reach out to take it. Feed me. What? Hearing this request, Chu Shi wanted to curse. It's your body that can't move. Your hands can still move. Why do I have to feed you? There are needles in my chest, and I can't move my hands. Be careful. It won't affect anything. It will. Chu Shi truly felt speechless and could only bring the water to his lips. After Zhan Sichen finished drinking, she put the cup aside and sat down on the sofa opposite him. After a period of acupuncture, your insomnia will significantly improve. Once we treat your insomnia, I'll start working on your sequelae. However, that is a bit troublesome. I need to think carefully about the treatment plan. All right. Thank you, Dr. Chu. It's not hard. After all, I have to work for you to pay off your debt. In response, Zhan Sichen smiled faintly and then asked, your birthday is coming up soon? How do you know? Chu Shi was very surprised. He heard about Chu Shi's upcoming birthday from the child, but he couldn't reveal Jun Lin, so he jokingly said, because I can calculate it. Chu Shi frowned. What a cold joke. Zhan Sichen smiled lightly, and Chu Shi couldn't help but snort. Zhan Sichen, did you take the wrong medicine tonight? What do you mean by that? You've been laughing all night. I really can't understand what you're laughing about. You can't understand because you're stupid. Everyone is drunk and I'm sober. You're the smart one. After saying that, Chu Shi stood up and walked to the window. When she looked outside, she unexpectedly discovered something. It turns out you can see my house from here. It's normal since we're so close. Chu Shi looked carefully at her house. From this angle, she could just see her bedroom. You wouldn't. I'm not as dirty-minded as you think. All right. After spending so much time with her in the hospital and not taking advantage of her, you can consider him a gentleman. When it was time to remove the needles, Chu Shi carefully took them out. After removing the needles, she packed up her toolbox. It's quite late. You should rest early. I'll leave first. I'll take you. No need. It's south so close. There's no need to trouble President Zhan. After saying that, Chu Shi walked towards the door. But as soon as she reached the door, she was stopped by Zhan Sichen. Either stay, or I'll take you. Zhan Sichen blocked the door and looked at her closely. Chapter 075. Kissed again. Zhan Sichen was right in front of her, blocking the doorway completely. Which really annoyed Chu Shi. Zhan Sichen, you. Before Chu Shi could finish her sentence, he sealed her lips with his mouth again. This time was different from the last. Previously, it was a punishing peck, but now it was clearly a theft. Chu Shi wanted to struggle, but he had her trapped in his arms, leaving her with no strength to resist, causing her body to tremble slightly. Her reaction only fueled Zhan Zichen's desire. He began to take more, and Chu Shi felt like a small boat lost at sea, gasping for breath while clinging tightly to his clothes. After a long while, Chu Shi felt her consciousness drifting away, and Zhan Sichen finally gave her a moment to breathe. She took several deep breaths. How many times have I told you to call me Zicheng? You really have a bad memory. Zhan Sichen had indeed reminded her many times. And if she continued to forget, he would punish her severely. After regaining her composure, a surge of anger rose in her heart. As soon as Zhan Sichen finished speaking, Chu bit down hard on his arm. Zhan Sichen let out a muffled groan and then said, "You like to bite, huh? Are you a dog?" Earlier, in the hotel room, Chu had bitten him like this too, and fearing retaliation from him, she had pushed him away forcefully and attempted to escape. However, when she reached the door, she realized Zhan Sichen had not chased after her. Suddenly, she recalled that during their previous encounter in the hotel, she had kicked him hard, which had triggered his illness. She thought, could it be that this time? Chu had no choice but to return to his lounge. As soon as she entered, she heard Zhan Sichen's sarcastic voice. "Didn't you run away? Why are you back?" Seeing no signs of him having an episode, she felt relieved. However, when she looked at his arm, she was shocked to see that the spot where she had bitten him was already bleeding. Had she bitten him that hard? "Come here and disinfect it," Zhan Sichen ordered. Disinfect? Chu could only bear the consequences and prepared saline solution and iodine for him. All done. Zhan Sichen looked at the wound and then said, "I'm feeling unwell right now. You can't leave tonight." "What? Is he doing this on purpose? Where do you feel unwell?" "It's the kind of discomfort before an episode," Zhan Sichen replied. "I'm at risk of an episode, and as my personal doctor, you must be on standby." "Is this for real?" Chu was seriously skeptical, but since he said so, she had no choice but to stay. If it were true and he had an episode without anyone around to help, it could be fatal. Chu sighed deeply and said, "Your condition is like a ticking time bomb. Treating the after effects can only be done in advance. Do as you wish." With that, Zhan Sichen stripped off his clothes and lay down on the bed, as if there were no one else around. This was Zhan Sichen's private lounge at the company. With only a bed, what was she supposed to do if he was sleeping there? "You sleep here, I'll go to your office next door. If you feel unwell, just call me, and I'll come over." After saying this, Chu turned to leave, but Zhan Sichen said, "You've seen how I act during an episode. Having you wait in the office is no different from sending you home." "Chu, get up here." Zhan Sichen made space for her on the bed. "What are you trying to do?" Chu warned fiercely, "Don't think you can take advantage of me. I still have needles in my toolbox. Do you believe I can take your life with just one shot?" "Miss Chu, what are you thinking?" Zhan Sichen smiled helplessly. "If I were interested in your body, do you think you could resist? Get up here, or I can't guarantee what I'll do." "Damn it." Chu had no choice but to lie down fully clothed, keeping a distance from him. "You stay there, don't cross the line." Zhan Sichen chuckled, then turned off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness. He didn't speak again, and Chu curled up at the edge of the bed, not daring to move. The atmosphere was suffocating. Even though she couldn't see her face now, Zhan Sichen could clearly hear her breathing, which was slightly erratic from nervousness. He deliberately moved slightly, and Chu instinctively shifted further away from him. "Just sleep peacefully. If I wanted to sleep with you, I would have done it long ago." "Chu, you sleep your sleep. I don't need you to worry about me," she reminded him. Zhan Sichen smirked and closed his eyes. In truth, he wasn't lying. He had genuinely felt a bit unwell, but having Chu nearby brought an inexplicable sense of security. Plus, with her there, he felt he didn't need treatment for his insomnia, and he fell asleep quickly. After hearing his even breathing, Chu knew he had fallen asleep, and she closed her eyes as well. She didn't know when she fell asleep, but she dreamt all night about a man. She couldn't tell if it was Qiao Jingyan or Zhan Sichen. Perhaps because of being forcefully kissed by that man, she dreamt that someone was kissing her, making it hard for her to breathe. Half awake, she suddenly couldn't tell if she was dreaming or if it was real, and she suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 076. Qiao Jingyan. After Chu woke up, she found that she was the only one left on the bed. She hurriedly looked around, and her clothes were still intact. She quickly checked the time. It was just past 7. Where did that man go? After getting out of bed, Chu directly walked out of the lounge, but unexpectedly, she ran into a group of leaders from Huaqing International as soon as she stepped outside. Although her clothes were fine, her entire state obviously indicated that she had just woken up. And coming out of Zhan Sichen's room like this would make anyone think the wrong way. "Good morning, Dr. Chu." Chu really wanted to find a hole to hide in, but at that moment, Lin Wei took the initiative to step forward and said, "Mr. Zhan has already gone to the conference room. The morning meeting is about to start. However, Mr. Zhan has instructed the kitchen to prepare breakfast for you." "Oh." Chu tightly lowered her head in response and hurried back to her lounge, closing the door behind her. This is a disaster. She had actually appeared in front of everyone like this, and they were all subordinates of Zhan Sichen. Chu was particularly frustrated, randomly messing up her hair. This was truly embarrassing. Unsurprisingly, soon everyone at Huaqing International would know that the two of them had slept together last night. After adjusting her emotions for a while and confirming that there was no one outside, she finally entered the dining room from her lounge. Just as Lin Wei said, the chef had already prepared her breakfast. Chu Shi, feeling particularly emotional, picked up a fork and poked at the sandwich repeatedly. After a short while, the door to the dining room opened, and Zhan Sichen stood at the entrance with a gloating expression, looking at her. I heard that my subordinates saw you just waking up. Seeing his annoying expression, Chu Shi really wanted to throw the fork at him and poke his eyes out. Whatever. Zhan Sichen sat down across from her and said leisurely, now that you are my fiancé, it's not a secret. Adult men and women understand. Zhan Sichen, shut up. Chu Shi said angrily, embarrassed. Zhan Sichen couldn't help but laugh, then said, I have to meet a very important client later, and we might have lunch together. You should come with me. It's already arranged. Gavin will come over this morning to discuss specific cooperation, and we'll inevitably have lunch together. I won't go, Chu Shi said. That's your business partner. Why should I go? As my fiancé, you should meet my business partners, Zhan Sichen replied. Didn't you say there would be a celebration banquet or something later? I'll go then. If I have to be present every time you have a meal with a client, won't I be exhausted? Chu Shi muttered in complaint. All right then. Zhan Sichen relented. You're still recovering, and if you don't want to go, I won't force you. Thank you, my dear fiancé, for being so kind. Chu Shi said deliberately. This sarcastic little woman. Mr. Zhan. The front desk just called to say Mr. Gavin has arrived. Lin Wei came in respectfully to report. Zhan Sichen checked the time. There were still more than 40 minutes until their agreed meeting time, so it seemed the other party was really eager. Tell the front desk to take him to the reception room. Okay, Mr. Zhan. After Lin Wei left, Zhan Sichen said to Chu Shi, the client has arrived. I have to go. Take your time eating. Chu Shi didn't even lift her head, just lazily responding while continuing to eat. After Zhan Sichen left, Chu Shi immediately made a face and said, hurry up and get busy. Now that Chu Shi had finished her breakfast, she was about to go home to continue replying to her online consultations when her phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Chu Shi? On the other end, Xiangbei said anxiously, I'm Xiangbei. I have something urgent to consult with you and need to meet. I don't know if you have time. Xiangbei is looking for her for something urgent? Yes, Chu Shi replied. Let us meet at the CAF downstairs of Huaqing International. I'll wait for you there. Okay. I'll be there right away. What could be so urgent? Chu Shi couldn't think of anything and could only quickly tidy herself up before leaving the dining room. After stepping outside, Chu Shi pressed the elevator button and the elevator doors opened. She stepped inside, and at the same time, another elevator next door opened. Mr. Qiao. This way, please. Just as Chu Shi's elevator doors closed, the receptionist led Qiao Jingyan out of the elevator toward the reception room. Zhan Sichen was quite interested in meeting Gavin, and he was somewhat surprised when they actually met. Qiao Jingyan was about the same height as him, dressed in a dark suit with a light-colored tie, and wearing glasses perched on his nose. He exuded a refined young master aura, fitting the type that many girls liked, an elegant rogue. Hello, Mr. Zhan. After entering the reception room, Qiao Jingyan first extended his hand to Zhan Sichen. I've always wanted to visit you, Mr. Zhan. Today, I finally see the real you. Your charisma is 100 times stronger than what's in the magazine. You're too kind, Mr. Qiao. Zhan Sichen also extended his hand, politely shaking it before gesturing for him to sit down. Qiao Jingyan then sat down across from him. Mr. Zhan, here is a detailed cooperation proposal that I prepared myself. Please take a look. Qiao Jingyan handed the proposal to Zhan Sichen. Zhan Sichen glanced at it and could tell that a lot of thought had gone into it, with meticulous planning for various aspects of the construction. Not bad. Zhan Sichen said approvingly, then set the proposal aside. As far as I know, this is the first project since Far East Construction was established. Yes, Qiao Jingyan replied. To be honest, although Far East Construction is newly established, it is under Far East International. Finding some cooperation projects abroad is not exactly easy, but it's not too difficult either. I had several projects abroad that were supposed to launch simultaneously, but I heard that you were going to build the largest entertainment city in South City, so I canceled all those projects and focused all my energy on your project. I really appreciate your trust in us, Mr. Zhan. Rest assured, we will deliver a satisfactory result. It was evident that Qiao Jingyan was dedicated to this project. Zhan Sichen asked, I'm curious. Since Far East Construction doesn't lack projects, why did you choose to stake everything on Huaqing? As Qiao Jingyan said, he had canceled foreign projects to focus on Huaqing. If he didn't win the bid, it would be a total loss. To develop a business, one needs a long-term vision, Qiao Jingyan answered. Rather than comfortably sitting back and reaping small profits, it's better to take a risk. I believe if it were you, Mr. Zhan, you would make the same choice. In just a few short sentences, One could see Qiao Jingyan's ambition and decisiveness, hidden beneath his refined exterior. This man is not simple. Chapter 077. The girl I love is a good girl, Chu. She waited at the coffee shop downstairs of Huachin International for no more than 10 minutes when Xiangbei arrived. Dr. Chu, I'm really sorry to rush you like this. It's fine. I'm just a free person right now. I have plenty of time. Chu, she asked, Mr. O? What is the urgent matter that you need to see me about? Xiangbei opened a file bag in his hand, explaining while taking out the materials. I wanted you to help me take a look at my mom's scans. She was diagnosed with gastritis after a previous checkup, but later an expert suspected it might be cancer, so my mom had to undergo another examination. Unfortunately, that expert went abroad for a lecture this morning, and I'm not knowledgeable in this area. I suddenly thought of you as an expert in this field, so I brought it to you for a preliminary look. I'm no expert, but I will do my best. Chu, she took the scans of Mrs. O and examined them carefully, then looked at the examination report, slowly furrowing her brows. Is it really cancer? Seeing her expression, Xiangbei felt an ominous premonition and cautiously asked. In cases like NOS, the first examination is often diagnosed as ordinary gastritis or a gastric ulcer, but the difference lies in its unusual form, which is rare and hard to detect. That expert was right to suggest a reinforced examination. Although it has been confirmed as cancer, fortunately, it is in the mid-stage, and there is still a good chance of recovery, Chu, she said slowly. Hearing the confirmation, Xiangbei couldn't help but feel worried. He initially thought it would be a false alarm, but unexpectedly. Does Anno know? I didn't dare to tell her. I just told her it was ordinary gastritis. It's better not to let the patient know, otherwise, the psychological pressure is too great. I know that. But she will need surgery, and there will be a series of subsequent chemotherapy treatments. I'm afraid we can't keep it from her, Xiangbei said with deep concern. Chu, she thought for a moment, and then suggested, how about this? You tell Aunt O that the results of this examination indicate a more serious gastric ulcer, and the doctor suggests surgery. As for the subsequent chemotherapy, you can have the doctor come to administer the chemotherapy injections under the pretext of giving her nutritional shots. In short, you must keep it from the patient. Okay, then I'll create a fake medical record for my mom. Xiangbei said gratefully, thank you so much, Dr. Chu. It's nothing. I haven't really helped much. Just spend more time with Anno to help her get through the surgery quickly. I know. Xiangbei stood up and said hurriedly, then I'll go take care of it. Thanks again, Dr. Chu. After saying that, he quickly walked out. Chu, she had no good impression of Yinxing and his daughter, but she felt that Mrs. O was quite kind, and Xiangbei seemed easy to get along with. Although it was mid-stage, it was still cancer. Even if it could be cured, it would involve a lot of suffering. As a doctor, although she had seen many cases of life and death, having someone close to her diagnosed with cancer was still unavoidable to feel a sense of melancholy. After Xiangbei left, Chu, she sat alone in the coffee shop, drinking her coffee. Later, she saw Zhan Sichen's car driving out from the underground parking lot, closely followed by a Bentley. Is he going out to dinner with that important client? The contract between Huachin International and Far East Construction had already been signed, and Xiao Jingyan wanted a treat, so Zhan Sichen didn't refuse. The two were dining at the top-level hotel in a private room on the top floor, with special glass walls that allowed a panoramic view of the entire South City. It has changed so much after not coming back for a few years. After sitting down, Xiao Jingyan looked out the window and sighed. Is President Xiao from South City? Zhan Sichen asked. No, I stayed in South City for 5 years before. After speaking, Xiao Jingyan looked out the window again, gazing in one direction, lost in thought, and his eyes darkened. Though subtle, Zhan Sichen noticed it and asked, this city seems to hold special significance for you, President Xiao. Caught being seen through, Xiao Jingyan blushed slightly and replied, you really have a keen eye, President Zhan. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. My ex-girlfriend is from here. Upon mentioning this, the hint of sadness in Xiao Jingyan's eyes seemed to deepen. I see. Zhan Sichen had already guessed this. It was clear that even to this day, President Xiao still loved her. Hearing this question, Xiao Jingyan smiled bitterly and then answered honestly. Yes, she was a really good girl. It's a pity that there are many helpless things in this world. I had to break up with her back then. It is indeed regrettable. Xiao Jingyan smiled bitterly again, then asked, I heard that President Zhan has a very handsome and adorable son. I assume Mrs. Zhan is also an extraordinary beauty. The woman I fancy is naturally a phoenix. Zhan Sichen was not modest about this at all. That is for sure. After saying that, Xiao Jingyan raised his wine glass. Come on, President Zhan, let us toast to our pleasant cooperation. To a pleasant cooperation. Zhan Sichen also raised his glass. And after clinking their glasses, he drank it all in one go. After sitting in the coffee shop for quite a while, Chu, she finally returned home and continued to reply to the inquiries from patients online. Xiaoyan, go take a nap. Wilma brought her a cup of warm water. Thank you, Wu Ma. I'm not sleepy. You should go take a nap. Chu Shi said. Then I'll take a nap. Xiaoyan, don't tire yourself out too much. Wu Ma, being older, needed her afternoon nap. I know. Wu Ma opened the door to the study for her, and then went to the guest room to sleep. Chu Shi focused on replying to the messages online until the doorbell rang. Wu Ma had gone to sleep, so Chu Shi had to run out to open the door. As soon as she opened it, a strong smell of alcohol hit her face. Standing outside was Zhan Sichen. He leaned against the door frame with one hand. His face slightly flushed, and his eyes, tinged with drunkenness, looked at her in a daze. Had he drunk too much while entertaining clients? How much have you had to drink? Seeing him wanting to come in, Chu Shi had no choice but to step aside and help him inside. After all, this was also his house. Not much. Zhan Sichen had initially been very measured while dining with Xiao Jingyan, but as the conversation turned to past relationships, he ended up drinking more. Zhan Sichen himself hadn't drunk much, but due to his health condition, he hadn't touched alcohol for years, which made him easily drunk even with just a little now. Seeing him a bit tipsy, the driver initially wanted to take him back to the Zhan family villa, but Zhan Sichen insisted on coming to Chu Shi's place, so the driver had to bring him here. Chu Shi helped him back to the bedroom, and Zhan Sichen directly threw himself onto the bed, irritably tearing at his tie, causing the buttons of his shirt to come undone, exposing his chest. Chapter 078. Got it. Little housekeeper seeing him like this, Chu Shi felt really helpless. Why did he come here drunk? What was she supposed to do? I'll make you a bowl of hangover soup. As she said this, Chu Shi was about to leave, but her hand was suddenly grabbed by Zhan Sichen, who commanded, "Don't go." When he pulled her, Chu Shi felt a jolt through her body and tried to pull her hand away, but it was in vain, and at that moment, Zhan Sichen had already closed his eyes. Chu Shi had no choice but to sit down by the bed. Usually, whether at home or in the hospital, it was always her lying in bed. This was the first time she was watching Zhan Sichen lying there. It was clear that he was really drunk. Although he was asleep, it wasn't very peaceful. His brows were slightly furrowed. After spending so much time together, this man wasn't as annoying as she initially thought. At least he had a sense of responsibility and justice, and he was a good father. To avoid disturbing his sleep, Chu Shi just let him hold her hand without daring to move until he was completely in a deep sleep. A few minutes later, Wu Ma pushed the door open, and upon seeing her, Chu Shi quickly made a shushing gesture. At this point, Zhan Sichen was already sound asleep. Chu Shi gently pulled her hand out and walked out of the room with Wu Ma, closing the door behind her. How did he end up here? Wu Ma asked. I just took a short nap, and when I woke up, Zhan Sichen was sleeping on your bed? He got drunk, Chu Shi replied as she walked toward the kitchen. He came in and just collapsed on the bed without saying anything. Wu Ma looked at her bedroom and then at Chu Shi, asking, Are you planning to make him hangover soup? Yes, Chu Shi nodded. It's inevitable to have a headache when waking up from a hangover. Hearing this, Wu Ma couldn't help but smile faintly and said, I think he likes you. What? Chu Shi was initially taken aback, then found it quite funny. Wu Ma, don't talk nonsense. We're just pretending to be in a relationship, as I told you last time. If you were only pretending, how could he be with you in the hospital for so long and buy you such a big house? He stayed in the hospital because he felt responsible after my accident, and he bought the house because I'm still his nominal fiancé. And he didn't want others to talk about how shabby my living conditions were. Hearing Chu Shi's naive thoughts, Wu Ma couldn't help but laugh, saying, You silly girl. Putting on a front and putting in effort are two completely different things. If he only felt guilty, he could just pay for your medical bills or hire someone to take care of you. He wouldn't do everything himself. And about this house, he could have bought any good house, so why specifically choose one near his company? Wu Ma, being older and having seen more of life than Chu Shi, said, He has feelings for you. There is no doubt about it. Zhan Sichen has feelings for her. Chu Shi looked at her bedroom again in disbelief. Really? Is that possible? Didn't Zhan Sichen always dislike her? I don't know much about Zhan Sichen, but considering he took care of you in the hospital for more than a month, he shouldn't be that bad, right? Wu Ma said with a hint of concern. Xiaoyan, now that Dabai and Xiaobai are older, they support you getting married. You should test him well. If he is genuine, then you too. Wu Ma, you may not know, but you know better than anyone else. Chu Shi interrupted her. I was married before. Dabai and Xiaobai's background is a mystery, and I still haven't found my child. How can I think about such things? Wu Ma also frowned, saying that Mrs. Xia is clearly a sharp-tongued and ruthless character. You've been married to that man for over a year, and you don't even know his name or what he looks like. Who would believe that? In my view, the marriage certificate is fake. That wicked mother-in-law just wants you to bear a child for their family, and once you give birth, she'll kick you out. She has no good intentions. Maybe that's the case, maybe not. Only Mrs. Xia knows the truth. She now dreams of having another chance to see her. So, your previous marriage doesn't count at all. You don't need to feel shackled, Wu Ma said with concern. If Zhan Sichen truly cares for you, and if you like him too, then you should honestly tell him about your past. If he truly loves you, he will accept your past. He has power and influence. If he is willing to help you find your son, wouldn't that be much easier than you searching blindly? If he can't accept your past, then he won't entangle you further, and you won't have to fall deeper. Isn't that good? She didn't expect Wu Ma to say these things to her, and after listening, she remained silent. Wu Ma continued to persuade her, Xiaoyan, don't always live for others, consider yourself too. I'm getting old and can't accompany you for many years. Once the children grow up, they will have their own lives. And it will be too late for you to seek your own happiness. She listened quietly, not saying anything. After making the hangover soup, she brought it into the bedroom. This man was still sleeping soundly, so she could only place the soup aside and look at him again, her mind drifting back to Wu Ma's words. He has feelings for her. Zhan Sichen really likes her. Is that possible? While she was lost in thought, Zhan Sichen, who had been sleeping peacefully, seemed to be feeling unwell. Zhan Sichen, Zhan Sichen. She called out to him. Hearing her voice, Zhan Sichen opened his eyes, feeling a splitting headache. Seeing Chu-Shi in front of him made everything feel a bit blurry. Where's this? Are you out of it? Chu-Shi asked. This is my house. Have you forgotten how you got here? This is Chu-Shi's house. Zhan Sichen tried to think back. After leaving the hotel, he felt a bit dizzy. The driver asked if he wanted to go home, but he remembered saying he was going to Chu-Shi's place. Then, he really couldn't remember much. With such poor drinking ability, why did you drink so much? Chu-Shi scolded him, then handed him the hangover soup. Quickly drink this bowl of hangover soup. You'll feel better after drinking it. Zhan Sichen was really feeling the headache, so he drank the soup. Weren't we just discussing the collaboration? Was it just a meal with the client? How could you drink so much? Chu-Shi couldn't help but nag. Given your current health, you shouldn't be drinking at all. You know that. If you drink again, I won't treat your hangover symptoms. Got it, little housekeeper. You're such a nag. Zhan Sichen replied, shaking his head casually. Little housekeeper? Zhan Sichen called her little housekeeper? Chapter 079. You are not allowed to call me Xiaoyan. When Chu-Shi heard this title, she was suddenly taken aback, standing still for several seconds before moving. You can take a moment here. I'll go get you a glass of water. Chu-Shi found an excuse to walk out. After she left, Zhan Sichen shook his head to clear his mind. Mr. Zhan. At this moment, Mama Wu gently pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Mama Wu enter, Zhan Sichen quickly stood up and politely greeted her, Mama Wu. Zhan Sichen had completely forgotten that Mama Wu was still there, and here he was, lying drunk and taking a nap, which was indeed quite awkward. It's getting dark. Why don't you stay for dinner before leaving? Mama Wu said warmly. My cooking might not match those top chefs, but after so many years, it's not bad. Mr. Zhan can give it a try. You're too polite. I'm the one disturbing you, Zhan Sichen replied. After Zhan Sichen spoke, Mama Wu smiled faintly, thinking this man was quite polite. Mama Wu turned to look at Chu-Shi, who was still in the living room, and directly asked, Mr. Zhan, are you planning to marry our Xiaoyan? How should Zhan Sichen respond to this question? Could he say he had already been rejected? Seeing his troubled expression, Mama Wu smiled again and said, if you really have that intention, you should pursue her properly. It's not just me bragging. Our Xiaoyan is really wonderful. If you marry her, it will truly be your fortune. Our Xiaoyan is a natural beauty, has always excelled in her studies, and is kind-hearted. Many people have pursued her. Zhan Sichen believed this part. He caught a piece of information from Mama Wu's way of addressing her and asked, I noticed you call her Xiaoyan. Is that her nickname? Mama Wu was taken aback by this question. Chu-Shi's real name was Qin Muyan, and she had been used to calling her Xiaoyan since she was a child, even after she changed her name. Yes, they haven't talked about it yet, so Mama Wu can only help cover it up for now. It's her nickname. At this moment, Chu-Shi came in with a cup of warm water. Mama Wu hurriedly said, Xiaoyan, you take care of Mr. Zhan. I'll go make dinner. Once it's ready, I'll call you both to eat. After saying that, Mama Wu went out to the kitchen to get busy. It was Mama Wu who insisted I stay for dinner. Zhan Sichen quickly explained. That's good for you. Mama Wu's cooking is much better than your chef's, Chu-Shi said as she handed him the water. Zhan Sichen took a sip and then looked at her, calling out, Xiaoyan. Hearing this title, Chu-Shi's body trembled, and she looked at him in shock. Apart from her father and Mama Wu, only Qiao Jingyan called her Xiaoyan. What did you just call me? Xiaoyan, I just heard Mama Wu say it. Xiaoyan is your nickname. Upon hearing this, Chu-Shi gasped in surprise, and then Zhan Sichen added, Xiaoyan? It does sound nice. From now on, I'll call you that. No. Chu-Shi reacted very strongly, saying that she didn't want to hear any man call her that again. It was a subconscious reaction. After seeing Zhan Sichen's puzzled expression, she quickly covered it up with a smile and said, just call me Chu-Shi. Zhan Sichen didn't understand why she reacted so strongly. His intuition told him it was definitely not that simple. By the way, Xiangbei came to find me today. Chu Shi quickly changed the topic. He showed me Aunt O's test results. It's stage 2 gastric cancer. Is it really cancer? Yes. Chu Shi nodded, but there's still a possibility of recovery. The subsequent chemotherapy will be very tough. Zhan Sichen sighed lightly, hoping it was just a false alarm, but it turned out. Xiangbei is a doctor. He should know many experts in this field and will definitely be able to treat her, Chu Shi said. Let's hope so. You two can come out for dinner now. Mama Wu called from outside, and Chu Shi quickly responded, Okay, Mama Wu, let's go eat first. Mama Wu had prepared a table full of dishes once they were seated. She said, You two eat. I'm going out for a walk. Mama Wu, you haven't eaten yet, Chu Shi hurriedly said. I ate too much at noon, and my stomach is still bloated. I'm going out for a walk. You two take your time eating. With that, Mama Wu changed her shoes and went out. How has Mama Wu become so perceptive? After Mama Wu left, only the two of them were left in the house. Looking at the table full of dishes, Chu Shi said, Today you're in luck. Try it. Mama Wu's cooking is really delicious. Since Zhan Sichen was a guest, Chu Shi served him some food. I've always been curious about your relationship with Mama Wu, Zhan Sichen asked while eating. Mama Wu has worked for my family since she was young. She is more like a nanny than a housekeeper. She has watched me grow up. A nanny? Zhan Sichen suddenly recalled how professionally she ordered at the Western restaurant and realized something. Was your family very wealthy before? When he first met her, she was living in that rundown apartment, and hearing her mention her parents had passed away, Zhan Sichen instinctively thought she came from a poor background. But now it seemed otherwise. Sort of, Chu Shi replied perfunctorily. In that case, even if your parents are gone, they must have left you a lot of assets. Hearing this, Chu Shi suddenly felt that the food in her mouth lost its flavor. Looking at him, she said, Zhan Sichen, are you doing this on purpose? From wealth to poverty, it must mean the family fell into decline midway. That is not hard to guess, right? You just like to rub salt in other people's wounds. I really didn't. I was just purely curious. I don't want to hear your explanation. Finish eating quickly and leave. Chu Shi said irritably. I've been busy all afternoon for you. I still haven't replied to the messages from other patients online. Seeing Chu Shi's puffed up expression, Zhan Sichen couldn't help but laugh. While the atmosphere at the dinner table was fine, the situation on the other side was a bit strange. Regarding Madame O's diagnosis, Xiangbei could only discuss it with Yinqing, and they ultimately decided that only the two of them would know, keeping it from Madame O and Yaru. After all, if Yaru found out, it would definitely be hard to keep it a secret. So in the evening, Xiangbei stayed at the O family for dinner, which Madame O found quite unaccustomed to. Since you had a falling out with your dad, it's been how many years? Not to mention eating at home. You hardly ever come back. Why did you suddenly stay for dinner today? Madame O looked at Xiangbei and asked, If I want to stay, I'll stay. What's wrong? Is Mom not welcoming me? Of course not. It's just unbelievable. Although they hadn't told Madame O, she would still have her suspicions and asked, Is it because my test results are bad? If her test results weren't bad, why would Xiangbei sit down to eat with Yinqing? Chapter 080. If you want to pursue Shichi, you have to be sincere. Mom, what are you talking about? Xiangbei took out a forged medical report to show her. The doctor said it was a gastric ulcer, but it's the more serious kind. I specifically stayed for dinner today to persuade you to undergo surgery as soon as possible. Madame O took a look at the report, furrowing her brows, and said, I don't understand the medical jargon on this, but I still have some common sense. How could a gastric ulcer require surgery? Didn't he, your son, just say it? Yinqing spoke up, saying that ordinary gastric ulcers don't need surgery, but yours is serious enough to require it. Exactly, Mom. Even though I'm a psychologist, I'm still a doctor and know a bit about this. Don't you trust me? I trust. Madame O said, Fine, whatever you decide is fine. All right, I'll arrange for you to be hospitalized tomorrow, and we'll have the surgery as soon as possible, Xiangbei said. After dinner, Xiangbei talked with Madame O for a while and urged her to rest. It left only Yinqing and his father, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Have you gone to find Chu Shi? Yinqing asked. Yes, Xiangbei replied. Chu Shi is very professional in this regard. If it weren't for her still not recovering well, I would definitely have her as my mother's attending physician. You've only interacted with her a few times, and you trust her this much? I haven't interacted much, but I can read people pretty well. At least as a doctor, she is definitely trustworthy. Humph. Yinqing let out a cold snort. That girl really is something. A woman who lies through her teeth and doesn't even dare to reveal her true identity has managed to fool you both completely. What do you mean? Xiangbei didn't understand at all. It means you're both still too young and have been fooled by her without realizing it, Yinqing said while going upstairs. After all, I'm your father. Even if there are barriers between us, I still want what's best for you. You should keep your distance from that woman. Xiangbei couldn't make sense of Yinqing's words, but right now, he was more concerned about Madame O's illness. He didn't have time to think about Chu Shi's lies. In the following days, Zhan Sichen was very busy, as the Entertainment City project had officially started. Madame O had also been admitted to the hospital and underwent surgery. Today was the day of her operation. Zhan Sichen brought Chu Shi to the hospital to visit. Madame O had just been pushed out of the operating room, still groggy from the anesthesia, and they didn't want to stay in the ward for too long. O Xiangbei stayed in the ward to take care of Madame O, while O Yanqing escorted them out of the ward. Sichen, you're so busy with the company. Yet you still came to see your aunt. That's very thoughtful of you. O Yanqing said. Aunt is having surgery, no matter how busy I am. I have to come. Zhan Sichen said. The surgery was very successful, and with subsequent chemotherapy, she will be fine. O Yanqing replied. Then turned his gaze to Chu Shi. Seeing him look over, Chu Shi quickly averted her gaze. For some reason, she felt scared when she looked at him. Chu Shi seems to be recovering well. Not bad. Chu Shi replied. O Yanqing smirked. This woman has a strong life. Last time, she had such a perfect car accident. Yet it didn't take her life. Which country is the old lady traveling to now? It's been so long. Doesn't she plan to come back? O Yanqing asked. It's rare for her to have time after retirement to enjoy a global trip. Why rush back? Zhan Sichen said. That's true. O Yanqing said. All right. Sichen, I need to go back to take care of your aunt, so I won't see you off any longer. Okay. After O Yanqing left, Zhan Sichen clearly heard Chu Shi breathe a sigh of relief. What's wrong? You seem to be afraid. I don't know why, but I find him quite scary. And he seems to have a lot of hostility towards me. Only O Yanqing knows about Qin Muyan's matter, but he hasn't revealed it to anyone for so long, which makes Chu Shi anxious. Because of O Yuru, he might have some hostility towards you. But you don't need to worry. I won't let him harm you. Chu Shi still felt uneasy. Seeing O Yanqing reminded her of what he had said before. Hiding her past after changing her name really is exhausting. But does she really need to come clean to Zhan Sichen? After all, she and Zhan Sichen don't have any real relationship now. Suddenly confessing these things to him seems too abrupt. What are you thinking? Seeing Chu Shi lost in thought, Zhan Sichen waved a hand in front of her. Chu Shi quickly snapped back to reality and shook her head. It's nothing. Take me home. You go back to work quickly. I've been quite busy lately. Zhan Sichen said. By the way, there will be a groundbreaking banquet this weekend, and many celebrities have been invited. Come with me. Okay. This was something Chu Shi had previously agreed to. Zhan Sichen first took Chu Shi home. After watching her walk into the community, he was about to turn back to the company when his phone rang. It was Dabai calling. Hello, Junlin. Tomorrow is Shichi's birthday. Have you forgotten? Dabai asked reproachfully. Of course not. That's good. If you really want to pursue Shichi, show some sincerity. I want to celebrate with her. But I haven't had the chance yet. I know. Zhan Sichen had always remembered Chu Shi's birthday and had already prepared for it. That's good. Dabai continued. I originally decided not to let Shichi be with you, but seeing that you seem to have some sincerity, I'll give you a chance. You better seize it. If Shichi gets hurt again, I'll kick you out for good. Zhan Sichen couldn't help but feel amused. This kid sounded like Chu Shi's own son. Completely on her side. Birthday? Thinking about her birthday tomorrow, Zhan Sichen felt a bit eager, while Chu Shi didn't care at all. Ever since the Qin family went bankrupt, she had stopped liking birthdays. She often forgot about them herself, while Dabai and Xiaobai remembered clearly. This time was no different. Shichi. Early the next morning, she received calls from the two kids. Xiaobai said regretfully, I've prepared a very expensive gift for you, but I can't come back yet. Wait for me to return, and I'll give you the gift. No rush, you two behave well outside. Happy birthday, Shichi, Junlin said. When we get back, we'll celebrate with you. Got it. Thank you, my two treasures. Mommy loves you both. After finishing the calls with the two kids, Chu Shi felt very happy. She decided to take a day off, doing no work and just resting. In the evening, she suddenly received a call from Zhan Sichen. Before she could speak, Zhan Sichen said, Come out. Chapter 081. Her birthday, under the soft moonlight come out? Chu Shi was taken aback for a moment, then pushed the door open and walked outside. The area outside was empty. Before she could ask anything, Zhan Sichen on the other end of the phone said, Go to the rooftop. Go to the rooftop? Chu Shi was puzzled. It was already dark. What was she supposed to do on the rooftop? Hello? Before she could finish her sentence, Zhan Sichen hung up, which made her extremely frustrated. However, since he said so, Chu Shi obediently went up to the rooftop. But it was still empty there. Realizing she had been played, Chu Shi felt very angry and was about to call Zhan Sichen back to scold him when suddenly she heard a sound above her head. She looked up and saw a helicopter slowly descending toward the rooftop. What shocked her even more was that the person flying the helicopter was Zhan Sichen. As the helicopter landed, Zhan Sichen, sitting in the cockpit, said to Chu Shi, Get in. Chu Shi was stunned. After realizing it, she looked at herself, dressed in pajamas and slippers, with messy hair. Noticing this, Zhan Sichen smiled and said nonchalantly, "It's okay, come on up." Without hesitation, Chu got into the helicopter. Once she was inside, the door closed, and the helicopter began to ascend slowly again. What kind of madness is this? Why did you suddenly decide to fly a helicopter? Chu felt it was too surprising. I used to fly while I was in the army, but I haven't flown in years. I just felt like it and wanted to have some fun, Zhan Sichen replied while advising her. Hold on tight. Chu quickly steadied herself, and then Zhan Sichen accelerated. Sitting in the helicopter, looking down at the entire city was thrilling and exciting. Seeing Chu so exhilarated surprised Zhan Sichen. You have quite a bit of courage. Aren't you afraid of heights? Chu shook her head. She had never been afraid of heights and had always enjoyed thrilling activities since she was a child. The Qin family even had a helicopter, and she loved riding it. It felt like it was many years ago. You don't seem to show much fear. Shall I take you bungee jumping next time? Sure. Hearing about bungee jumping made Chu very excited. Jumping off a cliff sounded thrilling. All right, I'll definitely make that happen next time, Zhan Sichen said. So where are we going now? Chu looked at Zhan Sichen and asked. Just follow me and you'll find out, Zhan Sichen smiled at her. Perhaps because the moonlight was too beautiful tonight, it made this man even more charming. It felt like they flew far away in the helicopter, and Chu thoroughly enjoyed the process. After reaching their destination, she was completely shocked. Chu never expected the helicopter would land by the sea, where the stars in the sky were dazzling, and the moonlight by the sea was gentle and tender. We're here. Zhan Sichen skillfully maneuvered the helicopter and landed it on the shore. As the helicopter touched down, Chu felt a bit dazed, and the sound of the waves got closer, making the seaside scenery more real. Why did you suddenly bring me here? Do you like it here? Zhan Sichen did not directly answer her question. I like it, Chu nodded honestly. The night by the sea was tranquil, sweet, and romantic. What girl wouldn't like it? How about going out to sea tonight? Hearing this, Chu felt her DNA was excited, and she asked in disbelief, Really? Of course. Zhan Sichen took her hand and led her forward, the soft sand gently brushing against her feet, feeling very comfortable. At this moment, the sea and sky merged into one, and the shy moonlight faintly reflected on the waves, making the beautiful scenery intoxicating and the atmosphere very strong. Walking hand in hand with Zhan Sichen by the moonlit seaside created an indescribable thrill. Zhan Sichen continued to lead her forward, and after walking for a while, a yacht appeared in front of them. Is this your private yacht? Chu was momentarily stunned, looking at Zhan Sichen in disbelief. Zhan Sichen smiled mysteriously at her and said, Come in and take a look. Zhan Sichen acted so mysteriously that Chu snapped back to reality and stepped onto the yacht. Once inside, everything in front of her amazed her. The lights created an illusion, and romantic roses were everywhere. As Chu stepped on them, the cool, soft petals gently touched her toes. Not only were there the romantic petals, but also candles, their warm light resembling colors cut from the evening glow, making it very warm and alluring. What surprised her the most was that a large cake sat in the center of the yacht. Seeing everything in front of her, Chu felt like she was dreaming. What is this? Is it for me? Happy birthday. Zhan Sichen's voice rang out behind her, his magnetic tone mixed with an enchanting quality. Happy birthday? The short 4 words shocked her greatly, and tears welled up in her eyes. When she was still the eldest daughter of the Qin family, every birthday was grand. Her father would hold a birthday party for her with many guests. But since the Qin family fell from grace, she dreaded her birthdays. From being lively to being forgotten. Aside from Wu Ma and the pets, no one remembered her birthday, and no one was willing to spend a minute preparing a surprise for her. Looking at the meticulous decorations, it was clear that Zhan Sichen had put a lot of thought into it. Thank you. After a long time, Chu smiled through her tears and said, Since my father passed away, besides Wu Ma and the pets, you're the first person to celebrate my birthday. Thank you so much. Chu was truly touched. At this moment, she felt genuinely warm. I'm glad you like it. Zhan Sichen took her hand again and led her to the cake, saying, Now, make a wish. Chu closed her eyes obediently, joined her hands together, and sincerely made a wish. Zhan Sichen did not ask what her wish was. After she blew out the candles, he cut her a large piece of cake and handed it to her, smiling. Go ahead, eat it. Chu no longer hesitated and began to eat. At this moment, in front of her were the cake, candles, blue sea, starry sky, and flowers. It was truly beautiful. And this, for you. Zhan Sichen handed her a beautifully wrapped gift box. Chu was once again amazed. Is this a birthday gift for me? Yes, open it and take a look. Chu reluctantly took it and, upon opening it, was stunned by what she saw. A very exquisite limited edition women's watch. She was very familiar with luxury brands. And this watch was not just something that could be bought with money. This birthday gift is too valuable. I can't accept it. If she accepted such an expensive gift, wouldn't she owe him even more? Are you sure you don't want it? Zhan Sichen asked. I can't accept something so precious. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhan Sichen directly threw the gift box out. What are you doing? Seeing Zhan Sichen throw it away, she was greatly shocked. Are you crazy? Why did you throw it away if I don't want it? Chapter 082. I need a wife. This man is rich. But he can't just throw money around like this, right? That watch is so expensive, and just because she wouldn't accept it, he tossed it away? This was specially customized for you, with your name engraved on it. If you don't want it, then it's worthless. If it has no value, why keep it? It has her name engraved on it. She quickly glanced outside. Zhan Sichen had already thrown the gift box into the sea, and as a wave was approaching, it was about to be completely swept away. Without thinking, she jumped off the yacht to retrieve it. Seeing this, Zhan Sichen quickly jumped in after her, and as a wave was about to crash over them, he quickly protected Shi. Did you not see that the tide is coming in? Are you trying to throw your life away? Zhan Sichen scolded. Shi tightly clenched the retrieved gift box in her hand and retorted, Isn't it because of you? You just tossed this expensive watch without a second thought, and now you want to blame me? I'm not taking the blame for this. She shoved the gift box into his hands and said, If you want to throw it away, don't do it in front of me. That's moral coercion. After saying that, she went back into the yacht. Since she had gotten wet while retrieving the box, she sat on the sofa, wringing out the water from her clothes. Zhan Sichen was truly at a loss for words. This woman was really different from others. I put so much thought into picking this gift for you. Do you really not want it? He asked again. If it were an ordinary watch, I would be very grateful to accept it, but because it's a specially customized one, I can't take it. She looked at Zhan Sichen and said, It's your business if you have money. Spending this much to customize a watch is nothing to you, but it's a burden for me. Everything should be about reciprocity. I can't repay this gift of yours. If I accept it, I want to feel at ease. Maybe to you, if I don't accept it, it loses its value. But you didn't ask for my opinion before customizing it, so you can't impose it on me. You have the right to give it, and I have the right to refuse it. Hearing this, Zhan Sichen was once again taken aback. Unable to help but let out a bitter laugh. It's just a birthday gift, and you're giving me so much philosophy about it? She explained. Maybe you think I'm being pretentious, ungrateful, or playing hard to get. Think whatever you want. I'm really grateful that you gave me a birthday gift. All right, after all this, I can't give you this gift. Zhan Sichen had no choice but to put the gift box away. I appreciate your intentions. Thank you very much. She quickly changed the topic. Aren't we going out to sea? Let's go? Okay. Seeing Shi's excited and impatient demeanor, Zhan Sichen started the yacht, which slowly left the shore. She stood on the deck, and as she looked at the scenery before her, her heart surged with excitement. The moon on the sea seemed particularly beautiful, shimmering in the emerald waves, and the soft moonlight cast a calm and peaceful aura over the water. It's really beautiful. Just as she was lost in the beauty of the scene, a coat was draped over her shoulders. She instinctively tightened the coat. The night sea breeze was indeed chilly. Thank you, she said gratefully. I've been hearing you say that all night. I'm getting tired of it, Zhan Sichen replied. She couldn't help but laugh. I'm genuinely grateful. This birthday will be unforgettable, even though you didn't accept the gift I prepared for you. Hearing you say this makes it worth the effort I put in. Zhan Sichen could only comfort himself this way. She also couldn't help but smile, her gaze drifting back to the distant sea, where the horizon met the sky, truly boundless. Zhan Sichen watched her, and under the moonlight, her flushed face was charmingly intoxicated. Shi. Hearing Zhan Sichen call her name, Shi turned to look at him and asked, What's wrong? I need a wife, Zhan Sichen emphasized. Not a fake fiancée, but a legally protected legitimate wife. You. What did you just say? Our families, the Zhan family and the O family, have been family friends for generations, and there are many business interests involved between us. That's why my mother insists that I marry Oyaru. As long as I'm not truly married, my mother won't give up on wanting me to marry Oyaru. So I need a woman to marry me. Since my son likes you, you are the most suitable candidate. Marriage? This topic again. Is this the real reason he wanted to get a marriage license with her last time? If she were single and did not have a troubled past, she might have agreed without hesitation, but she has concerns. I was indeed a bit rude last time when I took you to get the marriage license. I apologize for that. This time, I am sincerely seeking your opinion. Last time, his attitude was commanding and forceful, but this time he was truly polite and gentlemanly. Is it a marriage without love? Just a contractual marriage? Without love? A contractual marriage? As those 5 words entered his ears, his expression changed immediately, and he looked at her with cold eyes, asking, If it is, will you agree? She bit her lip, thought for a moment, then nodded. You've helped me a lot, and I have no way to repay you. If you want to use me to completely break free from the O family, I can do it. I can write a prenuptial agreement, and when we divorce in the future, I will definitely leave empty-handed and won't take a cent from the Zhan family. Divorce? Leave empty-handed? These words were truly infuriating Zhan Sichen. He suddenly pinned her against the railing of the ship, pressing close with a particularly oppressive demeanor, his eyes filled with anger as he looked at her. Chu Shi, I really want to cut open your heart and see what color it is. Do you know how many women want to marry me? How many women dream of getting just a glance from me? I, Zhan Sichen, have lived for so many years and have never put so much effort into celebrating anyone's birthday, nor would I discuss marriage so seriously with anyone. No one, when I talk about marriage with her, would bring up divorce. Chu Shi, you have truly shown me what it means to be a loyal woman. Even after your husband has passed away for so many years, you still guard your purity. Is that right? Well, then you continue to guard your purity. Forget what I just said. After saying that, Zhan Sichen turned and strode back into the yacht. Left behind, Chu Shi was completely bewildered. Why was he so angry? Could it really be like Wu Ma said, that he had feelings for her? Was he serious about wanting to marry her? Love? Did Zhan Sichen fall in love with her? Is that it? If not, then why was he so angry? If he did, then... Chapter 083, Daddy. You have to relentlessly pursue. The wind rose suddenly, rushing into her body with a slight chill. Chu Shi tightened her clothes, feeling her heart growing more chaotic. She glanced back at Zhan Sichen, who had returned to the cabin, unsure whether to advance or retreat. What was originally a touching and warm birthday celebration suddenly turned awkward. The key was that there were only the two of them, and they were still at sea. Chu Shi could only brace herself and return to the cabin to face Zhan Sichen. If I said something that upset you just now, You didn't say anything wrong. Zhan Sichen interrupted her. From the very beginning, wanting to get a marriage certificate with you was my one-sided wish. You refused. And I respect that. From now on, you will only be my nominal fiancée. I only ask that you play this role well in front of others. I won't force you on anything else. Is that okay, Dr. Chu? Chu Shi felt as if she had a lump in her throat. Wasn't he emotional when he said this? Tonight he said he needed a wife, and she clearly didn't refuse. She merely stated her position in advance, and he exploded. It's getting late. I have an early meeting tomorrow. I'll go to sleep now. Chu Shi initially wanted to say something more, but his words left her speechless. All right. Good night. Chu Shi could only say this faintly. Chu Shi didn't know if Zhan Sichen had really fallen asleep, but he had closed his eyes and seemed unwilling to talk to her. Chu Shi had no choice but to discreetly leave the bedroom and return to the deck. Looking up at the night sky, the night over the sea was truly breathtaking. Apart from the sound of the waves, it was perfectly quiet, which felt very comfortable. Chu Shi calmed her mind and sat down on the deck, replaying Zhan Sichen's words in her mind, as well as the moments when he took care of her in the hospital, paying attention to every detail. If he really had no other feelings for you, how could he have stayed with you the whole time you were hospitalized? Suddenly, Wu Ma's words appeared in her mind. Was she too late to realize? Did Zhan Sichen really like her? She had never thought of it this way. She could say she had never dared to think about it. Qin Muyan. Oh, Qin Muyan, how pathetic you are right now. Chu Shi couldn't help but mock herself. The events of those years were, in her opinion, truly her dark history. Hard to mention to anyone. She was really struggling now. On one hand, she desperately wanted to find Lady Xia to quickly retrieve her eldest son. And on the other hand, she didn't want to suffer such unjust blame. She had never been with anyone else besides that man. She was sure the child was his. Though she didn't know where the problem lay with the DNA test result that Lady Xia had, it must have been wrong. After finding Lady Xia, she wanted to clarify things, but she was also afraid. What if, after clarifying, Lady Xia refused to return her child and took Dubai and Xiaobai away? So she had such a big trouble yet to be resolved, and she really had no heart to talk about love or marriage. Chu Shi sighed hesitantly and looked back towards the cabin. He should really be asleep by now, right? But she couldn't fall asleep at all. Because she had upset him, Chu Shi acted especially obediently, waiting outside the bedroom early the next morning. Are you awake? Chu Shi quickly asked when she saw him coming out of the bedroom. Zhan Sichen lazily responded, saying, after the yacht docks, I will take you home first. I will be particularly busy these days, and I will call you on the day of the opening banquet. Okay. The implication was that he didn't want to see her for the next few days. Then, as Zhan Sichen said, the yacht docked, and he took her home first. Regarding last night's events, Chu Shi said, thank you so much for celebrating my birthday last night, and I'm really sorry for upsetting you. It's fine. It's my problem. Zhan Sichen spoke gently. Go back quickly. Your body is still recovering, and don't work too late as a doctor online. I know you too. Zhan Sichen responded again and then turned away. Chu Shi watched him leave, suddenly feeling a sense of guilt. As soon as Zhan Sichen returned to the company, his phone rang. It was Dubai calling. Daddy. Dubai, hearing Zhan Sichen answer the phone, excitedly asked, "Did you celebrate Sister Shi's birthday last night? Was it super romantic?" Yesterday, Dabai was afraid of disturbing their two-person world, so he refrained from calling Zhan Sichen, but now he couldn't hold it in any longer. "It was okay," Zhan Sichen replied casually. "Just okay?" Dabai was particularly astonished. The yacht was decorated so warmly. Sister, she should have been moved to tears when she saw it. How could it just be okay? The decorations on the yacht were all discussed by Dabai with Zhan Sichen. Knowing Sister Shi well, Dabai understood that she was someone who valued rituals, had a little princess inside her, and especially loved romance. The birthday surprise yesterday couldn't possibly just be okay. She should have been completely moved to tears. And then they would be hugged and kissed, and the rice would have been cooked. Zhan Sichen really couldn't help but smile bitterly, saying, "Junlin, your calculations this time aren't very good. The mommy you're after 1 TB, so easy to become your mommy, understand?" "Not really. So your meaning is that my sister, she is not easy to pursue, right?" Zhan Sichen was at a loss for words. This little fellow really understood well. "Then you have to relentlessly pursue her," Dabai said. "I finally nodded to let you chase her. You can't give up so easily. As the saying goes, the harder it is to get, the more precious it is. You have to chase her desperately." Zhan Sichen couldn't help but laugh and cry. "You little rascal really understand a lot. Just speaking the truth. All right, Junlin, Daddy has to work now. See you tonight." "Okay, Daddy, see you tonight." After hanging up the phone, Zhan Sichen once again smiled bitterly. Relentlessly pursue? Who would have thought that he, a high and mighty tycoon, would end up in such a situation? After She returned home, she also felt downcast, but as soon as she entered the house, she saw Wu Ma's knowing gaze. How to describe it? It was like someone who had caught on to their good thing, with a mischievous smile that seemed to understand everything. "You're back?" Wu Ma asked with a smile. She quickly explained, "I didn't expect him to take me out when he called yesterday, so I know." Wu Ma smiled and said, "It was a surprise for your birthday. Young people in love are like this now." "Young people in love?" "No, Wu Ma. I'm not in a relationship with him right now." She hurriedly said, "It's the ambiguous period before dating." Wu Ma said, "Even though I've never been in love, I've seen enough to understand this." The ambiguous period before dating? Chapter 084. Are you really planning to keep a mistress? She really didn't expect that Wu Ma knew quite a lot. It wasn't even the ambiguous period before falling in love. She didn't know how to express herself now. Yesterday he had given her a birthday surprise, and she hadn't anticipated how much effort he put into celebrating for her. In the end, it seemed like she messed it up. Messed up? What does that mean? She was confused, her mind still in disarray. Besides Wu Ma, she had no one to talk to, so she recounted everything that happened yesterday to Wu Ma. Wu Ma couldn't help but laugh when she heard. And seeing Wu Ma smile, she didn't quite understand. "You silly girl, how can you not understand such a simple thing after reading so many books?" Wu Ma said, "He just wants to get a marriage certificate with you. All those were just excuses, but you took it seriously, discussing property and divorce with him. Of course." He got angry. "Are you saying he really wants to marry me?" "Of course," Wu Ma said, tapping her forehead in exasperation. "You silly girl, you really are clueless. Trust me, I'm an observer, and he really has feelings for you." "Really, has feelings for her?" "Xiaoyan, I still say this. I hope you can move on from the past and find true happiness that belongs to you. From what I see, Zhan Sichen is quite good. If true happiness is coming, you must not miss it." She couldn't say anything, her mind still a mess. "Think about it carefully. If you really want to develop further with him, you should tell him all about your past honestly and see his reaction. If he can accept it, then what do you have to worry about?" She fell silent. After returning to her room, she sat on the windowsill with a pillow, staring out the window. Lost in thought, she admitted that seeing such a warm scene yesterday really moved and excited her, even though before, Xiao Jingyan had never been this considerate. She didn't know how long she had been daydreaming until Wu Ma came in, and only then did she move. "Xiaoyan, I've made some stomach-nourishing porridge. Zhan Sichen has been in poor health, right? You should take it to him," Wu Ma said. "Stomach-nourishing porridge? I don't quite understand. You want me to deliver it to him?" "Yes, take it to him. But he said he's very busy lately and doesn't want to see me." "Those are just emotional words. Trust me, just take the porridge to him. He will definitely be very happy." Isn't it a bit too cheap for her to deliver stomach-nourishing porridge to him now, especially after he clearly said he didn't want to see her? "Maybe I shouldn't go." "Wu Ma, I don't want to. If you don't go now, when will you take this step?" Wu Ma urged. "Listen to me, go quickly." She felt quite helpless. What was going on? Why were the people around her so eager to match her with Zhan Sichen? Bai Bai and Xiao Bai were crazy about wanting her to marry him, and now even Wu Ma had become their accomplice. Was that man really that charming? "Stop dawdling. Hurry up and go." Wu Ma's tone was particularly insistent. Helpless, She could only brace herself and go. At this moment, Zhan Sichen had just finished a meeting and returned to the office, only to find Xiangbei sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Why aren't you at the hospital taking care of Andy? What are you doing here? Zhan Sichen asked. Am I not allowed to come out for a breath of fresh air? Xiangbei complained. I've been treating various psychological patients, and since my mom was diagnosed, I feel like I'm about to become depressed. How is Annie doing now? She's okay, but the medication has strong side effects. She can't eat and has lost quite a bit of weight, Xiangbei said. Then why aren't you taking good care of her at the hospital? Zhan Sichen reprimanded. Her husband is there, so I don't need to, Xiangbei replied. I'm here today to tell you that I want Chuxi to come to my house to help with my mom's follow-up chemotherapy. First, I trust Chuxi's medical abilities. And second, if she goes, my mom won't suspect anything. If you're looking for her, why not ask her directly instead of coming to me? Isn't that a question you already know the answer to? Xiangbei retorted. You are holding her in the palm of your hand now. She's in her recovery period. And you wouldn't want her to come out and tire herself out. I want her to be responsible for my mom's follow-up chemotherapy. So I need your permission before I can approach her, right? Otherwise, if she agrees and you refuse, you'd be mad at me, and I'm not stupid. Zhan Sichen merely sneered. What do you mean by that? Do you agree or not? I don't agree, Zhan Sichen said firmly. Really don't agree? Xiangbei couldn't help but scoff. It's just a regular chemotherapy injection. I swear it won't tire her out, and I'll pay her a generous salary. I said no. It's not just because of Chuxi's health. More importantly, Chuxi previously said she was very afraid of Yanqing. Are you really planning to keep a mistress? Xiangbei was quite exasperated. If there's nothing else, you can leave. I'm very busy. Xiangbei truly wanted to curse this ungrateful, superficial person. Just as Xiangbei was about to leave, there was a knock on the door outside. Come in, Zhan Sichen said. Chuxi pushed the door and walked in. She really forced herself to come in, and her cheeks felt hot. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Xiangbei couldn't help but tease when he saw Chuxi. I was just talking about you with this guy when you walked in. Talking about me? Hello, Mr. O. Chuxi politely greeted Xiangbei. I grew up with this kid, so if you are his fiancé, then we are family too. Just call me Brother O. No need to be so formal. Stop talking nonsense here. Go out. Zhan Sichen ordered Xiangbei. Okay, I want to be your third wheel. I'm leaving now. Xiangbei quickly got up and walked out. Chuxi didn't expect Xiangbei to be here. After he left, Zhan Sichen looked at her and asked, What brings you here? Chuxi really wanted to find a hole to hide in, but since she was already here, she could only brace herself and say, Wu Ma made some stomach-nourishing porridge. She made quite a bit, so I thought I'd bring some for you. Chuxi could only find these lame excuses to say, while Zhan Sichen coldly replied, Put it on the coffee table. Okay. Chuxi nodded and placed it on the coffee table. After setting it down, she happened to notice the gift box in the trash can, which stood out prominently. Chapter 085. Had a nightmare. She was very angry last night when she told him that even if he threw away the gift box, he shouldn't do it in front of her. Sure enough, after he returned to the company, he immediately threw it away. Strangely, seeing the gift box lying in the trash made Chuxi feel quite upset. From her perspective, such an expensive gift was something she couldn't accept. But from Zhan Sichen's perspective, it was reasonable for him to be angry after his carefully prepared gift was rejected. At this moment, Chuxi regretted a bit. If she had happily accepted it last night, wouldn't everyone be happy? She really was being overly sensitive. Knock knock. At that moment, there was another knock on the door. Without thinking, Chuxi instinctively picked up the gift box from the trash and put it in her pocket. Coming back to her senses, she intended to tell the person outside to wait a moment until she left, but Zhan Sichen directly said, Come in. The person who entered was the vice president of the group. Upon seeing Chuxi, he respectfully greeted, President Zhan, young madam. Young madam? The people in the company referred to her as young madam. Before Chuxi could respond, he glanced at the stomach-nourishing porridge on the coffee table and nervously asked, Am I coming at a bad time? No. Chuxi felt another wave of social embarrassment. She shouldn't have listened to Aunt Wu and brought him stomach-nourishing porridge during work hours. She really was out of her mind. I'm fine, you all continue. Chuxi was hoping Zhan Sichen would say something, but he just lowered his head to look at documents, leaving her feeling awkward. You all focus on work. I'll leave first. After saying that, Chuxi hurriedly slipped out of his office, still feeling embarrassed. This man really was petty. If he got angry, he would find ways to make her uncomfortable. Chuxi quickly walked out of Huachin International. Once outside, she took the gift box out of her pocket. She didn't know why she had picked it up from the trash. The moment she heard the knock, she thought someone was coming and she had to leave. After leaving, she wouldn't have the chance to retrieve it again. So, Chuxi, are you being ridiculous? You rejected it when he gave it to you. And now that he threw it away, you picked it up. Now, Chuxi couldn't even understand her own behavior. After thinking about it, she casually threw it into the nearby trash can. After throwing it, she walked out confidently, but, after just a few steps, returned again. Chu-shi, you really are ridiculous. You're truly pathetic. Chu-shi picked the gift box back up. After all, it was something valuable, and it was a shame for it to be discarded like that. Last night, Zhan Sichen had only opened the gift box, and Chu-shi had just glanced at the watch inside. When she got home, she took the watch out of the box. Turning it over, she indeed saw her name on the back of the watch. Custom made? Zhan Sichen had never put so much thought into celebrating anyone's birthday in all his years. Suddenly, Zhan Sichen's words echoed in her mind. And thinking of what he said, she looked at the watch again. She felt quite frustrated with herself. If she were in his shoes, she would be extremely angry too. Chu-shi, why do you have such an embarrassing past? It was that past that made her feel so constrained. And she felt ashamed to talk about it with a man. She had previously married a living dead man to bring good luck, and she didn't even know her husband's name or what he looked like. Then she had 3 children, but it was confirmed that they weren't his. After losing one child, she was scolded by her mother-in-law as a worthless person and fled after faking her own death. Now, after 6 years, she returned just to find her lost son. Who would believe such a story if she told it? If only she could completely cut ties with the past, but she had to find Lady Xia. What if her husband wasn't dead after all? Then, sigh, any normal man wouldn't accept her situation, let alone Zhan Sichen. How frustrating. Thinking about the past made Chu-shi feel like her head was going to explode, so she decided to do nothing but sleep. But, unfortunately, she ended up dreaming about it. In her dream, she wore a wedding dress, with a veil and a bouquet, walking step by step towards him on roses. In the sunlight, Zhan Sichen, dressed in a groom's suit, looked incredibly handsome, with a charming and doting smile. As she walked towards him, he reached out to take her hand, leaned down, and kissed her lips. So sweet. Then he knelt on one knee and put a ring on her finger. Speaking affectionately, Chu-shi, in the days to come, I will make sure you never suffer any grievances. I will make you the happiest woman in the world. Hearing this made Chu-shi smile happily, but just then, Lady Xia rushed over, cursing, Qin Muyan, you shameless woman. She slapped Chu-shi hard across the face. Everyone come and see. This shameless woman isn't named Chu-shi. Her real name is Qin Muyan. Years ago, she married into my family for good luck. But she didn't behave like a proper wife and cheated on my son. I thought she died in childbirth, but it turns out she faked her death. Now this shameless woman hasn't repented and is here trying to deceive us again. Don't be fooled by her. She is a liar with no shame, and she deserves to die. Instantly, the guests threw things at her, pointing and angrily cursing. You married someone and still come out to deceive others. This female con artist deserves to die. Isn't this the daughter of a criminal who committed suicide to avoid punishment? Like father, like daughter. There is not a good one in the family. Yes, this shameless woman should be nailed to the pillar of shame. Beat her to death. Suddenly, everyone was swinging their fists at her, and she struggled to grab Zhan Sichen's hand, hurriedly explaining, Sichen, believe me, I'm not a con artist. I don't want to deceive you. Get away from me. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhan Sichen kicked her away. Chu-shi, I never expected you to be this kind of woman. You make me feel disgusted and dirty. No, Sichen, listen to my explanation, please. Shameless woman. What else is there to explain? Zhan Sichen said as the police arrived. He told them, quickly take this female con artist away. I never want to see her again. Qin Muyan, you are suspected of bigamy and fraud. Come with us. No, I didn't. Chu-shi struggled to grab Zhan Sichen's hand, but he walked away without looking back. Then she was forcibly dragged away by 2 police officers, struggling desperately. No, don't arrest me. I'm not. No, Chu-shi shouted, waking up from the nightmare, and then she heard Xiaobai's voice. What's wrong, sister Shi? Did you have a nightmare? Xiaobai. Didn't she go to the countryside to experience life? For a moment, she was even more shocked. Was she still dreaming and hadn't woken up yet? Chapter 086. Is there a woman that Zhan Sichen cannot have? What's wrong, Shijia? You've sweated a lot. Junlin hurried in upon hearing Chu-shi's voice. Seeing her drenched in sweat and looking panicked, he quickly asked, what happened? Looking at the 2 kids in front of her, Chu-shi felt truly dazed. Am I still dreaming? Is that nightmare not over yet? Chu-shi raised her hand and slapped herself. It hurts so much. This isn't a dream after all. Seeing Chu-shi slap herself, the 2 kids were frightened and hurriedly asked, Shijia, why are you hitting yourself? Have you been possessed? Xiaobai, hurry up and call 120. Shijia might be sick, Junlin said anxiously. Okay, I'll call an ambulance right away. Realizing it wasn't a dream, and hearing Xiaobai saying to call an ambulance, Chu-shi quickly stopped Xiaobai. No, I'm fine. I just had a nightmare. Are you really okay? Junlin asked, still worried. I'm really fine. Chushi looked at the two of them, feeling so confused. Weren't you supposed to be in the countryside experiencing life? Why are you back so suddenly? You said you'd be gone for half a month. It's not even time yet. Oh, that's because there was a heavy rain over there the day before yesterday, and some places had landslides. The school was worried it wasn't safe, so they let us come back early. We were supposed to return in the afternoon, but there was a traffic jam, so we didn't get back until night. Junlin explained. Yes, we were planning to come back and surprise you and Wuma, but instead, we got a huge shock. You actually moved while we were away. Xiaobai felt it was too shocking that they left for a while and came back to find they had moved. The moving was also very sudden. I wanted to tell you when you were about to come back. Chushi explained with guilt. It's fine. It was indeed a shock to find no one in the old apartment, but then to learn you moved to such a big house, that's a big surprise. Xiaobai said, her eyes lighting up. This place is so big. I've never lived in such a big house before. Shijia, did you get rich? Talking about the house made Chushi feel even more ashamed. This house belongs to Zhan Sichen, the Zhan general. It's said to be close to his company. Wuma explained as she came in. Uncle Zhan bought this house for Shijia. Xiaobai's eyes widened even more. Is it a token of love? You little girl, do you know what a token of love is? Don't talk nonsense. He gave you such a big house, and it's not a token of love? Xiaobai's face showed confusion. Isn't this a wedding house? If there's a wedding house, doesn't that mean you should get married? Wedding house. Why is this kid's comprehension so touching? Shijia, are you really going to marry him? Junlin asked excitedly, almost jumping up. Chushi. Suddenly, she didn't know how to explain to these two kids. It's not what you think, it's... Wow. Before Chushi could finish her sentence, she heard Xiaobai exclaim in astonishment. What an exquisite gift box. Chushi barely had time to stop her, but Xiaobai had already opened the gift box and took out the watch. What a beautiful watch. It looks so expensive. Is it a birthday gift from Uncle Zhan? Xiaobai asked. Chushi. Chushi. Xiaobai's sharp eyes caught sight of her name engraved on the watch. And it's a custom-made one. Rich people really are different when giving gifts. I spent a fortune to buy you a necklace, but after seeing this gift, I feel embarrassed to take out the necklace I bought for you. Does it have Shijia's name on it? Let me see. Junlin quickly took the watch to look. And after seeing it, he was even happier, looking at Chushi and asking, Shijia, this is the gift he gave you, right? Yes. With a wedding house and a gift received, it's hard not to get married. Xiaobai began to cheer, get married, get married. Influenced by Xiaobai, Junlin also started to chime in, shouting, get married, get married. Chushi was truly helpless. Kids shouldn't be so concerned about adult matters. It's getting late. Hurry up and go to bed. Chushi grabbed one in each hand and tossed them out of the room. The two little ones, locked outside, looked at each other for a moment. Then Xiaobai grinned mischievously. Shijia is shy. It should be. Dabai, take me shopping for clothes tomorrow? Xiaobai said. I'm about to become the daughter of a billionaire. I can't embarrass my future daddy. I need to package myself well. Okay, I'll take you tomorrow. You can buy whatever you want. Junlin was eager to spoil Xiaobai, so of course, he would indulge her. After that, Junlin first coaxed Xiaobai to sleep, then sneaked into the bathroom to call Dabai. I have good news for you. Shijia and my daddy might be getting married soon. Really? Dabai said skeptically. I've been with your daddy all this time. How come I didn't feel they were getting married? Really? Junlin said. Dabai, push a bit more, we'll succeed soon. It's your success, not mine, Dabai corrected. My Shijia is so outstanding, I would feel uncomfortable if she married your daddy. Don't worry, my daddy will treat Shijia well. My daddy is a good person. Hey. Dabai was left with just a chuckle. By the way, Junlin, are you back? Dabai said, once you're back, we can switch back. Junlin, where are you? Speak up. Let's find a place and a time to switch back. Hello? The signal is bad on my end. I'll hang up first. Junlin really had no choice but to hang up. Dabai found it both funny and frustrating. Disdainfully saying, Junlin, you also have a day when you make such a low-level mistake. This kid has really latched onto his mommy and sister. There's nothing to be done, so Dabai had to endure a few days. He put away his phone and walked out of the room. Just in time to see Zhan Sichen coming out of the bathroom. Daddy, are you going to marry Shijia? Since Junlin said that, Dabai directly asked, did you forget what I told you? It's not that easy for Chushi to be your mommy, understand? So you're giving up? Giving up? Sigh. Seeing that Zhan Sichen didn't answer, Dabai sighed and shook his head. Daddy, what a shame for your great reputation. There actually is a woman in this world that Zhan Sichen cannot have. A woman that Zhan Sichen cannot have? Why does that sound so humiliating? If you want to give up, then just give up. Dabai patted his chest like an adult, saying, conquering the whole world but unable to conquer a woman isn't a shame, sigh. Zhan Sichen instantly felt his masculine desire to conquer and competitive spirit rise. A woman that Zhan Sichen cannot have? Is there really a woman in this world that Zhan Sichen cannot have? Chapter 087. Is this Dabai? Isn't this Junlin? Perhaps Dabai's words stimulated Zhan Sichen, causing him to still be in that sense of humiliation the next day. The woman he couldn't have? Zhan Sichen still has women he can't have? It's simply a huge joke. He instinctively grabbed his phone, wanting to call Chu Shi, but immediately put it down again. Just as he was tangled in his thoughts, his phone rang, and he quickly grabbed it. Although it wasn't Chu Shi calling, he was very happy to see it was Xiaobai. He hurriedly answered, "Hello, Xiaobai. Daddy." Xiaobai's sweet voice felt like it could melt his ears through the phone. "What did you call me?" Hearing this title made Zhan Sichen uncharacteristically happy. At first, Xiaobai called him that, but later she started calling him Uncle Zhan. "Daddy," Xiaobai said, "aren't you going to marry my sister Shi soon?" "Of course. I have to change what I call you in advance. I need to let you get used to it. Getting married soon? Who told you that, little girl? Isn't it true?" Xiaobai was surprised. "You already gave her a wedding house and an expensive exclusive watch. If you don't want to marry Sister Shi, why spend so much money on her? Are you a fool?" "Huh? Watch. Didn't Chu Shi confiscate it? Didn't I throw it away?" "What watch? Are you senile?" "The watch you gave my sister Shi for her birthday, engraved with her name. I saw it, and Sister Shi admitted it." Zhan Sichen was momentarily stunned, then quickly thought of it. It must have been when she came to deliver the nourishing porridge. She picked it up from the trash can. This woman, who says one thing but does another, didn't want it when he gave it to her, but she went to pick it up after he threw it away. Yes, that watch was given to her by me. Does she like it? She likes it. If she didn't like it, how could Sister Shi keep it on her bedside? Xiaobai anxiously asked. "Hey, you still haven't said whether you want to marry her or not. You adults really take too long. We'll get married when the time is right." Zhan Sichen asked. "Aren't you going to the countryside to experience life? You came back early?" "Yes, I came back yesterday," Xiaobai said honestly. Hearing this, Zhan Sichen suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, "What about your brother? Did he come back with you?" "Of course. We went together, so we must come back together." "Dabai? The little boy who looks exactly like Junlin?" He had never seen him before, and his curiosity was piqued. He couldn't wait to see if Dabai really looked just like Junlin. "Xiaobai, don't you have school today? How do you have time to call me?" "I do have school, but today the school organized an event, and it has already ended. Parents can come to pick up the kids who want to go home, and those who don't want to leave can stay and read until it's officially time to go. Is that so? Then I'll go pick you and Dabai up." Zhan Sichen quickly reminded her. "But this is a secret between us. You can't tell anyone. Are you trying to secretly please me and my brother?" "Yes." Zhan Sichen couldn't help but laugh. "So my future precious daughter, are you willing to give me this opportunity?" "Of course. My brother and I are waiting for you at school. Come find us." "Okay." After putting down the phone, Zhan Sichen couldn't wait, grabbed his car keys, and strode out. Meanwhile, Junlin was struck by a bolt from the blue. His daddy was coming to see him? After all, they had grown up together. Would he be able to hide it? "Xiaobai, why did you agree to him? He is about to become our daddy, so we will meet sooner or later." Xiaobai asked in confusion. "Dabai, why are you so afraid to see him? Last time he came to our house, you hid in the wardrobe and didn't dare to come out. You never explained it to me afterward. Why now?" Junlin. For a moment, Junlin didn't know how to respond. Dabai had already told him that Zhan Sichen knew they looked alike, and it was only a matter of time before he came. Forget it. Since it was something he had to face, he would just be calm about it. Although he was his biological father, he had been around Dabai for so many days without realizing it. He insisted on being Dabai, so he shouldn't be exposed. "Zhan Junlin, you must stay calm. You must stay calm. Don't panic." "Daddy." Knowing that Zhan Sichen was coming, Xiaobai was excited. When she saw his car stop at the school gate, she immediately ran out. Seeing her running towards him, Zhan Sichen quickly got out of the car, bent down, and naturally picked her up. "Daddy, you're so fast." Actually, from the moment Xiaobai called him daddy, it gave him a sense of happiness, and he never truly resisted it. "I came right after the call." Zhan Sichen looked around and saw only Xiaobai, so he hurriedly asked, "Where's Dabai?" "What? Do you prefer boys over girls?" Hearing Zhan Sichen's question, Xiaobai was a bit unhappy. "You like boys more than girls?" "Of course not." Zhan Sichen was truly amused. "My Xiaobai is so cute. Of course, I love Xiaobai the most." "That's more like it." Junlin really mustered up his courage to walk out of the school gate towards him. When Zhan Sichen saw Junlin, he was genuinely shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, "Junlin?" Hearing Zhan Sichen call his name, Junlin instinctively felt guilty and hurriedly corrected him. "I'm Qin Dabai, what Junlin? Don't call me that." "Yes, I've told you. This is my brother Dabai." Xiaobai quickly added. Zhan Sichen's shocked gaze fell on Junlin again, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "He looks just like him." Before he had seen him, Zhan Sichen had teased Chu Shi, saying that he couldn't even recognize his own child. But now seeing him for real, he felt dazed. "Isn't this Junlin? This is Chu Shi's son Dabai. I'm Qin Dabai, don't get it wrong again. It's very impolite to call someone by the wrong name." Junlin was really forcing himself to act tough, making sure not to give himself away. Zhan Sichen took a while to recover, then said to them, "Okay, where do you two want to go? Daddy will take you." Daddy? Junlin was also taken aback by this title. "Did you just say you are our daddy? Are you joking?" "No, Dabai, he is about to marry Sister Shi, so we should call him daddy. This is to get used to it in advance," Xiaobai said eagerly. Chapter 088. A harmonious and loving father-son trio adapt in advance. He has called Zhan Sichen daddy since he was little, and he has already gotten used to it for many years. However, pretending to be someone else's son in front of his biological father is quite ridiculous when you think about it. "Daddy, can you take us to eat something delicious?" Xiaobai asked, rubbing her stomach. "Eat?" Zhan Sichen glanced at the time and said, "But it's not even lunchtime yet. That's just afternoon tea." Xiaobai said in a somewhat spoiled manner, "I want to have some desserts and coffee." This little girl is really a foodie and even knows about afternoon tea. "All right, Daddy will take you to have afternoon tea." Saying this, Zhan Sichen picked up Xiaobai, and with his other hand, he held on to Junlin, taking the two of them to the car. Although Junlin was trying to act calm, he felt very guilty inside. After all, this was his biological father. He had to grit his teeth and get through it. Zhan Sichen took Junlin and Xiaobai to a very stylish Western restaurant for afternoon tea and ordered a lot of desserts for Xiaobai. Xiaobai was very satisfied with her food, while Junlin obediently sat there, feeling Zhan Sichen's gaze on him the entire time. Yes, even now, Zhan Sichen still hadn't fully recovered, and every time he looked at Junlin, he felt like he was looking at his own son. Feeling his gaze, Junlin felt even guiltier. Just then, he suddenly spotted a dessert on the menu. Durian cake? He hated durian the most. He couldn't stand the smell. If he ate durian in front of his father now, would it help him escape suspicion? To avoid blowing his cover, he decided to go for it. "I want durian cake," Junlin said. "You like durian cake?" Zhan Sichen asked curiously, as Junlin had always said he hated durian. "Yeah, I love durian. It smells sweet when you eat it," Junlin replied. "Dabai, do you like durian?" Xiaobai asked in shock. "When did you start liking durian?" "I didn't know." "That's because I wanted to take care of you," Junlin said. They had been together for so long, and Xiaobai had never eaten durian. Junlin guessed she probably didn't like it either. "Since you don't like that smell, I just held back and didn't eat it." "Then why aren't you taking care of me now?" Xiaobai immediately retorted, "You're eating it in front of me, and I think it stinks. So you disagree now?" Junlin prayed in his heart that Xiaobai would insist. "You must hold on. How about I pinch my nose and you eat it?" "Forget it. I want to eat it." Junlin secretly rejoiced. "Xiaobai, you are the best." "It's fine. I'll take Dabai to eat it another day." Puffed. Junlin felt utterly helpless inside. This was definitely his biological father. What a mess. "Okay, thank you. Daddy." Junlin deliberately called out Daddy differently than before. Zhan Sichen watched Junlin and Xiaobai, seeing them so happy, and felt a sense of satisfaction as an old father. "By the way, when are you going to marry my sister Shi?" Xiaobai asked eagerly. "Hurry up." Xiaobai is so anxious. "Because I feel sorry for Shi. I don't want her to suffer alone, so I want to find a man who truly loves and cares for her. With you protecting her, she won't have to suffer so much." Xiaobai's words instantly touched Zhan Sichen. She really was a sensible little cotton-padded jacket. "I have to ask you." Xiaobai suddenly looked at him seriously. "Do you truly love Sister Shi?" Junlin had always wanted to know the answer to this question and focused on Zhan Sichen, waiting for his reply. Yes. Faced with the children, he could only answer like this. "Then no matter what happens in the future, will you protect her?" "Of course. Let us make a pinky promise. You have to keep your word." Xiaobai extended her pinky towards Zhan Sichen, and he also extended his, making a promise. "All right. Once the promise is made, you can't go back on it," Xiaobai giggled. "If you treat my sister Shi poorly in the future, I won't forgive you," Junlin said threateningly. "Okay." As soon as Zhan Sichen finished speaking, Dabai's phone rang. It was Chu Shi calling. "Hello, Sister Shi." "Dabai, I just saw in the group chat that your school has an event today, and you can leave early. Do you need me to pick you up now?" Before Junlin could respond, Zhan Sichen took the phone and said, "Dabai and Xiaobai are already with me." Zhan Sichen. Chu Shi was particularly surprised. How did you come to pick up my kids?" "I received a call from Xiaobai saying they could leave early, so I came." Zhan Sichen was now making a clever calculation. "I'll have the driver pick you up. We'll wait for you here." "Wait for her?" Before Chu Shi could say anything else, Zhan Sichen had already hung up. Dabai and Xiaobai are actually with Zhan Sichen, and these two little ones were too heartless. Not one of them informed her. Did they still consider her their mother? "Why do you want Sister Shi to come over?" Junlin asked. "Inviting your sister Shi. It would be nice for the four of us to have dinner together tonight, right?" "Yay." Before Junlin could say anything, Xiaobai immediately cheered. "You're having dinner together as a family before getting married. Oh, by the way, Daddy, don't you have another son? Call him over too." "No." Upon hearing this, Junlin immediately said. Afterward, fearing that Zhan Sichen would become suspicious, he hurriedly covered it up with a smile. I don't want to call outsiders over. But after you and Sister Shi get married, your son will be our older brother, so he is not an outsider. We are a family. Xiaobai very naturally said to Zhan Sichen, Don't worry, Daddy. I promise to treat your son like a real brother. I will definitely be a good little sister. Okay. Zhan Sichen smiled fondly. Junlin felt utterly helpless. He could only struggle to oppose this. That is a matter for the future. I don't want to meet him now, Junlin murmured. If you don't want to meet him, we can talk about it later. Just as Dabai had always asked him not to reveal anything in front of Chu Shi, Zhan Sichen said, Tonight, it will just be the four of us for dinner. All right. Anyway, we will be a family in the future, so we have plenty of opportunities, Xiaobai said. Hearing that Zhan Sichen wasn't he calling Dabai over, Junlin finally felt relieved. After that, Junlin obediently drank juice and didn't he say anything until Chu Shi walked in. Sister Shi. As soon as Xiaobai saw Chu Shi enter, she immediately greeted her, and Chu Shi walked over to them. Zhan Sichen had always wanted to meet Dabai, and this time his wish was finally fulfilled. Dabai and Xiaobai are very well behaved. I like them a lot. Zhan Sichen said this with undeniable affection in his eyes. Chapter 089. The kiss of Zhan Sichen Chu. She couldn't believe her eyes as she saw the three of them. Such a harmonious scene seemed as if they were truly a father and his two sons, without any sense of incongruity. Sister Shi, you're just in time. Dabai and I just had afternoon tea with Daddy. Let's all have dinner together tonight. What did you just call him? Hearing Xiaobai call Zhan Sichen Daddy shocked, Chu Shi immensely. You call him Daddy. Sister Shi, don't be angry. Xiaobai said you two are getting married soon. So she wanted to call him Daddy in advance to get used to it, Junlin quickly explained. Upon hearing this, Chu Shi felt like she could explode out of frustration, wishing she could knock some sense into Xiaobai's head. What nonsense are you talking about, little girl? I'm not talking nonsense. Xiaobai retorted directly. You adults aren't as honest as us kids. If you're getting married, just say it. Why do you have to hide it? Xiaobai is right. Before Chu Shi could respond, Zhan Sichen spoke up first. We adults indeed have many things to reflect on. The three of them seemed to be in perfect harmony, while she felt like an outsider. When it was time for lunch, Zhan Sichen took the three of them to a beautiful villa in the mountains. They ate in a pavilion surrounded by mountains and water, with the lake gently flowing at their feet, willows swaying behind them, the sound of kingfishers singing in their ears, and a stunning view of the lush mountains in the distance. It was particularly pleasant. This place is so beautiful, Xiaobai exclaimed happily. Daddy, Sister Shi, this is perfect for your honeymoon. A honeymoon should definitely be a world tour. Junlin added, if your honeymoon is here, that would be too perfunctory for Sister Shi. Absolutely not. Yes, it needs to be a world tour. Xiaobai quickly chimed in. Just as Chu Shi was about to say something, Zhan Sichen immediately gave her a look, signaling her not to ruin the children's excitement. Chu Shi had no choice but to hold her words back. During the meal, these two little rascals kept calling Zhan Sichen Daddy affectionately, which left Chu Shi feeling utterly helpless. These two little wolves thought money made them his children. Dabai, there's a children's playground in the villa. After you finish eating, take Xiaobai to play. Zhan Sichen said to Junlin when he saw the kids were almost done with their meals. Daddy thinks we're just a couple of light bulbs, huh? I get it. Xiaobai said first. I'm done eating. Dabai, let's go play. Okay. Junlin was now a complete doting brother, especially since he hoped his dad and sister Shi would get married, so he was eager to create opportunities for them to be alone together. The two little ones quickly ran off, and once they left, Chu Shi couldn't hold back any longer and questioned, what kind of charm did you cast on those kids to make them call you Daddy? You can't just let them call you that randomly. It was Xiaobai who said she wanted to get used to it in advance. With such a lovely daughter coming to me, I naturally wouldn't refuse. Zhan Sichen said leisurely. If you hadn't said something to her, how could my daughter possibly think we are getting married? Hearing this, Zhan Sichen couldn't help but laugh, leaving Chu Shi confused. What are you laughing at? Dr. Chu, aren't you a bit like the villain who accuses others first? Zhan Sichen asked directly. If Xiaobai hadn't seen the watch I gave you on your bedside, she wouldn't think we are getting married. The watch. The mention of it made Chu Shi's face turn red, and she felt embarrassed enough to want to find a hole to hide in. Those little rascals sold her out so quickly. Chu Shi felt her face burning. But just then, Zhan Sichen suddenly leaned in closer, his eyes looking intently at her face, making her blush even more. I really wasn't wrong about you being hypocritical. You gave me so much reasoning when I sent you that watch, but refused to accept it. I threw it in the trash, and you picked it up, Chu Shi tightly clenched her clothes, feeling incredibly awkward. Answer me. Why did you secretly pick up that watch, Zhan Sichen's tone carried a hint of questioning, and also a teasing undertone, causing Chu Shi's face to turn even redder and her heart to race uncontrollably. I just thought it was a pity to lose such a valuable item. I can. Just as Chu Shi was about to finish her sentence, Zhan Sichen suddenly leaned in again, his lips almost touching hers, leaving her completely frozen. It felt as if the slightest movement would bring their lips together, but her back was already against the pillar, leaving her nowhere to retreat. Chu Shi, I really can't see through you, Zhan Sichen said, looking deeply into her eyes, yet still unable to decipher her. It felt as though those enigmatic eyes held too many secrets. The more he couldn't understand her, the more he wanted to. What do you really want? If she wants to rise in status, he clearly gives her the opportunity, yet Chu Shi resists. If it's just a game, why not be more carefree? This question was a soul-searching inquiry for Chu Shi. She wanted to avoid his gaze, but his gaze was so powerful that she couldn't escape. Her true goal was to find her son, and her failed relationship with Qiao Jingyan, along with her painful past of being married, made her close off. Is it that you can't forget that man? Zhan Sichen pressed her again. That man. Who? Qiao Jingyan. Chu Shi's mind was completely in disarray. Answer me. Zhan Sichen was eager to know the answer to this question, whether it was out of his desire for conquest or something else. No. Under Zhan Sichen's relentless questioning, Chu Shi answered decisively. In my heart, he has long been dead. Yes, in the first 2 years after Qiao Jingyan went missing, she desperately wanted to find him. Wanting to know the answer, she wanted to ask him why he disappeared and whether he ever truly loved her. But so many years had passed, and Chu Shi had long since let go. They had already parted ways. What good would knowing that do now? Thus, they ended the conversation in silence, leaving each other with some dignity. Really? Of course, he's long gone from my heart. Then forget him completely. As soon as those words fell, Zhan Sichen suddenly made a bold move. Chu Shi had been forcefully kissed by Zhan Sichen before, but this time was clearly different. This time, it didn't feel punitive. Rather, it felt like a form of conquest or an emotional release that had reached a certain level. Chu Shi looked at him in panic, and the close distance magnified his focus and seriousness, forcing her to close her eyes. And just then, Zhan Sichen's phone rang, and Chu Shi suddenly felt as if she had grasped a lifeline. Hand, phone. Chu Shi struggled to utter those 2 words, but it was in vain. Chapter 090. Let's work hard tonight. Daddy. The sound of a phone ringing seemed to have been automatically muted by Zhan Sichen, and he couldn't hear it at all. Instead, he expressed his dissatisfaction with Chu Shi's earlier distraction by giving her a light bite as punishment. Chu Shi dared not move again, completely turning into a well-behaved cat under his control. As the kiss continued, she felt increasingly oxygen-deprived, struggling to breathe. She clutched his shirt tightly, as if pleading with him to stop, and then, just as her consciousness began to drift, Zhan Sichen finally stopped. Looking at her flushed cheeks and uneven breaths, he smiled, a victorious smile of a hunter catching its prey. Seeing that smile and recalling his repeated forceful kisses, Chu Shi hated him so much that she raised her hand, wanting to slap him across the face, but unfortunately, her movements were always slower than his, and her wrist was easily captured by him. Are you angry? Zhan Sichen looked at her, the smile at the corner of his mouth unchanged. Wasn't the kiss quite pleasant just now? Zhan Sichen could certainly sense her reaction, an honest physical response. He felt that every kiss brought her pleasurable sensations. Shameless. Chu Shi struggled again, trying to slap him, but still failed. Remember your reaction just now. That was your truest response, and I like it. Just like the time he brought her home while she was asleep, he enjoyed her reactions. She was pleased, and so was Zhan Sichen. After saying that, Zhan Sichen released Chu Shi's wrist and stood up to take out his phone. It was a call from Junlin. Zhan Sichen walked aside to answer the phone. And on the other end, Dabai sounded unusually frustrated. In the beginning, during the days when he deliberately teased him, his daddy performed exceptionally well, cooking 3 meals a day with great care. But in recent days, it was as if he had completely forgotten about his son, ignoring him entirely. Daddy, where have you gone again? Are you not coming back tonight? Dabai asked. Zhan Sichen glanced at the time. It was getting late. The villa was not close to the city, and since the kids didn't have school tomorrow, there happened to be rooms available at the villa. If I don't go back tonight, will my Junlin be angry? Zhan Sichen asked tentatively. You are with Sister Shi? Not just her, there's also Dabai and Xiaobai. What? Zhan Sichen met his biological son? How amazing is that? You mean, you are with Dabai and Xiaobai? Have you seen Dabai? Dabai asked this with a hint of guilt, hoping he wouldn't be found out. I saw him. He really looks just like you. When I saw him for the first time, I thought he was you. The person he saw was none other than Junlin. It seemed he hadn't been found out. Dabai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You didn't lie, right? I'm also shocked that there is someone in this world who looks exactly like me. Do you like that, Dabai? I do, Zhan Sichen replied honestly. Maybe because he looks like you. Seeing him always makes me a bit dazed. As if he is my biological son. Hey. Daddy, don't tell Sister Shi that Xiaobai and I look identical. Wait until you marry her before telling her. By then, when he and Junlin switch back, no one will know. Okay, alright, then you four have fun. At this point, Dabai couldn't help but remind him again. Tonight you all stay overnight together. Daddy, you must seize this opportunity. Time waits for no one, you understand? Go for it. Waiting for your good news. After Dabai hung up, he immediately sent a message to Junlin. Junlin, you must perfectly match those two tonight. You have to do well. Seeing this message, Junlin felt an immense amount of pressure. Just then, he heard Chushi calling. Dabai, Xiaobai, it's getting late. We have to go down the mountain. Seeing Zhan Sichen on the phone, Chushi came to the children's playground to call for Dabai and Xiaobai. It was already dark, and they were still up the mountain. By the time they went down and returned home, it would be very late. What? We have to leave now? Xiaobai said unwillingly. I haven't played enough. This place is so much fun. With the task at hand, Junlin certainly couldn't let them go down the mountain, so he quickly added, yeah, Sister Shi. We have so many facilities we haven't played with yet. Why don't we stay at the villa tonight? Stay here? No, we have to go home tonight. Quickly put on your shoes and come out. No, tomorrow is the weekend, and we don't have to go to school. It's rare to come out to play. I don't want to go home. Xiaobai murmured. Exactly, Sister Shi. Let's stay here tonight. We promise we will behave. Just as Shi was about to say something, Zhan Sichen's voice came from behind. The kids are having fun, so don't spoil their mood. I've already booked a room. We are staying here tonight. Long live Daddy. Xiaobai and Junlin cheered immediately, while Chushi's face turned green. This man was doing it on purpose. Mr. Zhan, Mrs. Zhan, the room is ready. Please come with me, said the villa's staff respectfully. Dabai and Xiaobai will have dedicated attendance. You don't need to worry, Zhan Sichen explained to Chushi. Exactly, Sister Shi, you two go do your thing. Don't worry about me, Junlin quickly added. Yeah, Daddy, Sister Shi, you two have fun. Xiaobai had that mischievous smile on his face, which was simply infuriating. At this moment, with the staff present, Chushi couldn't explode in anger. She could only hold her breath and follow Zhan Sichen into the villa's guest room area. The guest room area was decorated very luxuriously, and Zhan Sichen had booked the largest top-floor suite, one with a mountain view where one could lie in bed and see the stars, particularly cozy. After the staff finally left, Chushi looked at Zhan Sichen angrily and questioned, Did you plan this all along? Unjust, Zhan Sichen explained. I just wanted to satisfy the kids. I just booked the room. There was absolutely no prior planning. Really not. Then why come all the way up to this villa just for dinner? This man clearly had ulterior motives. Instead of being angry, why not look at the stars? Zhan Sichen lay down on the bed first, looking up at the starry sky. Women get old when they're angry. Did he think she wanted to be angry? Wasn't it because he provoked her? Zhan Sichen lay on the bed looking at the stars and stopped talking, and Chushi had no choice but to lie down beside him. The moment she saw the stars, it felt as if all her unpleasantness was healed. Being on the mountain, coupled with being on the top floor, made the stars feel within reach, and tonight's night sky was so beautiful. It seemed even more beautiful than the night when they set sail. Chapter 091. What if I forcibly marry the woman I want? It's really strange that the two most romantic and enjoyable things in the world are both done with him. Watching the moon at sea and watching the stars in the mountains. These are things she never did with Qiao Jingyan before. In fact, during the years she dated Qiao Jingyan, they had very few opportunities to be alone together because he had so much work to do every day. According to him, he had to work hard to earn her father's approval, so he focused on his efforts and rarely did anything romantic for her. Saying that I want to lure you in and then let you go is not as accurate as saying you have many tricks up your sleeve, going to sea and stargazing in the mountains. Who would believe you never flirted with women before? After reflecting on her previous romance that lacked any romantic atmosphere, she looked at the man in front of her and thought, isn't he just a master in the field of love? If I really flirted with Oyaru like that, why would she be so eager for me? This thought was indeed piercing. If Oyaru heard it, wouldn't she go crazy? And that saying, not loving someone but having a child with them, is utterly hopeless. Unable to resist, Chushi shot back at him again. When this topic came up, Zhan Sichen was truly helpless and tried to explain. I have said, it's not the conventional way of having children that you imagine. Having a child with her is certainly not my choice. Upon hearing this, Chushi seemed to catch a hint of gossip and looked at Zhan Sichen in shock, asking, not voluntary? Did she drug you? Is she infatuated with you? What? When Zhan Sichen heard these two words, he really wanted to strangle her. What on earth is this woman thinking? Sorry, I was just guessing. Seeing Zhan Sichen's expression, Chushi immediately changed the subject, saying they should stop discussing this and continue watching the stars, which were indeed beautiful tonight. Now, Chushi regretted it deeply. Her mouth had been too reckless, and she wished she could slap herself. She thought changing the subject would help her temporarily avoid the awkwardness, but unexpectedly, Dr. Chu seems to care a lot about the matter of me having a child with Oyaru. Little did she know. Zhan Sichen was relentless and directly flipped her over, pinning her to the bed. This position was particularly dangerous, making Chu Shi too scared to move, her voice trembling. No. I was just curious. You can pretend I didn't ask. But you already asked. And your concern about this matter makes me think you have some intentions towards me. Intentions? She was about to blurt out his name, but suddenly remembered that if she called him by his full name again, he would probably punish her by kissing her. So she feigned ignorance and smiled, asking, Sichen, can you get off me? Let's talk properly. But as soon as she finished speaking, Zhan Sichen pressed down again, feeling his chest completely close to hers. Chu Shi instantly held her breath, her eyes wide open in shock as she stared at him. Chu Shi, I, Zhan Sichen, have never been that patient, especially not with women. I only tolerate you again and again. Zhan Sichen spoke these seemingly emotional words so close to her that it made Chu Shi's heart race, her pupils dilating in astonishment, and her mind began to race chaotically. You should know, if I want the woman I desire, what does it matter if I forcibly marry her? Do you think your repeated resistance is useful? The only reason I haven't forced you is that I'm afraid of hurting you. Do you understand? What? What did she just hear? He said she was the woman he wanted? He was afraid of hurting her. Is this a confession? No. Thinking of this, Chu Shi immediately slapped herself in the head mentally. She needed to wake up. This isn't a confession. She shouldn't be overly sentimental. It's just a man's desire for conquest. Yet even if it was just a desire for conquest, these words were still shocking to Chu Shi, leaving her speechless as she stared at Zhan Sichen. With his chest so close, she was sure he could clearly hear her racing heartbeat, and considering the dangerous position and distance, Chu Shi braced herself for the worst. Zhan Sichen was right. If he wanted to force her, what use would her resistance be? But just as she thought she would definitely be consumed by him tonight, he suddenly got up and said calmly, Tonight, you take Xiaobai, and I'll sleep with Dabai. It wasn't what she imagined. Until Zhan Sichen walked out of the room, Chu Shi still hadn't reacted, feeling grateful that he never forced her in this regard. As for Zhan Sichen wanting to sleep with her tonight, Junlin was particularly resentful and couldn't understand why they were staring at each other in the room. On such a wonderful night, are you sure you don't want to accompany Sister Shi and instead want to sleep with me? Junlin wanted to cry, especially wanting to cry. He thought he could successfully complete his mission, but unexpectedly. What? Future daddy is going to sleep with you, and you're not happy? I've been sleeping alone since I was over 1 year old. I never needed an adult to accompany me. Junlin was also quite speechless. Tonight, only 2 rooms were booked, so you'll have to make do. At this, Junlin's eyes nearly rolled back. If he wanted to, how could he only book 2 rooms? Why do you look so much like my son? Looking at Junlin in front of him, Zhan Sichen was in a daze. Again with this question, Junlin could only suppress his guilt and reply, I've never seen your son. How would I know if I look like him? Zhan Sichen took out his phone and found a picture of Junlin to show him. Looking at the photo of himself on the phone, Junlin felt this was quite ridiculous. It seems not just similar, it's almost identical, Zhan Sichen emphasized. So what does that prove? Junlin could only ramble on. There are so many people in the world. It's normal for a few to resemble each other. Xiaobai said she doesn't know who her daddy is. What about you? Did Chu Shi ever tell you? Did she show you a picture of your daddy? This. How should Junlin answer? He could only be unreasonable. Why are you asking so much? Junlin said fiercely. Sister, she said he has already passed away. Anyway, I've never seen him since I was little. Since sister, she has no man by her side, and we have no daddy. Just focus on your position. Why be so petty about it? Zhan Sichen. All right, I'll go sleep in the guest room by myself. You absolutely must not come in. Junlin said to Zhan Sichen, then walked into the guest room of the suite, directly closing the door and locking it from the inside. Meanwhile, in the room with Chu Shi, Xiaobai was also filled with resentment, particularly confused. Why am I here? Shouldn't daddy be here? Chapter 092. Don't worry. I won't embarrass you. Looking at Xiaobai's resentful expression, Chu Shi felt a bit heartbroken and asked, What's wrong? Aren't you happy that Sister Shi is keeping you company while you sleep? I'm happy, but such a rare opportunity tonight, and we have to do it like at home. Watching the stars together. Isn't that something couples do? And here we are, just the 2 of us, mother and daughter. It's a bit of a waste. Chu Shi really didn't know whether to laugh or cry upon hearing this. These 2 little rascals were practically pushing her towards Zhan Sichen without any conscience. Sigh. The person watching the stars isn't right. It feels like the stars aren't that beautiful anymore. Sister Shi, you can take your time watching. I'm going to sleep. After saying that, Xiaobai yawned widely and then burrowed into the quilt, falling asleep immediately. Chu Shi shook her head helplessly, lay down, and gazed at the stars in the sky. The night sky was truly beautiful. Looking at the stars, the words Zhan Sichen said to her floated in her mind. The woman he wanted? Thinking carefully, Zhan Sichen, regardless of his background or personal abilities, had pride in every aspect. Although he had a bad temper, to be fair, he was really patient with her. With this thought, she felt her heart once again in turmoil. She struggled. Was she overthinking? Shouldn't she completely move on from the past? Should she start a new life? Thinking about these things made it even harder for her to sleep, and she ended up overthinking all night. Because Xiaobai went to bed early, she woke up early the next day. The two of them tidied up a bit and then left the room. Madame Zhan was already up and breakfast was ready. Please follow me, the waiter said respectfully. Leading them, Sister Shi Xiaobai. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Junlin immediately called out to them. This was a private room in the restaurant, and the environment was superb. She lifted her gaze and saw Zhan Sichen sitting at the dining table. This man always looked so good, no matter the time. In contrast, she had dark circles under her eyes from not sleeping well the previous night. Good morning. She sat down opposite Zhan Sichen and politely greeted him. Good morning. Zhan Sichen replied and then asked, Did you sleep well last night? Not well, Xiaobai answered first. Sister, she was still awake when I went to sleep. And this morning when I woke up, Sister, she was lying there with her clothes still on, eyes wide open. She probably didn't sleep all night. You little brat. What nonsense are you talking about? She immediately felt guilty. I'm not talking nonsense. This is a logical deduction. Xiaobai continued to expose her. Just look at your panda eyes, and you'll know you definitely didn't sleep last night. You two adults are really something. You're about to get married, yet you're still shy? If you two slept together, you would definitely sleep well, but you don't want to. Qin Muyan, if you keep talking, I'm really going to get angry. This was the first time she called Xiaobai by her full name, and Xiaobai quickly covered her mouth, not daring to speak. She unintentionally glanced at Zhan Sichen and caught sight of his mischievous smile. She hurriedly lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. Daddy, this villa is great. Can we play here a few more days? Junlin tried to continue matchmaking. Yeah, Daddy, we don't start school until the day after tomorrow. We can play here for 2 more days, Xiaobai quickly chimed in. Zhan Sichen smiled apologetically and said, I'm really sorry, Dabai and Xiaobai. But Daddy has to go back today for work. There's a company event tomorrow night, and I have a lot to prepare for today. But don't worry. There will be many more opportunities like this in the future. I can take you out to play on weekends or holidays. Yay, long live Daddy. Xiaobai immediately cheered. Throughout this, she kept her head down, eating quietly, feeling too shy to look up or say anything. After finishing breakfast, they planned to head down the mountain. Zhan Sichen drove, with Shi in the passenger seat and the 2 kids in the back. She felt particularly embarrassed to make eye contact with him because her panda eyes completely gave her away. Once the car started, she kept looking out the window. Zhan Sichen turned on the car's sound system, and Taylor Swift's Enchanted slowly played. The melody was soft, and the rhythm was a bit lingering, like a rich cup of coffee, wrapping around her ears, long and lingering. Hey, it was enchanted to meet you. I've been enchanted to meet you. At this moment, listening to this song felt different. She didn't know if Zhan Sichen really liked her, but it was certain that he wanted to conquer her and marry her. Shi. While Shi was lost in thought, Zhan Sichen called her name, and she quickly came back to her senses, looking at him and asking, What? There will be many social elites at tomorrow night's banquet. This will be your first time appearing in public as my fiancée, so I hope you don't look like you do now. Upon hearing this, Shi instinctively touched her face, realizing her dark circles were heavy. Did she look particularly ugly right now? I understand. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you. I hope so. Zhan Sichen said. All the way, Zhan Sichen focused on driving, while the 2 little ones soon fell asleep in the back. The 2 of them didn't exchange much conversation, and Shi still kept looking out the window. It felt like a long time before they finally arrived at her home. Before she got out of the car, Zhan Sichen reminded her again, Get some rest early tonight. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow afternoon. Okay, Shi replied. Dabai Xiaobai. Be good and go home with mommy. Daddy has to go get busy. Okay, Daddy, take care of yourself, Xiaobai kindly reminded him. Shi took the 2 kids home. As soon as they entered the house, Aunt Wu hurried over and said to her, Xiaoyan, we have guests at home. They've been waiting for you for a long time. Guests? Who could it be? And so early? When she saw Yinqing stand up from the sofa and walk over, Shi was truly startled, and Junlin, who hadn't entered the door yet, was even more shocked. Why was her grandfather here? Xiaobai, I'll take you to the children's playground downstairs. Junlin quickly grabbed Xiaobai and rushed back into the elevator, luckily moving fast enough not to be spotted by Yinqing. Uncle O, seeing him made Shi's heart race. I'm really sorry to disturb you so early, Yinqing said politely. It's nothing, Shi replied, and then added, Uncle O, if you're coming, you could give me a call in advance, so you wouldn't have to wait for so long. It was my oversight. I didn't expect you to not be home so early. The implication was quite obvious. Did he also know that she was with Zhan Sichen last night? Chapter 093. Uiru saw her and was filled with murderous intent. Oyin Cheng's words were always sharp, so Chu Shi didn't respond much to this matter. Instead, she directly asked, I wonder why Uncle Oyin came to find me so early? Is there something you need? Oyin Cheng said, You should know that my wife has been diagnosed with stomach cancer. Ever since the surgery, her condition has not been good, and after the first chemotherapy, she felt even worse, to the point of having thoughts of ending her life recently. I suspect that the doctor's skills are lacking, so I thought of asking for your help. Upon hearing this request, Chu Shi felt a bit troubled because she really didn't want to deal with the Yuyans, so she attempted to decline politely. At the chemotherapy stage, it actually doesn't have much to do with medical skills. The reactions to chemotherapy vary from person to person. It may just be one of those who react particularly strongly to the chemotherapy. That said, since it's such a serious illness, it's still better to find a good doctor. At least we can feel more at ease. Thank you, Uncle Oyin, for your trust in me. But I dare not claim to have high medical skills, and am afraid I may not be able to handle it. Chu Shi, you are being modest. Anyone who can get into the Medical Research Institute in M country is a top-tier medical professional. Moreover, my son strongly recommends you. You know he is also a doctor. How could someone highly recommended by a peer be wrong? Oyin Cheng had completely flattered her, making it hard for Chu Shi to refuse. How could she decline further? Seeing that Chu Shi still had no intention of agreeing, Oyin Cheng continued, Chu Shi, you know I have been in business for many years. If it weren't for the fact that I truly have no other choice, I would never come to you to ask for help. Oyin Cheng's words did carry a hint of moral coercion, but it was quite effective, leaving Chu Shi with no room to refuse. Of course, your treatment for my wife will not be free. Saying this, Oyin Cheng took out a check from his bag, explaining, I initially wanted to transfer the money directly to you, but that would seem a bit too forceful, so I wrote a check instead. This is just a part. I will provide more later. Chu Shi looked down at the check. 3 million? It truly was a wealthy person. Uncle Oyin, I absolutely cannot accept this check. Chu Shi quickly pushed the check back. Is it because of something I said earlier that upset you? If so, I apologize. Of course not. Chu Shi was almost in tears. Wasn't this just coercive? It was clear he wouldn't give up until she agreed. Fine. Let's just consider it a consultation during her break. Uncle Oyin, you don't have to be so formal. I agree, but I really cannot accept the money. Chu Shi, I am so happy you can agree. I am very grateful. Oyin Cheng then said, I wonder if you have time to come over today? My wife's condition is really not good, and I am a bit worried. Okay. Chu Shi had no choice but to agree. Sitting in the same car with Oyin Cheng was like torture for Chu Shi, feeling uncomfortable throughout the ride. Finally arriving at the Oyin villa, the two got out of the car one after the other. As soon as they stepped into the hall, Chu Shi saw Uiru. Uiru was currently filming and had taken leave to come back because Mrs. Oyin's health was poor. Upon seeing her, Uiru still had that hateful look, as if she wanted to devour her. Yaru, Chu Shi is here specifically to see your mother. I won't allow you to be rude to anyone I bring. Oyin Cheng reminded Uiru. Dad, you are overthinking it. How could I be rude to Dr. Chu? Last time, I just said something online. And Zhan Sichen specially came to the set to find me, threatening me to apologize to her on Weibo. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. I wouldn't dare do it again. Uiru said sarcastically. However, what Uiru said surprised Chu Shi because she was unaware of these events. Zhan Sichen had even gone to Uiru's filming set for her. Uiru had apologized to her on Weibo. Was it during her hospitalization? It must have been. She hadn't followed any news during that time. Just avoid saying too much. Oyin Cheng reminded again, and then kindly said to Chu Shi, you don't need to worry about her. Come upstairs with me. Chu Shi nodded and followed Oyin Cheng upstairs. As they passed by Uiru, Chu Shi clearly felt the murderous intent. Yes, it was no exaggeration to call it that. Chu Shi ignored it. Upon entering the bedroom, seeing Mrs. Oyin again truly startled Chu Shi. At that moment, Mrs. Oyin was lying on the bed, pale and looking particularly haggard, having lost at least 20 pounds since the last time they met, with not a trace of vitality. Chu Shi has come. Upon seeing Chu Shi enter, Mrs. Oyin said weakly, I came to check on you. Chu Shi quickly smiled and said, and to do an examination for you. After saying that, Chu Shi walked to the bedside and opened her medical kit, while Oyin Cheng left the room. The previous doctors have examined her many times. There's no need. Even if she has been examined many times, it still needs to continue. Aunt, you can rest assured, it will be over soon. Chu Shi's tone now was as patient as if coaxing a child. After the examination, Chu Shi frowned secretly. The situation was indeed not optimistic. She gave Mrs. Oyin another injection. After this injection, you should feel a bit better and be able to eat normally. Then your illness will improve. Although they have been hiding it from me, I guessed my illness won't get better. At this point, Mrs. Oyin showed a particularly painful expression. At my age, I'm not afraid of dying. I just wish to see my 2 children get married. I can't die without seeing that. These words struck a chord with Chu Shi, touching her heart. Aunt, what nonsense are you saying? It's just a stomach ulcer. What do you mean by dying? You just have a strong reaction to the medication. It's a matter of personal constitution. Many people have allergies to various vaccines. This is normal. Once you stop the injections and medication, your body will naturally recover. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Oyen smiled and said, I hope so, Chu Shi. You've worked hard for me. I didn't want to trouble you, but Yin Chung insisted. Uncle is also concerned about you. For the sake of that concern, you cannot think negatively. Actively cooperate with the treatment, and your illness will get better. Hearing Chu Shi say this, Mrs. Oyen felt much more at ease. However, on the other side, Uru could not feel at ease. Dad, is she really going to be with Zhan Sichen? Uru was truly anxious. Oyen Chung did not answer directly, but instead opened his phone's photo album and handed it to her. Uru took it, and upon seeing those photos, her legs went weak. Chapter 094. The truth behind the DNA results. The photo was taken by Oyen Chung, showing Chu Shi getting off the car with Jun Lin Xiaobai this morning. Is Zhan Sichen already aware of this? Oyaru's voice trembled as she asked this. Not yet. He has already seen Chu Shi's 2 children and knows that Jun Lin looks exactly like Chu Shi's son. How could Zhan Sichen not suspect? Even if he finds out, what can he do? Oyen Chung said calmly. Dad, are you getting old and confused? If he finds out, we're in big trouble. And that old witch of his mother will go crazy. Just the thought of Oyaru made her feel terrified. That old witch might tear her apart. If she goes crazy, isn't that her own doing? Oyen Chung said slowly, under the engagement with you, sneaking around to find a woman to bear children for Zhan Sichen. Whatever the outcome, she has to bear it. I don't care what that old witch will do. I'm not afraid. Oyaru said cautiously, first going to the door to check outside, ensuring no one could hear, before lowering her voice, saying, I'm afraid that they will find out about the bribed doctor who altered the DNA results. If Zhan Sichen knows, he definitely won't let it go. At that time, Zhan Sichen had been in a coma for 2 or 3 years, and Oyaru was about to lose hope when she learned from the doctor that Zhan Sichen showed signs of waking up. Upon hearing this, Oyaru was overjoyed. But at the same time, she learned another piece of news from the doctor. The old lady Zhan secretly found a woman for Zhan Sichen to have children with. And it was triplets, about to be born soon. Dad, that old witch actually found a woman to have children for Sichen behind our backs. And that woman is about to give birth. What should we do? After learning this news, Oyaru cried and made a scene in front of Oyen Chung. Triplets. Once that woman gives birth and Sichen wakes up, she will be the legitimate Mrs. Zhan. What should I do? What should I do? When Oyen Chung heard this news, he was also filled with righteous indignation, but felt even more heartache for his daughter. So he advised, that old lady is really doing everything to secure an heir for the Zhan family. Yaru, since things have come to this, let it be. There are plenty of good men in the world. Why bother? I want tea. Oyaru cried even harder. I've liked Zhan Sichen since I was a child, and I will marry no one else. If I had known he would wake up, I would have had his children long ago. Who knew? I don't care. I've waited for him for so many years. Now that he is finally waking up, how can I just let Mrs. Zhan's position go to someone else? I don't want to. If that is the case, I might as well die. At that moment, Oyaru was thinking that if she couldn't marry Zhan Sichen, she would rather die, which truly gave Oyen Chung a headache. Well, you said it yourself. That woman is about to give birth. What can you do? Dad, please help me. Oyaru cried and begged Oyen Chung. I know you must have a way to drive that woman away. Sichen is mine. The identity of Mrs. Zhan can only be mine. Dad, if you don't help me, I'll really die in front of you. All right, leave this matter to me. In the end, Oyen Chung agreed. He secretly encouraged the old lady Zhan to have a DNA test just in case, then bribed the doctor to falsify the DNA results. He thought that once the old lady knew that the children in that woman's belly were not from the Zhan family, she would just kick the pregnant woman out. Unexpectedly. Dead. When Oyaru heard this news, she was shocked. That woman and the 2 children died. Yes, only one child is left. Oyen Chung said coldly. Life and death are fated. One can only blame that woman for being short-lived. Then, isn't there's still one child left? If that old witch suddenly decides to test the DNA again, then, don't worry, I have a way. Oyen Chung went to find the old lady Zhan with a stern attitude, confronting her about secretly finding a woman to bear children for Zhan Sichen under the engagement. Facing Oyen Chung, the old lady Zhan also felt guilty. I didn't want to hide it, but our Zhan family must have an heir. The woman I found to bear children for Sichen was initially Yaru, but Yaru's mother refused, and I had no choice. Old lady, you were too anxious. Which is why you almost got tricked by that woman. Now that Sichen has woken up, Yaru still has a deep affection for him. and Yaru will give him children in the future. As for that illegitimate child, just throw it in some orphanage. That probably won't work, the old lady Zhan said. Once that child is born, Sichen will wake up. I feel there is some connection. I specially consulted a master, and he said this child is our Zhan family's lucky star. Keeping him will ensure Sichen's health and the prosperity of the Zhan family. Old lady, what era is this? You're being superstitious, which is unacceptable. It's better to believe than not. If you insist on keeping this illegitimate child, what will happen to Yaru? The old lady Zhan pondered for a while and said, how about this? Tell Sichen that this child was born to Yaru. That way, Sichen will have no reason not to marry Yaru. You want Yaru to be a mother to this illegitimate child? Old lady, Yaru has grown up under your watch. How can you? Hearing this idea, Yinxing was particularly furious, but unexpectedly, Yaru agreed immediately. I agree. This way, Sichen can't not marry me. Just like that, things seemed to progress smoothly. It was thought that life would be peaceful from then on. But who would have thought that the woman and the 2 children were not dead? They actually came back. She turned out to be Qin Muyan from back then. This shameless woman has such a strong life force. She is the woman who gave birth to Zhan Sichen's children back then. And Yaru only recently learned this from Yinxing, shocked and speechless for a long time. That woman really has a strong life. Yinxing murmured. Recalling the difficult childbirth and the recent car accident, she actually survived. She returned with 2 children, and it's only a matter of time before she is exposed. Dad, what should we? No need to panic. Yinxing said calmly. The doctor I bribed has already retired and gone abroad. The Zhan family won't find him. If they can't find him, they won't trace it back to us. If Zhan Sichen really wants to blame someone, he can only blame that old lady. By then, they will fall out, and we'll have a show to watch. But Zhan Sichen is not so easily fooled. He is. Just as Yaru was about to say more, she heard footsteps on the stairs. Yinxing quickly signaled her to be quiet. Yinxing went out and saw Shi coming out of Madame O's room. He put on a friendly smile like a chameleon. Have you finished the checkup? Shi, you've worked hard. Chapter 095. Another sweet kiss. And O's physical condition was indeed very poor. Besides medication, she also needed more emotional support. As her mood was an important factor affecting her illness, she said slowly. That's only natural. I've already turned down all my work to stay home with her. Yinxing replied. That's good, she said. I'll come by again for the next chemotherapy session. In the meantime, if Anno feels any discomfort, you can call me. You've worked so hard. I've already instructed the kitchen to prepare lunch for you, Yinxing said. No need, Shi quickly refused. I'd rather go home to take care of the kids than eat with you too. In that case, I won't keep you, Yinxing said, walking her to the yard. Suddenly, he asked, Shi, are you and Zhan Sichen getting married soon? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Shi didn't know how to respond. Before she could answer, Yinxing added, if you two are getting married, I wish you well. But I truly consider Zhan Sichen like my own son, and no one wants to see their son being deceived. I hope you can be honest with him. Again with this question. I understand, Shi said slowly. I'll take my leave now, Uncle O. All right, go home and rest. You've really worked hard today, Yinxing said, arranging a car for her and watching her leave. After she left, Yaru still felt uneasy and looked at Yinxing with concern, asking, Dad, is this really okay? As long as you don't show any signs of guilt, there won't be any problems, Yinxing assured her. Yaru fell silent, followed by feelings of anger and frustration. She kicked over a flower pot and cursed, I really feel pathetic. I've been that little brat's mother for so many years just to become his legitimate wife. Who would have thought that in the end, I'd lose everything? I hate it. If I had known Zhan Sichen was so heartless, I shouldn't have done all those foolish things for him. Yaru now truly regretted her actions. While Yinxing said, now that things are out in the open, what's the use of saying all this? As long as we firmly claim ignorance, this fire won't burn us. Just relax. Hearing Yinxing say this, Yaru felt a little reassured. After all, with her father around for so many years, there was nothing that couldn't be resolved. After returning home, Shi kept thinking about Yinxing's words. Zhan Sichen really wanted to marry her and was honest with her. Therefore, she shouldn't deceive him about her past. That wouldn't be fair to him. After much contemplation, Shi decided to tell him everything that had happened before. If he accepted it, the weight on her heart would be lifted. If not, it would be better to end things early before they truly began. So, after leaving the O family, she went to Huaqin International. As the openly acknowledged young mistress here, no one would stop her from finding Zhan Sichen. After asking Lin Wei, she learned that Zhan Sichen was alone in his office, so she mustered her courage and knocked on the door. Since she had decided to confront her past, she would accept it openly. She needed to tell Zhan Sichen everything about her past. Thinking about this made her very nervous about how he would react. Come in. Hearing Zhan Sichen's voice, Chu pushed the door open and walked in. She was surprised to see him. What are you doing here? Chu gathered her courage and said directly, I wanted to talk to you. Do you have time now? It's unfortunate that you're here. The director of the construction bureau is coming to the site soon, and I need to go. Oh, then you can go ahead, Chu said, feeling a bit foolish for coming during his work hours. Perhaps she was afraid that the courage born from her impulse would fade away. Seeing that Chu looked a little disappointed, Zhan Sichen smiled indulgently, walked over to her side, and said, I'm quite surprised that you came to the company to find me. What? Have you thought it over and want to go get the marriage certificate with me? This man really cared about getting married. Don't make that face. I'm joking, Zhan Sichen said, bending down slightly to look at her face closely. He smiled again, his tone gentle. Why are you so disobedient? Didn't I tell you to go home and sleep? Look at those dark circles under your eyes. Chu quickly touched her eyes, feeling a bit embarrassed at his words. She must look terrible like this, right? Go home and sleep. Rest well these next few days. I'll pick you up tomorrow afternoon, Zhan Sichen said, taking her hand. The sensation felt electrifying, making her feel as if her body was no longer her own. And she let him lead her outside. Just as I need to go out now, I'll take you home first. Zhan Sichen held her hand and walked out of his office, then entered the elevator. Inside the elevator, it was just the two of them. Zhan Sichen released her hand and said, Everyone in the company knows you're my fiancée. You need to play this role well. Zhan Sichen's words and actions had already made his hint very clear. Chu leaned closer, wrapped her arms around his, and rested against him. Is this okay? She asked cautiously. Not too stupid. Zhan Sichen smiled with satisfaction. When the elevator doors opened, they walked out together. President Zhan, young mistress. As they passed by, everyone greeted them respectfully. This was their first time being so intimate in the company, and as they walked past, they could hear the envious discussions surrounding them. Once they exited the company, Chu said, If you have work, go ahead and take care of it. I can walk back by myself. Zhan Sichen replied lightly. When you get home, sleep right away. If you don't behave, I might have to punish you. Got it. Chu said with a caring reminder. You go ahead and be safe on the construction site. As soon as Chu finished speaking, Zhan Sichen gave her a quick peck on the lips and then turned to get in the car. The car drove away, and it seemed like Chu hadn't even reacted yet. Feeling particularly slow on the uptake, she touched her lips and suddenly felt a sweetness. Along with that fluttery feeling reminiscent of first love. This man claims he's not a master of romance. Every time, he teases her, stopping just at the crucial moment. Isn't this exactly what he calls the art of seduction? Poor her. Even after being in a relationship once, she still couldn't take the initiative in matters of the heart. Chapter 096. Chu in a dress looks so beautiful after returning home. Chu lay on her bed and occasionally touched her lips, unable to control the corners of her mouth from curling up. Sister haven't you slept yet? Why do you look like you just had a spring dream? Xiaobai happened to walk in and asked seriously. You're such a brat. I've recently noticed that your mouth is getting more and more out of control. What does a little girl like you know about spring dreams? Chu remarked, realizing that Xiaobai had been making flirtatious comments a lot lately. I'm not a 3-year-old. Of course, I know, Xiaobai insisted. The people in love on TV who giggle are just like you right now. Are they? Do I? Chu asked, feeling a bit flustered. Go to your homework quickly. I want to sleep now. Chu said this to Xiaobai, fearing that if they continued talking, she would really become shy and embarrassed, then turned over and covered her head with the blanket. Xiaobai had no choice but to leave the bedroom and close the door behind her. Once outside, she saw Junlin and, with a mischievous grin, said, this time, those two are definitely in love. I'm about to become the daughter of a billionaire. It feels a bit like a dream. Yeah. Then you'll be a little princess. If you like money, I'll ask Daddy to give you all his money, Junlin said happily. To this, Xiaobai rolled her eyes and retorted, Dubai, are you out of your mind? Daddy is good to both of us, but he has a biological son. So the inheritance will naturally go to his real son. You talk as if you are his real son. Junlin. By the way, when we were in the car, I heard Daddy say there's a banquet tomorrow night. There must be a lot of delicious food, and I want to go. Actually, Junlin had heard about it too, but since people from his father's company knew him, if he went as Dubai, it would instantly become a big deal. Xiaobai, that kind of banquet is crowded and chaotic. It's not suitable for us kids to go, Junlin advised. But I've never seen such a scene. I want to experience it, she insisted. That kind of formal occasion is not suitable for us kids to attend. Seeing Xiaobai getting a bit angry, Junlin hurriedly said, How about this? To make it up to you, I'll take you to buy a gift now. You can buy whatever you want. Really? Xiaobai asked. I can buy whatever I want to eat? Of course, Junlin said with excitement. Xiaobai was particularly happy and ran over to hug Junlin, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Dubai, I love how you pamper your little sister. Junlin felt a bit shy from the kiss, but also smiled happily. The next afternoon, after waking up from her nap, Chu heard the doorbell and immediately got up. She thought it was Zhan Sichen, but it wasn't. It was two makeup artists, one of whom was carrying a box containing the dress Zhan Sichen had specially ordered for the banquet. Mrs. Zhan, hello. We are the makeup artists arranged for you by Mr. Zhan, here to do your makeup in advance. She hadn't expected this, so she had to obediently comply. Mrs. Zhan is truly naturally beautiful, an absolute beauty. I have been a makeup artist for so many years and have never seen a woman as beautiful as Mrs. Zhan. One of the makeup artists praised as she worked. Of course, my sister, she is a stunning beauty, Xiaobai chimed in. You little brat, you're being too talkative. She said. I'm just stating the facts. A stunning beauty is a stunning beauty. Kids should be honest, Xiaobai replied. Hearing this, the makeup artist smiled affectionately and complimented. Your daughter is really adorable. She has inherited the excellent genes of you and Mr. Zhan. She looks just like a doll. So beautiful. Her and Zhan Sichen. She could only smile awkwardly yet politely. After finishing Chu's makeup, the makeup artist took out the dress from the box, and they helped her put it on. Wow, sister you look so beautiful, like a princess from a fairy tale. Xiaobai exclaimed. Yes, sister so beautiful. Junlin praised repeatedly. At that moment, the doorbell rang again, and this time it was Zhan Sichen. As soon as he entered, Xiaobai pulled him over by the hand. Daddy, come quickly and see sister She looks so beautiful in her dress. When Zhan Sichen entered, she lowered her head shyly. Daddy, isn't my sister she's stunning? Xiaobai asked again. Zhan Sichen had to admit that he was indeed amazed by her appearance. With a fresh and elegant light makeup resembling a blooming lotus, her bright eyes sparkled, and she wore a light blue strapless evening gown that complemented her makeup. The clever choice of accessories added to her beauty. She was stunningly beautiful, radiating the grace of a noble lady, perfectly embodying the look. Perfect. Zhan Sichen couldn't help but praise. Is it time? Shall we go? Zhan Sichen said softly to Chu Chu replied. Make sure you have fun at the banquet, Daddy and Sister The two little ones watched them leave, and after they were gone, Xiaobai sighed again. The phrase talented man and beautiful woman must have been tailored for them, right? They are such a perfect match. Zhan Sichen took her to the venue of the ball, and as soon as they entered the hall, it was resplendent with gold and jade, combining classical palace charm with a hint of European palace elegance, making for a visually pleasing blend of East and West. The attendees of this ball were all elites from various fields, with gentlemen dressed appropriately and ladies in dazzling attire. Truly eye-catching. With Zhan Sichen's appearance, all eyes in the hall turned toward the entrance. Since his accident, he had rarely appeared in public. It was rare for him to be the main character at this entertainment venue's opening banquet, naturally attracting everyone's attention, including those who had never had the chance to meet him. Is this Mr. Zhan's partner for tonight? So beautiful. Seeing Chu beside Zhan Sichen, they naturally wanted to find topics to discuss. This is my fiancé, Chu Zhan Sichen introduced casually. This sentence gave Chu a sense of security, and she graciously played the role of his fiancé. It's a great honor to meet so many business elites today. My name is Chu, and I'm a doctor. She introduced herself confidently. Truly worthy of being the woman Mr. Zhan has chosen. Her looks surpass even the female stars of the entertainment industry. Someone remarked. Yes, being with Mr. Zhan is indeed a match made in heaven. What a pair of extraordinary beauties. The praises poured in, and Chu responded gracefully, clearly making Zhan Sichen very satisfied. But what happened next? Chapter 97. Goodbye old love afterward. Zhan Sichen naturally introduced her to these business tycoons. Although she had been away from this lifestyle for 6 or 7 years, she was, after all, a young lady by birth, so she handled it with ease. Zhan Sichen was surprised by Chu's poise in such a grand occasion. She was quite familiar with some etiquette and social methods. The smooth jazz music flowed softly, and everyone instinctively paired off to dance. Zhan Sichen wrapped his arm around Chu's waist, and she naturally placed her hand on his shoulder. They moved in perfect harmony, every gesture synchronized flawlessly. You performed very well just now, Zhan Sichen complimented her, then curiously asked, have you often attended such banquets before? If not, you wouldn't be so at ease. Not really. Chu replied. When my father was still around, he would take me to such occasions. Chu had indeed mentioned before that she was born into a wealthy family, and it seemed that her previous background was not simply affluent. This piques my interest in your past, Zhan Sichen said. In fact, Chu had planned to tell him about it, but you wouldn't want me to talk about it in such a setting, would you? As soon as she finished speaking, his arm around her waist tightened, almost lifting her off the ground. No, I want you to tell me slowly later. He whispered this close to her ear, which sent a shiver down her spine, but outwardly, Chu remained composed, continuing to dance gracefully with him. Zhan Sichen was very pleased, feeling that the more he interacted with Chu, the more it stirred his curiosity. After a while, a few exclamations came from the entrance, faintly reaching Chu's ears. "Isn't that young Master Gavin from Far East International? I saw in the news that Far East International has established a construction company, and their first project is Mr. Zhan's entertainment city. Truly remarkable. I've heard too many rumors about young Master Qiao. In just 5 or 6 years, he became the vice chairman of Far East International, a true business legend. Indeed, seeing him today, he really is extraordinary." Chu had already heard many such compliments earlier. In such settings, they were nothing unusual, and she didn't pay them much mind. But unexpectedly, "You flatter me. The construction company under Far East International has just started, and I'm new to Nancheng, so I hope the seniors can guide me." That voice. She turned to look toward the entrance, and when she clearly saw his face, her heart seemed to stop, and her dancing became frantic, causing her to step on Zhan Sichen's foot. I'm sorry. Realizing she had stepped on Zhan Sichen, Chu hurriedly apologized, fearing that this action would attract Xiao Jingyan's attention. She quickly lowered her head and pretended to continue dancing with Zhan Sichen as if nothing happened. But how could she truly act as if nothing was wrong? Her heart was in a turmoil. 7 years had passed. This man had disappeared from her world for a full 7 years. She had once imagined the scenario of meeting him again, but she never expected it to be like this. How could he suddenly appear here? Did those people just say he is now Zhan Sichen's business partner? What a coincidence. Chu Shi. Hearing Zhan Sichen calling her, she hurriedly snapped back to reality and looked at him, asking, "What's wrong? What is it?" "It's you who seems to be in a state." Zhan Sichen could clearly see her panic. "And nothing." Chu forced a smile and fell silent. Zhan Sichen's gaze also turned to Xiao Jingyan. He was certain that she had only lost her composure after seeing him. Xiao Jingyan. He also recalled what Xiao Jingyan had previously told him, that his girlfriend was in this city, and he loved her dearly, but in the end, they could not be together. "Chu, let me introduce you to my current business partner." Zhan Sichen stopped dancing and took her hand. Is he really going to take her to meet Xiao Jingyan? Chu froze for a moment, realizing her reluctance. Zhan Sichen intentionally asked, "What's wrong? Don't want to go?" "Not that." Upon seeing Xiao Jingyan, Chu instinctively wanted to avoid him, to find an excuse to leave quickly. But when Zhan Sichen asked, she suddenly changed her mind and remembered a phrase Zhan Sichen had once told her. To get out of pain, you must face the pain directly. Since he was now Zhan Sichen's business partner, future encounters were inevitable. Moreover, she was now Chu, and she had lived again. "Let us go?" Chu smiled at Zhan Sichen and naturally took his arm, which surprised him. He had thought she would find an excuse to leave. "Mr. Qiao is late today." Zhan Sichen approached, and the people surrounding Xiao Jingyan naturally dispersed. Upon hearing Zhan Sichen's words, Xiao Jingyan apologized. "There was a car problem on the way. I hope Mr. Zhan won't hold it against me." "How could I?" After speaking, Zhan Sichen wrapped his arm around Chu and said, "Let me introduce you. This is my current business partner, Mr. Xiao Jingyan of Far East Construction, and this is my fiancée." Only then did Xiao Jingyan's gaze turn to Chu, and Zhan Sichen's eyes never left Xiao Jingyan's face, observing his reaction. Indeed, when Xiao Jingyan saw Chu, he was shocked. Although he maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes clearly betrayed him, but it was fleeting. He quickly regained his composure. "Hello, Mr. Qiao." Chu smiled gently, poised and composed, her tone calm and relaxed. The elegance of her expensive evening gown radiating nobility. "I'm Chu. Chu. Upon hearing her name, Xiao Jingyan smiled lightly and extended his hand in a gentlemanly manner. "Hello, I'm Gavin Xiao Jingyan." Chu also extended her hand and shook it lightly before pulling it back. She was surprised by Xiao Jingyan's calmness. He treated her like a stranger. Did he really not recognize her? Or was he pretending? She didn't know. She had once thought she understood this man well. But at the moment he disappeared from her world, she realized she had never truly known him. "Mr. Zhan's fiancée, is so beautiful." Xiao Jingyan complimented. "The woman I choose is naturally a phoenix." Zhan Sichen was not modest at all, and when he raised his eyes to look at Zhan Sichen, Chu was sure he had seen through everything. Afterward, Chu obediently accompanied Zhan Sichen for the ribbon-cutting ceremony, standing elegantly beside him as he spoke. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingyan's gaze remained fixed on Chu, his calm expression hiding something. Chapter 098. Acting? Design? After midnight, the banquet finally came to an end, and the guests gradually left. As the host, Chu naturally stayed with Zhan Sichen until the last moment. It was getting late, and Mr. Zhan and Mrs. Zhan should go home to rest early. In the end, Xiao Jingyan casually said this before turning to leave. Chu Shi still felt that he was calm and indifferent, as if he really didn't know her. She secretly gasped, feeling both sad for herself and somewhat relieved, as their next meeting felt like that of strangers. Without disturbing each other, after sending off all the guests, Chu Shi followed Zhan Sichen to the car. She knew he had seen through everything. She thought he would angrily question her, but to her surprise, he was very calm. He didn't ask her anything, and the car played soothing light music. Since he didn't speak, she also didn't take the initiative to say anything. When the car arrived at her home, after it stopped, Zhan Sichen reminded her, "You've had a long day, hurry back and rest." "Okay, you too." After saying this, Chu Shi pushed the door open and got out of the car, then stood by the roadside, watching his car leave. Zhan Sichen's silence made her feel uneasy, as it was already late at night, and both children were asleep. Seeing that Wu Ma was still awake, Chu Shi asked, "It's so late, Wu Ma. Aren't you going to rest?" "I'm old, I need less sleep." Wu Ma looked at her outfit, showing a proud smile like a mother. "Xiaoyan, you look really beautiful in this." Chu Shi just smiled faintly, and then Wu Ma asked, "How was the banquet today? After so many years away from such occasions, are you still used to it?" "Not really, it's just." Since Wu Ma wasn't an outsider, and there was no one else to talk to, she confessed, "I saw Qiao Jingyan." "What?" Wu Ma was shocked. That scumbag suddenly came back. He also attended the banquet? Chu Shi nodded and replied honestly, "Not only that, he is now Zhan Sichen's business partner." "I heard a bit. It seems he is doing quite well now, a senior executive at Far East Construction." This scumbag has always been unscrupulous to climb up the ranks. At this point, Wu Ma couldn't help but open up. The old master was right. He was with you for the status of the eldest daughter of the Qin family, wanting to climb up in the company. Although the old master was dissatisfied with him at first, he later valued him greatly. But when something happened, he ran away. Such a person is truly heartless. Speaking of Qiao Jingyan, Wu Ma was even angrier than Chu Shi. After finishing, she looked at Chu Shi and, fearing she would be upset, stopped talking and asked, "What was his reaction when he saw you?" "No reaction at all, as if he didn't know me." After saying this, Chu Shi sighed, and then pretended to relax with a smile, saying, "This outcome is the best. No matter if he is pretending, treating each other like strangers is great." "That's good to hear, Xiaoyan. Mr. Zhan treats you well, don't be confused." "I know." Chu Shi nodded. Although she felt uncertain since Zhan Sichen didn't ask her anything, she was actually quite grateful. When he was less busy, she would definitely tell him all about her past honestly. That night, Zhan Sichen also didn't go home, but stayed directly in the company's lounge. Standing by the window, he could see the light in Chu Shi's bedroom still on. Suddenly seeing an old love, was he unable to sleep all night? Thinking of this, Zhan Sichen angrily pulled the curtains shut, his mind filled with thoughts of what she said about Jingyan and her mention of her husband having passed away, which kept him awake all night. The next morning, Lin Wei was waiting outside his office to report on work when he had already arrived. "Good morning, Mr. Zhan." Lin Wei entered his office and handed him a supplementary agreement. "This is a supplementary agreement signed with Far East Construction. Mr. Zhan, please take a look." Zhan Sichen quickly scanned it and found no major issues, but "I think some parts of this supplementary agreement have some problems. Call Qiao Jingyan and ask him to come over." "Understood, Mr. Zhan." Lin Wei immediately called Qiao Jingyan. Qiao Jingyan was quick to respond and arrived in just over 10 minutes, sitting down opposite Zhan Sichen, asking, "Which clauses in the supplementary agreement does Mr. Zhan think are inappropriate?" "There is nothing major, just some minor details that need to be revised." Zhan Sichen handed it to him, with markings already made on it. "Okay, I'll have them revise these immediately," Qiao Jingyan quickly replied. Then Zhan Sichen smiled coldly and pretended to chat casually, asking, "Didn't you say your ex-girlfriend was in Nanjing?" Upon hearing this question, Qiao Jingyan appeared unfazed and calmly replied, "Yes." Curious, Zhan Sichen asked, what kind of girl could make Qiao Jingyan remember her so fondly? Qiao Jingyan smiled slightly and answered, "Just an ordinary girl, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder, so I think she is perfect." "And compared to my wife?" The smile on Qiao Jingyan's face stiffened slightly, but it was hard to detect. He answered appropriately, in terms of appearance, figure, demeanor, in every aspect. "She cannot be compared to Mrs. Zhan." "Really?" Zhan Sichen snorted coldly. Qiao Jingyan awkwardly smiled, and then asked, "Are there any other matters, Mr. Zhan? If not, I'll get back to revising this supplementary agreement." "Not in a hurry." Zhan Sichen looked at the time and said, "Let us have lunch together today. This time, I'll treat." "Sure." Qiao Jingyan could only agree. "I have a small meeting coming up, so please wait for me for a bit." "Of course, Mr. Zhan. You're busy," Qiao Jingyan said politely. After that, Zhan Sichen left the office. Once outside, he glanced back and thought, quite tough. As he entered the elevator, Zhan Sichen called Chu Shi. When the phone rang, she was still drowsy in bed, as she hadn't slept well the previous night. Hello, Sichen. She didn't expect to receive a call from Zhan Sichen during work hours. Still sleeping? No, I'm awake. Good, come to my office now. Didn't you say you had something to tell me last time? Are you not busy now? Not busy. Okay, I'll be there right away. After hanging up, she quickly got out of bed. Zhan Sichen, after finishing the call, felt somewhat guilty, but he couldn't accept the two of them acting in front of him. She quickly tidied herself up and hurried into Huaqing International. Perhaps feeling a bit nervous, she just wanted to finish what she had to say, so she could at least set her mind at ease. Since Zhan Sichen had proactively asked her to come to his office, she didn't knock and directly pushed the door open, only to find that the person in his office was not Zhan Sichen, but Qiao Jingyan. Chapter 099, Quarrel. When she saw Qiao Jingyan, she was momentarily frozen like a statue. She didn't expect to meet him so soon, and it was just the two of them. I'm here to find Sichen, is he not here? She forced herself to ask him. Oh, President Zhan just said he had a small meeting and asked me to wait here for him. We're having lunch together later. What? A meeting? Didn't he call me to come find him? At this thought, Chu's mind buzzed, and she suddenly understood. She then noticed the surveillance camera in the corner of his office. Sichen must be watching her on the monitor right now, right? In that moment, her nose tinged with a sourness, and her eyes began to well up. She had originally planned to explain everything to Sichen, but it turned out to be this kind of test. She quickly forced a smile, afraid that Qiao Jingyan would see her reaction, and said, I came at the wrong time. You wait here, I'll leave first. After saying that, she hurriedly turned to leave. The moment she turned around, tears fell down her cheeks, and she quickly raised her hand to wipe them away, rushing into the elevator. At this moment, she felt like a foolish idiot, rushing over after receiving a call, only to find it was a trap. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and standing outside was Zhan Sichen. He was indeed in front of the monitor, otherwise he wouldn't have appeared so promptly as she left. Zhan Sichen, what do you mean? She looked at him and asked word by word. Is this all just for your amusement? Is watching a show that enjoyable for you? Zhan Sichen knew that what he was doing was not honorable, but I never wanted to think this way. So am I forcing you? She continued to question. What conclusion have you drawn now? Just a few words exchanged with Qiao Jingyan in the office. What conclusion did he come to? Is the conclusion not obvious? Zhan Sichen was also getting angry. Do you think you've hidden it too well? Or do you think I'm a fool? I never thought of you as a fool. If you want to know, you can ask. There's no need to do this. She was genuinely angry. Haven't I asked these questions before? Zhan Sichen directly retorted. I repeatedly reminded you not to fabricate your resume, and I asked you about your husband multiple times, but what did you say? You said that man was named Qin Muyan, and you said your husband had passed away. Now what? Who is this Qiao Jingyan? Zhan Sichen would never resort to such means unless absolutely necessary. He had repeatedly asked and still received lies. She was suddenly at a loss for words. She had indeed lied to him before. She didn't want to and didn't have the courage to talk about her past, but now she wanted to say it. Yet it was too late. Continue explaining. Why aren't you speaking? Seeing she remained silent. Zhan Sichen moved closer, his tone growing colder. Or are you going to come up with more lies to deceive me? Ask yourself, how many of the things you've told me are true? From beginning to end, it's all lies. Do you enjoy deceiving me like I'm a fool? Do you enjoy putting on an innocent act in front of me? This series of questions felt like a sharp blade stabbing into her vital points. How many of her words were true? Yes, how many were? Back then, she never thought of truly having anything with this man. She never intended to deceive him. There was no need for her to speak. Now she wanted to be serious about being with him, but unfortunately, you talk to me. Seeing she's still not speaking, Zhan Sichen shouted at her, startling her. They were just outside the elevator, in a public area, and some employees passing by turned pale at the scene. President Zhan Tai. All of you get out of here. Zhan Sichen growled. The frightened employees immediately dispersed. In a public area, arguing like this was bound to have a bad impact. Zhan Sichen grabbed her wrist and pulled her forward, trying to take her into a room. But she resisted fiercely, struggling not to go with him. The angrier Zhan Sichen got, the stronger he became as she struggled. Zhan Sichen, let go of me, let go. She exerted all her strength to hold on. Due to her intense reaction, Zhan Sichen's hand slipped, and he reminded her, you better behave. With that jerk and her wild struggles, her wrist slipped from his grasp, and due to inertia, she fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Zhan Sichen instinctively felt a pang of pain and wanted to help her, but his body stiffened. It wasn't just his anger, she really had fallen hard. Chu's long-suppressed tears fell at once, and she struggled to stand up from the ground, looking at him and saying, yes, you're right. Very few of the things I said to you were true. I'm just a woman full of lies, hypocritical, and scheming. The name Qin Muyan, and that he died. All lies. The truth is, after our family fell from grace, he abandoned me. And me? I was particularly pathetic. After all these years, I couldn't forget him. I gave up my position at the Country Medical Research Institute and returned to Nanjing to find him, but I never found him, and then I met you. At first, I never thought of marrying you, but later I realized I couldn't find him. You have money, and you're good to my child. Why shouldn't I? All my refusals were just to lure you in. All my pride was an act. I'm just a cheap woman, a particularly cheap woman. Are you satisfied now? Chu Shi. Hearing her words, Zhan Sichen's veins bulged, and he felt an impulse to strangle her. Chu Shi felt her emotions on the verge of collapse, trembling all over, and couldn't hold on any longer. She said nothing more and ran out crying. But after running outside the company, she had no strength left and almost fell to the roadside, forcing herself to stop and catch her breath. Just then, a car stopped beside her, followed by the sound of a car door opening, and then, "Are you okay?" It was Qiao Jingyan's concerned voice in her ear. Just moments ago, Lin Wei had told him not to wait anymore. The lunch meeting was cancelled, and Qiao Jingyan had left immediately. Now, Chu Shi was in a sorry state, and she didn't want to see Qiao Jingyan the most, but she had laid bare her vulnerable side for him to see. This must have been Zhan Sichen's arrangement, right? Wanting to test if Qiao Jingyan would be unable to resist seeing her like this? Haraha. Chu Shi mocked herself sadly in her heart. And looking at Qiao Jingyan in front of her, she suddenly understood the true faces of these men. Chapter 100. Chu Shi understood that no one could be relied upon except herself. Chu Shi looked at Qiao Jingyan in front of her, noticing the unfamiliarity in his eyes at this moment. She understood why he pretended not to know her. Although his current identity was a collaborator with Zhan Sichen, it was clear that Zhan Sichen held the dominant position in this partnership. If Zhan Sichen found out that he was once her old flame, he would dismiss him as a partner on a whim. Therefore, in the eyes of these men, in front of the power and dignity they desired, women and feelings became worthless. But pitifully, she was the one who had given her all. Ridiculous, pitiful, sad, and hateful. Chu Shi was not wrong in her thoughts. At that moment, Zhan Sichen was standing in front of the office's floor-to-ceiling window, watching the scene of their eye contact, and then angrily pulled the curtains shut. "Where does Mrs. Zhan live?" "I'll give you a ride," Qiao Jingyan said again. "No need," Chu Shi answered decisively, then turned and strode out. She didn't want to see these men any longer. She quickly ran home and, upon entering, collapsed weakly onto the floor. "Is Xiaoyan back?" Hearing a sound at the entrance, Mama Wu came over and was startled to see her slumped against the door like that. "What happened? Are you feeling unwell?" Seeing Mama Wu's worried expression, Chu Shi felt like a wronged child and could no longer hold back. She threw herself into Mama Wu's arms and cried. Mama Wu was taken aback by Chu Shi's sudden reaction and anxiously asked, "Who bullied you?" Chu Shi just shook her head and cried, "I miss my dad." "Miss your dad?" Mama Wu was stunned. Today wasn't even the anniversary of the old master's death, so why suddenly? "Although my mother passed away early, I still feel lucky to have a loving father and a boyfriend who loves me. The future I long for is very beautiful. I want to marry him. I want to have children, and I want my children to experience the complete family that I never had. I imagined it so beautifully, but..." At this point, Chu Shi choked up, tears streaming down her face, and her voice became low and hoarse. "It's one thing for Qiao Jingyan to leave me, but I thought that no matter what happened, my dad would never abandon me. But he chose to commit suicide. He knew that the Qin family owed a lot of money. He knew that if he died, I would become an orphan. And he knew that I would be chased by creditors like a stray dog. He must have thought of all this before he killed himself, yet he still did it. My father's death was a huge blow to me. It took me so long to get over it. And then I had Dubai and Xiaobai in my life. And I felt like there was light in my life again. Then I returned to the country and met Zhan Sichen. I went from being so determined at the beginning to now being shaken. I started to fantasize again, imagining that my restructured family with Zhan Sichen would also be very happy, but in the end, Chu Shi felt like a complete failure. Everything was going terribly wrong. With tear-filled eyes, she looked at Mama Wu and asked, "Mama Wu, am I particularly useless? Am I particularly detestable? Why do I always fail to get true feelings? Why would even my father abandon me?" She couldn't understand. She really couldn't understand. Mama Wu didn't know what had happened, but seeing her like this broke her heart. She hurried to comfort her. "Xiaoyan, I won't allow you to say that. I've watched you grow up since you were little. You've always been the pride of the Qin family. You're excellent in every way. Stop crying, stop crying. You're still in recovery. You can't mistreat your body like this. Think of Dubai and Xiaobai. They're so sensible and love you so much. And the young master, you haven't found him yet. You have to be strong." Speaking of her eldest son, Chu Shi couldn't help but feel like she wanted to die. That car accident had completely disrupted her original plans. And then there was Zhan Sichen's various attempts to force her into marriage. It seemed her mind had been muddled by these romantic entanglements, and she had completely forgotten about finding her son. She was truly a terrible mother. She was awful. After Mama Wu's persuasion, Chushi returned to her bedroom and lay on the bed, but she couldn't sleep. She had never been so disappointed in herself or experienced such a large amount of self-doubt. Thinking back to her time since returning to the country, it seemed like nothing had gone right. She hadn't found her son, lost her job at the hospital due to the car accident, and failed to move on from the past to start a new relationship. Not only did she have no savings, but she also owed Zhan Sichen a lot of money. Chushi, how can you be this worthless? She gasped and then closed her eyes, scolding herself countless times in her heart. After a long time of berating herself, she finally opened her eyes, turned to look at the sunlight outside the window, which shone on her. She felt like the sunlight was shining on a salted fish, ultimately wasting that sunlight. And at that moment, she thoroughly realized one thing. In this world, no one could be relied upon except herself. Chushi slapped herself hard and said to herself, Qin Muyan, you can't be so depressed any longer. You can't focus your thoughts on these men anymore. You need to find your eldest son, you need to have your own career, and you need to be someone who speaks with confidence and has a backup plan. Do you understand? Chushi silently vowed in her heart that she would only allow herself to be down today. Tomorrow, when the sun rises, she would come back to life. Grandma Wu, where's Sister Shi? At that moment, she heard the children's voices and quickly adjusted her emotions before getting up and walking out. Sister Shi. Seeing Chushi come out, Junlin and Xiaobai rushed over, holding certificates. Look at our certificates. We both got them, and there's more than one. The two little ones stuffed several certificates into her hands, and seeing these certificates made Chushi feel really proud and happy. My two little darlings are amazing. I'll make you something delicious tonight to celebrate, Chushi said. As soon as she finished speaking, Junlin sensed something and looked into her eyes, asking, Sister Shi, did you cry? Hearing this, Xiaobai quickly looked at her eyes too and hurriedly said, Yeah, your eyes are all red and swollen. Sister Shi, why did you cry so hard? What happened? Chushi thought she was concealing it well, but unexpectedly. No, I just had a bad dream and woke up like this. You two little rascals, don't overthink it. Go to your homework first. I'll go make you something delicious. After saying that, Chushi darted into the kitchen. Junlin and Xiaobai exchanged glances, with Xiaobai looking at Junlin in confusion and asking, So she cried in the dream? But is that even possible? Chapter 101. This heartless woman. At this moment, Zhan Sichen was extremely irritated. Ever since he had an argument with Chu Shi, the mid-level and senior staff in the company had suffered. He had scolded each one of them, and they all knew that he was in a bad mood today. So everyone avoided him. Unknowingly, night fell. Zhan Sichen irritably tossed aside the document he was reading and grabbed his phone. But upon seeing Chu Shi's phone number, he threw the phone away in annoyance. Why should he take the initiative to contact her when she had deceived him time and again? His phone rang, and he quickly picked it up, thinking that if it was that woman calling, and if she sincerely apologized and begged for his forgiveness, he might just let her off this time. But the call wasn't from Chu Shi, it was from Junlin, which left him somewhat disappointed. Hello, Junlin. Are you not coming back tonight? The big boy had long gotten used to this. It felt like they were truly a family of four now, while he was merely someone in the cold palace. I'm not coming back. Zhan Sichen was in a bad mood and feared that Junlin would notice. If he asked about his marriage with Chu Shi, he wouldn't know how to respond. All right then, take good care of your son and daughter over there. You don't need to consider my feelings at all. Don't worry, I'm in a very positive state of mind. I definitely won't be jealous. The words were said. My Junlin has always been independent. With daddy not around, you can manage just fine. Take care of yourself, and if anything happens, call daddy. Got it. You continue your romantic escapades. I won't disturb you. After saying that, the big boy quickly hung up. After hanging up with Junlin, Zhan Sichen could only manage a bitter smile. He then got up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking towards Chu Shi's home. The lights were on, and the curtains were drawn, so he couldn't see what she was doing inside. What could she be doing right now? At that moment, Chu Shi had just finished dinner with the kids. After eating, she said, You two go read. I'll check if anyone has left me messages about their illnesses online. After saying that, Chu Shi entered the study. Seeing her leave, Xiaobai quickly asked Granny Wu, what's wrong with Sister Shi? She looks like she's been boiled like a crab. Xiaoyan said she had a bad dream. You two kids shouldn't overthink it. Granny Wu replied before hurriedly going to wash the dishes. Xiaobai, pouting in disbelief, asked Junlin, Do you believe what they said? The credibility is low. Exactly. Adults lie too. People in love with these emotions are definitely arguing with each other. Sister Shi and Daddy had a fight? Is Daddy being a scumbag again? Sigh. We don't understand the adult world. Forget it, couples argue, but they make up later. I won't worry about them anymore. I'm going to read. Xiaobai sighed and returned to their study. Junlin glanced at the study where Chu Shi was, feeling uneasy. They were on the verge of getting married. Nothing weird better happen now. Back in the study, Chu Shi didn't respond to any messages from her patients, but instead worked on a project plan. She was the only child of the Qin family, and her father had always trained her as a successor. So, while studying medicine, she also learned business management and understood this field. However, she currently lacked sufficient funds to establish a private hospital, so she had to start small, opening a clinic first and then expanding step by step. She listed all the budgets for opening the clinic, which was quite a sum for her now, and she could only consider taking a loan from the bank. She planned to visit various banks the next day to inquire about loan matters, then look for a suitable rental space for the clinic. However, the most important task was to paint the portrait of Madame Xia. Establishing her career was important, but finding her son was even more crucial. Fearing she wouldn't sleep well again that night, she took a sleeping pill before bed. Under the influence of the medication, she quickly fell asleep, while Zhan Sichen, on the other hand, tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Chu Shi with tears in her eyes. At this moment, thinking of her like that made him feel she was pitiful, but this damn woman clearly lied first. Even though his methods of verification were particularly underhanded, but the more Zhan Sichen thought about it, the more irritated he became. He simply got out of bed and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, lighting a cigarette while looking in the direction of Chu Shi's home. At this moment, her lights were all off. Had she gone to sleep? This heartless woman could actually sleep. The next morning, Chu Shi got up early. She had already told herself yesterday that she had to pull herself together today. There were many things to do, and she had to get her spirits up. You two hurry and eat breakfast. After you finish, I'll take you to school. In the past, it was Granny Wu who took them. Okay, Sister Shi. Junlin and Xiaobai replied in unison. After the two little ones finished their meal, Chu Shi took them to school. The two little ones were very obedient, waving goodbye as they walked into the campus. After dropping them off, Chu Shi first went to find an artist to paint the portrait. She had already visited several art shops last time, but none of them managed to capture the likeness. Yesterday, she found a newly opened shop online, and she could try it out. She described Madame Xia's appearance in detail. The artist was very serious in his work, and at that moment, Chu Shi felt very nervous, fearing it would turn out just like last time and wouldn't resemble her at all. But unexpectedly, it turned out perfectly. After seeing the portrait, Chu Shi was very satisfied. The Madame Xia in the painting looked exactly like she remembered. Learning from past mistakes, she quickly took a photo of the portrait. She absolutely couldn't lose it again. After securing the portrait, Chu Shi went to various banks. She learned that the loan approval process was very strict now. For someone like her without a stable income, collateral was a must. But she didn't have any collateral. That house belonged to Zhan Sichen, and she had no authority over it. This is my business card, Mississippi. You can contact me anytime when you decide to apply for a loan, the banker said enthusiastically as she walked out of the last bank. Thank you. Chu Shi walked out of the bank, looking at the business card in her hand, feeling ironic. She didn't even have any qualifications for a loan now. Thinking of starting a clinic, funding was the most fundamental requirement. What could she do if she couldn't secure funds? Chu Shi sighed, feeling dejected as she aimlessly walked down the street, lost in thought, not noticing that a car had been following her the whole time. Chapter 102, Sister Shi. What do you want with my grandmother? Drive a little slower. Inside the car, Xiao Jingyan wore sunglasses, his eyes never leaving Chu Shi outside the car. All right, President Xiao. At that moment, his assistant Ding Yan, hearing his command, immediately reduced the speed of the car. Xiao Jingyan looked at her, silently calling her name in his heart. I'm sorry, I can't acknowledge you right now. I have my reasons. I promise to make it up to you 100-fold in the future. After saying this to himself, he tightened his fists, recalling how disheveled Chu Shi looked yesterday. And he felt anger. Zhan Sichen, you already have her, yet you still don't cherish her. President Xiao, she has entered a small alley. We can't follow her anymore. Ding Yan quickly reported when he saw Chu Shi turn into a narrow street. No need to follow. Return to the company. Because he had won a bid for a project at the entertainment city. He would be staying in Nanjing for a long time and had bought a building as his office. Hearing Xiao Jingyan's words, Ding Yan turned the car around. And at that moment, Xiao Jingyan spoke again. Ding Yan, help me check on Chu Shi's current situation and why it was said before that she was dead. Why has she changed her name now? A few years ago, Xiao Jingyan had returned to Nanjing to look for her, but all he heard was that she was dead, and no one knew the cause of death. When he learned she was dead, Xiao Jingyan was heartbroken, never expecting that she was still alive. No one could understand the ecstatic feeling of losing and then regaining something. Nor could anyone comprehend the frustration of having the woman he loved right in front of him, while having to call her Mrs. Zhan. I understand, President Xiao. I will definitely get to the bottom of this. Ding Yin said. Ding Yin, although you have been at Far East International for many years, I promoted you myself. You are the only person I trust in the entire group, Xiao Jingyan reminded him. President Xiao, how could I forget your kindness in recognizing my talent? Ding Yin had indeed been at Far East International for many years, but had always been at the bottom, feeling unfulfilled. It was Xiao Jingyan who promoted him, allowing him to hold the position of chairman's assistant today. In this life, I am President Xiao's person in life and his ghost in death. If I betray him, may my whole family perish, Ding Yin swore. No need to make such oaths. I certainly understand your loyalty, Xiao Jingyan said, his eyes shifting, revealing a sense of impending crisis. Just follow me, and once I become the chairman of Far East International, you will be the chairman's assistant, second only to me. Ding Yin was also full of confidence, saying, I certainly believe in President Xiao's abilities. How could that Xiao Yuandong compare to you? Your capabilities far surpass his. He only got lucky by being born into the Qiao family. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be fit to carry your shoes. Yes, that arrogant and brainless guy isn't even worthy to carry shoes. Sooner or later, he would pull this incompetent heir down. At that time, Xiao Yan, you must wait for me. Once I accomplish all this, I will hold the most luxurious wedding in the world for you. I will make all the women in the world envy you. I want you to be my first lady. Wait for me. You must wait for me. Xiao Jingyan kept telling himself this. After visiting the major banks, Chu Shi, aside from some setbacks, had not gained much. She also visited a few small banks and credit institutions, where the approval procedures were relatively lenient, but the interest rates were exorbitantly high. She needed to go back and calculate properly. Upon returning home, she dove into her study, skipping meals and continuously calculating various data until Jun Lin walked in. Sister Shi, are you still in a bad mood today? Why didn't you eat lunch? Jun Lin asked with concern. No, I ate too much at noon, so I'm not hungry right now. I'll eat in a bit. Jun Lin glanced at what she was calculating, surprised, and asked, Sister Shi, are you applying for a loan? How did you know I was applying for a loan? You have the interest rates written here. How could I not understand? Jun Lin quickly asked. You need to answer me. Are you applying for a loan? Yes. It was impossible to hide this from her clever son, so Chu Shi could only admit. I want to open my own clinic. With my current situation, no major hospital wants me, and I can't just sit and wait to die. So I want to do it myself. So, how much do you need to borrow? At least $1 million, but with the strictness of the major banks. Everything is still uncertain, Chu Shi replied honestly. $1 million? In fact, Jun Lin could immediately take out that amount, but if he suddenly gave it to her, Chu Shi would definitely become suspicious. Sister Shi, aren't you about to marry my dad? His money is your money. He's so wealthy. If you want to start a business, just ask him for it. Why go out and take a loan? Seeing her wanting to take a loan without asking Zhan Sichen, Jun Lin was genuinely anxious, worried that they were so close to success, yet might fail. In response, Chu Shi smiled and seriously explained, as you said, we haven't married yet. Even if we were married, I can't completely rely on him. If a person's value depends entirely on another person to gain it, the value obtained would be greatly diminished. And I don't want that. Are you saying he can't be relied upon? Hearing Jun Lin's interpretation, Chu Shi couldn't help but laugh, then continued to explain. Not at all. What I mean is that everyone is an independent individual. To gain wealth, one must strive for it themselves. Only what you achieve through your own efforts is the most solid. Oh, Jun Lin felt a bit of sweat forming inside, realizing that after all that explanation, it still sounded like he couldn't be relied upon and that she needed to rely on herself. Zhan Sichen, you scumbag father, just when success is within reach. What are you doing? By the way, Daba, I happen to need your help with something. Saying this, Chu Shi took out a portrait of Mrs. Xia from her bag. Aren't you good at hacking? Help me find out her true identity. When Jun Lin saw the portrait, he suddenly felt a chill and almost blurted out. Isn't this my grandma? What? Jun Lin quickly covered his mouth, still feeling a bit frightened. He had almost exposed his identity moments ago. But why does Sister Shi have a portrait of his grandmother? No, I meant the portrait is of an old lady. Jun Lin quickly asked, Sister Shi, are you looking for the person in this portrait? Yes. What do you want with her? Jun Lin asked again. Chapter 103. Is that man secretly helping? When asked this question, Chu Shi was momentarily at a loss for words. She had never mentioned to Dabai and Xiao Bai that they had an older brother. She wasn't sure if they could find this son, or in the worst-case scenario, he might already be. Dabai and Xiao Bai were both particularly sensitive and emotionally perceptive children. If they knew, they would definitely feel the same urgency to find their brother as she did. But what if the outcome was as she feared? Those two children would also be heartbroken. So, until she found the child, Chu Shi didn't plan to tell them. Just an old acquaintance. Chu Shi could only give a perfunctory response, and then continued. Dabai, please help me check. As long as you can find out her real name, that would be enough. An old acquaintance? If she was really an old acquaintance, how could Chu Shi not even know her real name? There must be some hidden circumstances, but obviously, Chu Shi didn't want to say. What was he supposed to do then? Pretend he found out her real name and tell her? Or just refuse to check for her? Sister Shi, I'm not asking you what you need her for. I just want to know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. How should Chu Shi respond to that? Not good, not bad, perhaps. Junlin looked at the portrait again and quickly added, Sister Shi, I can help you check. But this would require hacking into the public security system for a portrait comparison, which is illegal. I think we should avoid that if possible. Junlin certainly knew his grandmother was strict, and he had been afraid of her since he was young. He genuinely worried that Chu Shi might get into trouble with his grandmother over something that was neither good nor bad. So he said, Sister Shi, this grandmother looks quite dignified. She must be someone of status. My father is well informed. You might as well take this portrait to ask him. He must know the person in the portrait. That would be his biological mother. How could he not recognize her? Then the two of them could communicate easily. But now Chu Shi didn't even know what her relationship with Zhan Sichen was. How could she suddenly go find him for help with a portrait? Chu Shi could only sigh and say, forget it, you're right. Asking you to use hacking skills is illegal. I shouldn't have done that. I'll just look for her slowly myself. At worst, she could start by posting anonymously online. The child was right. Mrs. Xia was definitely someone of status. If she really posted her portrait online, someone should recognize her. Sister Shi, you won't be angry that I couldn't help, right? Hearing Chu Shi say this, Junlin felt a wave of guilt. No, it's my oversight. My Dabai is right. We can't do anything illegal. Chu Shi said, all right. You hurry and help Xiaobai with his homework. I'll check on the loan situation and then go eat. Okay. Junlin looked at her with concern before pushing the door and walking out. After Junlin left, he felt particularly uneasy. So he went to the bathroom and called Dabai. Dabai had really been self-sufficient lately. After finishing his homework, he was happily playing with Legos. He was quite surprised to see Junlin's call, feeling like it had been a long time since they had last contacted each other. Why are you suddenly looking for me? Dabai asked. Dabai, is there anything going on over there? How is my father feeling lately? Your father? Dabai replied. I haven't seen your dad for several days. Aren't you supposed to be with him every day now? Why are you asking me? Could it be that your scumbag dad is bullying Sister Shi again? If that's the case, this time Dabai will definitely make him cough up blood. No. Junlin quickly said, I don't know the situation. I'm just guessing. Don't think too much about it. Dabai, I want to ask you something. Did Sister Shi mention that she wants to find an old lady? What do you mean? Why is Sister Shi looking for an old lady all of a sudden? Dabai was completely confused. Junlin, have you taken the wrong medicine? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? It seemed that Sister Shi hadn't mentioned it to Dabai and Xiaobai either, so that was a wasted question. Forget about that for now. There's another thing. Recently, Sister Shi suddenly wants to start her own business and seems to be trying to get a bank loan, but it looks like she can't get it. Sister Shi wants to get a loan to start a business? This was something Dabai hadn't expected. Yes. I don't want to see her unhappy because she can't get the loan. I have money on hand, but if I take it out, it would expose me. So I thought maybe you could tell my dad about this. He would definitely help, but it has to be done secretly, otherwise. Bang. At that moment, the bathroom door was opened, and the person who walked in was Chu Shi. Dabai, who are you on the phone with? Chu Shi had vaguely heard about the money issue outside. Seeing Chu Shi come in and hearing his question, Junlin panicked. He had always locked the door when coming in, but this time he forgot to lock it. If she found out he was on the phone with the real Dabai, then I wasn't calling anyone. In his panic, Junlin loosened his grip, and the phone fell straight into the toilet. Dabai on the other end of the line was utterly speechless and couldn't help but complain, Junlin, I finally understand why you have to act so aloof. Because the more you talk, the more you expose your cluelessness. Seeing Junlin's guilty expression, Chu Shi directly asked, are you calling Zhan Sichen to help me solve the money issue, or to help secretly? Hearing what Chu Shi thought, Junlin first breathed a sigh of relief and then admitted, yes, Sister Shi, please don't be angry. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I saw you struggling with the loan issue, so I thought. I'm sorry. How could Chu Shi bear to blame the child? Dabai, Sister Shi isn't angry with you, but you also need to believe me. Even if I can't get the loan, I can think of other ways. If I solely rely on others' help, then I would truly be useless. I'm sorry. I won't dare to do it again. Chu Shi smiled gently, glanced at the phone that had fallen into the toilet, and said, just right. I need to get a new phone anyway. Next time, you mustn't secretly call him without me knowing. Okay. Junlin quickly agreed. After Chu Shi left, Junlin covered his chest and took a deep breath. That was close. When Chu Shi returned to the bedroom, her phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Miss Chu Shi? We are from the bank. Didn't you come to consult about the loan today? We checked your information and transactions. You can get the loan without any problem. Is it convenient for you to come in tomorrow? If not, we can come to you. It's no problem regardless of the amount you want to borrow. What? That little brat had just called Zhan Sichen, and now the bank was calling, with a complete turnaround in attitude. Was that man secretly helping? Chapter 104. The background of Qiao Jingyan. Miss Chu, are you listening? Hearing that Chu Shi did not answer, the bank representative politely asked again. I'm listening. Chu Shi then directly asked, is your bank so willing to grant me a loan because of Zhan Sichen? Miss Chu, what do you mean by that? We don't understand. The reason we approved your loan is that your qualifications are completely in line, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. Is that so? Did she think too much? Well, that call was only a minute or two before this one. It shouldn't be so quick, right? So it really is just her good luck? It's nothing. Chu Shi smiled to cover it up and said, I'll go to the bank early tomorrow. Okay. We'll wait for you at the bank. After hanging up the phone, Chu Shi was still in a daze. Is she really lucky? Forget it. Thinking too much gives her a headache. After settling the loan, Chu Shi immediately posted Mrs. Xia's portrait online anonymously, putting up a missing person notice, hoping for news soon. Since she had decided to go to the bank early the next morning, Chu Shi sent the two little ghosts to school early again and then went to the bank. She thought getting a loan of 1 million would be a big deal, but unexpectedly, I can borrow as much as I want. More than 1 million is fine. Of course, it depends on your needs. Chu Shi looked at the salesperson again, doubting, and asked, my ability to get a loan really has nothing to do with Zhan Sichen? Miss Chu, I swear to you, this loan approval has nothing to do with Mr. Zhan. If I'm lying, let me be hit by a truck when I go out. That is a bit much. Chu Shi smiled awkwardly. It seems she really was being neurotic. She quickly apologized. Sorry, I was too sensitive. I'll borrow 1,500,000 for now. And if I need more later, I'll come back to you? Of course, no problem. You can decide how much to borrow. The salesperson said enthusiastically. I'll prepare the contract right away. Next came filling out various documents and contracts, which was a bit tedious. It took the whole morning. But the loan approval process was indeed fast. As soon as the contract was signed, the money was transferred. After getting the money, Chu Shi was in a good mood. Unable to resist checking her phone for the deposit notification again. Just as she was about to lock the screen, she inadvertently glanced at the date on the screen. Wednesday. Wednesday? She had to go give Zhan Sichen acupuncture every Wednesday. So today. Chu Shi, ask yourself, how many of the things you've told me are true? It's all lies. Have you enjoyed deceiving me like I'm a fool? Suddenly, Zhan Sichen's words flashed in her mind, stirring the calmness in her heart again. Forget it. At this moment, he wouldn't want to see her, a liar. Why should she shamelessly put her warm face against someone else's cold? But, with the money in hand, she needed to look for a suitable shop to rent for her clinic. With her goal set, Chu Shi was full of energy and didn't want to think about anything else. Meanwhile, Zhan Sichen was the exact opposite. After 2 sleepless nights, it's no exaggeration to say that since he had a fight with Chu Shi, he hadn't slept for a minute. His temper was gradually getting worse, and his employees were trembling in fear every day. Mr. Zhan. Lin Wei knocked and entered, cautiously reporting, Mr. Zhao from the equipment company has been trying to reach you for several days. He just called to ask if he could invite you to lunch today. If it weren't for the repeated requests from the other party, Lin Wei wouldn't dare to report work to Zhan Sichen at this time. Decline it. Zhan Sichen added, I won't see anyone these days. Understood. Lin Wei nodded. Zhan Sichen's gaze couldn't help but glance in the direction where Chu Shi lived. Then instructed Lin Wei, find out about Chu Shi's past for me. He wanted to know about Chu Shi's relationship with Qiao Jingyan, and more importantly, whether Dabai and Xiao Bai had any connection to Qiao Jingyan. Understood, Mr. Zhan. After receiving the order, Lin Wei turned to leave. But just as he reached the office door, he was called back by Zhan Sichen. Wait, is there anything else, Mr. Zhan? Lin Wei hurriedly returned and asked. Forget it. Just now, Zhan Sichen remembered the question Chu Shi had asked him. Is this design fun for you? No need to investigate anymore. The last design was indeed not done properly by him. If he secretly investigated her again, fearing it would only make her angrier if she found out, so forget it. Yes. How has Qiao Jingyan been these days? Zhan Sichen asked. It is said that except for office work, he spends almost all his time at the construction site. And he doesn't act superior at all. He takes on many dirty and tiring jobs himself, earning praise from both management and workers alike. Lin Wei answered truthfully. Everyone praises him? Qiao Jingyan really can endure hardship. Zhan Sichen continued to ask, have you investigated Qiao Jingyan's background? I did a detailed investigation before the bidding began. Lin Wei reported that Qiao Jingyan is the illegitimate son of Old Master Qiao, and no one knew before. It was only about 7 years ago that Old Master Qiao allowed Qiao Jingyan to enter the Qiao family. Illegitimate son? Zhan Sichen was unfamiliar with this and continued. You should know Qiao Yuandong, the current director of Far East International. He is Old Master Qiao's most valued son, high profile and domineering, and treats his illegitimate brother Qiao Jingyan with disdain. It is said that after Qiao Jingyan entered the Qiao group, Qiao Yuandong made things difficult for him in every way. And Old Master Qiao was not good to Qiao Jingyan either, perhaps fearing that Qiao Jingyan might have ideas about the Qiao group. He directly changed the name of the company to that of his eldest son, which is quite obvious. Indeed, under the circumstances of a disapproving father and a resentful elder brother, being able to rise to this position is truly not easy. No wonder he must take on the Entertainment City project. Illegitimate son? Entered the Qiao family only 7 years ago? You just said he entered the Qiao family 7 years ago? Yes, 7 years ago. Now Dabai and Xiaobai are 6 years old. If it was 7 years ago, that would be when Chu Shi was just pregnant. According to Chu Shi, he disappeared without a trace. And the timing of his disappearance coincides perfectly with his return to the Qiao family. And there's also what Qiao Jingyan himself said about having to part ways reluctantly. In other words, Chu Shi and returning to the family were choices he had to make, and he chose the latter. The time of leaving coincided with Chu Shi's pregnancy. So could Dabai and Xiaobai be his children? Thinking of this, Zhan Sichen couldn't help but shiver. If so, isn't there a great possibility of rekindling old flames? Linwei, I don't care what method you use. I want to know whether Qiao Jingyan has a blood relationship with Dabai and Xiaobai. Understood. Receiving this task, Linwei really felt a headache. Proving whether there is a blood relationship? That would require a DNA test. The child is easy to handle. But how can he obtain something from Qiao Jingyan for the identification? Chapter 105. Xiaoyan, I'm sorry. I love you. Chu Shi had been looking at commercial properties all afternoon, neglecting to eat, and finally found a place she was particularly satisfied with. It was in the city center, with high foot traffic, and she loved the layout of the shop, which had 2 floors, the first floor for seeing patients and the second floor designed as a lounge. Dr. Chu, do you like this place? Opening a clinic here would definitely be a good business, the real estate agent who brought her to see the property asked with a smile. To be honest, she liked it very much, but if she showed too much enthusiasm, the price would be hard to negotiate. So, Chu Shi played a little trick and said somewhat reluctantly, It's okay, but I'm not very satisfied with that balcony. So, does that mean we should look at the next one? Look at the next one? Chu Shi really didn't want to. She was truly fond of this place. Wait for me a moment. I'll take another look and think about it. Chu Shi said deliberately, then went upstairs again. The agent, having worked for many years, immediately saw through Chu Shi's little scheme. Just as he was about to follow her upstairs, his phone rang, and he quickly answered it. Chu Shi looked around the second floor again, and the more she looked, the more she liked it. She decided to be straightforward and said she wanted this place. Dr. Chu, have you made up your mind? The agent asked as Chu Shi came down from the second floor. I've decided I want to rent this place. What's the rent? Chu Shi had made a mental preparation, praying that it wouldn't exceed her expectations too much. The monthly rent is 3,000. 3,000. Chu Shi doubted whether she had heard it wrong. Is it 3,000 and not 30,000? Yes, 3,000. Isn't that too cheap? Chu Shi couldn't believe it. In this location, with such a large area, are you sure the rent is 3,000? Absolutely. The owner of this property is particularly wealthy. The whole family has immigrated overseas. This property was their starting point, and they don't want to sell it. They're afraid it will become a haunted house if left vacant, so they decided to rent it out. As for the rent, it's just a token amount. Hearing this, Chu Shi was completely skeptical and directly asked, with such a good deal, shouldn't everyone be fighting to rent it? Why did it wait for me to come see it? Chu Shi's suspicion grew. This was either a scam or a haunted house, right? Dr. Chu, it's normal to have such doubts, but the owner is also a peculiar person. They specifically want a single woman who is starting a business on her own. The previous tenants didn't meet this requirement, so I didn't bring anyone else to see it. The more Chu Shi listened, the more mysterious it seemed. Dr. Chu, if you don't believe it, you can call the owner yourself. We can sign the rental contract right away. If it turns out to be a haunted house, we promise to compensate you 10 times. You can rest assured about that. Could this really be a pie falling from the sky? Chu Shi, wary of being tricked, repeatedly reviewed the rental contract, finding no issues. Then, first, she successfully secured a loan, and now she encountered such a cheap, good property? After falling out with Zhan Sichen, was she finally getting lucky? Confirming that there were no issues with the contract, Chu Shi signed it and received the keys. After she finished signing, the agent immediately made a call. President Qiao. Everything is settled. On the other end, Qiao Jingyan asked, Good. Did she raise any suspicions? She seems a bit incredulous, but she definitely doesn't suspect it's yours. That's good. After finishing the call, Qiao Jingyan instructed Ding Yin to buy that commercial property. Understood. Also, buy a house near her shop, so I can see her shop location. Zhan Sichen can buy a house near Huachin International for her, and he can also buy a house near her shop, so he can see her anytime. How is the investigation I asked you to do going? I'm sorry, President Xiao, it's my incompetence. Ding Yin quickly admitted fault. After the Qin family went bankrupt, Miss Qin went missing. Later, it was said she had died, but no one knew how she died. I found out that she had been in Country M for these years and returned to Nanjing not long ago. No one knows. After he left, where did she go? What did she experience? Why does everyone say she died? And why did she change her name to Chu Shi? She must have gone through unimaginable pain, right? By the way, President Xiao, Miss Qin now has 2 children, Ding Yin reported again. 2 children? Xiao Jingyan was astonished. Yes. Ding Yin handed over the photos he had secretly taken of Junlin and Xiaobai, who seemed to be named Dabai and Xiaobai, attending Nanjing Primary School. Xiao Jingyan looked at the 2 children in the photos and couldn't help but shiver because the boy looked so much like Zhan Sichen. But, according to what he knew, Zhan Sichen had been in a coma 7 years ago, and before that, Xiao Yan had no contact with Zhan Sichen. How could they possibly be his children? But if the children weren't Zhan Sichen's, and they weren't his, then who else could they be? Leave now. Yes. Ding Yin left the office and gently closed the office door behind him. After Ding Yin left, Xiao Jingyan took out his phone and opened the photo album. Besides photos of Qin Muyan, there were only pictures of the 2 of them, nothing else. Xiao Jingyan clicked on a photo of the 2 of them together. In the photo, Qin Muyan was leaning sweetly against him, her smile so beautiful. Xiao Jingyan couldn't help but touch her face and slowly said, Xiao Yan, I know you must have gone through a lot of pain. It's all my fault, I'm sorry. I love you. As he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and kissed the photo of her, and tears began to fall. A day passed, and Chu Shi didn't come to give him acupuncture. Was she preparing to have a cold war with him? Knock, knock. Just then, he heard a knock on the door. Zhan Sichen felt excited but quickly concealed that excitement, pretending to be serious. When she arrives, she must lower her head first before he does. Come in. Zhan Sichen was already prepared with his expression, but unexpectedly. The person who entered was not Chu Shi, but Xiangbei. Why are you here? Seeing him, Zhan Sichen's disappointment was palpable. Are you that disappointed to see me? Who did you want to see? Noticing Zhan Sichen's unmasked disdain, Xiangbei couldn't help but tease. When did you become so polite to knock on the door? You used to just barge in. Where's this politeness coming from? Zhan Sichen sarcastically remarked, as previously, Xiangbei would just push the door open. Last time I barged in and saw something I shouldn't have. I had to learn my lesson, Xiangbei replied, glancing around. Not seeing Chu Shi, he asked. Isn't today the day Chu Shi gives you acupuncture? Why isn't she here? What do you want? Just spit it out. Don't waste my time. Zhan Sichen's disdain grew. Chapter 106. If he dares to steal my woman, I'll take him down. I'm here to find Chu Shi. Xiangbei answered honestly. Isn't she doing chemotherapy for my mom now? I wanted her to go over and take a look again, but I couldn't say it directly. So I thought today is the day she comes to do acupuncture for you. I could use that as an excuse to run into her. And when she asks about my mom's condition, I could just mention it casually. Xiangbei really had no choice. He wasn't that familiar with Chu Shi. And besides, Yanchen offered her money, but she refused, so he felt awkward about asking her directly. Chu Shi is doing chemotherapy for your aunt now? Seeing Zhan Sichen's reaction, Xiangbei was surprised. What? She didn't tell you? This matter, Chu Shi hadn't mentioned a word to him. Xiangbei, I've already said this before. It's not allowed. She's in a recovery period. It's not appropriate for her to be overworked. I've already refused, and you actually dared to seek her out behind my back? You can't blame me for that. I didn't seek her out. It was Yanchen who went to find her, and then she agreed. Upon hearing this, Zhan Sichen was really angry. He was worried that Yanchen's actions were completely forcing Chu Shi, and he was also angry that Chu Shi hadn't mentioned it to him. I know you're anxious about your aunt's illness, but there are so many good doctors in the world. Why are you fixated on her? She just got discharged from the hospital, and she's still a patient. Zhan Sichen scolded angrily. Seeing that Zhan Sichen was truly angry, Xiangbei regretted it. He felt like he had shot himself in the foot. I know you're worried about your wife, but I swear just letting her go for a chemotherapy injection won't tire her out at all. If it affects her health, I'll peel your skin off. Xiangbei had to mourn for himself again. She didn't come today. You don't need to look for her. Get lost. Zhan Sichen said with disgust. She didn't come? That shouldn't be the case. It looks like Zhan Sichen isn't busy. How could she not come on the day she's supposed to give him acupuncture? You too. Had a fight? Seeing Zhan Sichen's expression and hearing him say, Chu Shi didn't come, Xiangbei immediately guessed. It's none of your business. I told you to get lost. That must be it. Xiangbei sighed helplessly and said, It's definitely none of my business that you two had a fight, but with your strange bad temper. Do Do you have any friends besides me? Come on, what did you guys fight about? As an observer, I can rationally help analyze it. Zhan Sichen's expression darkened again, while Xiangbei continued to dig his own grave. Don't look at me like that. You two fighting isn't because of me. I'm just trying to help. If you want to talk, I, as someone with romantic experience, can help you think of some ideas. If you don't want to, then forget it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Seeing that Zhan Sichen still hadn't spoken, Xiangbei directly said, if you don't want to talk, I don't want to hear it either. After saying that, Xiangbei was about to leave, but just as he took a step, he was sternly shouted at by Zhan Sichen. Get back here. Xiangbei was right. He indeed had no romantic experience. After 2 sleepless nights and this cold war, he was feeling quite troubled. If Xiangbei could offer some advice, that would be good. So Zhan Sichen recounted the whole situation to Xiangbei. After listening, Xiangbei's face was filled with disbelief. Zhan Sichen, you say you're so capable in business, but how come you're as clueless as a pig in relationships? How could you send your woman to her ex-boyfriend? What were you thinking? Even someone who has been kicked by a donkey wouldn't do something so stupid. Xiangbei, speak properly, don't seek death. I'm just stating the facts, big brother. Xiangbei was exasperated. What kind of situation is this? Was she very angry at that time? Of course. Then why was she angry? Don't you think? Her anger wasn't because she saw her ex-boyfriend, but because you deceived her. She eagerly came to find you after answering your call, only to be set up. Anyone would be hurt, okay? But she deceived me first. She has been lying about her past relationships. Zhan Sichen, I almost want to call you grandpa. She's your fiancée now, and you're still fixated on her past relationships? You've been continuously questioning her about her past, which she doesn't want to talk about. She's very resistant to it. The fact that she can brush it off and lie to you is already commendable. Anyone else would have flipped out by now. If she doesn't want to talk, she can choose not to, but lying is wrong. She didn't want to talk because you kept asking. Xiangbei was so angry he wanted to hit him. He took a deep breath and asked, let me ask you, how did Chu react when she saw her ex-boyfriend return? Somewhat resistant, but she had to face it. Isn't that settled then? That means she doesn't want to see Qiao Jingyan, but now Qiao Jingyan is your business partner, so she has to face it. What was originally completely advantageous for you? You pushed her towards her ex-boyfriend. Isn't that so? Xiangbei continued, apologize to her properly. Girls are soft-hearted and will forgive you. Apologize? Of course. If she's unhappy because of you, should I apologize? Xiangbei was really about to die from anger. If you don't want to apologize, that's fine. Anyway, her ex-boyfriend is back, and you're in a cold war with Chu Shi. They have the perfect opportunity. He dares. Zhan Sichen immediately shouted angrily, if Qiao Jingyan dares to have ideas about Chu Shi, I'll take him down. To this, Xiangbei shrugged and said, whether to marry her or silently wish her well with her ex-boyfriend, you choose for yourself. After Xiangbei left, Zhan Sichen felt even more chaotic. Pushed Chu Shi to Qiao Jingyan. How could that be? No matter what, he was now Chu Shi's fiancé. Fuming, Zhan Sichen grabbed his phone and called Chu Shi. At that moment, Chu Shi was discussing the layout for a renovation with a designer. Sorry, I need to take a call. Chu Shi took her phone aside to answer. Before she could say anything, Zhan Sichen's furious voice came from the other end. Chu Shi, do you know today is Wednesday? Hearing his tone, Chu Shi was also angry. And her tone was not good either. I know. Then why aren't you coming over? Do you remember what I told you before? Every Wednesday you must. Hello? Hearing his commanding tone made Chu Shi very angry. After hearing the rest of his words, she hung up, thinking, does he treat her like a maid? Calling her whenever he wants. You dead woman, you've gotten bold enough to hang up on me. Hearing Chu Shi hang up, Zhan Sichen felt like he was about to explode. He immediately called her again, but this time it was, sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Turned off. At this moment, Zhan Sichen's face had turned completely green with anger. Chapter 107. Chu Shi. You really have made something of yourself. Zhan Sichen's identity has been noble since the day he was born. At home, he is the young master. In the army, he is the commander. In the company, he is the president. Everyone listens to him. And Chu Shi is the first person who dared to hang up on him and even turn off her phone. Zhan Sichen felt like he was about to explode. Still not giving up, he made another call, but it was still the reminder that the phone was off. Zhan Sichen stood up, furious, and slammed the door as he left. He directly went to knock on Chu Shi's door. He wanted to teach this audacious woman a lesson in person. Mr. Zhan? It was Wu Ma who opened the door. Where's Chu Shi? Zhan Sichen's tone was quite unfriendly due to his emotions. Wu Ma had been polite and satisfied with Zhan Sichen before, but after seeing Chu Shi cry so heartbreakingly last time, and hearing Zhan Sichen's tone now, she wasn't as warm anymore. Xiaoyan went out for something today and isn't home. Mr. Zhan, if you want to find her, please come back another day. Out. Not home today. She doesn't have to work now, and Xiangbei specifically came to find her, which means she didn't go to the O family today. So where has she been all day? Clearly, Ma didn't want to tell him, so Zhan Sichen had to stop asking. After going downstairs, Zhan Sichen returned to his car, but didn't start it. Instead, he raised his hand to check the time. It was already getting dark. He wanted to see when this dead woman would come back. With her phone off and no one bothering her, she was enthusiastically discussing with the designer and finally agreed on a renovation plan that she was very satisfied with. Checking the time. It was already past 11:30 at night. After a busy day, she really didn't want to move, but there was no place to sleep here. So she had to go home. The distance from the rented shop to her home was considerable, so by the time she got home, it was almost midnight. Yawning and dragging her tired body into the building, she was just about to press the elevator button when someone suddenly grabbed her. She was startled, thinking she had encountered a pervert in the middle of the night, but it turned out to be Zhan Sichen. At this hour, you actually know to come back. His tone was like a husband catching his wife cheating. She really didn't expect him to be waiting for her at her door in the middle of the night just because she hung up on him. What time I come back is none of your business, right? She felt utterly baffled. You don't have to report to me what time you come home. But don't forget, you are still my private doctor. I said I need you available 24 hours a day, and today is Wednesday. Not only did you not come to work, but you also went missing. Zhan Sichen was so angry he was gritting his teeth, and she answered leisurely. I didn't go missing. Mr. Zhan made it very clear when I was at the company that I am a lying female scammer. I know you particularly dislike me. So if I can't provoke you, I can at least avoid you, right? You really know how to argue. Zhan Sichen reminded her more forcefully, as my subordinate. I can choose not to see you, but you cannot not come without my permission. Do you understand? She could not stand Zhan Sichen's unreasonable orders. She didn't reply but took out her phone and opened her mobile banking app. Answer my question. Seeing that she not only ignored him, but started playing with her phone. Zhan Sichen was about to explode with anger. She still didn't answer. Instead, she continued manipulating her phone. After finishing the transfer, she showed Zhan Sichen the successful transaction page. 70,000, paying you back with principal and interest. Is that enough? She owed him 500,000. And with an additional 200,000 in interest in such a short period, it should suffice, right? I've paid off the money I owed you, so from now on, I am no longer your private doctor. And about this house, if you want me to leave, I can move out anytime. Seeing the 70,000 that she transferred to him, Zhan Sichen was genuinely surprised. Where did you get so much money? From Zhan Sichen's astonished reaction, it was clear he hadn't interfered with her loan matters, which made she feel relieved. That's none of your business, she replied in a somewhat cheeky tone. Speak to me properly. Zhan Sichen was particularly annoyed by her defiant attitude and shouted at her again. Well, I didn't steal or rob anyone. I'm warning you one more time. Speak to me properly. She raised her eyes, meeting Zhan Sichen's fierce gaze, and said with emotion, Zhan Sichen, I hope you understand. I am not your maid, and I haven't sold myself to you. I am also a person, not beneath you in any way. You can't just smile at me when you're happy and use me as a tool to vent your anger when you're not. After saying this, she knew he would be furious again, but she looked into his eyes without fear. Go on. Zhan Sichen didn't explode but continued with a similar emotion. Fine. If you want me to continue, I will. You keep saying you can't see through me. Do you think I can see through you? From the beginning, you've disliked me for reasons I don't understand. I've never provoked you. First, you reported me to the police, then had the hospital fire me, and then pressured me to pretend to be your fiancé, giving me all sorts of orders and demands. I really don't understand. If you hate me, I can stay far away and never show up in front of you again. If you consider me a friend, I hope we can have an equal relationship. It's not that you can call on me for a few minutes whenever you want, and I must appear at your beck and call. If you want me to go east, I must go east. As long as I don't meet your standards, you start throwing tantrums at me. I don't like your controlling behavior. I am not your slave. I hope you can at least give me some basic respect. After saying all this in one breath, she lowered her head. She didn't want to see the look of rage that seemed ready to devour her. Are you done? Zhan Sichen asked, his tone surprisingly calm. Not yet. Since we're on this topic, I might as well say it all. I saved your life before, later. When I had the car accident, you took care of me in the hospital for so long. That should balance things out. Also, I've just paid back the 500,000 I owed you, so now neither of us owes anything to the other. As for Oyaro, she hasn't made a move for so long. She must have given up on you. I think I have no need to pretend to be your fiancé anymore. So from now on, we go our separate ways? Like strangers? Zhan Sichen's eyes were more than just wanting to devour her. Although they had never confirmed a romantic relationship, what she said at this moment was completely a breakup. Zhan Sichen hadn't even married her yet. And he was being dumped? How absurd.